Warning: this fic contains many dark and adult themes. For the full list provided by the author, please check the description below and proceed with caution. Welcome back. This is We Could Walk Straight Through Hell with a Smile by seaweedbraens. Don't forget to like this video if you enjoy and subscribe for future stories. Please check the description for a full list of tags and the link to drop a kudos for the original author. With that out of the way, let's get started. Chapter 1: Out Through the Fields and the Woods. We could walk straight through hell with a smile. Out through the fields and the woods. Percy's been pretty much everywhere. Part of the job, he'll joke to himself. Better to joke about his life than to break down in tears about it, that's his motto. He's traipsed through most of the country these past couple of years, doubting all the while where the hell he's going, wondering what he's here for, looking for his destiny in the furthest corners of the country, that same weird feeling of not belonging plaguing him wherever he goes. Inevitably, something always pulls him back in the vague direction of New York City, where he'd lived once but can never step foot into again. Too many people, too many monsters. He'll be found way too easily. He always ends up skirting the borders of the city, chickening out and finding himself here in these woods. There's nothing special about them, he would know. He's looked, but later he will wonder if his gut, or maybe even some higher power, has been leading him here for a reason after all. Percy smells the monsters before he sees them, and gods that smell. They smell of decaying corpses and cow poop and rotten cabbages all at once, and Percy tries hard not to gag as he approaches the site. He's camouflaged himself as best he can, having rubbed mud on his exposed skin well enough to conceal both his features and his smell, that demigod smell that's been attracting droves of monsters to him ever since he was a kid. The monsters say he's got a strong scent. They say it's a wonder he survived so long all alone. Percy hears muffled grunting and hissing up ahead. He steals forward silently, knife in hand. It's bronze, not the celestial kind, unfortunately, and it won't wound the monsters nearly enough to kill them, but it looks enough like the real thing for them to usually cower at the sight of it, and so Percy keeps it on his person anyway, because when it comes down to it, it looks more intimidating than, say, a tree branch. He's light on his feet, moving through the forest with a practiced ease that's come from years of hiding in it. As a kid, this was one of the first places he'd visited after being driven from home. He'd trained here for just over a year with the wolves before finally being deemed worthy enough to get to New Rome by himself. He ducks underneath a particularly leafy bush as a Dracena comes into view. He holds his breath, wondering if he'd been seen, but she slithers by, apparently not sensing a thing. When she's far enough away, he exhales, and his breath makes a little cloud in the cold air. Winter has turned the woods into a vast cathedral of white hanging off the branches, a palace of oak and pine and everything frozen. The colder months used to be a time of warm blankets and hot chocolate, and his mother's arms wrapping around his middle. But there is some beauty, he supposes, in the melancholy death of everything fresh and green in the solitary pocket of these woods he's in. Determined to keep moving, Percy scales a tree high enough to remain unseen from the ground as he jumps to the next one. It's delicate work trying to hold on with all the frost that's gathered on the branches, and he does this until he's right above the monster's camp. Screened by the leaves, Percy tightens his grip on the branch and leans forward, peering downward, hoping for the best. He inhales sharply at the sight, flattens himself against the trunk again, and focuses on steadying his breathing. It's the Minotaur. It's very hard to stop himself from abandoning his cover entirely and throwing himself onto the beast with neither a care for his well-being nor his life. Reason number one that holds him back, well, the only reason that matters, if he's being honest, is the fact that he doesn't have a real weapon. He could always use an earthquake, but he doesn't have as much control over his power as he'd like, and he's learned the hard way that using too much of his abilities drains him too quickly and alerts every monster in the area to his presence. Percy remembers the first time he'd used an earthquake. He hadn't even known he could do it, but shortly after leaving New Rome he'd run into two Gorgon-esque creatures that might have actually been Gorgons. He hadn't exactly stopped to chat after all. He just felt this sudden calling, this urge to stamp on the ground as hard as he could, and so he'd done it, made the ground tremble under his shoes, and it had sent the blood in his body boiling. His heart had thundered and his hair had stood up on end and power had coursed through every cell in him, and it had been awesome. Awesome, at least until he'd woken up, exhausted and filthy, covered in blood and dirt and plant matter from lying on the ground for days on end, until his body had knitted itself back together somewhat. Summoning an earthquake now would be like setting up a signal flare and then waiting for death. No, that's not an option. Still, though it's hard to curb his rage, he hasn't seen the Minotaur in 8 years, not since. Not since the monster had, right in front of his eyes, ripped his mother apart limb by limb, snorting with malice at Percy's screams, advancing on him for the kill. Percy still doesn't know what higher power had spurred his legs from the scene. He's been training for this moment. He's been waiting for the day he can avenge his mom. He doesn't know how the Minotaur found him that night, but Percy has always known he'd be found again. Now it seems Percy is the one to find the Minotaur. That puts him at an advantage. Holding his breath, he chances another look. Flanking the Minotaur are 2 Cyclopes and 3 Dracena, 4, counting the one Percy had brushed by earlier. They're dividing their kill in front of the fire. Percy spies glimpses of humanity in the form of a sneaker tossed haphazardly to the side, a flash of purple cloth that might have once been part of the victim's t-shirt. He winces as the monsters tear into the flesh, and wonders if it had been a demigod or just a mortal this time. Right in front of the fire is a pile of loot. That's what Percy had come for. He needs supplies, new weapons, maybe some armor if he can get it. He's not usually one to go seeking monsters, but he's also learned the hard way that monsters are very much armed with celestial bronze, and Percy can't survive on his own without a weapon forever. The Minotaur has an awful hoarding habit, it seems. He sees several knives, a dented shield that could be of use, even a claymore that'll do nicely in Percy's hands. He itches for it. It's been a long time since he's had a real celestial bronze sword at his disposal. The Cyclopes he can take down easily, maybe even the Dracene, but the Minotaur will be tougher to kill. He's got to come up with a plan. A sneak attack, he decides quickly, is his best bet. It's far too cold for him to stake the place out. He's only clothed in the black hoodie he'd stolen several towns ago, and jeans that probably aren't even the fashion anymore. Lucky for him, though, the monsters haven't caught his scent yet, so the element of surprise is his best friend right now. He just needs to be fast enough. With a quick twirl of his fingers, Percy constructs a shield of water vapor around him, thick enough to block a volley of arrows. It could probably withstand one hit from the Minotaur's axe, though not much more, but it'll have to do for the time being. He's running on an empty stomach, and he doesn't have the strength for anything too fancy. He assesses the wind. Though the night is cold, the breeze is low, with just enough force to make the leaves around him flutter lightly, the soft whoosh hiding well enough the sounds of his labored breaths as Percy scales higher into the tree, as high as he can go. The monsters below notice nothing. Good. As he always does before a fight, he takes a moment to breath. In and out, in and out. He says a silent prayer to, well, anyone who might be listening. Then he clutches the dagger in his left hand, inhales sharply, and launches himself off the branch. He tucks into a roll as he descends, forcing the shield of water to curl around him defensively, and hits the ground just right of the fire, right in front of one of the Cyclopes. The monsters don't have time to react as Percy fashions part of his shield into several long spikes. He concentrates, forcing them to harden into ice, and then sends them right through the hearts of both Cyclopes. They fall, groaning, to the snowy ground, already turning to dust. In the confusion, Percy grabs several knives with both hands from the pile of weapons and lobs them straight at the Dracene without even thinking about it. One gets hit in the chest and crumples at once. The other 2 dodge, rolling away, and come up spluttering and hissing. They send sharp arrows at him. Percy curses and forms the shield of water around him again. The Minotaur stands, one beefy arm held out in front of the Dracene, staring Percy down with, might that be a hint of recognition in those eyes? The Dracene hiss. The Minotaur roars, advancing on Percy as if to say, this one's mine. Percy could hit himself. He should have grabbed the sword. He'd once again put too much faith in his aim, which had never been one of his strengths. He holds up his fake dagger, his mouth curled into a snarl, channeling Lupa's wolf stare as best he can, using his free hand to gather more water to himself, making his shield about 5 inches thick all around. Through the water, the Minotaur looks distorted, almost comical in proportion, but nothing about this situation makes Percy want to laugh. He can keep up the dodging for a while, he knows, or he can run, but he can already feel his strength beginning to wane, the efforts of keeping up a shield on nothing but a couple of fruits from the day before proving too much for him. He could take out all these monsters with a single stomp on the ground, but he knows he'll probably pass out from the effort and end up a sitting duck for whoever, or whatever, shows up next. Fight or flight, fight or flight. Percy eyes the sword on the ground. The Minotaur roars again. Show off, Percy thinks, his heart sinking. This monster is smarter than he'd realized. His call is meant for more than just intimidation. One more bellow loud enough and every single monster in the area will surely come to investigate. He's in trouble. He needs to kill this thing. Percy's already revealed his powers, and he can't afford to let the Minotaur get away now. The problem is that his strength is waning, and fast, whereas the Minotaur, fresh from eating his kill, looks ready to chase him for however long it takes. It seems Percy has overestimated himself. He isn't going to last long. All that's keeping him going is the thought of his mom, who had died to protect him. She had had a baby on the way. She was going to be married to a good man. Percy was going to be a big brother. The Minotaur had ruined everything. There's a rustle in the bushes behind him. With a start, Percy remembers the fourth Dracaena that he'd evaded before and chances a glance behind him, but the eyes that glow at him in the darkness aren't the snake-like slits he's expecting, though they're round and fierce and distinctly human. His breath catches what? The Minotaur charges. Percy recovers his wits enough to leap to the side at the last possible second. The Minotaur goes barreling past. Percy drops his shield and makes a reckless dash for the sword, but he's intercepted by one of the Dracaena. He holds her off with his knife, which works just fine in parrying against her weapon, but he takes care not to stab her with it, as even though she has a million openings and it would be very easy to defeat her, he doesn't want to lose his only bluff. Where is the other one? Percy kicks the Dracaena off with difficulty, clawing towards the sword. He reaches it finally, and twirls it in his open palm with a sigh of relief. It's a good sword, he can tell. It's not his preferred form of weapon. Percy would prefer something longer, sleeker, not quite as heavy, but it's good enough and gleams with a faint power. He almost sobs with relief. Celestial bronze, it's been a long, long time. He's forgotten himself. He whirls around to face the enemy, but she seems preoccupied with fighting off the multitude of vines that have suddenly made it their lives' goal to wrap themselves around the monster's scaly body. As Percy watches, wide-eyed, the Dracaena is dragged off into a bush. Unsure of what's going on but still not dropping his guard, Percy narrows his eyes, flicking a shield up as the Minotaur roars again, "Damn the stupid creature." There's a screech from behind him, but it turns strangled, and even as Percy lifts the sword, waiting, he knows the Dracaena is no more. The Minotaur turns, confused. Percy flicks his hand, sending a spear of ice at the beast's left leg. His eyes widen in surprise as an arrow sprouts right above it, and the Minotaur goes down, screaming in rage. Dust pours out from the wound, but Percy can tell from where he stands, frozen, that it won't be enough to kill the creature. Breathing hard, he grabs 2 more knives from the pile of loot and only just manages to fasten them at his belt when an arm juts out from behind a tree and pulls him away. Percy yelps, trying to break free, but the hand tightens around his wrist in a grip strong and warm. Percy looks up dazed to see a mop of choppy chocolate hair bouncing in front of him. "Shut up and follow me," the girl says in a voice low and commanding, and Percy, whose mouth had been open, ready to yell, finds himself obeying, even though he doesn't want to. The girl pulls him along, breaking into a sprint, panting and cursing in ancient Greek, wiping away monster dust from what Percy recognizes as one of the daggers he'd aimed at the Dracaena during the melee. Like shadows, other figures materialize alongside them, a buff guy with a tattoo flanking their right, brushing off blood from his knife that must have been from another one of the Dracaena. A smaller girl murmuring enchantments right behind him, her eyes flashing a lustrous gold. Another guy, a satyr. Percy sees his horns, jogs up to his left, holding the dented shield that Percy had left at the monster's camp, and another boy with curly hair leads the way, lights up the way. He's got a ball of fire in his palm. "That was reckless," the girl says, a minute or so into their run. "You're good, but did you really think you could have taken down the Minotaur?" "Could've," Percy mutters, nearly tripping over a branch. "Could you let go of me now?" "So you can run off again?" "Not a chance," the girl laughs. She turns around enough for Percy to catch a glimpse of her face. Like him, most of her face is dusted with mud and rubble to hide her scent, but her eyes shine clear in the moonlight, glinting different shades of brown. She looks for an instant like any other pretty girl he's seen wandering the mortal world with their friends, but she made him submit to her will with a single word, and he instinctively knows he has to be wary of her. He realizes with a start that her armor is shifting with the shadows to mimic the changing landscape around them. Camo armor. Cool. "I won't run," Percy says agreeably. He's tired enough to know that he can't take on 4 strong demigods in the state he's in. "But could you tell me where we're going, at least?" The girl glances at the satyr, who shrugs. There's a lapse of silence broken only by the sound of their feet pattering against the ground as they run. Percy notes, with some amount of surprise, that they're heading deeper into the woods, closer to the mountains. "Bunker 9, the girl decides, grim finality in her voice as she addresses her companions. "Let's let Annabeth decide what to do with him." Piper isn't sure what to make of the new guy. He jogs ahead of her, barely breaking a sweat at the pace Leo's set despite his obvious fatigue. The path is uphill, for one, and besides, Leo's fast, all the while making light conversation with Grover and Butch. He's shown no signs of being bothered by being sandwiched between the two, or maybe he knows well enough not to fight them. Piper hangs back and glances at Llewellyn. "What have you got on him?" Lou's eye flicked towards him. "He's strong," she says quietly. Very strong. I can't get a read on his parentage, but she shrugs, which is enough explanation for Piper, really. Lou's one of the best they've got at reading demigods, their power levels, their potentials, their abilities, sometimes even their ancestry. Water magic, Piper wonders aloud, remembering the way he'd turned the film of water he'd been using to defend into icicles sharp enough to pierce armor. Or Lou shoots her an uneasy glance, or it might have been best to leave him in the woods. Piper shakes her head at this, glancing at the guy again. He laughs casually at something Grover says. Grover smiles, pleased, and Piper wonders if, perhaps, the satyr had led them to the fight on purpose. The trees here are young and coated with a thin layer of snow, and now that the moonlight streams freely on them from above, Piper notices his arms, caked with thick slush that does little to hide the raw power rolling off him in waves. She shudders. He feels like Jason, but no, that's not right, not exactly. This kind of wild, unbridled strength, he feels like Thalia. Annabeth isn't going to be happy, Piper thinks sourly, as Leo extinguishes his flames and brings their party to a halt in front of the familiar rock formation at the base of the mountain. Grover brings out his pipes and plays a little tune that Piper knows will ensure their tracks, deep in the snowfall, will be covered. The new guy hums, studying them all. His face is brown from the soil and there are leaves in his hair, but his eyes shine a weird, electrifying green that sends goosebumps right down to her toes. You know, the guy says good-naturedly, I was expecting something a little more exciting, but… Shut it, Butch grumbles, not unkindly. There might be monsters around. Lou takes this as her cue to open the gates. She pricks her finger with the tip of her knife and uses her blood to weave the Greek symbol for Ada into the stones. There's a rumble in response, then a shift in the rock, revealing a hidden door wide enough for two people to slip through side by side. Okay, I take it back, I'm impressed, the guy says. Grover huffs out a little laugh, stowing his pipes in his bag. I'll go ahead, Leo says hurriedly, shooting Piper a look. At her nod, he runs through the passage. There's no need to use the fire, they all know the way well enough by now to get by, even in the dark. The stone's close behind them and the new guy sighs when they do. So long, fresh air. The bunker is drafty enough, Grover assures him. It's got an open roof, kind of. The trees around kind of make a see-through ceiling. Piper raises her eyebrows at this. It's unlike Grover to be divulging so much about their home to some random dude. Grover is friendly with pretty much everyone, but he's also an excellent judge of character. If he's being friendly to the new kid, who he had insisted on saving, that's a good sign that he'll fit in with the rest of them. Some comfort, Piper thinks wryly, since it still somewhat feels like she's bringing a live explosive into their camp. Lou leads the way, green eyes trips a couple of times on the uneven ground, but otherwise there's not a peep out of him. Piper hums, losing the tension in her shoulders the closer they get to the entrance. Jason is waiting, she thinks giddily. Up ahead, she can hear Leo's voice informing the border patrol, we've brought someone you might want to see. What? Comes another voice. There's a screech of metal that accompanies the opening of the bunker gates, and footsteps thunder towards them. Annabeth pushes past Butch and Lou, grabbing Green Eyes by the collar of his admittedly disgusting t-shirt and nailing him to the wall. The poor dude yelps, his hand flies to his sword, but Annabeth closes her other hand around his wrist, pinning him in place. Lou conjures a ball of light in her palm, revealing his eyes, wide open in fright and anger, and Annabeth's stony face, searching. Piper stifles a groan. She'd forgotten Annabeth would be on border patrol tonight, but even so, Leo could have worded it better, and as she thinks this, Leo pops his head round the corner, looking sheepish. Piper shoots him a stern look. He really should have known better. Bringing a lone demigod back from a supply run, of course Annabeth would have thought it might be Luke. Only then, and perhaps far too late, does it occur to Piper that Green Eyes is their first new demigod to enter their bunker in years. They'd done a fair bit of scouting for new blood after the war, but they hadn't found many new demigods, and since then, of course, there's been nothing. After all, how can there be new demigods without any gods around to sire them? Having studied the new guy to her fill, Annabeth steps back, glancing away as the dude slides down to the ground, coughing and glaring. That's how you greet a fellow half-blood, he grits out, and oh, there's the glimpse of power that Piper had sensed earlier during his fight with the Minotaur. Energy crackles around him like he's a livewire. His eyes flash. Every cell in Piper's body tingles and warns, danger, danger. Grover steps in front of him at once, but Annabeth, to her credit, doesn't even flinch. She looks him in the eye and says calmly, my mistake. The anger seems to seep out of him just as swiftly as it had risen. He blinks in confusion. He'd clearly been expecting a fight. "Oh," he says. Then magnanimously he adds, "I forgive you." Piper can't help it, she snorts. The guy turns to her and shoots her a crooked little smile. The tension dissipates, but Annabeth still looks unimpressed. "I wouldn't take it that far," she murmurs, and then turns on her heel and stalks forward. Piper steps up quickly to catch up with her. Annabeth responds by sending her a tight little smile. Though her eyes are still worried, Piper knows she's more shaken than she'd let on. She grasps her shoulder and leans in. "We found him facing off against the Minotaur." Annabeth whistles, grudgingly impressed. "How'd he get out of there alive?" "We intervened," Piper admits. "But he's strong, bait, Jason level at least. He's got some control over the elements, could be a water mage, though we're not sure." Annabeth's eyes tighten at this as she pushes open the gates, watching as Butch raps out the password on the doors. "We'll have to find out." "Do you think he'll be honest with us?" Piper glances back at the guy. "He doesn't look like a bad sort, but he'd be an idiot to reveal his godly parent to us immediately." The new guy is staring up at the doors with an awestruck look on his face that draws a smile out of Piper. The doors are an impressive sight, at least 10 feet tall and broad enough for 2 chariots to stand comfortably next to each other, made of pure iron and engraved with a large Ada for Hephaestus. The bronze braziers on either side glow dimly with flames. Leo feeds them some more. The whole thing feels very theatrical, and Piper can't quite resist. "Welcome to Bunker 9, she informs him dramatically. The guy snorts, shooting her an amused little smirk as the doors swing open, although his grin quickly fades into a gasp. The bunker is long and wide, the size of a large soccer field with multiple passages all around. Most wind around and around, leading to more caverns, some even to their sister bunkers before eventually opening to the outside world, but some lead so far deep into the underground it gets a little eerie. They'd long suspected those ones were passages to the underworld, but they don't have a child of Hades to guide them, and there really isn't an immediate need for their use right now anyway. One area of the bunker is dedicated to the weapons arena, where most of the demigods store their weapons and train. Annabeth and some of the others had built a small ring, perfect for sparring matches, and there were even a few practice dummies, mannequins stolen from the nearby towns, strewn in the corner. Next to that is the map wall, where they document their exploration of the passages, secret routes to the other bunkers, and the like. Annabeth has lately taken to using part of the map wall to hang up some of her own work, shrines to the gods she'd designed, but had no hopes of ever erecting. Secretly, the rest of them call that portion the Dream Wall. Then there are the forges, where the Hephaestus kids do what they do best, build. This bunker, they'd long figured, had been built for demigods of Hephaestus back in the day, because it came with several shelves laden with scrolls on different kinds of tools and automatons, as well as all the materials and tools you'd ever need to fashion weapons. Bunker 9 provided for all the nearby demigod hideouts. They'd have to drop today's loot at the forges too, so they could melt the bronze and make them into new toys. And as Grover had told the new kid, the ceiling is the sky itself, shielded from them only by a thick layer of leaves from the trees growing either outside or on top of the structure in which their bunker is tucked. Piper looks up to inhale the cool air deeply. The bunker has always been nice and drafty, and the forges keep them all warm during the winters, before trying to spot the stars through the canopy. Right in the middle is the campfire, surrounded by a smattering of pillows, woven by Annabeth and some of the other Athena kids in Bunker 6 in shaky chairs. It's where they gather for meetings, debrief after a quest, and on good days roast meat over the flames. The fire is enchanted, even Leo can't control it, and glows different colors depending on the mood of their crew. Perhaps in the new boy's honor, the sparks seem blue-green tonight. Home sweet home, Piper thinks, gazing longingly at the beds that line the furthest wall, a real sight for sore eyes. She sighs, allowing herself now to hang her limbs loosely and walk a little slower. It had been a long, tiring, rather unproductive mission. There's nothing much to show for it other than a couple of weapons and a demigod that might be too powerful for his own good. There aren't many demigods awake at this time of night, but the ones that are joined their little parade, inquiring about the mission and casting nervous glances at the new guy. "He's not going to be honest with us, is he?" Annabeth murmurs quietly. "Would you be?" Piper asks, and Annabeth hums in response, grasping a random bucket, sending water sloshing down her legs. Cleaning duty is later this morning," Piper begins, but the words die in her throat as Annabeth suddenly whirls around, splashing the water all over Grover and the new guy, or not. The bucket clatters to the ground at the new guy's feet. The water hangs in midair, droplets catching the light from the braziers hanging nearby, turning them into blobs of warm orange, almost like those you'd find in a lava lamp. The guy's hand is lifted in a stop kind of way, a Around them, everyone's still. Beckendorf's mouth is hanging open. Poseidon then, Annabeth says quietly. The new guy nods in affirmation, reluctantly, but with newfound respect in his eyes as he appraises Annabeth. He considers the stream of water hovering in front of him with the air of one seeing the sight for the first time. If you wanted me to take a bath, he says, voice attempting confidence but veering straight into sarcasm territory, and he kicks the bucket upright, twisting his wrist gracefully so the water falls into it again with a tiny plop, his eyes still on Annabeth. You could have at least waited for me to take my clothes off. With that, his body goes slack, and he collapses onto the floor. Annabeth watches the new boy sleep, drumming her hands on her lap thoughtfully. If anyone else had been doing it, she would have called them creepy. Annabeth isn't being creepy, she's getting information. The new boy is a mystery, that's for sure. He's lean, almost unhealthily so, although a few meals at camp will definitely help rectify that. He's got an inch or so over her in terms of height, and now the thick coating of mud is drying up and falling off, revealing a set of scarred, tan, and admittedly well-built arms. His shirt had once been blue, and his jeans had once been black, even though now they resemble the forest floor more than actual garments. His hair, matted from the soil, is black. His eyes are closed now in his sleep, framed by thick lashes, but Annabeth remembers his stare piercing through her when she'd driven him into the wall. Sea green, like the purest stretch of ocean, and practically glowing with power. He's handsome, he's got the kind of looks that would make all the girls in Bunker 10 swoon, but the fact only makes Annabeth all the more distrustful of him. Who is he? Why is he here? Is he a spy? The thought nags at her day and night as she wonders if she's brought the enemy right to the heart of their home. All the information about every last demigod camp is pinned right up on their map wall for him to see, but here he is, sleeping in the infirmary instead of trying to glean information from them like a good spy would be doing. Nothing about him makes sense. He looks to be around her age, 19 or 20, which begs the question, how the hell did he survive alone for so long? He's a son of Poseidon. A son of Poseidon. They've never had any of those. They know of Jason, of course, and there had been Thalia, and there have been rumors of a child of Hades flying around ever since Grover had admitted to sensing a strong demigod presence in Las Vegas during a quest. This guy, however, has seemingly popped up from nowhere, and that makes him a ghost, an uncertainty. Annabeth doesn't like uncertainties. She rubs her face roughly with her hand, looking up as Grover, Piper, and Jason join her vigil. Piper had mentioned Grover taking a shine to the new guy, and ordinarily, that alone should have been heartening. Grover's found many a powerful, reliable demigod, but something about this new dude is getting under her skin. She's ordered a round-the-clock guard on him, but all he's done so far the past 3 days is cry out softly in his sleep. Bad dreams are the bane of a good night's sleep for every demigod and drool all over his pillow, which Annabeth shouldn't have found endearing but did anyway to her utmost disgust. Annabeth isn't a fucking sap. Annabeth has an entire generation of demigods to preserve. She doesn't have time to smile fondly at a cute boy and brush his hair out of his face. Which she had not done intentionally. Fuck. How's he doing? Piper asks. Her hand has found Jason's. He rubs circles over her knuckles. Gods, they're nauseating, but it makes her melt just a little. No change. Annabeth crosses her arms and stares at the sleeping demigod, who sniffs a little and hugs his pillow a little tighter. It's very hard not to smile. He's looking a little better, Grover observes. I don't think he's a spy, Jason says adamantly, and Annabeth rolls her eyes. Jason had taken first watch the night they'd found Percy and had come away from it feeling some intense, protective big three-brother bond or some shit. He's been defending the unconscious demigod ever since, even though he has nothing to base his arguments on. I wouldn't rule it out just yet, Piper says thoughtfully, and honestly, bless Piper for her voice of reason. He came with us a little too willingly. Maybe he wanted us to find him. Or maybe he just wanted to get away from the Minotaur, comes a gruff new voice, and all four of them turn in surprise to see the guy blinking slowly, turning to face them. He's still lying down, he still looks weak, but his eyes gleam with a mischief that sets Annabeth on edge at once. Sorry, he says unapologetically, clearing his throat and rubbing it as though he hasn't spoken aloud in a while. You guys were speculating too loud, and since I was the topic of discussion, it seemed only right to jump right in, you know. He sits up with difficulty. More mud falls off him. He really is filthy. Annabeth needs to get someone to show him the baths right after. Who are you? She demands, standing up and taking a few steps towards him, just enough for him to have to look up at her to meet her eyes, let him know who's in charge here. What's your name? How did you survive so long outside of the bunkers? He doesn't say anything. Annabeth lifts a brow, regarding him coolly, but at once she notices him giving her the exact same treatment, and it doesn't improve her mood. Is this a private staring contest, or can anyone join in? Jason asks casually. Grover shushes him. Answer her, Piper says from behind. Her words are laced with power and magic, fueled from the charm speak. And don't lie, I'll know if you're lying. He looks up at her with defiance, mouth sealed in a thin line. Annabeth resists the urge to throttle him, but the charm speak seems to be getting the better of him, and his mouth opens against his will, and he looks frustrated at the fact. I'm Rick, he says unconvincingly, after a moment of struggle. Piper extricates her hand from Jason's and comes to stand next to Annabeth. Her eyes flash. The truth. Rick or not Rick deflates and sighs. Words burst from his mouth in a steady stream. I'm Percy. Perseus if you want to get technical with it. I really am here because I needed to get away from the Minotaur. I wouldn't have been able to defeat it alone in the state I was in, and then when your people found me, I decided it wasn't worth the fight to get away. I'm not here to spy or disturb your peace. He waves an arm towards the exit of the cave. If you let me go, I'll be out of your hair in 10 minutes. As for how I survived, well, a combination of skill and sheer dumb luck, I guess. He glares in Piper's direction. You're a daughter of Aphrodite, aren't you? Did you just charm speak me? Did you charm speak me into following you last night? 3 yesies, Piper says casually, examining her nails with great interest. Percy scowls at Annabeth. Well, does that answer all your questions, Your Highness? Annabeth glowers at him. I'm just warming up. Okay, let's all calm down. He's been out cold for 3 days. You can hold off the interrogation for a bit longer, Grover says soothingly, appearing at Annabeth's other side, while Jason steps up from behind Piper. Percy, you said. He glances over Percy critically. Percy Jackson. Percy Jackson winces. Present, you've heard of me. We ran into Raina 2 years ago on a quest, Jason says absent-mindedly, ignoring Piper's small HMPH at the mention of the daughter of Bellona. She told me about you. Jason turns to Annabeth, gesturing with a tilt of his head. He's the one who beat Ipetus. Annabeth's knife drops from her hand at this proclamation. She has to retrieve it, blushing. Grover is spluttering. Piper's eyes are wide open, awestruck. I don't really like to broadcast it, Percy says modestly, though he's sitting up a little straighter, shoulders thrown back to display the full width of them. Whether or not he wanted to make this tidbit known, he is proud of it, and all of a sudden he looks impressive and confident, which she has to admit is kind of hot, and she hates herself for even allowing the thought to cross her mind. It's fucking infuriating. I won that fight mostly because of the sheer dumb luck thing. Nobody wins against a Titan because of luck, Annabeth says scathingly. Yours was the only victory we had against a Titan during the war. Piper gets out in a rush, seeing Percy open his mouth, possibly to make some kind of satirical retort. Our spies reported it during the battle. We called you the Titan Killer, but you vanished after that. Raina said she hasn't seen you since they retreated underground. Half of us think you're dead, and the other half never believed you existed. You're kind of a legend, dude. How did nobody know your parentage? Percy shrugs. Very few people do. I swore Raina, and his expression darkens ever so slightly, piquing Annabeth's curiosity at once, and a couple of others to secrecy. The more people who know, the easier it is for monsters to find out. I didn't want that information out there. But why? Jason's brows are furrowed. You can trust demigods. It's not like they're going to sell you out. Percy leans forward. Information can be tortured out of anyone, he says seriously. And besides, I mean, you might believe in this whole we're all in this together thing, but I've seen some signs of demigods working for the other side, and so I decided it would be best not to trust anyone with information this sensitive. Especially back then. I didn't want the Titans to come recruiting, and now, well, I was just trying to stay alive. The mood drops at once. Percy's words have the same effect as a rain cloud blocking out the sun. Demigod spies, Piper murmurs, so we were right. Annabeth nods mutely. It's something they'd suspected. Annabeth had practically confirmed it when she killed one of the enemy soldiers and been splattered with real blood and not monster dust. But it's not a memory she likes to relive since the last war. A lot of their people had vanished during the war without a trace and without any signs of being kidnapped. And more worrying the monsters and Titans had an intimate knowledge of their battle plans, their formations, their numbers, their attacking strategies. The kind of information only a demigod on their side would know. Annabeth had hoped against all hope that the monsters had used some kind of bug to listen in on their conversations, but apparently that was not so. Things have been quiet since then, though, and truth be told, Annabeth has avoided the topic altogether, even in her head. The thought of a traitor within their midst had seemed unlikely, but not an impossibility. It makes her shudder every time. She owes some of these demigods her life, and it distresses her to think that someone in their family, someone living peacefully in their midst, is just keeping them all alive, waiting to sell their location out at the right moment. How do we know you're not a spy? She demands, even though she has no base for her uncertainties and everyone in the room knows it. He raises an eyebrow. You don't, but like I said, I can leave right now if you want me to. And besides, most spies don't go around killing Titans and nearly losing their lives in the process. She grunts, displeased. There's a story there. She'll get it out of him later. If this is about before, I would have told you about my parentage eventually. This is addressed directly to Annabeth, who colors under his stare, realizing her mistake at once. And thanks to your little display when I was brought in, everyone in your camp knows I'm a son of Poseidon now, so, well, thanks for that. That seems a little far-fetched, Jason says. Nobody except for Raina knows you're a son of Poseidon, surely some monster. Percy shrugs. I don't use my powers too much, and when I do, I don't leave any monsters alive. Silence follows his statement. Annabeth glances quickly at his hands, at the confidence in his face, and drops her gaze. He doesn't seem to be lying, and besides, it only takes someone sure in themselves and their skills to drop statements like I don't leave any monsters alive. And revealing his parentage, she will be the first to admit she'd fucked up, which is, honestly, unlike her. It's just that something about the challenge in his eyes, even as she'd pinned him to the wall, had rubbed her the wrong way. She wanted to show off her strength and her intelligence. She'd wanted him to know where he stood. It had been the wrong thing to do. She knows that, she does, and she wishes she could have swallowed down her pride, but something about the reproachful, almost disappointed look he's giving her grates at her every nerve. She stands tall. Nobody here will sell you out. I trust each of them with my life. Percy meets her gaze unflinchingly. I'll make my mind up on that when I actually meet them, but for now, well, I'm going to have to trust you then, trust your faith in them. He gazes around at all of them, annoyingly calm and assessing. The look reminds her, she thinks, unnerved of herself. All of you, daughter of Aphrodite, you look like a son of Zeus. He smiles, then lightly, nodding at Jason's SPQR tattoo. Or should I say son of Jupiter? I don't really mind either, Jason says, in far too cheery a tone. Jason is fine. Percy is brushing off some mud from his own arm to reveal his own SPQR brand. Guess this makes us co-workers, co-cohort mates? My tattoo was more of an honorary thing, though even Octavian couldn't argue after the whole Aepetus thing. Jason's expression brightens. Fifth, Percy confirms. He rolls his eyes like they're gossiping. You're that Jason, right? The one who turned down praetorship. Everyone loves you back there. Dakota wouldn't shut up about you. I miss them, Jason says honestly, and the words are drawn from him easily, almost wistfully, like he's been thinking them a lot. Piper raises her eyebrows. I mean, I would go back to visit, but his voice trails off. It's too dangerous, Annabeth knows. The Roman settlement shifts underground around the Californian region, keeping tabs on Authries, and although they're more in number than the Greeks, well defended and near impossible to find, Jason could risk leading monsters right to his old friends. Besides, they haven't had real contact with their sister camp in years and years, not since the Titans took control of Iris Messages. Annabeth can only hope they're still alive and fighting. Grover places a placating arm on Jason's shoulder, but addresses Annabeth with a certain hardness in his voice when he says, That's enough for now. I'll show Percy to the baths. His gaze is telling her to stop being so tough on the new kid on his first day. Annabeth wants to argue that technically it's his fourth day, but whatever. She does feel a little contrite at the severity of his expression. It's rare to see Grover so defensive of someone. Baths, Percy's expression brightens. Water is good for me. Fine, Annabeth relents, disregarding Grover's answering beam. Unable to help herself, she points her dagger at Percy, who goes a little cross-eyed looking at it in a gesture both ridiculous and adorable. Either he's just a little stupid or a brilliant actor. Don't even think of running, Annabeth warns. I've got more questions. He holds up his hands in surrender. Consider me well and truly stuck here, he says, and suddenly his face breaks into a smile so open and disarming that Annabeth's insides flare up with an unfamiliar heat. Good, she gets out thrown and walks away from him as fast as she can. Jason chomps on a taco, watching Annabeth sketch the rough outline of a temple of some kind with a stick of graphite. It's something she does when she's bored or stressed. Right now, he would guess the latter. He watches the swoop of her pencil and guesses, Demeter. Good eye, Annabeth says, stopping her draft long enough to smile at him. Piper yawns easily, stretching her arms, kicking Jason lightly under the table and settling comfortably at Annabeth's side, so Annabeth's stiff posture hadn't been lost on her either. So, she says in a conspiring kind of voice, what do we think of Percy? Annabeth looks around them quickly. Luckily, most of the other demigods in the mess area are absorbed in their own conversations, though to be fair, they're all also talking about Percy and shrugs. I don't think he's a spy, Jason repeats. This at least he is sure of. Percy's definitely hiding some big secrets, but he's at least appearing to be answering their questions honestly so far, which is better than he'd hoped for, to be honest. Demigods have it rough, and traveling alone must have been brutal, so he doesn't blame Percy for being on his guard. That's not what I mean, Piper says, waggling her eyebrows. She nudges Annabeth so hard the graphite falls from her hand. He's cute, isn't he? Annabeth splutters what he was not. He looked like some kind of mudchild. She sounds far too defensive to be taken seriously, and Jason finds himself hiding a smile. Well, he won't be a mudchild when he gets cleaned up. Piper spoons some salsa into her mouth and chews calmly, effortlessly ignoring the silent fit her best friend is throwing beside her. Jason raises his eyebrows. Seeing Annabeth, their usually cool, composed leader, this riled up is rare. Annabeth has the kind of patience akin to nurses in hospitals, the kind who have to deal with screaming relatives, and her anger is more cold, not fiery. She's never, in all of Jason's time knowing her, flailed quite like this before. Well, he thinks, sharing a secret smile with Piper as he tucks into his meal, Percy Jackson must have really gotten under her skin after all. After breakfast, Jason, bored, cleans his sword, oversees a sparring match between Nyssa and Christopher, and drapes himself over Leo in an effort to bribe him into making some more tacos for him. Because I'm your best friend, Jason whines. It's not even like he's that hungry or anything. They grow enough for each of them to have seconds, and there are always supply runs to the nearby towns for them to stock up on essentials. He's just bored. Leo seems to sense this and attempts to throw him off in vain before giving up and hunching over his workbench, grunting under Jason's weight. Piper's my best friend, he wheezes. Not you, you great whale, and if anything, you should be cutting down on the tacos, damn. Not my fault you're so teeny, Jason counters easily, used to the insult. Plias Leo, just one, he adds, against his better judgment, trying not to show his extreme reluctance at having to be polite to his idiot of a best friend. Leo drops his jaw as he stares around at the assortment of campers milling around. Did I hear that right? Will all of you be willing to testify as witnesses? Jason just said please. Jason aims a punch at his shoulder. Does this mean you'll do it? Leo puts a finger in the air and cocks his head as though thinking about it. Jason releases him, hopeful, but Leo only drops his hand theatrically and says, not a chance in hell, uncooperative bastard. I need Annabeth to double-check some of these measurements, he murmurs, turning away and flicking away some oil from underneath his fingernails. Annabeth's gone, Jason informs him. What? Leo twists around, his hair goes under Jason's nose and he sneezes. Where? The kitchens. She never goes to the kitchens, Leo says, disbelieving. It's common knowledge that Annabeth plus cooking equals disaster. Jason shrugs. I think it was to escape. He recalls Annabeth, hands over her ears, spitting out a strangled fuck you to a giggling Piper before hightailing it to the kitchens where she knows Piper won't follow, and suppresses a chuckle. From who? Leo sharpens his pencil against his knife, finally succeeding in pushing Jason away. Piper was teasing her about Percy, Jason reveals, dropping his voice. If anyone else hears, it'll spread like wildfire and Annabeth will skin him for starting rumors. Leo whistles. I see. Could be nothing, Jason relents. Could be Piper rediscovering her Aphrodite blood. But what's he like, Percy, I mean? Leo looks up from his parchment, brown eyes somber. He get the all clear from Annabeth. Yeah, she seems to believe his story. Jason tears a bit of parchment away. Leo bats him away without even glancing at him. You think it's just that, he asks. A story. He seemed genuine enough, Jason defends. Decent guy. Maybe I should talk to him more, get something out of him. He knew Reyna, after all. And Jason feels a pang of guilt at the name. They'd been best friends, after all, even though their last meeting had been lukewarm at best, and the one before that even less so. Anything to get you out of my hair quicker, Leo grumbles, darting away when Jason makes a grab for him. Slimy fool. Jason takes the passage to the bathhouse, which is honestly a kind of hot spring deep in the caves, fed by the underground streams, heated by the earth. It really shouldn't even be there, but the water feels magical, healing, and everyone's just assumed that their predecessors had used some godly magic to create the pool. It's large as a small lake, divided into two by a stone wall, half for the boys, half for the girls, and it's humid as all hell. He has to wipe away the thin sheen of sweat that's formed over his forehead before he's even reached the place. Grover's sitting at the side of the pool, fanning himself, a set of folded clothes in his lap. There's an unmoving dark shape in the water that Jason deduces is Percy, only because Grover fixes him with an awestruck look and declares, He's been under there for an hour. Well, tell him to get out, Jason says brusquely, even though his eyebrows raise at this new piece of information. Children of Poseidon can breathe underwater. Noted. I want to give him the tour. Isn't that Annabeth's job? I have a feeling she'll be okay if I take this one, Jason replies, and Grover smirks. Jason plops down beside him and touches the surface of the water with his hand. Immediately, Percy stirs. Somewhere in his head, Jason notes that Percy really must be strong if he was able to sense such a minor ripple, and swims to the surface, emerging from the pond with all the grace of a soaked poodle. This is great, he enthuses, pushing his hair out of his eyes, spitting water out of his mouth. All the dirt and grime has been washed away, revealing skin browned from the sun and shockingly raven hair. His tattoo from New Rome stands out sharply against his skin, dimming his other scars in comparison. Jason winces at a particularly jagged one stretching from his collarbone to his shoulder. Percy notices him looking and winces. A pedis, he says. They don't call him the piercer for nothing. He wiggles his fingers at Grover. Towel, please. They wait as Percy changes. There's a particularly convenient outcropping of rock that doubles as something of a private locker room. Percy appears in some old blue hand-me-downs. All their clothes vary in shades of blue, black, brown, and green, all the better to blend into their surroundings that might have once been Jason's, but they fit him well enough. There are rips in the jeans like most of the rest of theirs. Only the holes aren't for fashion, they're from monster claws. Percy shakes his hair dry like some kind of shaggy dog, making Grover laugh, and the answering smile he receives in response is wide and toothy and entirely too innocent for the Titan killer. It's a stark contrast to the sharpness in his demeanor when he'd been talking to Annabeth, and Jason finds himself wondering how long it's been since Percy's laughed freely. He wonders if he's ever had anyone to laugh freely with. Percy's been alone for a long time. He must have been very, very lonely. They part ways with Grover at a smaller side tunnel. He's supposed to be helping some of the Demeter kids with the harvest. As a satyr, Grover has nature magic that helps their little crop grow faster, grow better. The Demeter kids they've got are talented, but they're green, no pun intended, compared to their siblings in Bunker 4, and Grover's been a good teacher to them. They're the reason the rest of them even have food on the table. You run a tight ship, Percy says, impressed, as Jason explains this to him. They clamber their way back to the bunker proper, Percy stronger and sure-footed, looking much better than he had when he'd first arrived. Water is good for me, he'd said before. Did the water restore him? If that was the case, Jason's calling foul. After all, the winds don't make his wounds heal any faster. It's mostly Annabeth and the rest of Bunker 6. They made this whole system really work, Jason admits. I came here only right before the war. She's been here since gods, I don't even know when. Years and years and years. I guess you could call some of us older ones, Piper and Leo and Beckendorf and Grover and me leaders in Bunker 9 at least, but everyone around here knows Annabeth's the one who's been keeping us all alive since, well, forever, kind of. Jason flashes back to the moment they'd convened in Bunker 1, desolate after fleeing from New York. Annabeth had been the one to formulate a plan to survive, taking charge effortlessly, and everyone had listened to her, even Clarice. Percy hums thoughtfully. She doesn't seem to like me, he says, kind of wryly. Don't take it personally, Jason assures him. Annabeth's territorial about her friends, plus you're powerful, you give off this aura of cross me and you die. That's not my fault, Percy says, almost a whine, but there's a smile in his voice. And my aura is no different from yours, Mr. Son of Jupiter. Annabeth's been putting up with us big three demigods for so long, she's used to it. Jason grins back, but believe me, she took a while to warm up to me too. It'll take me years, Percy groans, then he pauses. You said us though. Jason curses a little under his breath. You don't have to tell me, Percy says awkwardly, leaning against the wall, watching Nyssa practice her swordplay. His fingers tap lightly against the pockets of his jeans. Nah, it's cool, Jason shoots him a look. Grab your sword, we'll go get some fresh air. Percy interprets this correctly for let's talk alone and bounds over to the arena, grabbing his sword and rushing back to Jason, nearly impaling himself in his enthusiasm. He holds the sword with an experienced hand, even though he'd only gotten it a few days ago during the monster raid, according to Piper. It's a larger blade than most. Jason's partial to his gladius, but to each their own, he supposes. He motions Piper over, who joins him wordlessly, planting a kiss on his cheek that makes Percy raise an eyebrow and Jason blush, but all Percy says is, "You guys are cute," before gesturing for Jason to lead the way. They walk back to the doors. Piper makes small talk with Percy, pointing out every demigod they cross by name. Percy greets everyone cheerfully, barely seeming to notice the somewhat unenthusiastic response he's receiving in return, that wide smile plastered on his face, and if it were anyone else, Jason would immediately think they were being fake, but Percy gives off this air of wanting to be here, genuinely enjoying meeting people, and it makes Jason laugh softly. Harley and Travis are manning the gates. Harley grins at Jason, who ruffles his hair, but Travis raises a questioning eyebrow at Percy, a silent question for does Annabeth know? "We're just taking him out for some fresh air," Jason says casually, which really means we'll keep an eye on him if he tries to run, but Percy seems to pick up on this anyway, snorting silently and leaning against his sword. "Is it true you beat the Minotaur?" Harley asks him, eyes blown wide open. Percy chuckles. "Nah, your friends dragged me away before I could finish the job," Piper scoffs beside him, "but I'll get him next time for sure." "Cool," Harley breathes. Percy grins and waves goodbye. "How old is he?" he asks, thoughtful and a little sad as they trek up to the main entrance. 10, Piper says with a barely concealed wince. "He's one of the youngest here. Him and a couple of others that age are the last generation of demigods we know of left in the country." "Cute kid," Percy says thoughtfully. Then, "last generation, huh?" "I'll give you the whole backstory," Piper says. "So the Titans really began to gain a presence after World War II, but the gods still had enough power over the last 20 years or so to maintain their physical forms," she explains. "Ever since the Titans began to take over, though, the gods have been losing their strength. The last time anyone saw or felt the presence of any of them was 5 years ago during the war. The gods don't have the power to reform again right now, so we assume they haven't had the time or energy, literally, to go around banging mortals." Percy snorts, and she continues. "After the war, when we went into hiding and things calmed down somewhat, we sent scouts, satyrs mostly, all around the country to round up whoever was left. Demigods usually begin to attract monsters around age 12, and kids that age were easy targets for monsters. They were wiped out early. Our scouts took whoever they could find, including a lot of the younger kids who still had a chance. Harley came in with that group. A lot of them were lost along the way. He was probably 5 years old back then." Percy winces but says nothing. His eyes go dim. Jason figures it's a lot to take in. The path inclines slightly upward, but Percy doesn't seem too winded by the climb, so maybe the water really had energized him. Piper cuts her finger with her knife and traces the eta at the dead end, and the rocks move to open for them. It's a nice day outside, a light breeze, not too much sun. Percy looks up at the mountains and comments, "They're a lot more impressive in daylight." Piper finds a nice spot under a tree and throws herself down underneath it with a breathy sigh, but Percy looks around warily. Piper smiles at him and pats the ground beside her, holding her other hand out for Jason. "Don't worry. Monsters never venture this deep into the mountains, and never when the sun is out." "I know," Percy says. "I'm just used to being jumped. Force of habit, I guess." Jason sits down next to Piper. She leans against him. She must have taken a bath today, too. Her hair smells clean and her skin glows in the dappled sunlight. Sometimes on days like these, when it's just the two of them, Jason can close his eyes and imagine them having a picnic somewhere nice. He feels a slight pang of yearning at the thought. He knows the life they led, and it's not like Piper's ever pressured him for anything other than what they have right now, but he'd like to take her out on a date sometime, a date to some place nice and normal. Percy sits cross-legged in front of an adjacent tree. If it weren't for the large sword laid at his feet, he could probably pass off for someone much younger, a teenager skiving off school. "You had something to tell me," he prompts. "Right." Jason leans against the tree, taking Piper with him, who giggles a little, righting herself. "So, Thalia." Jason and Piper are kinda sickening, Percy thinks, as he runs a finger down his sword and watches them cuddle. Percy's been traveling mostly solo, and relationships hadn't exactly been a priority. The only girl he'd really felt close to had been Bianca, who had been more like a sister than anything else. But he supposes that these half-bloods, who have been living together for a while, have probably had all the time in the world to get crushes on each other and even date. His is the worst position to be in right now. He wonders how Annabeth manages with these two kissing around her all the time, but he figures that she has more than enough other people around to distract her. Annabeth, Percy thinks, unwillingly. He glances at Piper again. She's smiling at him, beckoning him forward. She's pretty beautiful even, with smooth brown skin and rich hair the color of strong coffee. She's pretty the way Percy would expect a child of Aphrodite to be, even though it's very obvious that Piper's trying to downplay her beauty. Her hair is cut at odd angles, and she wears baggy clothes, but well, it's not like she has any other choice in the latter. Annabeth is different. It isn't so much her looks, the chiseled cheekbones, the determined set of her jaw, or the gold woven in her hair. It isn't her edgy frame, the confidence in her posture, or even the flash of gray eyes that are a bit like looking at a cloudy winter sky. Annabeth is beautiful in the way a sword is beautiful. All angles and sharp lines barely softened by the shapeless outfits they all have to wear, cutting enough to hurt if you get too familiar, but beautiful all the same. She looks like the kind of person who has elbows pokey enough to pierce a hole through you, the kind of person who could take you apart with a single glance. Percy's hooked. He feels weird around her, and he's never felt it before, not this way. He's bigger than her, stronger physically, probably, but something about Annabeth makes him nervous. Not the same kind of unease he'd first felt around Piper, who seemed like she could bring an army to its knees with no more than a few select words, or Jason, who Percy could tell at once had a whole different kind of power running through his veins. Annabeth seems powerful in a different way. Everyone in the bunker turns towards her like sunflowers chasing the sun, and Percy can see that it's not because she's beautiful, or full of charisma, or anything of the sort. It's her strength, her surety, the way she strides out as if the world will fall into line in front of her. He'd enjoyed their verbal spar from before. Almost at once he'd gotten the impression that Annabeth was both smart and used to getting her way, and so making her trip over her words and catching her off guard had been infinitely satisfying. Judging by the incredulous stares from Grover, Piper, and Jason, Percy gleaned that an unsettled, stammering Annabeth was not the usual thing. He'd liked the effect, though. It made her tough exterior less intimidating. It made her seem more human. He's never been the type to go out of his way to get someone on his good side. He's always been a people person, and communication comes easily to him, but something about Annabeth makes him want to get her attention. Makes him want to impress her, of all things. It doesn't make sense. Plus, there's something about this place. About the warmth of the heart, the steady clang of metal from the forges, and the sounds of chatter and laughter from the demigods. There's something about these people, and even though it's only been a day, not counting the 3 he spent knocked out on the infirmary bed, Percy feels protective of them in a way he hasn't felt about anyone in years, not since Nico and Bianca at least. Seeing Harley had done it for him. The kid reminded him way too much of Nico, with that open, trusting expression and easy smile and admittedly kinda silly question. Percy had known things were bad. He's been keeping monsters at bay nearly all his life, even more so after the war. He's seen the darkness of the world now that the Titans run it. He's seen the cruelty demigods have been facing at the hands of monsters, sometimes even by mortals with the mist pulled over their eyes like a veil. But finding out that kids like Harley were the last generation, that there would be nobody to carry on the fight after they all met their inevitable end, that hit hard. So, Jason says, and Percy snaps back to reality, Thalia. What do you know? Piper asks, placing a soft hand on Jason's knee as though this is a sore subject. Not much, Percy admits. He'd been at the Roman front after all. Thalia had been where the fighting was fiercest, facing down against Kronos. I know she was the strongest demigod in generations, that she could control lightning. There are rumors she hurt Kronos so badly he hasn't been able to regain his mortal body ever since. It's true, Piper confirms. Annabeth was with her during that final fight. She told us Thalia managed to strike Kronos, but not deep enough to kill him. He was forced to release most of his power to kill her and subdue the rest of us. The rest of the Titans used the opportunity to destroy the gods' thrones on Olympus, the source of their power, but Kronos had vanished. He's not dead, we'd all be living out in the open otherwise, but he was definitely wounded. Jason clenches his fist. She was my sister, he says in a pained grunt. Not just my half-sister, she was my real sister, we had the same mother. Oh, Percy says dumbly. He'd been wondering what a Roman was doing so far from home. I'm sorry, Percy says after too long a pause. That sucks. She was the last family I had, Jason says in a strangled voice, running a hand through his golden hair. It was bad enough that we were separated when our mom was killed. When we found each other again, I couldn't just leave her alone. He runs a hand lightly over the grass beneath him. That's why I left New Rome, why I turned down being a praetor. Raina wasn't happy about it, but especially since Thalia was, since we thought, at the time, that she was the child of the prophecy, I knew I had to be with her. I got to spend about a year with her before he doesn't finish. Before we lost, Piper completes, which is putting it lightly, Percy thinks. I remember that, he says. Losing, I mean, it was bad enough, we were being overrun by monsters, and then all of a sudden Othries rose like 50, 100 feet in minutes, and it kept rising. Monsters started pouring from every entrance of the fort. That was when we knew. What was it like, Piper asks, on your end? Percy closes his eyes to remember it all better. Chaos, he finally says. I mean, even back then, with demigods and legacies, we were outnumbered about 4 or 5 to 1. Plus there were 3 titans, Atlas, Oceanus, Ipetus. They wiped out half our army with just the 3 of them. Most of the legacies gave themselves up to protect the rest of us. They held the monsters back long enough for us to get away. They knew our lives were more valuable than theirs. We had more godly blood. He nods at Jason. You know how the cohorts work, they're well-oiled machines. It was like they were fractured apart. He shakes his head. We were fighting a losing battle from the beginning. It's tough to admit. He recalls the sky closing in on them, grim faces around him, the Legion's eagle sparking lightning, the battle cries of the troops ringing loud and clear in his ears. He can still see the moment Othries began to rebuild itself, his comrades falling around him with still breaths and unseeing eyes as the monsters broke through their formation and flooded their army. The legacies had immediately formed a wall around the demigods. Percy distinctly remembers Commander Zhang, a middle-aged Asian woman, turning around and yelling for the demigods to run, tears and blood mingling, painting her face red. Despite the overwhelming odds stacked against them, Percy realized with a sick, sinking feeling that everyone had had hope. Everyone had been praying for a miracle, and it had taken watching Reyna calling for retreat with tears streaming down her cheeks for him to really accept that they'd lost and that there was no rallying from here. Piper makes a quiet sound of distress. It was the same at Olympus. We barricaded the city as best we could, but there were just too many monsters. You speak about Olympus like it's just New York, Percy interrupts. Is it? Not really, she exchanges a look with Jason. Mount Olympus itself is on top of the Empire State Building, 600th floor, not that I've been. I've been there, Percy frowns. On a field trip, I think. He squeezes his eyes shut. He can't remember much about the building itself, just this feeling of dread like he wasn't meant to go that high. He faked a stomach ache and forced the teachers to take shifts so he wouldn't be alone. The pit in his stomach back then makes sense now, but there's something else too. A flash of blue eyes filled with ill intent, but Percy had looked harder and spotted nothing. The memory makes him shudder. Maybe a monster disguised as a human. Maybe. Anyway, Piper continues valiantly. We couldn't let the monsters get too close, but it was a real task. There were too many. If we blocked the tunnels, they used the rivers, we really could have used you back then. The city was overrun in just a few hours. The gods were busy fighting Typhon. How they expected us to hold Kronos, Hyperion, and Krios off, I don't know. There's a bitterness to her voice that Percy can relate to. Krios, Jason spits, with an intense venom Percy hadn't believed he could possess. You fought him, he deduces. Titans are dirty, Jason says ominously. I was fighting Krios when Prometheus distracted me. Krios stabbed me in the back. Percy hisses, cheap shot. I lived only because Leo got me to a healer in time. Jason clenches his fist, if I ever see him again. How'd you defeat Apetus? Piper cuts in, looking at Jason worriedly and leaning her head against his shoulder. There's something like shame in her eyes. Drowned him in the Tiber. They don't ask him to elaborate, and Percy is glad for it. Aside from seeing Bianca's prone form on the ground, that memory Percy remembers with shocking clarity, the rest of the battle was a blur anyway. He'd been a ball of instinct that day, swiping with his sword, dodging Apetus' spear while always looking for an opening. Apetus had lived up to his reputation as a great Titan warrior, wounding Percy severely in multiple places, before Percy had finally gained the upper hand by stepping into the river and repelling the Titan with renewed force. Percy's faced a lot of monsters since leaving home, but Apetus, he thinks, had been one of his hardest battles, and even so, he'd won only because of his father's powers. It had been a brutal clash, but a satisfying one. Percy recalls dragging Apetus under the water, using the currents to keep him there and then filling his lungs with water. He remembers rising from the river, breathing hard but victorious, sword held up in triumph. The Romans had lifted him onto their shoulders, chanting his name like he was a king. In that moment, it hadn't mattered that they'd lost so many of their own. It had just mattered that a Titan had been bested, and that meant the others could be killed, too. Hope is a dangerous thing, Percy thinks ruefully. A little of it and you can turn the tide. Too much of it and you can be broken beyond repair, like a glass sculpture. They all sit there for a while, Piper stroking Jason's arm in a manner so tender that Percy feels like an intruder. He gazes upwards and tries to make out the mountain peak. So why are we still alive? He wonders aloud, trying hard not to sound too dejected. If the Titans took over and the gods are gone, aren't we supposed to be dead? What are we supposed to do? Wait until the monsters eventually weed us out and kill us? Piper and Jason share a loaded look. Well, we're not entirely sure, Piper says, but Annabeth has a theory. We were supposed to die that day, Jason says quietly. I think if Kronos had been at full power, we definitely would have. It comes down to those final moments, Piper continues. It comes down to Thalia again, to where she struck Kronos and when. It's widely believed that she hit him right before he unleashed his full strength. She probably hit a weak point of some kind, and her final blow prevented him from unleashing his godly form and killing us all. Those few moments after her death, when Kronos was reeling from the impact, they allowed us to escape, to round up whoever was left and escape into the labyrinth. We had to bomb the passages behind us, collapse all the tunnels so the monsters wouldn't follow us. That still doesn't answer the question, though, Percy counters. And even if that bit about Thalia hitting his weak point is true, why did I survive? Why did New Rome survive? Like we said, just a theory, Jason replies in a low voice. But you must know how our world works by now. Everything happens for a reason, and nothing is ever a coincidence. Percy nods. We think that there's another prophecy out there, he murmurs. A prophecy that could turn the tide, make all the difference. We thought that the last prophecy was the great prophecy, but what if it wasn't? What if it was all meant to happen this way? What if we were meant to lose the first battle? What if we're meant to wait, hide, bide our time until the real great prophecy is revealed to us? Percy blinks, suddenly overwhelmed with apprehension and fear. So you're saying? Thalia wasn't the hero of the prophecy, Piper says grimly. There's someone else out there who will trigger a whole other set of events that'll set the ball rolling all over again, possibly leading to another war, a great war. That's why we're alive, Percy. We're alive because we weren't meant to die. We're alive because the gods are going to rise again, and we have to be ready when they do. So when's Percy's test coming? Piper asks Annabeth cheerfully. Annabeth glares at her. The test is a tradition of sorts at the bunker. New demigods are usually put to the test, to prove their courage, their loyalty, their resourcefulness within a week or two of them joining. It's also a good way to get a read on their skills and their parentage, but Percy, Piper has to admit, is a special case. It's been a couple of weeks since his arrival, and he's proven his mettle by surviving so far on his own, probably killing hundreds and hundreds of monsters, including a bloody titan. And he's turning out to be a real asset to have around the bunker as well. He's gone out of his way to be helpful around their little camp, putting out Leo's stray fires, helping the children of Demeter water their crops, helping Jason out and teaching the younger kids how to fight with a sword. He's pleasant to be around, funny in a dry kind of way, and he's given the girls something to talk about, which is honestly the best part. Piper's been growing tired of hearing about just how lucky she is to have Jason, oh my gosh, but now the girls are too busy staring at Percy and calling dibs to get on her back about Jason. Truly, a blessing from the gods. He settled in record time. It had taken only a few days for Jason to grab him for sparring practice. Only a few days for Leo to start making him his secret mini tacos he usually reserves for Jason, Piper, Annabeth, Harley, Jake, Nissa, and Beckendorf. Only a few days for the campers to ask, hey, where's Percy? Whenever they had enough time to lounge around by the campfire. For her own part, Piper enjoys having Percy around. They've got night patrol together on 2 days of the week. There's a schedule hung up by the bunker entrance, right next to the calendar Travis had managed to steal from someone's house during his last supply run. Percy's regaled Piper on several of his wild experiences. One story involving Percy having to catch a shapeshifter to bribe him for information had her in splits, and Piper had found herself opening up to him bit by bit, telling him about her life with her father, mostly without him, back when she'd been too young to display any signs of being a demigod. She can tell he's a good dude, he's got his walls up for sure, but he's kind. He's got a soft spot for Harley and Gus and Victoria and some of the other kids. Piper had caught them clamoring for a spot on his lap during dinner time. Her coup at the sight had made Percy blush crimson and stammer out an explanation that she'd managed to piece together much later. His mother had been pregnant when she died. Percy could have been an older brother. It would explain the soft look of sadness he gets when he looks at the kids all cuddled together on a single cot, crying softly because of the nightmares. Jason likes him too, which is great, because they really can't afford to have two of their strongest demigods fighting. They could probably collapse the bunker if they ever got to using their powers. Jason's not like Thalia, though, who had been quick to anger. He's much more mellow by nature. Percy isn't the angry type either, but he's definitely more of a wild card, and he brings out the snarky side in Jason, and it's really fun to see. They've taken to having sparring matches in the evenings, and they both tend to get really into it. Usually, Annabeth's the only one who can defeat Jason when he gets going, when he needs a release. Percy keeps Jason in check, and in spectacular fashion, too. Jason refuses to admit Percy's better than him. Percy says he's just jealous. Everyone seems to like Percy, actually. Leo likes Percy because he doesn't get burned by his fire. They occasionally have these fire vs water matches that leaves everyone in the vicinity either singed or soaking. Grover likes Percy because he's interested in where Grover's traveled during the Satyr's scouting duty. Turns out they've been to a lot of the same places, nearly crossing paths a lot of times, leading to a whole exclamatory conversation about it must have been fate. And the like that has all of them, even the most superstitious of the group, rolling their eyes. Beckendorf likes Percy because Percy gave him a couple of tips, advice Piper would have given him in a second if he'd asked, about where to take Selena on a real date. Selena likes Percy because his advice had finally spurred Beckendorf on enough for him to finally, make a damn move, even though they've been dating for a couple of months already. Travis likes Percy because Percy'd proven himself as a fellow prankster when he used his weird Poseidon-y powers to make Leo's pants wet, the effect lasting for nearly 2 days and making it look like Leo was peeing himself around the clock. So yes, everyone likes Percy. Everyone except Annabeth. Piper's never seen Annabeth this way before. Percy's presence seems to have made Annabeth only more closed off and distrustful, which makes no sense. Nyssa, Lou Ellen, and many of the little kids who had joined their group after the war did not receive the same treatment, though granted, they haven't had anyone new in the past 3 or 4 years. Still though, Annabeth had always been perfectly civil to them in the beginning, showing them the ropes, even teaching them the basics in Greek and Latin. But there are people who have walls, and then there's Annabeth. Annabeth has got a fortress up, surrounded by a moat and several layers of booby traps. Piper knows she knows why this is. Annabeth's lost just about everyone she loved most, her father, Thalia, Luke. She knows she's protective about the bunker and all its occupants to an almost ridiculous degree, but this animosity towards Percy seems like something else entirely. For one, Annabeth's barely spoken a full sentence to the guy. She exits rooms he enters, schedules his patrol in a way that ensures their paths will never cross, and basically tries to act like he doesn't exist. It had been okay at first, but now Percy's noticed, and he's not taking it well. "Do I smell or something?" he demanded Piper one day. Evidently, Percy's the kind of person who isn't used to being loathed to such an extreme degree. "I've tried everything. On that last supply run, I stole some extra pencils for her because she's always drawing those buildings of hers, and she didn't even look me in the eye. She just muttered a half-ass thanks to the wall, Piper. I don't know what else to do." He'd looked so downcast, so much like a baby seal or some other infant aquatic creature, that it had made Piper's heart melt with sympathy. How the fuck was Annabeth resisting this? "Look," Piper said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "I'm not the smartest demigod here, but I know people and I get them. It took me a while to figure Annabeth out and even longer for her to trust me back. She isn't going to smile and praise you and tell you her deep, dark secrets because she's still in the process of deciding whether you're worth it or not. But Annabeth is one of the best people I know, and when she does let you in, she's your friend for life, you know. She'll walk with you through hell. She's incredibly loyal." Percy raised an eyebrow. "Incredibly loyal? You sound like you're describing a dog." Piper swallowed down the response of, "If Annabeth were a dog, she'd like to lick you all over," and settles for shoving him. "She'll come around," she'd told Percy bracingly, but in the days that followed, nothing had changed. Which brings her to her last resort. So when's Percy's test coming? Annabeth fixes her with a confused look, pinning up another map on the wall. "The test." I know you don't really call it that, but it's a test," Piper babbles. "Whenever someone new joins, they go through the motions, patrols, supply runs, getting to know everyone. And then the test, the monster raid. Everyone knows you aren't really in with us if you haven't gone on a monster raid." Annabeth scoffs. "Bull." "It's true," Piper persists. "Ask everyone. And plus, Beckendorf and Leo mentioned wanting to strengthen the defenses. And our month is almost up. We've got to distribute more weapons to the other bunkers, and Leo was saying they'd need a lot more celestial bronze for it, so we're overdue for a raid anyway. It's not a huge lie. Leo had mentioned them needing more metal soon, maybe in a few weeks. But hey, why do it later when you can do it right now, right? Carp demon, all that." Annabeth gazes at her. "I guess it has been a while." "It has," Piper agrees, careful to not sneak any charm speak into her words. Charm speak would work on anyone with lesser mental strength than Annabeth, who has a knack for picking out the magic on her tongue and shutting her brain to anything Piper's suggesting, even if it's for her own good, which it usually is. Gods, dealing with Annabeth can be frustrating sometimes. "Fine," Annabeth relents in a grumble. "Great," Piper claps her hands. "When will you take him?" "Me?" Annabeth lets out a short bark of laughter. "No way, I'm too busy here, you can take him." "Busy with what?" Piper asks suspiciously. "Stuff," Annabeth mumbles evasively. "Oh my gods," Piper laughs, "you have to stop doing this, bait." "Doing what? I've been perfectly nice to him," Annabeth protests weakly. "I've been so decent, giving him his space." She resolutely ignores Piper's scoff. "I'm just letting him settle in." Piper rubs her tongue against the roof of her mouth, searching for something to say. The problem with Annabeth's behavior is exactly that, kind of. She is the perfect leader when she interacts with Percy, but she isn't always with everyone else. She knows her job and she knows how to do it, but she always takes the time to engage everyone in conversation. She shares a laugh with whoever is on patrol, offers her assistance in the forges, and runs theatrically from Silena whenever the other girl even begins to suggest a makeover. She teaches knife throwing, plays hide-and-seek invisible mode with the little kids, and complains loudly when it's her turn to clean the bathrooms. She's both friendly and clear-headed in her rules, which is a wonderful quality in a leader. But with Percy, she's barely cordial, and Piper can see why that must be a slap in the face for him. She tells Annabeth this. Annabeth stiffens and shrugs. You're watching me pretty hard. Should Jason be worried? Don't change the subject. She grins when Annabeth scowls. Why do you hate the guy so much anyway? You're acting like he burned down all your blueprints, which Leo almost did once, and you don't hate him for it. I don't hate him, Annabeth defends. It's just, he's a son of Poseidon and I'm a daughter of Athena. We're not supposed to get along. That's utter crap and you know it, Piper interjects, perching on Annabeth's workbench. By that account, none of us should be getting along then. Look at Silena and Clarice, look at yourself and Clarice for that matter. We hated each other in the beginning, Annabeth says, frowning. And now you're friends, Piper counters. And that only happened when you both put your ginormous egos aside and gave each other a chance. Percy's a good guy, Annabeth. Shouldn't it mean anything that everyone here seems to accept him? Annabeth scoffs, drawing a line on her parchment with unnecessary force. Yeah, you guys took all of 2 seconds to start fawning over him, she says bitterly. Annabeth, she says in disbelief, you can't be jealous. I'm not jealous, she rolls her eyes, crossing her arms. I just think it's stupid to trust him so readily. He's come out of nowhere, he knows too much for a normal demigod. He doesn't seem to have any loyalties to anyone, he's infuriating. And then it clicks into place for Piper. You don't hate him, you just don't understand him. It should have occurred to her sooner. For all his openness, Percy is still somewhat of a question mark, and he has this air of what will he do next. About him. There are times when he answers a question in a way that makes it seem like he's saying a lot, but in reality he's told them nothing at all. For Annabeth, who usually relies on her innate ability to read people, Percy is probably a total mystery. It must be incredibly frustrating. He's not a spy, Piper reminds her. Annabeth hangs her head, blonde curls spilling all over the place. That part I believe, it's the rest I'm unsure of. It's like he spews all this bullshit all the time, but there's real facts in there too, but I don't know where to look. It's fucking annoying. Piper can't help it, she laughs. Annabeth glares, although her lips are twitching in a smile. You must think I'm being so dramatic. Nothing I'm not used to. Piper drums her fingers against the table. And easily remedied. Just take him on the raid, talk to him. Percy's a nice dude, I swear. And he wants to talk to you. He's been bitching about it to me enough over the past few weeks. He has, is Annabeth blushing. Yeah, Piper confirms. Please talk to him, Annabeth, do it for me. His complaining is getting insufferable. I'll think about it. Oh no, Piper cuts in. You are doing this. Trust me on this one, Annabeth. He'll be good for you, and you'll be good for him. This is destiny and all that shit. If this is you setting me up, Annabeth warns, her eyes flashing, and Piper holds up both hands in surrender. Didn't even think of it, she promises, which is a blatant lie, but she tries for a smile. Fine, Annabeth grouses. Piper hugs her around the neck. I love you, oh look, speak of the devil. She gestures towards Percy and Jason walking back in from the hot spring, both looking pink and clean. Piper waves them over. Jason gives her a quick kiss on the cheek when he reaches her. Percy just looks stunned that Annabeth hasn't immediately vacated the vicinity at the sight of him approaching, although Piper had noticed her legs twitching as though itching to bolt. Piper knows Annabeth is glaring at her, but she pointedly avoids her gaze to instead smile smugly at Percy, who is preoccupied with staring at Annabeth with apprehension. It's an amusing triangle of looks. You called? He asks, running a hand through his still damp hair, looking uncharacteristically nervous. Piper gives him a thumbs up, he just looks for worried. Yeah, Annabeth says, muted, pretending to examine her diagram. I'll be needing you for a monster raid tonight. Oh, Percy says uncertainly, although he looks a little excited at the thought of getting to fight. Will anyone else be joining us? He casts Jason a look that says help. Jason snickers. No, Annabeth says, looking up to meet Percy's terrified gaze. It's just you and me. Contrary to popular belief, Annabeth isn't made of steel. She feels nervous and happy and heartbroken and giddy, just as much as the next person. What is she feeling now, you ask? Something akin to pure terror. Maybe she's overreacting. Well, she knows she's overreacting, but really, there's no other word for the feeling that runs through her at the sight of Percy sheathing his sword and making his way towards her, all hard lines and flashing eyes. There's something scary about him. About all the big three kids, really. It's just downright daunting being next to power as pure as the kind they hold. Thalia had been a storm all by herself, in a rage. She could have torn down the entire mountain range if she wanted to. Jason, who'd been trained by Lupa as a toddler, has always had more of a check on his abilities, but even he sometimes needs a release, and Annabeth's seen firsthand how he's felled enormous trees with his powers. Percy feels like neither of them. He isn't as blatantly commanding as Thalia, and he isn't as calm as Jason. He feels like a ticking time bomb, kind of, only the countdown is stuck on 1 second from detonation, and she's just left wondering when he's going to burst. "Ready to go?" she asks once he reaches her side. Every bit of exposed skin is covered in a layer of mud and leaves. The herbs are Grover's concoction and give off the aroma of mint, which should have them smelling suitably forest-wide and will be just enough to hide their scent. All in all, Annabeth decides nobody should be allowed to look as attractive as he does, not when there's soil caked all over his face. "Yeah," he confirms, smiling a little awkwardly, and Annabeth has to give it to him because he doesn't look nervous, at least at first glance. His hands are stuffed loosely into his pockets, and the set of his shoulders seems relaxed, easy. Only the slow shifting of his weight from foot to foot betrays his agitation. Annabeth quickly gives him a brief of their mission. Monster raids are meant only for stealing weapons and any other items made of the magical ores, and if they can avoid direct confrontation with the monsters, all the better. They strike at night since that's when monsters leave their hideouts and return by sunup. The more they can grab, the better. Bunker 9 is always in need of more bronze to melt into new weapons, but not at risk to their own safety. She looks up when she's done. Percy nods, pulling his hood up over his hair, which had been sticking up messily in a way that didn't look like he'd spent hours on it in front of a mirror, but rather like he'd been running his hands through it one too many times. He looks a bit pale, but when he voices his agreement, his eyes sparkle at her, and Annabeth gulps. Right in front of her salad, as Leo would say. Which is just great, honestly. Great with his stupid windswept hair and the stupid, hard plane of muscles under his clothes and his stupid eyes and his stupid, stupid smile. It's not like Annabeth has never felt physical attraction towards anyone before. There had been Luke, and later, even a couple of mortals she'd seen on supply runs, and although Jason is like a little brother to her, he's 11 days older than her, but that's a minor detail. She can understand, even appreciate, why so many girls moon over him constantly. Percy isn't like that. He's lean, he isn't terribly muscular, but he still looks strong, and it's a good look on him, and built like a sprinter or a swimmer, and isn't that fitting, Annabeth thinks, frustrated with herself. Percy's features are sharper than Jason's, and striking too, combined with his pitch-black hair and those aquamarine eyes. He's got a dusting of stubble, and he has this infuriating, impossibly wide smile that, when she sees it, makes Annabeth occasionally lose track of her train of thought, and then promptly want to bury herself alive. Yes, she is ridiculously attracted to the son of Poseidon. No, she is not going to act on it. The worst part is that she knows, in her heart of hearts, that Percy isn't that bad a guy. She'd seen him place a packet of pencils on her bed, and the very fact that he'd even gotten her favorite brand right would have made anyone melt through the floor, but she had only scowled and refused to be taken in by the bribe, because respect needs to be earned, and Annabeth's doesn't come that cheap. This is not some kind of rom-com, despite whatever Piper might think. Piper, who, from the other side of the bunker, waves exaggeratedly at them and shouts, "Go get him!" with a horrible knowing look in her eyes. Percy responds with equal enthusiasm. At the very least, Annabeth is glad that Percy seems to like Piper. She knows most people take one look at Piper and peg her as a rich trust fund girl. Despite all her efforts to hide it, Piper does give off an air of someone who's never wanted for much all their lives. Which is correct in some ways. Piper does come from money, and she can really be a real bitch when she wants to be. But there's so much more that people don't see, so much more beneath the surface, and if she's honest, she knows she couldn't wish for a better sister, even if there are times when she really does want to strangle the girl. No time like the present, Annabeth flips her off when Percy's not looking. Piper guffaws loudly and winks shamelessly, making a go on, be a leader kind of motion with both her hands. Annabeth's a good leader, and she's very good at delegating. She can direct armies in battle. She knows who to put in command of which division to form the most effective line of attack or defense. She knows that Piper could have led this raid herself with no loss of effectiveness, and she could have made her go if she'd wanted to. The thing is, truth be told, Annabeth is curious about Percy, and it's been a while since she's been on a raid herself. This is the kind of situation she thrives in, the kind of problem solvable using only her wits to track the monsters, and then her skill to kill them. It might have been a couple of months since she's been on a monster raid, but Annabeth knows the drill. She practically invented it, after all. Outside, Percy and Annabeth share a grim look before setting off at a light jog. Annabeth keeps her compass in her hand. It's powered by magic, and will always lead the holder back to the bunker should they get lost. "How do you know where we're going?" Percy whispers, bringing the hood of his hoodie up. It's black, and the overall effect makes him look like a creature born from the shadows, silent and deadly. We'll head to where Travis said he spotted some monsters during his supply run, Annabeth murmurs back, before remembering that this is supposed to be a test and picking up the pace. Years and years of fighting have kept Annabeth in shape, but to her surprise, Percy keeps up easily, and still he finds the time to babble on about anything and everything along the way. He starts with wondering aloud what monsters they might run into, and then seamlessly transitions into what weapons the monsters might be carrying, which then turns to a one-sided speculation of the merits of celestial bronze over imperial gold. Annabeth knows the answer to this, which is, both metals enchanted by the gods have similar functions but different compositions. Celestial bronze is lighter and gives off a faint light, while imperial gold is denser and more suited for heavy weapons. Annabeth herself has always been partial to bronze. Annabeth marvels at him. She'd been half expecting him to whip out his sword and try to take her head off, which she would have been ready for, of course. Annabeth loves being underestimated. She loves defying people's expectations of her, because nobody really expects her to be a leader, a strategist, and a stellar fighter besides. To her chagrin, though, he isn't attacking. He's doing that thing where he's filling the empty space with pointless chatter, which is weird because he's always clammed up around her while in the bunkers, although he's apparently perfectly willing to chat with everyone else. He's not even trying to escape. It's frustrating. Annabeth had expected him to scarp her within a week, but he's still here, and she doesn't know why. And they really should be quiet, but Annabeth doesn't quite have the heart to snap at him to shut up, even though it's honestly just common sense to remain silent while tracking monsters. It's thrown her off. Percy talks and talks and talks until she's quite convinced she knows most of his life story, and she can scarcely believe she'd considered him a mystery before this. Only then it occurs to her that he could just be trying to distract her, throw her off the scent, which is, of course, preposterous, and she isn't going to listen to a damn word he says. Take that, Percy Jackson. Still, though, she finds herself storing away random facts about him, such as his favorite color is blue. His mom's name is Sally. He doesn't mention how she died, but his eyes get a little tighter around the corners, and Annabeth infers that whatever the cause for the death was, Percy still feels guilty about it. He worked on a farm once because he can talk to horses. He likes jelly beans, the blue ones, of course. He got drunk on some ceremonial Roman wine with a centurion called Dakota the night before the war began. He insists that he didn't get that drunk, but the way the tips of his ears flare red suggests otherwise. He likes strawberries, even though he hasn't had one in years. By the time Annabeth finally finds her voice long enough to interrupt, he's talking about medicinal herbs, of all things. Annabeth's head has been trying to keep up with this onslaught of information, and she's ended up not having a single clue of how they got to this particular topic of conversation, and it's pissing her off, because she's figured that Percy's hiding some big shit that he covers up with superficial tales like these. Annabeth's usually able to get a good read on people within the space of a few conversations with them, but Percy remains ridiculously elusive to her. How do you know all this stuff? She asks, finally, wondrous, cutting him off mid-spiel. He takes a moment to pause. Been around, a lot of trial and error. Then he colors. Oh my gods, I've been rambling for the past 30 minutes, haven't I? Were we supposed to be quiet? I'm so sorry, I tend to do that when I'm nervous. How the hell did you survive this long by yourself? Annabeth wants to say, thinking that his incessant droning had, at least, succeeded in dispelling the awkwardness between them. What comes out instead is, you're nervous. Yeah, Percy gives her a very dull look. It takes a lot of effort not to scoff. This is the hero who beat Olympus. Monster raids should be easy for you, she offers. Grab whatever you can and run, mostly. If we have to engage, you seem powerful enough to take them. He laughs. I'm not nervous about the raid. He looks at her, bright and honest. I'm more nervous about you, to be honest. What? This unexpected burst of honesty catches her so off guard that she stumbles over a rock and has to right herself, cursing. Me. She has an inkling of why. She knows very well she hadn't offered him the warmest of receptions upon his arrival, but she can't help asking anyway, why? For a while, all she can hear is the sound of their soft breaths as he ponders this. Why do you hate me? He asks bluntly. Annabeth colors despite herself, and she curls her fingers around the compass unconsciously. I don't hate you. That's a little hard to believe, he says dryly, and even with all the grime on his face and the darkness she can tell his eyebrows are raised. I've been trying to be nice, you know I have. He's talking about the pencils, and Annabeth winces because, yeah, he keeps on extending olive branches her way and she keeps burning them. She gives up the pretense. Look, I don't hate you, I just don't trust you. Can you blame me? She searches his eyes. Why are you still here? The words are torn from her throat before she even realizes they had been there. And as if he'd known she would ask, as if her doubts had been plastered across her face in indelible ink, Percy smiles, a small, sad smile, laced with something like pity. Here, you asked me to come, he says, innocently enough, but there's a sharp gleam in his eyes that indicates he knows exactly what she means. Percy's always been exceptionally quick to avoid Annabeth's line of inquiry, and she's sick of it. She ignores him, stalks up to where he stands, motionless, so that they're face to face. What's your game? My game? I was pretty good at Monopoly as a kid, but maybe that was my mom letting me win. He's relaxed, easy in a way he shouldn't be when she's seconds away from straight up threatening him. I mean, she hisses, what is your plan? Well, that's not a very clever question, is it? Percy smiles guilelessly at her. If I have a devious plan, I wouldn't just tell you, and you haven't believed me from before when I said I haven't one, so you probably won't believe me now. You have to be planning something, she says, shaking her head. Why would you be here otherwise? Maybe I like the whole mi casa is su casa thing you got going on. Annabeth scoffs, stepping away. She'll never admit it, but Percy's aura had flared up, defensive, the moment she stepped into his personal space, and something in her had warned her to get back to avoid getting burned. It doesn't mean she's backing down, though. You said yourself you've been alone all these years. Why do you suddenly want to change all that? Is it so hard to believe that I'm tired of all that running? His gaze bores into her. I'm tired, Annabeth. I understand you've been through some shit. Yeah, exactly, she interrupts. You said yourself that you've seen demigods working for the other side. So far you haven't proved you're one of them, but that doesn't completely discount you from being a spy. You can't just wait for me to do something even remotely shady before deciding I'm a spy and throwing me out, he says, closing his eyes and making an expression that Annabeth interprets as a plea for patience. Maybe I haven't shown any traitorous tendencies because I'm not one. You can't just take the innocent until proven guilty path, she grunts petulantly. If you're stealing information from right under our noses, I'll never forgive myself. It's happened before. I'm not a spy, Annabeth. Percy crosses his arms. And if you're just going to be rude and distrustful of me, you can keep doing it. I'm not going to betray your bunker. And you can kick me out if you want to. You have the authority, and I'll go if you really want me to. But as long as you let me, I'm going to stay. Like I said, I'm tired of being chased. And sometimes reasons don't need to be deep and complex. They can be incredibly simple. Unable to stand the disappointment in his eyes, she looks away. I'm not going to kick you out. He snorts, you sound disappointed. It doesn't mean I trust you. Trust is a two-way street. Percy examines his sword. I get your reservations. You haven't treated me in a way that warrants my trust either, but I'm willing to try if you are, and that means you stop glaring at me like I'm a bug. It startles a short laugh out of her, even though his matter-of-fact, surprisingly brutal statement makes her sting all over. Fair enough. Percy hums. Annabeth bites her lip, removing the water bottle from her backpack and taking a gulp before offering it to Percy, only to find him staring at her. What? She asks on the defensive at once. Percy cocks his head. You don't like relying on anyone, do you? He asks, voice unusually gentle. Annabeth stares at him. No, I suppose I don't, she says, and she flushes and tries to think if she's ever admitted that to anyone before. Percy nods, like this explains everything. It pisses her off even more. Annabeth doesn't rely on people because, well, everyone disappoints her eventually. There had been her mother who had left, her father who had shunned her, Thalia who had died, Luke who had betrayed them all. She'd grown up independent, she'd had to. Her father had acted like she wasn't even in the house and only addressed her by name when he was drunk or tired. After a couple of glasses of wine, he'd admitted he hadn't wanted a child back then. He wasn't ready to be a father, and he wasn't sure what to do with her, even though he seemed to have no trouble being a father to his two mortal sons. The ugly truth was hard to take for a 7-year-old. It's different with the bunker, with Piper and Jason and her siblings. With them it is an easy give and take, a mutual respect that ties their bonds together. But Annabeth knows that she will never depend on anyone the way she had on Thalia and Luke and her father. She will never give so much of herself to anyone ever again. It will only lead to her getting hurt again, and Annabeth isn't bulletproof, not even close. Her fear of losing everything all over again, that's what's keeping her from an arm's length from Percy. but she certainly isn't going to spill her guts out to the upstart son of Poseidon, not when she knows nothing about him. "Your dad and my mom," she says after a while, settling on the easy excuse, one she knows her siblings will jump right to, never got along. He frowns. They were both on the same side, weren't they? "Yeah," she says, put off at his bluntness, "but after the whole Medusa thing, I don't know. Athena and Poseidon never really cooperated. Maybe that's why I have this extra aversion to you." Catching the look on his face, she adds quickly, "It's nothing personal." "Oh, that's good to know," he quips, and she can't help the laugh that emerges, unbidden, from her chest. It is quiet as Annabeth wonders what to say. She can't very well tell Percy that she isn't sure about him, largely because she doesn't like it when she can't see people's motivations. She doesn't trust it. Her father had taught her clearly that something as simple as love wouldn't work, and Luke had finished the job. "I'll be honest," he says. "You're powerful and smart, and I don't want to make an enemy out of you." He kicks at the ground lightly. "So if the only reason for your, aversion is because of our parents, well, they must have had to cooperate sometimes, right?" She considers this, oddly touched. "The chariot," she says finally. "Athena designed it, but horses are your dad's sacred animal, so they had to work together for it to, be a thing." "We don't need to be enemies because our parents were," Percy says reasonably, hopefully. "It's our life, not theirs. They don't dictate the choices we make." Annabeth thinks of her mother. Then she thinks of her father and how much he's hurt her and damaged her beyond repair, and she wonders if it's really that simple. In her heart of hearts, she knows he is right. Their parents don't dictate their choices. Annabeth has learned the hard way that she must be made of metal if she wants to survive this cruel world, but that doesn't mean she can't try to heal. It doesn't mean she shouldn't give Percy a chance. She'd given her father about 20, after all, and everyone deserves at least one. She nods at him. She can learn to trust him, maybe, but she's going to keep both eyes wide open. "That's wise of you, Percy." "Coming from the daughter of the goddess of wisdom, a real compliment," he hums, holding out his hand. "Sounds like a truce." She takes it. Percy's palm is warm. "Truce, and I have to admit I appreciate the effort. We could have continued coexisting just fine. I'm not sure I would make as frightening an enemy as you think." "You're joking, right?" he asks with a mirthful smile. "You're the leader of camp, you're a perfectionist, you're super intimidating, and I have a feeling I'm going to fuck up in front of you and ruin your impression of me forever. And besides, Piper mentioned something about a test. I'm shit at tests, nearly flunked out of 5th grade. What if I fail? Will I get kicked from the bunker? Will you give me a recommendation letter so I can at least go join, I don't know, Bunker 8 or something?" "Rambling again," she points out, trying not to smile. "And also, FYI, Bunker 8 doesn't exist. We just call them Squad 8 for the Hunters of Artemis." "See what I mean?" Percy says with feeling. "I got kicked out of a bunker that doesn't even have people in it." She snorts out a giggle and tries not to notice how Percy's face lights up at the sound. "The only reason you're getting kicked out of 8 is because you're male." "Oh," he says. "Yeah. So I won't get kicked out of 9, he asks hopefully. She huffs, "Not unless you piss me off, no." "Oh great," Percy groans, rolling his eyes playfully. "I'll be out within the week then, nice knowing you." "Could be sooner," she hums. "I guess now would be a good time to tell you that Monster Raid is code for I disarm you, abandon you in the woods, and leave you to be eaten alive by whatever passes by. Could be a monster, could be a bear, who knows, that's the fun." "Oh, like you could disarm me," Percy scoffs. "Oh really?" Feeling suddenly bold, Annabeth slaps her Yankees cap onto her head, feeling herself disappear from sight. Percy screeches and trips to the ground where he stays, whipping his head around. "What the fuck?" he demands. She creeps up to him on silent feet, whispers "boo" in his ear and smirks when he jumps. Annabeth takes the cap off, smug. She's not usually a show-off, but she can't deny that Percy's reaction had been extremely satisfying. "I could totally disarm you. Hard to defend when you can't see me coming." "I definitely didn't see that one coming," he admits, face lit up when she hands it over. "Magical item. Gift from my mom after I led a successful quest. It only works for me." She laughs when Percy immediately tries the cap on and checks his arms to see if they've vanished. He pouts when he realizes that he is, in fact, decidedly not invisible. "Cool," he says. "I wish I had a magical item." She rolls her eyes and resumes the jog. "You can control water. Aren't magical powers enough for you?" "Yeah, well, I want to be invisible." "I wish there was a magical item to make people shut the fuck up," Annabeth ponders. Maybe then we might actually have a chance to find the monsters before they find us, which, at this rate, they will. There's a beat of silence which she spends panicking. Has she been too blunt? But Percy just lets out another of those carefree laughs of his that makes her shoulders drop in relief. "You're much less scary when you loosen up," he says approvingly. "All bark and no bite." She jabs him in the side so hard he slams into a tree and goes sprawling. "I have plenty of bite, thanks." "I meant it as a compliment," Percy wheezes, and she shouldn't feel this content watching him struggling to stand. "Fuck, what the hell are your elbows made of, knives?" She grins, "Biting enough for you." "I don't know why you use a dagger when you got those." He dusts off his jeans, the moonlight highlighting the wispy ends of his hair, turning him into something soft and ethereal. "Why would you be scared of me anyway?" she asks dimly, transfixed by the sight. "I mean, you've killed a titan." He casts her a sideways glance. "You can't not know how intimidating you are." She shrugs because she does know. Annabeth's got the severe look that all children of Athena share, with gloomy gray eyes and sharp features. All her years of training have made her strong, turned her body into a weapon, hence the elbows. She knows how scary she can look when she's sizing someone up. That's how she prefers it if she's being honest, because first impressions matter. She remembers all too well how monsters used to look at her those first few years when she'd been on the run with Thalia and Luke. She'd been viewed as too young, too weak, as someone to be protected. Nobody will think of her that way again if she has something to say about it. She's not surprised that people consider her intimidating. What's surprising is that Percy is one of them. Half of her is pleased, the rest of her is disappointed. It's a weird feeling. "I didn't mean to be unwelcoming," she says finally, running a finger down her sheathed dagger. "You've got to understand, you're an anomaly even by demigod standards. Someone with your power having survived alone so long, you can't blame me for expecting the worst." She gulps, finding her throat dry. "We've lost too many people." His brows furrow. "In the war." To the other side, she discloses heavily, unsure of why exactly she's confiding in Percy whilst trying not to think of Luke and thinking of nothing else. "I've never wanted to admit it aloud. We had so many people, Percy, and then as the Titans grew in strength, demigods would just leave. We tried to hope for a while that they were abducted, that they were taken in the night by some monster, but then during the war," she sighs. "I haven't told anyone this, but I struck one. I couldn't see his face. I assumed he was a monster at first, taking on a different form, but then his body didn't turn to dust, and I knew. I couldn't even remove his helmet. I couldn't. He might have been a friend." There are tears in her eyes. She blinks them away. Percy is kind enough to pretend not to notice. "I understand," he replies softly. "I mean, I like to think I made a bunch of friends when I fought for New Rome, but since then I've been my own responsibility. I can't imagine doing what you do." "Doing what?" "Leading," he says simply. "Being responsible for every single demigod in the bunker. You've built a great family back there, and each and every one of those demigods are loyal to you and loyal to their friends. You've built a home with a base of allegiance and trust, so I guess I get why you didn't accept me, Annabeth." She cracks a small smile. It'll happen. She stops to consider the new developments in their relationship, friendship, acquaintanceship. It's happening. "Well, it's about time." He smiles, eyes curving into half-moons. "And for what it's worth, I won't betray you, any of you. I like it at Bunker 9, feels homely." The word comes out like a prayer. She gazes at him. "You've been with us for a month and a half." "Yeah, so," he says defensively. She doesn't quite manage to conceal her chuckle. "You're a little nuts sometimes, Percy." "What's nuts is throwing half your dinner plate into fire for gods that might not even exist anymore," he says gleefully, dodging the light kick she aims his way. They both grin at each other, and Annabeth feels lighter than she has in weeks. "Come on," she says finally, "let's go get some loot." Monster raids are something else. Percy still thinks it's insane that they're the ones chasing the monsters. Percy avoids them like the goddamn plague, breaking the pattern only when he'd needed more weapons, and even that he does only when he has absolutely no choice. To ambush monsters on a routine basis, Percy can't even imagine the risk. It sounds like suicide. Annabeth seems a seasoned veteran, at least. She teaches him to read tracks, pointing out trodden-on twigs on the ground that Percy never would have known to look for. She's cautious and methodical as a teacher, and she smiles, pleased, when Percy spots claw marks on a tree trunk that she hadn't noticed yet. She does seem to be making more of an effort with him. Percy might have had to goad her into a real conversation, but he's pleased with the results anyway. He can tell that she really is trying to be sincere about giving him a chance, and he suspects that even though she knows she'd behaved inappropriately, she doesn't often admit it. Percy doesn't want to belittle the effort. Besides, he really had been telling her the honest truth about why he wanted to stay with Bunker 9. He can't put his finger on it exactly, but there's something about the place that makes him feel at home. Even when Annabeth had been treating him like the dirt under her shoe, Percy had felt as though there was nowhere else he'd rather be, although that might have just been the loneliness talking. He hadn't been lying when he'd told her he didn't want to get on her bad side either. Annabeth's aura radiates a sharp strength, and there's no mistaking the born-to-lead vibe that wraps her like a second skin. He's never seen her in a real fight, but he's watched her train, and she moves completely differently compared to the Romans. Her moves are calculated, yet fluid, closer to Percy's own fighting style, which excites him. Most of the Greeks, he's noticed, have their own distinct style of fighting, a sharp contrast to the textbook maneuvers every Roman soldier is taught. He's eager, he notes, eager to fight by Annabeth's side. He hasn't had someone to watch his back in years. Nico had been too young, and even though Bianca had been competent enough once he taught her basic swordplay, she doesn't compare to Annabeth. Annabeth, who on the other hand, from what he's heard from Piper and Jason, has been thrust into her life as a demigod at an unfairly young age, and has been handling weapons since she was younger than 10. Annabeth might specialize in strategy, but Percy's forte is sneak attacks and decisions that are fucking crazy, but actually work in the end. Percy's kind of certain they'll work well together. She leads him deeper into the forest, which is most always crawling with monsters, she says. They must suspect a bunker is nearby, drawn by the magical energy she supposes allowed, but bunkers can only be entered in the company of a demigod. Jason told me there are passages leading to caves in the mountains, to nearby towns all over the place, Percy says. Why can't the monsters use those? I mean, not that I want them to, but... Annabeth stops to examine a gash in the earth, possibly made by some kind of metal. I don't know if anyone told you this, she says quietly, but the bunkers, honestly, most parts of the country are connected through the underground tunnels of the labyrinth. That's how we defended New York, by using the labyrinth to travel fast between the areas of assault. And when we were forced to run, we used the labyrinth to get away. We cut off the tunnels to New York so the monsters couldn't follow us, and we sealed off most other entrances with magic, so only the touch of a demigod's blood and a password can open it. Magical energy, Percy wonders aloud. I don't know how else to describe it, Annabeth admits. Have you ever been drawn somewhere, like your demigod blood is trying to tell you to go somewhere? Yeah, Percy says, astounded. Here. Her eyebrows furrow and she slows her pace. What? Here, Percy stresses, or Bunker 9, or whatever. I was 12 when the monsters came. New York was crawling with monsters, stormy all the time. Thunder, not lightning, Annabeth recalls, eyes wide. That was when Zeus Bolt was stolen. Thalia and Grover and I were on a quest to find it. You were in New York when that happened. Yeah, it was my home, Percy breathes. I lived there. Grover, Annabeth says quietly. Like a long time ago, he said he felt a powerful demigod presence in New York, but the half-blood was too young. The plan was to bring them back to the bunkers when they matured a little. She inhales sharply. I wonder if that was you. I don't know, Percy admits. It could have been. But you said New York was your home, Annabeth says thoughtfully, past tense. Yeah, there was a monster attack, I had to run, and I came here, to this forest. I was here for like a week, because, like you said, something was telling me to stay, but then Lupa found me. She lets out a long exhale. I mean, I don't remember the exact month, but I feel like if you'd maybe stayed longer, if we'd come back at the right time, we might have run into each other. They stare at each other. That's insane, Percy says finally, and his voice cracks a little, imagining a life where he could have been found by Annabeth at age 12, a life where he could have had a family to go back to after losing his mom. Yeah, she says gruffly, breaking their eye contact and forging ahead, her footsteps light. Percy follows, trying not to stumble over as his mind processes all this information, all the what-ifs that could have been. Annabeth glances back at him and seems to find him in a pitiful state because she says kindly, don't beat yourself up about it. If there's one thing I've learned as a demigod, it's that things happen for a reason. If we didn't meet back then we weren't meant to, and that means we were meant to meet now. It's a small comfort, he supposes, better than nothing. I guess so, bet 12-year-old you was nicer, though. She snorts, covering her mouth with a hand. Trust me, 12-year-old Annabeth was coming back from a failed quest. She was in the worst mood. She might have killed you on sight. He stares. You were on a quest, you said, for Zeus Bolt. Lost, she says bitterly. We got waylaid, someone must have planted it in our bags somehow, and then when we were following the trail to the underworld, a false trail, mind you, we lost the bolt. It was some tricky magic. It appeared in Thalia's bag the moment we got to the underworld, not that we noticed, and then we lost the bag to Tartarus. We basically hand-delivered it to Kronos.
Percy winces. How'd Zeus take it?
How do you think? Annabeth asks, sweeping a matted curl from her forehead. Thalia had to report it to him. He was furious, nearly blew her apart. The only reason he didn't was because of the prophecy. She glances sideways at him. You do know the great prophecy, right? Yeah, a half-blood of the eldest gods, Lupa taught me. Well, at the time, Thalia was the only child of the big three we knew about, Annabeth tells him. Her eyes get that pained look they always do whenever she talks about the daughter of Zeus. She was our only hope, that's why she was sired, you know. The gods' presences had been waning since World War II, monsters were beginning to spawn faster, and Othries was starting to rise again. The gods were losing their strength, and fast Zeus and Poseidon sired several heroes that were killed as babies. Zeus must have really been desperate if he'd chosen to have more children after that. We thought that Thalia and then Jason were the only big three kids, and we pinned all our hopes on them. More so on Thalia because she was older. We had no idea you existed. I mean, would it have mattered? Percy asks. Thalia was older than me. It's not like I could have been the hero of the prophecy. She studies him, eyes shining grimly even in the dull moonlight. Still, though, makes you wonder. I guess. Percy kneels by a dark patch in the soil and points. Annabeth nods. We're getting close, she says. They slow down and draw their weapons. Annabeth carries a dagger with ancient Greek carvings on the hilt, and Percy switches his claymore from hand to hand, trying to get a feel for the weapon. It's a good sword, though not the one for him. It's not balanced right, just like every sword he's ever used. He sighs, wondering if he's being too picky. Annabeth holds a finger to her lips. Percy nods. Together they make their way through the trees. Percy had considered himself pretty stealthy when the situation called for it, but Annabeth moves without even making the slightest of sounds. Even her breathing's gotten slower. He figures that's the kind of moves you'll need with a magical item like hers. He lets her take the lead, covering her back, glancing around every few seconds for signs of danger. Annabeth had been right, they are getting close. His demigod senses are tingling, warning him of danger. After 15 minutes or so, Annabeth holds her hand up and points. Percy squints into the darkness, barely making out large shadows moving along the trees. 2, no 3, Annabeth whispers. Her voice is so soft Percy has to strain to hear the words. Heading, she checks her compass, northwest. She glances at Percy. Most monsters travel west during the nighttime to keep the sun at their backs when morning comes. What's the plan? He mutters under his breath, hoping he doesn't sound too excited. He's eager to show Annabeth what he can do. He's anxious to prove himself in a way he hasn't felt since Lupa's many, many tests. I'll sneak up on the lead one, she says, patting her pocket where he now knows the invisibility cap is stored. You take out the one in the rear, and we can double-team the last one left. Shouldn't be too hard. Percy nods. He knows he can do it, even without a magic item to make him invisible. This is the part where he shows Annabeth that he isn't going to be dead weight, because over the years Percy has become extraordinary at breaking and entering, but really what he does is not break anything and still enter anyway. He is lissom and lithe, and he's certain nobody in 9 can match his efficiency at scaling walls, drifting across rooftops, shimmying up trees, and picking locks with barely a sound. He's hidden in forests for days, in trees with nowhere to go but up, and so this feels like familiar territory. He traces the monster's path with his gaze, checking and double-checking, because in his impatient excitement, he'd already figured out a way to get behind them the moment Annabeth had pointed out their target. He's itching to go, but this is her mission, and he'll wait for her call. If they're moving, won't that mean they don't have any loot? Percy asks doubtfully, but Annabeth is always shaking her head. Monsters have been stealing demigod weapons for centuries now, she grits out. Most have weapons on them, and some even have armor. Cyclopes and telekines especially have the know-how on how to forge new tools for themselves. Haven't you noticed how monsters these days always have some form of weapon? They don't even need to rely on their claws or their teeth or whatever anymore. They kill our kind and... Percy nods. He had noticed, he just never questioned why. He feels a little sick, and then take whatever they've got on them. Yeah, Annabeth confirms, her mouth set in a grim, straight line, and now we're going to steal them back. Annabeth slaps her cap on and runs ahead. She knows the drill. She's done it 1,000,000 times before, albeit with slightly more seasoned demigods, but Percy's an expert in his own right, even though it's probably been a while since he'd last worked as a part of a team. It's somewhat of a risk. This is why demigods usually travel in groups of 3, because now, if one of them fails, the other will be left alone without backup. But she hadn't wanted to attract more attention to their party. Percy's whole Son of Poseidon aura will garner enough attention as it is. The upside to the obvious hazard is that Percy seems more than capable for the job. He hadn't argued with Annabeth's strategy and had set off on his own at her mark without wasting time worrying about her, showing a surprising amount of confidence in himself as well as in her. Annabeth would be lying if she said she wasn't impressed. She times her approach with the breeze, which effectively masks any noise from her movements, until she's finally close enough to get a good look at the monsters. They're cyclopes, 3 of them. She shudders, remembering her first encounter with the creatures, back when she was 8 years old and still on the run with Luke and Thalia. Annabeth's killed hundreds of the beasts since, but the memories still linger, and so does the initial burst of fear and apprehension. She steadies her breathing, darting ahead of their path and flattening herself against a tree. The cyclopes are armed. One carries a mace large enough to provide weapons for 5 demigods, if melted, and the cyclops furthest from her wears armor. The one in the middle of their line seems unarmed, which is good. It should be easy for them to take out together. She takes a breath to slow her heart. There, a few trees down, she catches the glint of Percy's sword through the foliage. He's positioned right above the last cyclops. 3, 2, 1. Annabeth darts into action at once, sprinting towards the lead monster with her dagger held tightly in her hand. The wind shifts, and the monsters must know something is up, because they all stop and begin to grunt, sniffing the air. It's too late, though. Annabeth vaults upward, kicking the cyclops in the chest, sending it crashing into the one right behind. It brings the mace up in a large arc, missing her entirely, and Annabeth uses the opportunity to drive her knife into the monster's heart. At the same time, Percy leaps from the tree, using a jet of water to blind the third cyclops and whipping his sword in a lethal twist of his arm to cleave the monster's head clean off. It turns to dust at once, leaving behind its armor. Good. The last cyclops, though unarmed, gets to its feet. Unable to stop Annabeth, invisible as she is, it turns its attention to Percy with a deafening roar. Percy, with a flick of his free wrist, conjures up a shield of water, condensed from the air around them. She notes with something like awe and engages the beast. Annabeth gets to her feet, hoping to stab the thing in the back, but a flash of gold stuns her. The cyclops gets out a single gold coin from its pocket, and with an unmistakable grin, flips it into the air. Annabeth sees white, then red. Midair, the coin turns into a lance, long and deadly, crackling with electricity. Percy's eyes widen, but with a growl of his own, he springs forward and thanks the gods for him, because Annabeth is frozen. It's not just the weapon, it's the cyclopes, it's everything. Because the weapon the monster is using, it had been Thalia's. It had been Thalia's. Who else could make use of the lightning streaking up and down the spear? A single touch of the point would have enemies convulsing in pain, but Thalia could use it to call on bolts from the heavens, frying monsters to a crisp where they stood. She'd used it 1,000,000 times to defend Annabeth, after all, until she'd lost it during their encounter with the cyclopes on their way to the bunkers. Annabeth knows there's no way of knowing if these are the same monsters from back then, the same cyclopes that had plagued her nightmares for years to come. But the sight of the spear brings back memories of the girl Annabeth had considered an older sister, brings back all the pain Annabeth had never had the chance to give into. It reminds her more than ever that Thalia had been alive and real, and that she'd chosen to protect Annabeth over saving a magical item from her father. It's just some metal in the right shape, Thalia had told her as they'd run away. You matter much more to me than that old thing. She must make some kind of noise because the cyclops pauses for a split second. It lashes out at Percy, who darts out of range and then swipes in Annabeth's general direction, managing, by some stroke of luck, to nail her right in the chest. Annabeth flies backward, the jolt from the lightning rendering her limbs useless. She slams into a tree with a grunt of pain, feeling her cap fall from her head and her knife slip from her fingers, both items dropping to the forest floor. She grunts in pain. The cyclops advances, batting aside an icicle. Percy sends its way with another slash of Thalia's spear. Annabeth tries to reach for her dagger, but her arms flop uselessly at her side. She coughs, gasping for breath, air knocked clear of her lungs. Despite everything, she's scared and sad that Thalia's weapon, which should have been used to protect, is being employed by the very creatures who had threatened her existence when she was a child. The cyclops is no more than 5 feet away. It lifts the lance, and the weapon sizzles with miniature arcs of lightning. A blur slams into the thing from the left. Percy, Annabeth realizes with a start of hope. He successfully manages to distract the monster with a flurry of jabs at thrusts, forcing the Cyclops to defend. Percy's eyes are glowing. His mouth is drawn back in a snarl so menacing it makes Annabeth flinch, and he attacks with a vigor she hadn't expected. He's so fast it's hard to keep track of his movements, flipping and sliding all over the place, magicking up water shields and icicle spears at random intervals. His fighting style is ceaseless, ever-changing, impossible to pin down. She's never seen anything like it. To say that Percy's doing water magic seems like a grave insult to his skill. He is not performing magic, he is magic, just as he is water, flowing and fluid and gorgeous. He does not have to speak incantations as children of Hecate do, and yet he pulls liquid from thin air in a never-ending stream, making the water in his hands appear alive. She had of course known he was powerful, Piper and Grover had told her enough times, and yet there had always been something a little off about Percy, something that, if she concentrates on it hard enough, makes her hair stand on end. She's seen children of the Big Three fight. Thalia had been a force of nature, the very personification of an electrical storm. Jason is a gale, a hurricane, a tornado. He can turn the winds into your worst enemy, can summon winds powerful enough to knock you off your feet, can make the air so solid it feels like brick. She's always felt something watching them fight, but for some reason Percy's particular style is something she can feel. It's sparking some kind of strange reaction in her that she can't understand. She watches him and it is as though he isn't human at all, but some kind of otherworldly creature that floats on mist and fights with the elements. Watching Percy battle is like watching the sea on a rough day. She can see the ocean breaking over rocks when he lashes with his sword, and she can see the waves gliding over sand in the way he retreats. It is powerful and terrible and so incredible to watch. It might be one of the loveliest things she's ever seen in her life. Sending a dart of ice into the monster's eye, Percy kicks aside Thalia's spear and uses the last of his strength to cut right into the monster's chest. It collapses, roaring, but crumbles to dust. Percy stands over it, breathing heavily as the spear, a few feet away, turns into a coin once more. Percy seems to shake himself back to normalcy, running towards Annabeth at once and helping her up with a touch so gentle it startles her. "You okay?" he asks, green eyes clouded with worry. "Fine," she manages with difficulty. Her arms and legs are still numb, so she tries as hard as she can to gesture towards the fallen weapon. Percy seems to understand, and he drags them both to the fallen coin. He picks it up, running his thumb over the inscription, IVLIVS, just as she'd remembered it. Thalia had spent ages trying to decipher the meaning to no avail. She remembers warm nights spent by a campfire, her and Thalia and Luke tossing out possible details about the name. The thought brings unexpected tears to her eyes. Percy seems more stricken by her emotion than by the monsters. Annabeth. She manages to close her fist around the coin. "Thalia's," she says. Carefully, Percy leans her against a nearby tree before dragging their spoils of war, the oversized armor and mace, back to her. "How the hell are we going to get this back to the bunker?" he wheezes. "I can't carry you in the bronze." Annabeth inclines her head skyward. "Can't be too long before dawn," she murmurs. "You want to wait?" he asks, horrified. "I can't move and there's no way you can haul my electrocuted ass and all the bronze back to 9 by yourself," she points out, taking in just how exhausted the poor guy looks. "Waiting is our best bet." Percy doesn't argue. He throws himself down next to her so that their shoulders brush, but he's facing another direction. The slight contact makes her shiver. He roots through their packs and comes up with a couple of apples. "Are you still paralyzed?" he says gleefully. "Percy, no," she says. He throws the fruit at her. Annabeth only just manages to block it from hitting her face with her right hand, which is slowly appearing to regain sensation. The apple drops to her lap. She gazes at it. Suddenly, she is extremely aware of the fact that she had been very close to death today. She'd acted carelessly. Her split moment of hesitation had cost her the battle. She'd been overwhelmed with emotion, something she thought she'd taught herself never to give into during a fight. The Cyclops had been much stronger an opponent than she'd prepared herself for, and a lesser demigod might have fallen where Percy had stood up alone, facing down the giant with terrifying skill and an almost reckless courage, all to protect her. She knows she looks exactly like she feels, pathetically grateful. Maybe it's because Percy doesn't owe her anything. He isn't bound by the same strings of loyalty as the rest of her bunkermates are. He's tied to her only by choice, and he'd chosen to protect her, and somehow this means a lot to her. "Thank you," she says quietly, still looking at the apple. Percy, who's already bitten into his, turns around just enough for her to catch a glimpse of a genuine smile and a flash of green eye. She knows he can tell she's thanking him for more than just the food. "You're welcome," he replies. It's midday when Jason finally allows himself to worry. Piper's been freaking out ever since she woke up. After all, monster raids don't usually take this long. Usually demigods make it back by sunrise, delays usually mean deaths, and with someone like Annabeth on the line, well, everyone's a little on edge. "Do you think Percy had something to do with it?" Travis asks doubtfully. "I mean, we don't know anything about him." "He's not a traitor," Jason says tiredly. It feels like he's said the phrase over the past month more than he's used it his entire life. "Besides, you like Percy. Didn't he make Leo's crotch permanently wet or something?" "Great, let's remind everyone about that again," Leo grumbles, shooting Jason a glare. Travis holds up his arms defensively. "Hey, I don't want him to be a traitor. He seems like a good dude. I'm just saying we should prepare for the worst, just in case." "This is Annabeth we're talking about," Piper argues. "Even if Percy is a traitor and decided to turn on her, I'm not saying he is. Jason, gosh," in response to Jason's look of betrayal, "she can take him no problem." "Fair enough," Travis says, though he still looks worried. One look around them confirms that several others are also scared for their leader, and possibly even share Travis's doubts about Percy. Jason massages his temple. He hadn't slept well the night before, roused repeatedly by a vision of the Titan Creos laughing at him, before disappearing into a fog so thick even Jason's wind powers did nothing to reveal what lay within. Leo joins him by the fire pit, looking similarly harrowed, and they both watch Piper pace at the entrance. Jason knows Annabeth had been the one to find Piper, and Leo, roaming the forests by Bunker 6, had been the one to teach Piper to fight with a knife. "Couldn't sleep?" Leo asks finally, sticking his hand into the dim yellow flames and sighing as though it's brought relief. His hair has grown, dark and unruly, and it curls around a pair of sticking-out ears that should have been awkward, but were somehow charming instead. When Jason looks up, already a little guarded, it is to find Leo looking at him with sad, wary eyes. He is still wearing the clothes from that morning, now dirty and smudged with grit and oil. Like this, Jason can see hints of the boy who had taken Jason under his wing all those years ago, luring him in with bad humor and incredible tacos. Leo had been shorter back then, a gangly thing with a sharp frame and the kind of hair you could lose a set of keys in. He's filled out since then, grown into his bones and hardened in ways that Jason doesn't like all that much as he knows that it's necessary for them, that it's a part of life. He can't lie to Leo, even though he's been dreaming of Creos nonstop, and it's terrifying him more than he will ever admit. "No," Jason says, "nightmare." "You want to talk about it?" "No," Jason says honestly, knowing Leo will drop the topic. This is why he appreciates Leo so much. He knows Jason inside and out, and he isn't the type to prod at him unnecessarily. Unlike Annabeth, who will appear to give up on a subject but secretly stew on it for days on end, Leo really will give Jason the time and space he needs, knowing full well he'll tell him when he's ready. Leo nods, stretching. "Well, in that case, same. I keep getting this one recurring dream." Jason frowns. "You know what that implies?" "Recurring dreams mean something," Leo nods. "Then, you know the blueprints I showed you once, of the cannons, the plumbing system, the dragon," Jason guesses, lifting an eyebrow. "Yeah," Leo says, leaning forward. His eyes are alight with the kind of excitement he usually gets when he talks about building something, or forging a new kind of weapon, or taking apart a gadget of some kind. "Jason, I saw it in my dreams. I've been seeing it for a while, but last night I felt like it was calling to me." Jason drums his hands on his knee. "You think it's out there? I thought, with the plans we found, I thought you were meant to build it, at some point." "I thought that too, but I always kinda wondered, where am I going to get that much bronze from? Whatever we have goes into shoring up defenses and making weapons for all our bunkers. It's not like we have a lot to spare, you know. But what if it's already been built? What if it's out there somewhere?" He points at the bunker doors. "If it's just repairing, I could do it. I could find the metals we need. An automaton like that, Jason, it could change our fortune entirely." "That would be incredible," Jason admits. "Having a gigantic metal dragon on our side, huge plus." Leo leans back against his arms. "Maybe I'll ask for a quest." "Sounds worth it," Jason agrees. "I'll come with you." "Thanks, man," Leo says. "I'll give you extra tacos next time I make 'em." "You should have been giving me extras all along," Jason counters. "What kind of a best friend are you?" "Best friend? Who said that?" Leo snickers. "I hope the dragon sets fire to your ass," Jason replies. Leo's answering retort is lost in the sound of the doors grinding open. Jason flies to his feet, Leo right behind him, as Percy and Annabeth emerge from the outside, hauling a thick bronze mace and armor. Leo whistles at the sight of the metal, waving for Beckendorf to join them, as Piper throws herself into Annabeth's arms. Percy catches Jason's eye and nods. He looks exhausted, but there's no signs of wounds beyond a shallow cut on his arm. Around them, the rest of the demigods mill around Annabeth, inspecting her for injuries and peppering her with questions. Nothing out of the ordinary then, Butch booms with a sideways glance at Percy, who luckily is regaling Harley with tales of the battle and hasn't noticed. Jason flares up at once, but Annabeth, who seems to have understood Butch's meaning, smiles tiredly and announces, loud enough for even the kids outside on patrol to hear, "No, I was immobilized after the fight, and so we rested for a few hours. Honestly, I wouldn't even be here if Percy hadn't saved my life. I really owe him one." Only an idiot would dispute that, or even begin to mistake the underlying steel in her tone. Percy looks up at her and grins, saluting exaggeratedly and making Annabeth roll her eyes and shove at him lightly. Piper's eyebrows rise to her hairline. Silena seems similarly interested. Annabeth looks in their general direction and blanches. "I'm starving," she says loudly. "Leo, got any tacos?" "I need a bath," Percy declares, heading off towards the tunnel and dragging Jason behind him, ruffling Harley's hair as he passes. "Do you really think I have nothing better to do than watch you make ponies out of the bathwater?" Jason groans, even though they both know that Jason had been extremely entertained by the display the first time Percy had done it and had even demanded an encore. "I'll make eagles this time," Percy says in an indulgent tone, throwing an arm around him and covering Jason in sweat and mud. "There," he says, "now you need a bath too." They're joined by a few others, Grover, Travis, Jake, and Butch, who probably feel a little guilty for doubting Percy so publicly. Percy scrubs the mud from his face and tells them about the Cyclopes. They all wince when he tells them about Annabeth being disarmed. "It was tough," Percy admits. "If I'd been alone, I probably would have run as fast as I could in the opposite direction." "Annabeth doesn't like returning empty-handed," Grover informs him. "Figured," says Percy dryly, and something about his quick response makes Jason suspect that Percy isn't telling him everything about the battle. Percy seems to notice catching Jason's eye. He winks and changes the topic to who wants to see water eagles. Post-bath, Jason settles down next to Piper, who immediately stretches her legs over his lap. "You're heavy," Jason says. "How dare you?" Piper pinches him lightly in the arm. They sit in comfortable silence, Piper a reassuring pressure against his side. She is grumbling about Annabeth, who had apparently been annoyingly tight-lipped about her, possibly changed, stance on Percy. "You need a new hobby," Jason tells her, winding an arm around her waist and pulling her so close he can't tell where he ends and she begins. "There's not much to do here," Piper chides. "Don't deny a girl her small pleasures." "I thought I was your small pleasure," he returns, grinning when she laughs into his neck. "You're anything but small," she says, grinning wickedly. Jason squeaks unexpectedly, flailing a little, and Piper's laugh rolls out, warm and rich and silky. The sunlight falls on her and paints her bronze, and she smiles at him, unbelievably attractive and bright, and Jason doesn't even bother to pretend he doesn't want as he leans in to kiss her again. "Oh my God, I did not need to hear that," Annabeth groans, appearing suddenly at his right. Piper hoots with laughter, turning so that her legs stretch over his lap. "I need to talk to you, Jason," Annabeth says briskly, in a tone that suggests alone. "You'll talk to him and not me," Piper demands at once, sitting up in outrage as Jason stands up and removes her legs from his own. He kisses her lightly, grinning at the grimace Annabeth throws Piper's way. Piper makes an exasperated noise and heads off to complain to Silena. Annabeth nods at a passage and Jason falls into step beside her. "You okay?" Jason asks her as she leads them down the tunnel that he knows will take them to the outside, to their little farmland that the children of Demeter monitor. "Percy said you'd been disarmed." She raises an eyebrow. "You sound surprised." Jason shrugs because Annabeth is an ace with her dagger, easily one of the most skilled warriors out of any of them, and that includes the demigods in other bunkers. She had to be to survive so long. She's had the advantage of training for most of her early years at the bunkers. Much like Jason, she's grown up around weapons. "I am." Annabeth only hums in response as they reach the exit. Jason shoves his hands in his pockets as he and Annabeth settle under a large tree. He waits for her to speak. "Percy didn't say anything about how I got disarmed," she asks, and Jason shakes his head no. wondering if this is what he'd suspected Percy of keeping from him earlier. Annabeth exhales as though steeling herself. She digs something small out of her pocket. One of the Cyclopes, she says, had this. She holds out a gold coin. It's fairly large, nearly the size of her palm, but small and flat enough to fit into a pocket easily. At her encouraging nod, he takes it. It's heavier than he expected, with a portrait of Julius Caesar on one face and an image of crossed axes on the other.
Ivlevs, he reads, what does it mean?
Don't ask, I've exhausted all my guesses for this lifetime, she says, smiling rather wistfully and turning to face him properly.
He says, is this yours?
Annabeth shoots him a small smile. No, but I've seen it used before and I thought it was lost forever. She pauses as though letting him prepare. Jason, this used to be Thalia's. He lets that sink in, absent-mindedly turning the coin over and over again with his fingers as he tries to gauge how he feels.
Are you sure, he asks finally, didn't Thalia use her shield, Aegis?
Annabeth rolls her eyes. She got Aegis from your dad after defeating Medusa, and that was long after we got to the bunker. She hesitates. She'd used Ivlev's for about a year when she first found me. She lost it during a battle as we were making our way here.
And you're giving this to me, he asks, astounded.
You're her brother, Annabeth says, matter of fact. It's only right.
Annabeth, he says.
Jason, Annabeth parrots back, and when he looks at her, he sees the grief reflected briefly in her eyes. I can't take this, he says at once, pushing the coin back at her. You knew her way longer than I did. The truth is bitter, but he knows it's true. When the monsters had chased them from their home, Jason had gotten himself separated from his sister and had been found later by Lupa, who took him to Camp Jupiter. He'd only found her again when he was 14 or so and returning from a quest. He'd bumped into her purely by chance, though it had probably been fated or whatever. He'd left Camp Jupiter to stay by her side, but that had been for only around a year's time before,
She'd been like a sister to you, Jason whispers, unable to stop his voice from quavering.
She was your actual sister, Annabeth counters, laying her hand on his arm. I loved her, but you guys shared the same blood. Jason, Thalia would want you to have it. Jason swallows. He is her brother, yes, and they do share the same blood, but he and Thalia had never looked much alike. Jason had been born with a head of golden hair where Thalia's had been black. Jason had grown tall and Thalia slender, and their fighting styles couldn't have been more different if they'd tried. Their eyes, though, were alike in color, and their smiles were identical, right down to the little dimple on their left cheeks. Thalia would whisper lullabies to him during thunderstorms under their blankets and hold his hand as they crossed the street to school. Their mother had never been good to them. Often in the late hours of the night, she would invite guests, male guests, over and lock Jason and Thalia in their room. Jason hadn't understood then, but his mother had been drinking almost daily, a truth Thalia had tried her hardest to shield him from. When Thalia was 6, she had a fight with their mom. Beryl Grace got mean whenever there was a glass of whiskey in her hand, but she got honest, and she'd screamed at them both that night, calling them deadweights and cursing their existence, cursing their father who wasn't giving her the attention she deserved. She'd borne his children, hadn't she? She deserved to be treated like the queen she was. Thalia had cried, and Jason hadn't fully been able to comprehend what was going on, but he'd squeezed her tight anyway, crying a little too because he didn't like seeing his sister hurt. He'd nodded as she'd threatened to burn the house down, burn the world down, and he'd felt like he'd be okay, because Thalia was there, and there were no lengths he wouldn't go just to see her happy. They had been co-conspirators, each other's, secret bearers in a hostile environment. Thalia had been his safe place every time things got too much in their tiny little apartment that reeked of booze, and he misses her every single day. If Jason, who had really known his sister for a little more than 5 years, with more than half of that period spent in infancy, and therefore out of reach in his memories, still can't shake the pain of her loss, Annabeth surely must be having it worse. There had been times when Jason had been certain that Annabeth was just tired of everything. In the early days after the war, there had been a weariness in her too potent to be overlooked, the kind that came after long years of battle with no respite. Jason had often wondered if there were times when they had been at risk of losing Annabeth entirely, if she had ever been pushed a little bit too hard by them all. Jason had certainly been no help, shattered to pieces by his sister's death and his wounds from Creos. Piper and Leo had been there to pick up the pieces, but who had been there for Annabeth? She had been forced to be strong for them all in the times where most of them had given up on life entirely, where most of them had been convinced the monsters were going to storm the bunkers and kill them all. He'd always wondered the extent of how unaware they've been with respect to how close Annabeth might have been to giving up on their cause altogether. Had she ever considered that her allegiances might be misplaced? Had she regretted the side that she chose? Jason wouldn't blame her if she had. Annabeth is the strongest person he knows. Annabeth had followed her sister, into battle, watched her die, and then stood up alone to keep them all alive. Thalia would be proud of her. Thalia would want her to wield her sword. "It'll work for you," Jason says adamantly, shaking his head. "And why me anyway? I thought you didn't even like me that much." He knows he sounds petty. He knows he's bringing up shit that doesn't need to be brought up, even though it's true that Annabeth and Jason had been at odds for months from the moment Jason had stepped into the bunker and been introduced as Thalia's long-lost brother. Annabeth had been suspicious of him since Thalia had never mentioned him before, and Jason had been jealous of Annabeth to an almost irrational degree, jealous of the easy banter she shared with his sister and how protective they were of each other. In fights, they were two halves of a whole, covering each other's backs and executing strategies flawlessly, all the while not even having to exchange a single word. On many occasions, Jason had thought viciously, that should be me at Thalia's side. Annabeth isn't related to her like I am. They'd made their peace long ago. Annabeth had learned to accept Jason, even trust him, and Jason had discovered that while Annabeth might have taken his place for a while, he'd never been replaced, not really. And long after Thalia had died, it had been Annabeth Jason had come to for solace, because she was the only one who loved her just as much, if not more, than Jason had. It had been Annabeth who told him all the stories of how brave and loving, and sometimes incredibly frustrating, Thalia had been, and it had been Annabeth who Jason had cried to about her death for the first time. They'd both sobbed like children that day, he recalls, with their arms thrown around each other and tears dripping down their chins and into their clothes. It had been the first time he'd seen her cry, and much later Annabeth had told him he'd done her a favor by coming to her, because she'd been bottling everything up inside of her in an effort to keep herself, and hence their alliance, together. Annabeth had admitted in a whisper, "Thalia took me in as her kid sister, but I know that she was always thinking about you." She'd pulled back from their embrace with a defiant light in her eyes. "We're never going to forget her," she'd vowed, "and by the gods, Jason, we're going to live every day and make her death count." Jason had looked into her eyes. They were still welling up and her entire body was shaking, but in that moment he swore to himself that he'd never stop believing in Annabeth Chase. He looks at her now and sees the frustration in the set of her lips, and it occurs to Jason that Annabeth would love nothing more than to have a piece of Thalia for herself, but she's here anyway, offering it to him. "Sorry," he says timidly, dropping his gaze. She shoots him a half-hearted glare. "Good." He takes the coin. "It's a magical item," she tells him, "so you can never lose it. And don't start thinking that you're less worthy than I am, because it would never work for me the way it could work for you." She taps the face of the coin with her finger. "Tails and it gives you a spear, heads and it's a sword." She smiles. "Try it." Jason stands and flips the coin uncertainly, half expecting it to not even work and deeming him worthless on the spot, but to his surprise the coin shifts form in midair, and he catches a pleasantly heavy sword in his hand. "Oh," he breathes, "it's perfectly balanced in his palm and feels so much better than his old gladius ever did. He'd never known a weapon could feel like this." As he runs a finger down the blade, sparks trail down the path of his touch and he gasps. Annabeth grins. "The lightning, that's pretty standard," she says. "For any user, I mean, the damn Cyclops could paralyze me with the lightning, but I'm sure you could learn to direct the lightning any way you want it to go. Its true use, though, is actually summoning lightning from the sky." She points upward unnecessarily. "Thalia could do that?" Jason asks, his excitement dropping a notch. His sister had been a master at using lightning, while Jason's comfort zone lay in manipulating winds. He could even fly with a little concentration, something Thalia had admitted she never dared to try because of her fear of heights. "She could," Annabeth confirms. She stands up next to him and places a comforting hand on his shoulder. "She was great at it, and you can be too, with a little practice." "I've never been good at the whole lightning thing," he admits. "You can be," she persists. She twists her body to gaze at him head-on. "Finding this sword now, it can't be a coincidence. It was meant for you, Jason. Maybe it's a sign." "I don't think so," Jason says doubtfully. "Would you trust me?" Annabeth says, rolling her eyes, but she's smiling. "I know your theory about the Greek and Roman gods and their spheres of control, but it honestly doesn't make sense. Just because Thalia never used the winds like you did doesn't mean she couldn't. And you can definitely use lightning if you just opened your mind to the possibilities. I'll help you train, and so will Piper. Percy will too. I hear lightning and water go great together." He huffs out a laugh, tossing the sword in the air and catching the coin easily in his open palms. I'm not sure, he says again, closing his eyes. Thalia would want you to use it, Annabeth says again. I know for a fact that she wanted to teach you to use lightning one day. She never got the chance to do it because of the war. Something painful swells up inside him at her words, at the hope he's once had of having a life and a family, a real family, after the fighting was done. One look at Annabeth confirms she's struggling with similar thoughts. You remember our promise, right? She tells him seriously. Don't give up. He swallows thickly. I won't. And besides, Annabeth continues, her voice going soft as she pulls him into a sudden hug, I think you're a lot more like Thalia than you give yourself credit for. Piper wakes up with a strangled scream. It takes her a whole minute to calm herself. She's used to the nightmares, but they're mostly stuff about people around her dying. Jason, Annabeth, Silena, Lacey, Leo, even on rare occasions her father, which she knows can't be real because Piper sees his movie posters every time they head to town on a supply run. She'd even once risked charm-speaking a random mortal into Googling Tristan McLean just for the confirmation that her father was alive and well. This nightmare had felt more real, more ominous, than anything had in a long, long time. Piper's faced a lot of monsters. Hell, her biology teacher had turned out to be a monster, had chased her and Leo out of class and the school when she was 14. The only good part about that traumatic experience had been finding out that the wilderness school was shockingly close to Bunker 6. Annabeth had found them wandering the woods, and she and Piper had become fast friends. In the years that had followed, she'd been on several quests, both successful and unsuccessful, and more supply runs and monster raids than she could count. So yes, she'd faced a lot of monsters. When the war had finally rolled around, she thought she'd been prepared for it. Annabeth and Thalia had drilled into them the possibility of facing a titan on the battlefield, but nothing could have prepared her for the real thing. The titan Krios had loomed over them like a very large, very armed thundercloud. He'd radiated a dark aura the likes of which Piper had never felt before. She'd never met a god, after all, and the closest thing she'd felt to real godly power was the kind she'd sensed from Thalia and Jason. That was different, though. Thalia and Jason both had power, but a kind power nonetheless. The type of power meant to save, not kill. The titan's aura, on the other hand, screamed for blood. Jason had stepped in to battle the titan, and then, for the first time ever, her mother had spoken to her. This is your moment, she had said. I do not bless all my children with charm speak. Distract the titan. This is your destiny. Which honestly, what the fuck? Piper had never heard her mom before. She didn't even know what her mom looked like, even though Thalia, the only one out of all of them to have visited Olympus, had told her that her mother was beautiful. But Aphrodite had never even attempted to make contact with her, as far as Piper knew. Why the hell was she putting her on the spot like this, and why now? Despite everything, though, Piper had been filled with a sense of pride. If her mother said her destiny was to distract Krios, then she would do it. Her charm speak back then hadn't been as powerful as it is now. She'd had less than a year to practice it. She'd been doing it for years on mortals without really knowing it, and she could charm speak most demigods now, save for Thalia, Annabeth, and Silena, and monsters were easy targets. They'd stab themselves if she told them to persuasively enough. Charm speaking a titan she'd known was way out of her league. Even so, she'd tried as hard as she could. She'd filled her words with every ounce of emotional power she could muster, but her voice was drowned out by that of Prometheus, who had shown her up massively by charm-speaking Jason into dropping his weapon, giving Krios the opening he needed to stab him. Piper had never felt like a bigger failure. She hadn't even had the presence of mind to get Jason the fuck out of there. That honor had gone to Leo, who had shot a fireball in the Titan's face and rushed Jason to a healer. She hasn't thought of Krios in years. She tries not to, really. The clock mounted on the wall says that it's nearly midnight, which she supposes is all right, given she's next on the night shift. Percy, who's supposed to be on watch duty with her, is muttering distractedly in his sleep a couple of beds down. He's going to be a bitch to wake up. Piper drinks some warm water from her flask and tries to focus. The Krios in her dream had been scarier than the real-life Krios. He'd been laughing, saying something unintelligible, surrounded by a thick fog. The Piper of her dreams had ordered him to show himself, to appear before her, but nothing had happened, at least until she'd felt a sword at her throat. She watches the clock until it strikes 12, and right on cue, Jason and Annabeth push open the doors and walk towards the bunks, talking softly. The sight of them together, her best friend and her boyfriend, makes Piper both happy and proud. She remembers the tension-filled months where the two blondes had been at each other's throats for the most part. They've come a long way since then. Annabeth smiles tiredly at Piper as she passes by on her way to wake Percy. Jason opts to sit at her bed and lean in for a kiss. He tastes like springtime, even though it's the dead of winter and it's hard to pull away.
You okay? He asks. Nightmare, she murmurs, Creos. He stiffens, what? Yeah, she says, and then relays her dream to him. Jason's back has gone straight as a rod, and when she meets his eyes, they're wide and full of dread. Jason, she whispers tentatively, holding his hand. You okay? He snaps out of it, I'm good. He relaxes slightly as she palms the back of his neck, pulling softly on the short strands of hair there. It's taken Piper a while to learn to understand Jason, because his language is so different from hers. Piper uses her words. She's always been good at talking, even before she knew it was mostly the charm speak doing all the heavy lifting in matters of persuasion, and she has no trouble speaking her mind. With Jason, the words I love you had flown easily, like water in a stream. Jason had had more trouble saying it, which she'll admit had upset her quite a bit, but then slowly she had realized that Jason talks through touch. He isn't the type to say cute, affectionate things, he just shows it in a different way. Trained by New Rome's finest and raised to be a preacher, Jason spent most of his life being told to keep a level head. He's been taught to bite emotions back, and it's left him without words to explain himself whenever he wants to express the simplest feelings, like aggravation and relief and sadness and love. And so his passions have been channeled into his sword, into bonding with his cohort mates, and touch has become the way he says what he feels in whatever way he can. It had driven Piper crazy at first. During their weird I like you but I don't know if you like me period, she'd gone crazy at every glance. He'd always looked like he was on the verge of saying something, but he'd never breathed a word, and then she'd noticed the touches. Jason's physical. He slaps and punches and hugs and shakes hands and squeezes, and his touches had always been rough with the others, but so gentle with her. Piper had learned to read each lingering finger, spelling out cheer up and I was worried about you and I'm hurt and I don't want to talk right now and I'm in love with you too. It's been years, now she can read him like her favorite book. You sure? She asks. Sure, he kisses her again, which she isn't complaining about, and he really does seem to have loosened up some. Piper doesn't push the topic, after all, Jason had nearly died at the Titan's hand, no sense in bringing up those sorts of memories. Annabeth's having trouble rousing Percy. Piper's about to suggest charm-speaking him awake when Percy flails himself into consciousness, yelping Bianca, and punching Annabeth in the nose. Annabeth begins to swear. She lets out a string of hushed curses in both Greek and Latin that has Percy gaping and Piper smothering her laughter into a pillow. Annabeth whacks Percy on the head when she's run out of insults. Percy responds, potty mouth, which sets Piper right off again. Feeling considerably lighter, Piper stretches and clambers off her bed, snorting again as Annabeth throws herself onto the adjacent bunk, massaging her nose and muttering more profanity. Percy's gulping water when Jason says, I'm not sleepy. I can join you for a while on your shift to give you guys company. She squeezes his hand. That would be great. The three of them take their place at the gates. Percy slumps against the cave wall, boneless and yawning. He's got dark circles under his eyes. She wonders what he'd been dreaming about. Piper slides down next to him, dragging Jason down with her and settling against him. He makes a good pillow, she thinks hazily, struggling to keep her eyes open. Percy, who can't seem to go anywhere without a bottle of water, takes a swig and then flicks a few droplets over her face. Piper splutters. Stay awake, he warns. You don't want to get chewed out by Annabeth in the morning, Jason reminds sleepily. Piper pinches his chin. If I'm forced to be awake, so are you, she snaps. This is so unfair, Jason whines softly. You volunteered for this, if I'm not mistaken, Piper responds primly. Percy coughs out, an idiot. Piper yawns. Who's Bianca? She asks Percy. Percy freezes. That's a conversation for another time. Later, much later. Boo, you're so boring now, Piper says. What happened to the fun, Percy? Oh, fuck off, Percy shoots back easily. Jason snores. Piper hits him in the chin again. Percy chuckles as Jason jerks awake. Don't make me use the lightning on you, Jason threatens, which is enough of a warning for Piper to scoot a little further from her boyfriend. It's a new and rather thrilling development. Piper remembers Thalia using static electricity to electrocute her lightly whenever she attempted to hug her. She'd been so in tune with her lightning powers that it had come as something of a shock, haha. When Jason had shown up, who couldn't so much as create the tiniest spark, went around generating gales powerful enough to knock over trees, and lifting himself a couple of feet off the ground like some kind of superhero. Now though, Jason's learning to call lightning from the skies. He's gotten quite adept at shooting thunderbolts from his new sword/spear over the past month or so. The first time he'd managed it successfully was against Percy, who'd created his water shield, only to nearly fry the air off himself when Jason redirected a streak of lightning at him. Percy had run away with what he said was a manly grunt, but what Annabeth had described as the squeal of a trodden-on pig. Nevertheless, Jason's efforts had definitely paid off. Every day, Jason is getting better at it. There had been a couple of rough days in the middle where he'd been so charged up with electricity that it had been impossible for her to even give him a hug without getting shocked, but he seems to have it under control now. Piper's really, really proud of him. It also doesn't hurt that he looks sexy as well. She kisses him lightly. "I'm sure you're making Thalia proud," she whispers. Jason beams in response. "I would have liked to meet her," Percy says unexpectedly. Piper and Jason stare. "What?" Percy asks defensively. "She seems like she was a cool person." "She was cool," Piper agrees fervently, and Jason barely manages to conceal a snort. Piper flushes and elbows him in the ribs because her boyfriend should not be laughing at Piper's old crush on his sister. It's weird. It's so weird to think about, especially now that she can't imagine herself with anyone other than Jason, but yeah, Thalia had been her great bisexual awakening. That had been a thing, a short-lived thing for sure, a thing which faded naturally, but Piper's type now apparently ranges from tall boys with well-defined arms and soft smiles to scary, heavily eyelined girls with midnight hair. Still, she gazes at Percy and thinks privately that he and Thalia would have definitely butted heads if she was still alive. She was kinda the coolest. Like, you know how just being around some people makes you feel safe? Like, you know they know what they're doing. They're powerful and they know it and they're confident in themselves. That was what Thalia was like. "So she was like me, is what you're saying," Percy cuts in with a smirk. "Bitch, you wish," Piper says, laughing. "She was a good sister," Jason says quietly. He points to the scar at the corner of his lip. "She stopped me from eating a stapler." "She didn't stop you fast enough, in my opinion," Piper grumbles. "You're kidding, right?" Percy says incredulously. "All this time I thought it was a cool battle scar, or that maybe Piper had given it to you during one of your, amorous moments." He shields himself, cackling, as Piper aims her foot at his face. Jason smiles, but it fades quickly. He thumbs at the scar. "I don't know if I'm allowed to think this, but sometimes," he takes a deep, shuddering breath, smiling at Piper when she laces her fingers through his. "Sometimes I wish that the prophecy didn't exist, you know? We'd all be much happier. Thalia might be alive." "In a much happier place," Piper murmurs wistfully. "Did you know, apparently there used to be a camp for Greek demigods on Long Island Sound, like New Rome, but not as rigid. The Titans burned it to the ground when they started gaining power, supposedly killing Chiron, who trained all the demigods there. We've been stuck in these bunkers ever since." "A beachside camp sounds amazing," Percy sighs. "I don't even know how long it's been since I've been to a beach." "It all comes back to the prophecy," Jason says. "If it weren't for the prophecy, the Titans wouldn't be going around killing every demigod ever." He pauses, then says quickly, "I hate it." "Nothing wrong with hating the prophecy," Percy says easily, crossing his arms behind his head and leaning backward, the picture of a lazy college student avoiding a buttload of assignments. "Fuck the prophecy. I know that prophecies are made for a reason, and this one is the most important one of our time, and foretells the rise of the gods and all that, but fuck the prophecy," Jason agrees, sounding like a great burden's been lifted off his chest. "No offense to your sister," Percy says with feeling, "but holy shit am I glad that it wasn't me that was the hero of the prophecy. Can you imagine the pressure of it?" "Thalia dealt with it well," Jason says, "but yeah, I get what you mean. I would have crumbled. I don't like to lead." "Where'd you learn about the prophecy anyway?" Piper cuts in, looking at Percy curiously. "It passed through word of mouth around here. Every demigod was told about it at some point, but you said you got to New Rome just in time for the war. Did Reyna or someone teach it to you?" Jason recites in a monotone, "A half-blood of the eldest gods shall come of age against all odds and see the world in endless sleep. The hero's soul, cursed blade, shall reap. A single choice shall end his days, I know it," Percy says offhandedly. "Lupa drilled that shit into me until I could recite it in my sleep." He meets Jason and Piper's stricken gazes. "What?" "You said come of age," Piper says slowly. "Yes," Percy says, like it's the most obvious thing in the world, because that's the line. "Not the version we all know," Jason says, his eyes wide. "We all learned it like, shall reach 16 against all odds." 16 come of age, does it make that big a difference?" Percy asks nonchalantly. "We have to tell Annabeth," Piper hisses in a frenzy. "We've all been waiting for signs of a new great prophecy, but what if
What if the prophecy was just read wrong or something? Oh my gods, I sound insane. Percy, other than Lupa, do you have any proof that it's come of age and not reached 16? Jason sits forward, desperate. Yeah, Percy quickly recounts a long-winded tale of meeting some kind of genius harpy in the Multnomah County Library. She'd memorized just about every book in there, but she'd also known several prophecies, old and new, and she said the same lines I did, he finishes. Jason and Piper stare. Percy squirms as though readying himself to flee. You guys are freaking me out. Lupa never told you this version, Piper asks Jason in a low voice. I was 5, Jason hisses back, and I was with the wolves only for a couple of months before they took me to New Rome. Lupa taught me the basics of the gods and monsters, a bit of hand-to-hand, and that's it. Piper's heart is racing. She meets Jason's eyes and sees her own disbelief written plainly across his face. Percy, if you're right, Jason murmurs. It could mean everything, Piper says, leaning forward and placing her hand over Percy's. He looks at her like she's possessed. Piper feels like she's possessed. A conglomeration of complex feelings are rising in her chest, but she's in no state to pick them apart. Could it really be true? Could the answer have been right in front of them all this time? Could they have lost the war, attacked too early, just because of a misinterpretation? Wake Annabeth, she instructs Jason in a daze. And get Leo, Silena, Beckendorf, and Travis, too. We've got a lot to talk about. They end up talking about it while Percy's doing the laundry. Some genius had figured out that, hey, since they had a demigod with water powers now, he should in theory be able to wash all their clothes faster. It had turned out to be true. During those first few days at the bunker, Percy had been embarrassingly eager to prove his worth as a member of their camp, and he'd done a stellar job with the clothes, lifting the entirety of them in a giant sphere of water and proceeding to swirl them inside it, kinda like a no-machine washing machine, as Leo had dubbed it. This act of benevolence had landed him on permanent laundry duty. Annabeth paces right under the globe of clothes, ignoring the drops that pelt down onto her hair, biting her lip and wringing her hands together. Percy hadn't known people actually did that. The rest of them are gathered around them in a haphazard circle, watching Percy jiggle the clothes around in an effort to mix the soap in. And you're sure about this, Annabeth says for the millionth time. Yes, Percy stresses, his eyes still on the churning ball of water he's holding midair. He twirls his free hand, gathering up the soapy water and extracting it from the bigger sphere and dropping it into a bucket. He rinses the clothes in the clean, de-soaped water for a minute, and then he separates the rest of the water from the clothes, which drop to the grass in a heap. Percy gathers whatever water he can from the pile, drying them instantly, before pushing the water cloud right over the crops the Demeter kids are planting. At their signal, he spreads the water into a thin sheet and dumps it unceremoniously over their heads. Billy spits out a mouthful. Thanks, Percy. Percy gives him a thumbs up. Piper and Silena begin to fold the clothes, organizing them by name. Beckendorf lounges lazily on a rock, gazing up at the sun, and Jason snoozes, his head on Piper's lap. Leo is tinkering with some wires, watching Annabeth uncertainly, waiting for the verdict. Lupa told you, Annabeth says tersely. Lupa told me, Percy confirms. It was literally the first thing she taught me, right after the whole orientation to being a demigod thing. Annabeth raises an eyebrow at him. He mirrors the motion. He wants to take offense at the interrogation, but he can't complain though, not really. Since their raid together, things between them have improved significantly. Apparently Percy's act of stepping in to fight that last Cyclops had led Annabeth to the decision that this made him worthy of her friendship. She'd started ordering Percy around the bunker and even inviting him to spar, often offering him tips during their matches. At first, Percy had been confused by the sudden turnaround, but Piper had set him straight. It was bound to happen at some point, had been her reply, watching as Jason led the younger demigods through drills. Huh? He'd asked, glancing at her warily. He liked Piper, of course, but the way her mind worked was frightening. Annabeth really does care about what people think of her, despite how cool she acts otherwise, she'd explained. She's self-aware, but a lot of the time her pride gets in the way. You called her out for being a dick to you, and it got her attention. She'd smiled. Maybe she saw that everyone around her liked you, and decided that maybe she was the problem, not you. Being an A-grade idiot, Percy had believed it at the time. He regrets it now, Annabeth staring at him like she wants to extract his brain and study it herself. Demigod orientation, she says sweetly, her lips stretched in a sarcastic smile now. That's nice. Was there a short PowerPoint presentation? Is it PG-13? Piper pinches Jason's cheek to rouse him as Travis raises his hand and nods at Percy.
Okay, question. You fought on the Roman front, right? Didn't you hear the prophecy from them at some point? Wouldn't you have realized something was wrong? When I got to New Rome, Percy says, coughing quickly to conceal his slip-up. Though by the shadowy look that passes over Annabeth's expression, it hadn't gone unnoticed. They were already preparing for the war. The most I got out of anyone was that there was a daughter of Zeus who had turned 16 and that the time for the fulfillment for the prophecy was here. I didn't ask questions. He bows his head a little sheepishly. I was just glad it wasn't me. Silena looks up as Annabeth resumes her pacing, muttering something about stupid sons of Poseidon and their brains made of seaweed. But didn't you figure something was wrong when some of the lines of the prophecy didn't add up? She questions. Like seeing the world in endless sleep and the hero's cursed blade. Percy shrugs. We were all kinda hoping that stuff was happening on your end, he admits. You guys were where the fighting was hardest. I mean, Kronos wasn't defending Othries, he was attacking Olympus. He pauses. Actually, shouldn't you have noticed if something was amiss? Annabeth stops pacing and she exchanges a frantic look with Piper. We did notice, she says in a low, disturbed voice. Leo grimaces. A lot of things weren't adding up. The whole and see the world in endless sleep bit. The monsters were going around killing demigods as well as mortals. The streets were full of the fallen. We lost nearly 65% of our people. We kind of took the endless sleep to just mean death. Annabeth looks like something inside her is breaking. I guess we were trying to make our circumstances fit the prophecy when they really didn't. Jason looks like he's at war with himself, and we took the cursed blade to mean Kronos' scythe, oh gods. Annabeth, Beckendorf rumbles in that low, deep voice of his. The hero of the prophecy is always referred to as a he. Annabeth looks sickened, but that's the only part of the prophecy that does fit. Thalia lost the battle. Doesn't necessarily make it a choice, Jason points out. And that meant the end of her days, Annabeth plows on, and Olympus was raised after. I don't know, Beckendorf mutters. I'm just saying the hero is always called he, and that maybe just is a general term that encompasses, both genders, but... Annabeth's eyes cloud over, and she leans heavily against a tree. I know, she says defeated, I know. Piper runs a hand through her hair. I get how we could have fit some things into the prophecy that didn't really work, but how could we have stood by? Kronos had come back, Othries was rising, Thalia had turned 16. We couldn't have delayed it any longer. We shouldn't be beating ourselves up about this. We didn't have a choice. Which brings us back to our original theory, Annabeth replies. A thick lock of blonde hair falls into her face and she blows it out of the way, annoyed. Things were destined to happen this way. We were meant to lose that fight. The only thing that changes, if Percy's really right, is that instead of getting a new prophecy, we have to let the old one play out for real this time. Several moments hang heavy and silent above them following this announcement, broken only when Jason wobbles to his feet. I'm really tired, he murmurs. He jabs a thumb towards the tunnel entrance and walks off toward it before bothering to finish the sentence. Piper grabs her pile of clothes and follows him. Percy told us the story, let me know what you decide, she says, and hurries to catch up with her boyfriend. Annabeth looks at Jason with something like protectiveness in her gaze. For a second, Percy wonders if she's going to go after him, but she only sighs and watches him go. What do you think? Silena asks finally, directing her words at Annabeth. Do you think we misinterpreted the prophecy all along? I have a theory, Annabeth says mysteriously. Care to share? Leo raises an eyebrow. No, she says shortly. I don't want to spread any rumors, cause mass panic, or, even worse, get people's hopes up. If I'm wrong, this'll be hard to bounce back from. You all know what it was like after the war. Travis, Leo, Beckendorf, and Silena exchange forlorn looks. Percy tries to imagine fighting to his last breath, watching his friends and comrades die around him, all the while hoping and praying that their hero would pull through. He tries to imagine watching Olympus fall, being chased from New York, and coming to terms with the fact that they would be living in hiding with the last of their kind, possibly for the rest of their lives. He feels empty at the end of it. Annabeth meets his eyes and shakes her head slightly. We should call for a council meeting, Leo says, in Bunker 1. We'll do that once we confirm that we're right about this, Annabeth responds. Percy, you talked about the harpy, in the library. Ella, Percy specifies. She memorized some ancient book, apparently. Gods, Annabeth murmurs, crossing her arms. If I'm right about this, you guys, it could mean everything. She pauses. Where was the library? Portland, Percy says. And this harpy will recognize you, Annabeth says doubtfully. I mean, if she can recite ancient prophecies from long-destroyed books. Point taken, Annabeth says, just making sure. An oracle would be real handy right about now, Leo grunts. We don't even know if one even exists anymore, Selena says, frowning. Annabeth scowls. I might have an idea about that too. Leo sits up straight. You know where the oracle is, but the quest to find her turned up nothing. Not the oracle exactly, Annabeth says, deep in thought. Luke told me once that his mom would terrorize him about his future, stuff about him dying and all that. We know the oracle was cursed, but she was immortal. Her spirit must have been passing from one person to the next all these years, and I have a feeling it might have found a home in May Castellan. Moods turned oppressive, almost ominous. Leo's eyes are wide, and the others are watching Annabeth with rapt attention. For his part, Percy's intrigued. Luke is a name that he's heard only a few times since becoming part of the bunker, and everyone seemed to mention him only when Annabeth is nowhere near the vicinity. The most Percy's gathered is that he and Thalia had been the ones to find Annabeth, and that he had disappeared before the war was lost. Annabeth never talks about him, but Percy isn't sure what it all means. Is he dead? Is he a traitor? Luke made her sound unstable, Annabeth continues. That's why he ran away from home, because she had these bouts of random visions about him dying. He considered her fortune-telling faulty, but what if it wasn't? Have you met her? Selena asks, frowning. Just once, Luke took me and Thalia there when we were still on the streets. We had a fury after us. Luke said we didn't have a choice, but his mom seemed okay, just a bit overbearing. Annabeth shrugs. We didn't stay long, though. Luke dragged us out within like 15 minutes, so I've never seen one of her episodes. You want to see if she knows anything about the prophecy, Percy speaks up, because the rest of them seem frozen into utter inaction. It's our best bet, Annabeth shrugs. She lives in Connecticut. We could get there via the labyrinth. Quest? Leo asks, finally returning to his senses. Quest? Annabeth agrees. I know I was supposed to send you on one too, Leo, but you might have to wait a little while. I'm sorry. It's okay, Leo replies, though he does look a little bummed out about it. I can do some more research. Travis, I'll need you to run to Bunker 11 in a couple of days, get some of your siblings and spread word about the meeting, Annabeth orders. Beckendorf, Selena, you'll have to take care of 9 while we're away. Annabeth gestures to Percy. And Percy. What do I do? Percy asks, a shiver running down his spine. Annabeth smirks as Selena tosses one of his own t-shirts at him. Well, Percy, Annabeth drawls, as though the answer is the most obvious thing in the world, I'd suggest you get packing. They set off 2 days later at dawn. Percy is still yawning, and Grover is testing out his reed pipes. Piper waves goodbye to Jason. Annabeth knows her friend is loath to leave him behind, but Annabeth needs her to determine if May Castellan is telling the truth, or possibly charm-speak a prediction out of her if it comes to that. Annabeth would bring Jason along as well, but having 2 big 3 children in one place had seemed like a horrible idea, and besides, Leo had requested Jason to accompany him on his quest to find the bronze dragon. Annabeth exhales and massages the bridge of her nose with her fingers, tossing Percy an apple as she passes him by. Percy fumbles with it but manages to hold on. He takes a bite, shooting her a grateful little smile. Grover plays a lilting tune on his pipes. The 4 acorns he'd set on the ground shudder violently, then begin to roll down a tunnel to their right. Grover pockets his pipes, looking pleased. That way. Still fuzzy from the lack of sleep and all the information she's been forced to process over the past couple of days, Annabeth is in a foul mood, and her headache isn't helping matters. She's tempted to snap back with something rude about Grover's poor directional skills, but she holds her tongue. Grover's grown a lot since the time he'd first found them, she reminds herself. He's become a respected member of their alliance and one of their most adept at using nature magic. He won't lead them down the wrong path this time. Their send-off is brief and unspectacular. Not many of their campers are awake. Selena and Leo had taken the night shift and are still in bed, but Beckendorf and Travis join Jason in saying goodbye and good luck. Keep practicing, Annabeth tells Jason when he comes to hug her. She glares half-heartedly at Travis. And don't let Travis steal too much on supply runs. Jason chuckles and Travis places a hand over his heart. Would I ever? You would, Annabeth grumbles, and don't forget in 2 days or so. Run for 11, Travis completes, saluting smartly and making Percy smirk. Gotcha. Stay safe, Beckendorf rumbles. Come back alive, Jason jokes, but there's real worry in his eyes. Piper leans over for one last kiss, and she whispers something in his ear that makes him sigh and smile. As they turn towards the labyrinth, following Grover's enchanted acorns, Percy asks, "You think we'll only be gone a week? Portland is on the other side of the country." Grover runs a hand over the walls. The labyrinth is strange with time. "Used to be a nightmare to navigate," Piper adds. "Used to lead us all over the fucking place before we had Ariadne's string. We'd be trying to get to Bunker 1 and end up in Dallas. We had to get to other bunkers overland most of the time, too, and we wasted so much time on the journey." Annabeth exchanges a look with Grover, remembering the quest to get the string, the first one she'd led, their first successful quest in years. The race to get to Daedalus and retrieve the string had been one of the most stressful experiences of her life, and she briefs Percy about the quest, feeling proud and warm at the impressed look he shoots in her direction when she describes Daedalus' workshop. "We were just in time, too. The enemy killed Daedalus when they realized he didn't have the string," she explains. "But with his death, the labyrinth lost most of its, more malicious nature. It doesn't shift around anymore if you learn the paths, as we've done. You should be able to get from it to be pretty safely, although it still is confusing if you don't know the way. My siblings in Athena and the demigods in Hermes don't even need the string anymore. But the warpy time stuff is still a thing. We should get to Connecticut in a few hours through the labyrinth, but much more time would have passed in the overworld." If there are so many routes to the overworld, what's stopping the monsters from getting in here? Percy grips his sword tightly as though readying himself for a fight. "I told you all the paths leading to and from the bunkers are shielded by magic," Annabeth says. "The Hecate kids piled upon layers of diversion spells, so monsters won't even come close. But even if they do, they won't be able to pass the barrier. They'll need a password, and our Hecate half-bloods reset it fairly often." "We should be nearing the borders to the outside world soon," Piper agrees. "You'll see then." Percy hums, still chewing on the apple she'd given him before. He glances at Grover. "So how are you navigating through the maze if we don't have the string? And wait, where is it now anyway?" "Bunker 11, Hermes has some of our best runners," Grover responds, his eyes on the acorns rolling steadily ahead of them. 11 carries most of the messages between the bunkers. That's why every bunker has a couple of Hermes kids, like how we have Travis back in 9. For a while after the war, we spent a long time mapping out routes to other bunkers. 11 and 6 took care of most of it. "Hermes, the messenger god," Percy says, looking enlightened. "So that's why Travis is so fast." "I told you not to challenge him to a foot race," Piper grins. "You're an idiot," Annabeth deadpans. Percy colors. "Anyway, I'm using a simple tracking spell to get us to Connecticut," Grover continues. "I anchor my magic to the nature magic from the destination, and so the acorns are pulled in that direction." Percy whistles under his breath. "You can sense it all the way from here." Grover nods. "It's taking all my concentration, though. Nature magic used to be stronger before," he says, and his lips tighten. Annabeth recalls the years before the war, where they used to have hundreds upon hundreds of nature spirits on their side. Satyrs and dryads and naiads and Ori that had been driven to near extinction by the Titans and their allies since the battle. The Ori were banished to the higher, colder skies, unable to come down to Earth. The naiads were confined only to their respective water bodies, and the dryads were all but lost. The Titans couldn't wipe out every tree in the continent, of course, instead choosing to administer a poison, possibly through the air, that would keep the tree alive physically, but immobilize the dyad within. They haven't seen a single dryad since the war, and Annabeth knows how hard Grover's taken the blow. Besides the severe dip in his nature magic, his girlfriend Juniper had been one of the victims. Annabeth had liked Juniper, a spunky nymph with pale green skin and fiery hair, and she'd felt her loss, but more than ever though she felt sorry for Grover, who had dedicated his life to Pan and the gods' mission of restoring wildlife. And again she curses the Titans for the corruption they've brought to the world during their reign. She can't imagine what it must feel like to be a satyr. Their source of strength comes from flora and fauna in and of itself, and to have it cut off must be terrifying. The forests around Bunker 9, which had once seemed vibrant with life, have now faded into something that even Annabeth can tell holds a darkness within that wasn't there before. Grover had told her that it felt like the Earth's heart had stopped beating. A couple of minutes pass in total silence, during which Annabeth forces her mind to focus on the task at hand. She hasn't thought of May Castellan in years, not since the dark nights she'd spent with Luke and Thalia as a runaway, huddled in an alleyway with only each other for warmth, company, and comfort. Luke had admitted to being terrified of his mother and her sudden, unpredictable bouts of what he used to call madness. He'd never wanted to go back to the place, but something inside her is hoping and praying that maybe, just maybe, he'll be there, that he might have wanted to check up on his mother after the war, which is a stupid, stupid hope, she knows. Luke disappeared the eve of the final battle. She doesn't even know if he's alive, and even if he is, he definitely wouldn't be at home. He'd hated the very thought of the place. He must be alive, though maybe she's overthinking this, but her dagger, strapped to her belt, still feels warm when she touches it, lit up with the faintest hint of the magic of his promise. Surely it would go cold if Luke were dead, right? She traces lightly over the letters of his name carved into the hilt, Lambda Omicron Upsilon Kappa Alpha, in Greek, and looks up, only to find Percy gazing at her with an odd expression on his face. She raises an eyebrow at him and he just shrugs, still looking much more thoughtful than she'd like. Annabeth's been blessed with the true Athena trait of curiosity, but people like Percy and Piper are just plain nosy, and she doesn't feel like answering his questions right now. She slows her steps to match Piper's, who seems lost in her own thoughts, but the other girl manages a smile. "You okay?" Annabeth asks. "Nightmares," Piper confides, stifling a yawn. "Just your typical Creo's memories, nothing new." Annabeth holds back a grimace with difficulty. She hadn't had the pleasure of facing the Titan of the South during the war. She'd had her plate full in dealing with Hyperion, but she'd seen the aftermath of the battle etched forever into Jason's skin. It still makes her shudder. "We'll take a break once we get above ground," Annabeth says. Piper keeps her gaze focused on Percy, who is now having a whispered discussion with Grover. "It had just begun to seem like things were settling down," Piper says, sounding at once both regretful and nervous. "Hard to believe one guy's walked in and stirred everything up." As if proving her point, Percy walks right into the invisible magic barrier, ricocheting from the wall and yelping loudly. Annabeth snickers. Percy glares at her. "This is the wall we were talking about," Grover says, maybe a little too late, a teasing lilt to his voice. "Thanks for the warning," Percy grouses. "What's the password then?" Pushing past him, Annabeth pierces her finger with her dagger just enough to draw blood, places a hand on the magic barrier, and feels it hum with energy, responding to her demigod blood. "Thalia," she says, and the blockade melts, granting them passage. She shoots Percy a smug look. Piper knocks into her side with her elbow as they resume their walk. "I bet he stirred you all up too." Annabeth sends her a half-hearted glare before her attention is stolen once more by Percy, who is complaining loudly about his shoulder and accusing the rest of them of letting him bump into the barrier on purpose. Grover is patting him consolingly on the shoulder, Piper is giggling, and Annabeth can't help but smile. Ever since the raid they'd gone on together, Annabeth's been forced to reevaluate her initial impression of him. Percy, though occasionally unbearably brash at times, really is far more down-to-earth than she'd expected. He knows ancient Greek as well as she does, and once you get him talking about swordplay, he'll never stop. On one occasion after a spar with Jason, Percy had spouted so much weapon-related babble that even Leo had found it hard to keep up, and it had left the rest of them cross-eyed. He often sits next to Annabeth during meals, where, after complaining loudly about offering part of their meal to the gods, he eats fast and messy as though afraid someone will steal it away. Annabeth also knows his laugh, which travels loud and free across the bunker, and even though Annabeth may not be in his vicinity some of the time, she can imagine him laugh with his head thrown back, his eyes sparkling, his cheeks flushed, hands wrapped around his sides. There are times, though, when she can see something else lurking beyond his usual affable expression. He has nightmares the same as the rest of them, and she catches his hands trembling in his sleeves once after a particularly restless sleep. There's the matter of the mysterious Bianca as well. Annabeth has a hunch, but oddly enough, she doesn't want to confront Percy about it, which she normally would have done to anyone else without a moment of hesitation. There's something about Percy, she decides then. Something about him, almost magnetic, that draws people right into his orbit, but there's still no ignoring the fact that he's a son of Poseidon and could wipe them all out with a swift wave of his hand. He's easy to be around, easy to talk to, easy to listen to, and yes, easy to look at. He seems to be a bit of a people pleaser, which she figures is some kind of side effect of being alone for so many years. But he's loyal and brave and almost deceptively smart, and Annabeth can even admit he would make a great leader if he put his mind to it, a leader that even she would follow without hesitation. He meets her eyes and grins, but in turning back around to the front, his foot catches on a bump in the ground and he goes crashing to the floor. Piper bursts into laughter, not even bothering to help him up. Then again, she thinks ruefully, offering him her hand and smiling at him when he grasps it. If he really is their supposed savior, they all might be doomed. Piper is shaken awake at the scrack of dawn by Grover. They'd reached Connecticut just after midnight, and after raiding a small convenience store and taking all the perfume they could find, they'd retired to a storm drain for the night. It had stunk, but Percy had emptied half his can of deodorant in an effort to get rid of the smell, sparing her nostrils for at least a while. Grover pulls on his fake feet and hands her a granola bar as she hurriedly brushes her teeth and washes her face, flipping Percy off when he instructs her, in a self-satisfied voice, to not waste water. Annabeth gives her a look that Piper takes to mean "I've got your back," and she chucks an apple at Percy's head. It's cold when they climb back up to the surface, although it's not as unbearable as the weather in the mountains. Piper spies fresh green grass growing on the ground and realizes, with a start, that the equinox is upon them. If all goes well with their quest, they could even hold their meeting with the other bunker leaders on the same date. Equinoxes are sacred to the gods, particularly to Apollo and Artemis, but it's a good day for all the gods, a good day for magic. Piper glances at Annabeth, who is berating Percy for something or the other, and wonders briefly if she'd planned it, knowing and hoping that they would have something of worth to relay to the others on a day of auspicious energy. Piper's long learned that her friend is always several steps ahead of everyone else in any and every task she puts her mind to. She wouldn't put it past her. Percy empties the remainder of the deodorant over them, which should not only throw the monsters for a loop, but also actively repel them. Piper gags. Grover isn't doing much better, coughing and batting the air about them in an effort to dispel the odor. There, Percy beams. Now we all smell like douchebag white boy. Explains why you've always smelled like this. Annabeth sneers under her breath, but she darts away, huffing out a laugh, when Percy lashes out at her with a well-aimed kick. Still following the acorns from a respectable distance, Piper takes a look around the city. It's been a while since they've come to a big one. Everyone's been sticking to the smaller towns, where the stores are easier to break into and there aren't that many monsters. It had been a rude awakening to find out that New York City had been pretty much overrun with monsters, with fake metal detectors at the entrance of nearly every building in the city that really detected the magical aura of demigods and alerted every monster in the vicinity to the spot. They'd all assumed most of the big cities had been similarly taken over, New York and California for sure at least, and so had avoided the larger districts on principle. But as they pass by a shopping complex, Piper stares wistfully at the racks of clean, pretty clothes and wonders if they'll be able to make a stop on their way back. Turns out that the acorns are unnecessary after a while, because Annabeth remembers everything about the place, despite the fact that it's been more than a decade since her last visit. Percy, who is unlucky enough to comment on the reliability of the directions she's providing, ends up getting an entire lecture from Annabeth about just how reliable children of Athena could be, blessed as they are with inhumane memory, among other things. Never bet against a child of Athena, Piper advises when Annabeth takes a breath. More like never bet against Annabeth, says Percy, which he'd probably meant to come out meaner than it had, because his words are tinged with just the slightest hints of respect and, dare Piper hope, fondness. Piper and Grover share an exasperated look, as Annabeth, who'd clearly been gearing up to defend against an insult, flushes red from her neck to her hairline and quickens her steps so that they can't see her face. Piper grins beatifically and changes the topic. They pass a KFC when Percy, quite shamelessly, asks them if they want him to steal anything for lunch. Piper, who has no problem with styling, agrees fervently, and even Grover, the vegetarian, says he wouldn't be opposed to a milkshake or just a can of soda or even just the can. How would you manage to steal anything? Annabeth asks doubtfully. I could call blackjack, Percy says offhandedly. We've kind of become experts at stealing food from drive-thrus. Excuse me. Oh, it's really easy once you get the hang of it, Percy explains, eyes sparkling in excitement. You need to time your descent just when the waiter dudes are making the handoff. In that split second when they're handing the food over to the customer, you gotta swoop in like bam. Descent, Annabeth says, perplexed. Who's blackjack? Piper cuts in. Oh, my Pegasus, Percy says, the way a normal person would say, I have a dog, or it's a nice day today. They all stare at him in shock for a minute before Annabeth leaps forward and wallops Percy over the head so hard that he bends over, and Piper's own skull throbs in sympathy. A Pegasus, Annabeth hisses. You have a fucking Pegasus, and you haven't thought to mention it before. I did, Percy gasps. He pauses. Oh, I didn't, did I? My bad. Yes, you're bad, Annabeth growls. Where is it? Grover asks, looking around as though expecting a large winged horse to canter up to them from behind a tree or something. Roaming the skies somewhere, probably, Percy says. I swear, he adds at Annabeth's menacing look. He shows up when I summon him, but otherwise he stays out of the way. Most Pegasi do, really. They stick to the clouds to hide from monsters and only come down to feed. Like how Jason calls Tempest, Piper says. Jason has a magic horse too. Percy's smile turns competitive. Can we race? You are a child, Grover marvels, sounding fascinated. We've all established that Percy's an idiot, but the point here is, do you know how useful a Pegasus would be? Annabeth moans, scrubbing a hand over her face. It's a good thing she doesn't try to run it through her hair, Piper thinks, because her hand would most likely get stuck in her curls. Piper's so buying her some smoothening shampoo after they're done with this. We could probably carry way more supplies on a Pegasus, or even use them to survey the area for monsters. The possibilities are endless. I know, Percy says, sounding guilty for the first time. I'm sorry, it really did slip my mind. We can probably get to Portland on Pegasus if you want. I can't promise that we'll be any faster, but the view is way better. Piper, who's been on planes as a kid while traveling with her father, perks up despite herself. Like when you're in an airplane. I wouldn't know, Percy says honestly. I've never been in one. My mom always said it was dangerous. His voice trails off. Her family was killed in a plane crash. She was supposed to be on that flight too. I always figured that was why she never let me on a plane, but now I really know why. Your mom was smart, Annabeth agrees. The sky is Zeus' domain, right? You'd probably get fried in an airplane, but since Pegasi are, essentially, horses, they come under Poseidon's circle of protection. She looks excited at the thought, and Piper can imagine she's constructing a Venn diagram for it in her head. I still don't fly too high, Percy admits. Please let's take the Pegasus Express to Portland, Piper begs. Annabeth HMPHS, but if there's one thing Piper knows about her friend, it's her thirst to experience the unknown, and she knows Annabeth hasn't been on a Pegasus before. Let's meet May first, she says. Piper hadn't noticed, but the acorns have led them to a residential area. It looks like a good place to live, she thinks offhandedly. She'd been brought up in a lonely mansion in LA, with only her father's personal assistant for company, and this neighborhood looks like the kind of place that would have a lot of kids. She spots a park with a little playground and even a small swimming pool, and Piper decides she would like to settle down somewhere like this one day, preferably with Jason. It's a hope nestled deep within her heart, one that she'd never voice aloud because, well, they're demigods. They're being hunted by monsters and titans and God knows what else. Even when the titans hadn't been in power, the average demigod wouldn't be alive past 25. Not for the first time, she feels envy for mortals. Sure, they're so blind to so much that goes on in the world, but she can't help thinking that maybe it's a blessing in a way. They're born and they lead their own lives and then they die. They don't have to worry about gods and titans and monsters. They get to live and laugh and love without worrying about dying every other second of the day. If she and Jason were mortals, Piper thinks, she'd like to live in a quaint little neighborhood with a park and a playground, so their kids could play. She shakes herself. Kids, what is she thinking? She's not even 20 years old. Looking at her friends, though, Piper can see that they're plagued by similar thoughts. Grover, who Piper knows had a girlfriend, looks particularly affected at the sight of the picture-perfect houses and happy families. Percy merely looks pensive, and Annabeth's jaw is clenched, though maybe she's thinking of Luke. Luke. Piper hadn't known him well, despite having been around him for nearly a year, but he'd been renowned for his skill as a great swordsman, rivaling even Thalia in that particular ability. Like other children of Hermes, he'd been blessed with atypical speed, but Luke's agility far surpassed most of his siblings. He'd been handsome too, with a crooked smile, sandy hair, and blue eyes. Annabeth, for sure, had definitely been enamored with him. Piper had never liked the dude. She still doesn't have the guts to say it, to be honest, but Luke hadn't given her the good vibes Piper had felt from the others, even the Ares kids. He'd been shifty on far too many occasions for her to trust him completely, and Piper'd often caught his expression sliding into one of bitterness when he'd thought nobody was looking. When he'd vanished the night before Thalia's final battle, he'd pretty much confirmed Piper's theory of him being a traitor, a spy. Secretly, she hoped he was dead, but she'd never say it to Annabeth, who had hero-worshipped him to a point where it had become unhealthy. She knows the story, every demigod does, but Piper's been privy to a lot of the details because of her friendship with Annabeth and Jason. She knows how Luke had saved Thalia, how they'd both saved Annabeth, how they'd been each other's family, lived on the streets for nearly a year with nobody to guide them or train them before finally being found by Grover. Luke is the reason Annabeth's alive, and for that Piper will be forever grateful. She loves her friend. She just wishes her friend wasn't still in love with Luke after all these years. It's something Annabeth doesn't need to say aloud. Piper's a daughter of Aphrodite. She knows these things. So no, she's not particularly interested in learning about Luke's sad backstory. She doesn't want to feel sympathy for a traitor. She doesn't care about him at all, really, but she does care about Annabeth, who looks close to tears when they finally stop in front of a dirty smudge of a house with a crumbling picket fence and a sign that says Castellan in both English and Greek. Grover stops short at the gate, and he runs his fingers lightly over the dull metal. Do you guys feel that? Percy frowns, but Annabeth nods. Magic. Piper makes a tiny noise of agreement. She hadn't quite been able to put her finger on it, but magic is the only explanation for the slight tingling in her gut. This place, unremarkable though it may seem, has a distinct magical signature similar to the kind the bunkers radiate, albeit on a far smaller scale. It feels ominous. The acorns roll past the gate and stop right at the front door. Piper slips her hand into Annabeth's and squeezes, because Annabeth is pale and trembling slightly, possibly lost in some horrible memory from her days on the run. Percy bites first, vaulting over the gate and walking cautiously up to the house as though expecting monsters to pop up out of the grass. The front lawn looks overgrown and dry, a stark contrast to the neighboring houses, which are almost fairy-tale-like in their cleanliness. The rest of them follow. Annabeth knocks on the door thrice and steps back. Piper holds her breath. After a painful moment of total silence, there's the pitter-patter of footsteps from inside the house, and the door is wrenched open to reveal a painfully thin lady with Einstein hair and deep bags under her eyes. "No," she says in a tremulous voice, "he's not here," and then she catches sight of Percy and stops mid-sentence, her pale blue eyes widening. Her shaking hands cover her mouth as she releases a loud sob. "Oh, Luke," she whispers, and a single tear grazes her cheek and falls to the floor. "Is that you?" She reaches a hand towards Percy as though he's the most precious thing in the world. Percy shoots Piper a what-the-fuck look and points to himself. "Me." May Castellan ignores him. "Look at how you've grown up, Luke. You're so tall now, so handsome, you take after your father." Yes," says Percy intelligently. Piper lets out a snort at this, which is a bad idea, because Luke's mother whips her head around to stare at her as though just noticing her for the first time. "Oh, Lukey," she breathes, "you've brought your girlfriend." Piper chokes, and behind her, interestingly enough, so does Annabeth. "Oh no, ma'am," Piper says quickly, "you've got it all wrong." "Of course she's my girlfriend, Ms. Castellan, Mom," Percy cuts in smoothly, slinging an arm around Piper's shoulders and raising his eyebrows at Piper in a way that very much means we have to do whatever we can to make the crazy lady talk. "I really wanted to introduce you to her, isn't that great?" "Of course it is, sweetie." May's face, which had drooped with disappointment at Piper's words, now brightens up considerably at Percy's. She pinches Piper's cheeks. The pads of her fingers are rough, as though she's never been near a bottle of lotion in her life. "She's a real beauty, too. You both go very well together." "Don't we?" Percy says, sweet as honey, and thank the gods for him, because Piper's been rendered speechless. "Can we come in now, Mom?" "Of course, darling," May trills. "Oh, to see my son again, what a wonderful surprise. I can fix you some breakfast. I might have some peanut butter, your favorite." She turns around and walks back into the house without waiting to see if they've followed. Percy removes his arm from Piper's shoulder and mutters an apology. "It's okay," Piper says. "At least we're in now. Better than me having to charm-speak her. I never like enchanting the pitiful ones." "She seems unstable at best," Grover murmurs. "If she thinks you're her son, Percy, you look nothing like Luke." Piper nods her agreement. Luke resembles Jason more than Percy in appearance. Percy, with his black hair and glowing green eyes, might as well be his complete opposite. She turns to face a strangely mute Annabeth. "Do you think she knows anything about the prophecy?" Annabeth snaps to attention. Yeah, probably, let's see." The house is dark and musty. It's a good thing they've decided to visit in the daytime, because a lot of the lights don't seem to be functional anymore. May seats them all at the dining room, then runs about the kitchen, muttering to herself nonsensically and occasionally looking at Percy as though afraid he'll disappear if she moves her gaze elsewhere. "You okay?" Piper murmurs to him, noticing how he clenches his fist every time he's forced to call May Mom. "I'll be fine once we're out of here," Percy whispers back. May sets items on the table, a plate of moldy bread and a jar of crusty peanut butter that is probably several years past the expiry date. Percy swallows. "Thanks, Mom." "Anything for my baby," May coos, running her hand over his cheek. "Oh, Luke, I've missed you so. Your friends have been searching for you, you know. I keep having to tell them you weren't here, but I knew you'd come home, sweetie." She gulps, more tears pouring down her cheeks. "I knew you'd come." Piper recalls the manner in which May Castellan had opened the door to them. "No, he's not here," she'd been saying in a resigned voice, as though someone had been coming around, asking about her son. Annabeth sits up. "Which friends, Ms. Castellan?" "A man in a suit," May recalls after a moment of hesitation. "He had many scars, even on his face. I wondered why he was looking for you, Lukey. I knew you weren't the type to mix yourself in with all that riffraff." She leans over to pat Percy's cheek. "And when was this?" Grover asks delicately, leaning forward and bracing his elbows on the table. May bats her hand. "A while ago, maybe a few months. It was a stormy day, I remember. Lots of thunder." "But no lightning," Annabeth whispers. "No lightning," May confirms. "I'm a bit terrified of it. You know this, Luke, of course. You remember all the times your silly old mother would pull the blinds during a storm." She looks at Percy soppily, who nods mute. Annabeth runs a hand over her face. May, completely unaware of the darkness of the mood, continues, "In fact, he only missed Luke by about a week or so. Luke, you'd come to visit me then, didn't you? Your father was here too. It was lovely." Annabeth jerks so hard she's nearly thrown from her chair. Piper's heart begins to race. "Hermes," Grover balks, and with good reason. If Piper's following the conversation correctly, Luke, the real Luke, had visited May Castellan sometime before on a stormy day, a day with thunder but no lightning. That meant he visited right after Zeus' lightning bolt had been stolen, and he'd met his father here. It had been years ago, before the war, but he'd met a god. A god. The gods hadn't been seen in the mortal world all that often. Only Thalia had had the honor of going to Olympus. Luke had met his father, and he hadn't told anyone, judging by Annabeth's broken expression. And then another man had dropped by, a man with scars all over his face. Prometheus, Piper thinks in horror. What was a Titan doing, looking for Luke? A horrible thought forms in Piper's mind. She glances at Annabeth, whose hands are shaking. Grover grasps her shoulder. "But oh no, wait, my mind's cheated me again. You met the scarred visitor as well," May says, clapping her hands as though just remembering. "You didn't stay long enough to say hello to your poor mother, did you, you naughty boy?" She smiles indulgently at Percy, who's beginning to look mildly sick. "You didn't even come to the door. You were hiding in the shadows of the trees. You always did like hide and seek." "And what did he, I say to the scarred man?" Percy urges soothingly, casting a nervous glance at Annabeth, who is practically frozen in her seat. "The man was saying something in a different language," May recalls, her face taking on this faraway look that makes Piper wonder if she's here at all. "And then you, Luke, you gave him something like a motorcycle helmet, don't you remember? Although it wasn't a conventional color, it was very shiny." "Shiny?" Annabeth asks, gulping visibly. "And then what happened?" Grover breathes. "You both left," May says sadly. "I couldn't open the door, but I had hoped you would come in. I was hurrying to make you some tea. I didn't even see you go." Percy, who looks worried at their reactions, turns back to May and asks lightly, "And how often does Dad come here?" "Oh, you know he comes to check on me whenever he can, although it's been a while. He must be busy," May says, smiling unfocusedly at Percy. "Brings me gifts, too, all the time. These wonderful drinks." She points at a bottle full of green liquid on the side. Grover grabs it and gives it a tentative sniff. "Valerian root and lavender," he says, "to ensure sleep and calm. But why?" "Oh, he brought me this wonderful cutlery set as well," May says suddenly, pushing back her chair and hurrying to the kitchen again. "Let me show you." She returns with an armful of spoons and forks and knives. Percy rises to help her, gathering the silverware from her hands gently and placing them on the table. Piper stills. Among the cutlery is a dagger of celestial bronze, so beautiful and clear that Piper can see the reflection of the ceiling. Annabeth's breath catches, and even Percy, who had admitted to disliking knives, looks tempted to pick it up. But what's strange about it is that Piper feels a strange pull towards the weapon, almost like it's calling her. Percy picks it up and examines it, brows furrowed, and something like possessiveness takes a hold of her heart, which she suppresses with difficulty. She wants to grab the dagger, she wants to hold it in her hands. It's hers, she thinks it's hers. "And Dad gave this to you?" Percy asks, sitting back down again and passing the blade to Piper. May says something in response, but Piper hears nothing. The minute she takes the knife, a warmth floods into her system and she sighs. The dagger fits perfectly in the palm of her hand like it's been customized just for her, and she turns it around to read Catoptris engraved into the hilt. She looks into the smooth bronze surface, catching sight of her own reflection for a split second before the image shifts, showing her once again the dense fog she's been seeing in her dreams for the past fortnight. She sees herself trying to navigate the mist, only this time, the silhouette of her morphs into something else, and then she sees Jason fighting his way through the clouds, swinging with his sword as the Titan Krios laughs and laughs and laughs. She gasps, letting the knife fall back onto the table. Her breathing turns labored, and she finds herself doubled over. There's a scrape of chairs, and Annabeth's arms circle her body, and Percy's large, warm hand rubs circles on her back. Annabeth makes soft, soothing noises as Piper fights off the shock. The vision had looked so real. Grover fetches her a cup of the weird concoction May had mentioned Hermes giving her. "It'll help," he says, and Piper takes a sip. It tastes like cold medicine, but she can feel her body go loose with relief. "Thanks," she whispers. "What was it?" Annabeth murmurs. "Jason," Piper says, and her body begins to tremble all over again. Is he okay? Has he left the bunker? Is he fighting the Titan as they speak? Annabeth takes the knife and frowns. "I don't see anything," she says, before passing it to Grover, who shakes his head no. Piper rubs her wrists as May shakes her head dejectedly. "Your father bought that for you," she tells Percy, "but you took one look at it and decided you didn't want it. Your father tried so hard to convince you. He said you'd seen wrong, that things were not always what they seemed." Piper takes hold of the knife again, but this time she doesn't see anything. The same warmth grips her hand, though, as she grasps the hilt, but she can't help but be wary of it now. Annabeth exhales, long and hard. Did Luke's father mention anything special about the dagger? May ignores the question entirely. She squints at Annabeth for a long time before she says abruptly, "I know you." Yes," Annabeth replies, somewhat uncomfortably. "I'm Luke's friend." The small girl, yes, May crows, reaching across the table for Annabeth. "I remember you, you and the angry girl." Grover's lips twitch at Thalia's demotion to the angry girl. Annabeth extends her own arm to touch May's, smiling slightly. "Yes," she says, "I visited you years ago with Luke." "You left quickly," May says. "Luke didn't want to talk to his father even then. I've never understood." "What?" Annabeth looks aghast. "Hermes was here on that day." "Why, yes, of course," May smiles. "He had just arrived and he was waiting in the sitting room." Piper glances at the room behind Percy. "Luke must have talked to him for less than a minute before he was all in a huff again, and then he left. He must have had a disagreement with his father, but what can you do? Boys will be boys." She tuts, shaking her head, not noticing how pale Annabeth has gone. "Mrs. Castellan," Annabeth tries again, touching the other woman's arm, "could you?" Her words fall flat. The moment her hand makes contact with May's skeletal one, Annabeth's eyes widen and she collapses onto the table. May's eyes are glowing. "Annabeth," Piper yells, shaking her friend's shoulders. Percy stands, grim-faced, trying to pry away Annabeth's fingers from May's, but he stops suddenly as soon as he touches Annabeth's skin, looking oddly blank. Grover grasps his arm and falls into the same trance. Piper, desperate, tries to move Percy's hand off Annabeth's, but then she finds herself somewhere else entirely. It's a dark night in the woods when she opens her eyes. The moon shines in a crescent above her, and the trees cast eerie shadows around her. She looks at her own hands. They are translucent, which makes Piper realize she is nothing more than a shade in this world. She is pulled from her reverie at the sound of a voice, a young girl's, laughing and shrieking. Piper follows the sound, passing through a tree just for the hell of it, and emerges into a small clearing where a much younger-looking Thalia is attempting to light a fire. Next to her sits Luke, who is grinning at a tiny girl in his lap, Annabeth. Annabeth squirms, giggling as Luke's fingers poke her sides. Piper tenses for a horrifying moment before she realizes he's only tickling her, and for all her struggling, Annabeth's not making a real effort to get away. Luke ruffles her hair, looking fond, and Annabeth gazes up at him with shining eyes. The Luke of the past carries none of the angst he had when Piper had known him. His hair is longer and shaggier, there is no scar on his face, and even though he is pale and gaunt, his expression is one of genuine happiness. Piper wonders with some sympathy what had changed him so much. Thalia finally manages to light the fire. "Luke, don't terrorize the poor girl." "I would never," Luke says, mock-affronted, poking Annabeth in the stomach, and Annabeth lets out a high-pitched giggle. "Quiet you two, or we'll attract all the monsters in the area," Thalia chides, though she's fighting a smile. She leans against Luke's other side, reaching into her pack for a couple of oranges and a bottle of water. Even though it's dark, Piper can tell she hands Annabeth the biggest fruit, lets Annabeth drink her fill before she and Luke get the chance, even though they must be just as tired, just as hungry. The three of them huddle together, as close to the fire as they can go without getting burned, and Piper finds herself smiling in the soft, familial picture they portray. Annabeth munches on her orange. Even young, she looks intelligent, even though her body looks too thin and her cheeks are hollowed out. She holds a knife in her hand, the same one she still uses. Piper recognizes, and Luke is teaching her how to hold it right, how to deal a killing blow. "Are you ticklish, Thalia?" Annabeth asks when Luke's done with his explanation. Thalia smiles, "Nope." Annabeth wrinkles her nose like she finds that answer unacceptable, and then with no warning she leaps from Luke's lap and throws herself over Thalia, tickling her in the stomach. Thalia shrieks, writhing with laughter. "Annabeth, stop, oh my gods, ahahaha, stop." Luke picks Annabeth off of the daughter of Zeus like she's no more than a kitten and sets her back on the ground. Thalia sits up slowly, spitting leaves from her mouth and glaring, though her lips twitching, barely holding back a smile. "I know when you're lying," Annabeth sings. Thalia tries to glare but fails spectacularly at the sight of Annabeth using Luke as a shield, poking her face out from behind his legs and making silly faces. "We've created a monster," Thalia tells Luke solemnly, who huffs out a chuckle. He rubs Annabeth's hair again, and the action draws Annabeth's attention back to Luke. "What about you, Luke?" "What about me what?" Luke asks, his voice playful. "Are you ticklish too?" "Nope," Luke says, pressing his palm over his heart. "I am a stone wall, I have no weaknesses." "Everyone has a weak spot," Annabeth says seriously, displaying a wisdom far beyond her years, at least until she begins to circle Luke the way a lion surveys its prey. Occasionally, she pokes out at him, his knees, his stomach, his spine, his sides. Thalia is grinning, but Luke, throughout it all, maintains a perfect poker face. Annabeth, clearly growing frustrated at her failed attempts, jabs a finger just under Luke's left shoulder, close to his armpit. Luke's lips twitch for the tiniest of moments before he quickly schools his expression back into one of stoicism. It's too late, though. Annabeth's entire face fills with light. "I found your weak spot," she yells, triumphant, and she begins to tickle the older boy under his armpits as Luke thrashes about, laughing wildly. He nearly crashes them both into a tree, and Thalia laughs so hard she nearly falls into the fire. The vision fades with the sound of their dying chuckles, and Piper comes to with a violent jerk, her knees nearly buckling. She has to grasp the edge of the table to keep herself from falling to the floor. Percy's been unsuccessful in this regard. He's fallen to his knees, shaking his head as though trying to clear his brain. She meets his eyes and he looks awfully guilty. Piper winces in silent agreement. She feels as though she's intruded on something pure and untouched and happy, one of Annabeth's most treasured memories. Piper wonders if she'd been judging Luke too harshly, for the boy in the vision had been kind, strong, and fiercely devoted to his little family. Annabeth had clearly loved him. She's not sure in what way anymore, and Piper thinks she understands now just how much her friend has lost and why she's so desperate to find him again. Grover's whispering something in Annabeth's ear. Annabeth nods, her gaze fixed upon the table. When Piper sits back in her chair, she catches a glimpse of Annabeth's eyes, and they're full of tears. May is rocking back and forth, her hands wrapped around her own middle, lost to the world. Percy reaches towards her, grimacing. "May," he says, then, "Mom." May's eyes glow an alien green. "Oh no," she whispers in resigned despair, "it's happening again." "What is?" Piper asks, but May does not appear to hear her. She sits up straight, giving her a height and presence Piper hadn't believed the old woman capable of. Her eyes are still growing that supernatural green when she turns to Grover, who cowers under her gaze. "The Lord of the Wild awaits you deep under the earth," she informs him, and Grover's eyes widen. "Pan," he whispers, but May disregards him, turning to Annabeth. "You shall lose a love to worse than death," she says, and her voice sounds ancient and gloomy. Annabeth blanches further, opening her mouth to speak, but the woman's gaze has already turned towards Piper, who finds herself unable to move. "It is you or him," she tells Piper, and her words make Piper feel faint. A million possibilities flash through her mind, but Creo's cruel laugh rises above every other thought and fills her body with a cold, quiet dread. Percy grasps May's hand when she turns to face him. In a strong voice, he commands, "Tell me about the great prophecy." May Castellan stiffens, then begins to recite in Greek. "A half-blood of the eldest gods shall reach 16 against all odds." "Not that one," Percy says coolly, and it's a good thing he still has his wits about him, Piper thinks gratefully, because the rest of them are frozen stiff.
Ancient Greek, not the modern. May nods, a half-blood of the eldest gods, she repeats, and this time her words and tone are slightly different, ever so slightly more formal. Shall come of age against all odds. Oh my God, Annabeth breathes, all this time. Somehow it got lost in translation, Grover continues, running a hand through his matted curls. From ancient Greek to modern. Percy puts his head in his hands. May completes the prophecy, there are no mistakes in the rest of the verse. Thank the gods, because Piper doesn't think she can deal with any more surprises, before turning back to them with that same blank look. You must find the next one, she rasps. You must find the next, and immediately she crumples to the floor. Percy manages to catch her before she hits the groudon, and when her eyes blink open, they're back to their normal color. She gazes up at Percy with wonder. Hey Mom, Percy says softly, you back with us? Oh, Luke, May whispers, and she says the name like a prayer. Is that you? The rest of them exchange horrified looks. Piper's heart throbs with sympathy because this poor woman is not evil. She's been cursed with the sight, but all she really wants is her son to come home to her again. Annabeth chokes back a sob, turning away from May. Yeah, it's me, Mom, Percy says, and his voice is uncharacteristically soft as he embraces May's near-malnourished frame. I've come back, I've come home. Annabeth's head is still pounding as they take their leave. If it had been up to her, she would have bolted the moment May returned to her senses, but Percy had shot them all a look that clearly meant stay put or I kill you, allowing May to feed them old plum cake and bread with fungus on it. Oh, I've always been so bad at cooking, May says, smoothing her nightgown over her knees, flustered. That's all right, Mom, Percy says kindly, pouring her a glass of whatever calming brew Hermes had left for her. I'll cook for you next time I visit. He smiles warmly, leaving the rest of his food, the last of Leo's tacos and a couple of pears, on the table for May. Annabeth is well aware that this means they'll definitely have to go through with Percy's plan of stealing from drive-thrus, but strangely touched by the gesture and looking once again at the rotten bread on her untouched plate, she hesitates only slightly before emptying her bag as well, and Piper and Grover follow suit. Oh, you will visit, won't you, Luke? May asks him, throwing her arms, which look no healthier than bones, around Percy's shoulders. I know you have important things to do, but I do love it so much when you come home to me. Grover unlocks the door and ushers them outside. May still holds onto Percy's hand like it's a lifeline. I'll visit, Percy promises, though his voice sounds strangled, and Annabeth, who remembers Percy mentioning his own mother during their first supply run together, suspects that he's about to reach his limit. She cuts in, thank you for your hospitality, Mrs. Castellan. She tries to put in as much warmth in her voice as possible. Anytime, darlings, May pats her head. Any friends of Luke's are welcome here. I'll buy more peanut butter next time. Out of the corner of her eye, Annabeth sees Piper looking into her new knife. Annabeth had forced it into Piper's hands as they'd been leaving. She knows a magical item when she sees one, and if it had responded to Piper, that was as good a sign as any for her to keep it. Just one thing, Mom, Percy says quickly. If anyone else comes looking for me, don't tell them I came by. Oh, of course, dearie, May says, and Annabeth feels a stab of sympathy for the poor woman. Anything for you, Luke. Thanks, Mom, Percy says, relieved, allowing her to hug him one last time. She watches them the entire time they make their way out of the gate and back up the main road, smiling and waving, her eyes full of tears. Annabeth pretends not to notice Percy brush away a couple of his own. Her body sags with relief as Grover leads them to the park they'd seen on their way in and deposits them at the nearest bench. Percy throws himself to the ground and tilts his head backward, closing his eyes, a frown marring his features. Grover leans against a tree and slides to the grass, breathing hard, and Piper unsheathes her new dagger, gazing into the metal as though willing it to show her more. Annabeth isn't sure what to feel. Her head and her heart both seem to have given up on each other and her, entirely. May's practically outed Luke as a traitor to their cause. Annabeth hadn't missed the knowing looks on Piper and Grover's faces, as though May had just been confirming what they'd probably been thinking for a long time now, but Annabeth's finding the news a little harder to digest. Maybe that just makes her the blindest bat on the planet, but she's finding it impossible to equate the two images of Luke his mother had unwittingly made her become aware of, the Luke of the past. A kind, protective boy who had done everything in his power to keep her safe, and the Luke of the present, who had apparently never been on their side at all.
It doesn't make sense. Luke had been his same cheerful self even after their initiation into the bunkers. In fact, he'd been pleased even to discover he had siblings. Even back then, he'd been one of the older ones, and a lot of the little kids had looked up to him, gifted as he was with the sword. No, he'd begun to change shortly after he'd returned from his first solo quest. Luke had come back with a scar running down the side of his face and a lot of anger in him. He had refused to take another quest after that, instead choosing to bring in more demigods like Chris, another of their lost comrades, and Silena. Annabeth's heart sinks as her mind begins making connections of its own accord. Luke had been on another one of his trips when Zeus' bolt had been stolen. He'd met his father, argued with him, and met up with a Titan shortly afterward. It's near incriminating evidence. Annabeth pushes it out of her mind, not wanting to deal with it right now, even though she knows she'll have to at some point. While the rest of them have gone boneless with relief to be away from Luke's house, Percy in particular has spread his limbs as though imitating an octopus, probably still disturbed after having to put on the doting son act for May. Piper's body is still taut, her expression still anxious. Annabeth takes a deep breath, weighing her options, and comes to a decision. "You saw something about Jason in the dagger," she asks. Piper nods, her brows pinched together. "Yeah, and I've been having these dreams too. Annabeth, I'm worried that she can't finish." Annabeth knows. She's seen how fiercely she loves Jason, even before they'd officially got together. Maybe falling in love so hard and fast is an Aphrodite thing, but Annabeth knows that it's real, that Piper would throw her own life away if it meant keeping Jason safe. Nobody doubts it. Annabeth can't blame her. She closes her eyes and remembers holding Thalia's broken body and remembers her last words to Annabeth. And she remembers, clear as day, her own voice making a vow in response. Annabeth knows Jason can take care of himself, but if that dagger can really show the future, if Piper is this worried. "You should go back," she says with finality. "You can tell the other senior members what we found out, send Travis to 11 so they can spread word. On Equinox Day, take Jason, Beckendorf, and Silena and go to Bunker 1 for the assembly. We'll meet you there." Piper lifts her head from her hands. "Annabeth, are you sure about this?" "I know you're worried about him," Annabeth responds, her mind already made up. "I am too, and if we're right about this, which I know we are, we need Jason to be safe." "Annabeth," Piper says, her voice choked. "Besides," she continues, trying to lighten the mood, "I know how you get when you're distracted. You'd be useless in a fight, you'll probably get us all killed." She isn't fooling anyone. Percy opens an eye and smirks at her, and Piper picks herself off the bench to give her a hug. "I love you," she says earnestly. "Get out of here," Annabeth says with an air of fake indifference. "Go and give your boyfriend a big fat kiss." "I'll give you a big fat kiss," Piper says with glee, managing to land her lips with a smack on Annabeth's right cheek. "The labyrinth might be dangerous to travel alone," Grover says. "I won't be alone," Piper says confidently. "I'll have your acorns." "I can't control them from Portland," Grover protests. He glances at Annabeth. "Maybe I should go back with her." "There's no need for all that," Percy says, yawning. He stretches and then sits up. "I've called 4 Pegasi. They should be here in, oh no." Piper screams as a dark shape descends from the trees with frightening speed, breaking through the branches with a massive crack. A cascade of leaves pours down around them as the Pegasus whinnies, flapping its wings slower and slower as it makes its rather clumsy landing. 3 more follow, using the opening the first one had made to glide down to the ground, making their own descents far more smoothly. "You are an idiot and a show-off," Percy tells the first Pegasus, half irritated but mostly fond, standing up to stroke its mane. Annabeth vaguely has the wherewithal to register that Percy is talking to the damn thing, so enraptured is she by the sight of it. The Pegasus neighs enthusiastically, rubbing its nose into Percy's neck, and Percy says, Yeah, I missed you too, you stupid horse," and laughs. Annabeth stares. "The Pegasi they're beautiful," she says in a daze. Percy beams at her, pushing away the one nuzzling him. It's pure black, almost like a raven, while the others are varying shades of gray and brown. One walks up to Piper and whinnies curiously. "Ooh, Guido likes you," Percy grins. "What is that supposed to mean?" Piper asks, sounding suspicious. "Is that a good thing?" "It's a good thing," Percy confirms, still trying to push himself away from the black Pegasus, who seems reluctant to let him go. Despite its size, it is very much like a puppy in demeanor, she thinks, and against her better judgment, Annabeth grins. Percy finally manages to free himself. "This is Blackjack, my partner in crime," he introduces, patting the black Pegasus on the nose. "And this is Guido," he points at the tan one, Pork Pie he gestures at the light gray one, and Minerva. The dark gray one bounds over to nose at his open palm. Percy meets Annabeth's gaze and winces. Don't ask me, this is what they wanted to be called. Piper giggles as Guido sniffs at her hair. He's friendly. They're all good boys, Percy fusses, pressing his forehead into Blackjack's. Except for you, Minerva, you're a good girl. Minerva whinnies, pleased. Grover's having no trouble communicating with them, using his satyr senses to greet them calmly and make his approach. Annabeth watches him enviously, wondering where to begin, when Percy beckons her over and nudges Minerva in her direction. You match, he says playfully. Oh, you do, Piper agrees, petting Guido, who preens under her touch. Annabeth's never seen a Pegasus before, much less been near a tame one. She holds a cautious hand Minerva's way she might do to an injured dog or cat and waits, maintaining eye contact with the horse. The Pegasus is a beautiful gray, the shade of a newly laid road, but not quite as dark as Blackjack. She still doesn't get what Piper and Percy mean when she says they match, though, until it hits her that the Pegasus, fluffy down closely, resembles the shade of Annabeth's own eyes. Annabeth tries to smile encouragingly at her, and slowly she moves its nose towards her palm until they touch. Annabeth sighs and pets it lightly, and Minerva breathes out softly, sending a warm rush of air down her arm. Minerva is Athena's Roman name, right? Percy says, evidently pleased. I thought you'd be a good fit. Annabeth runs her fingers down the horse's long neck, marveling at the softness of the fur. They're nothing like what I expected. They're just horses with wings, nothing too spectacular, Percy says. Blackjack steps on his feet at once. Percy squawks. Blackjack must be saying something very rude in horse speak, because Grover covers his mouth before letting out a loud guffaw. Just for that, no donuts for you, Percy warns. Blackjack looks at Annabeth like, can you believe this dude? So, plan of action, Annabeth says. We get food, then Piper goes back to 9 and we head on to Portland. Percy raises his hand. Blackjack boops it. If we've already pretty much confirmed what we came here to find, why do we need to meet Ella? Can't we just go meet up with the rest in Bunker 1 or whatever? I was thinking we should try and convince Ella to come back with us, at least for a while, Annabeth admits. Plus she lives in a library, maybe she has some solid proof. Trust me, Piper adds helpfully, if we go back to the meeting with the words of a mentally unstable old woman, everyone's gonna raise objections, especially your siblings, Annabeth. Annabeth sighs noisily. I know. She loves them all, but she also knows them, and she knows how vital it is for them to get some real, solid facts before arriving at a conclusion. It's what she'd been taught by her older siblings at the time, and it's what she in turn had taught some of the younger ones, including Malcolm, who leads Bunker 6 in her absence. Besides, having another person second May's words wouldn't hurt, she figures. The more the facts that point towards her vague theory, the better. Percy shrugs. I'm in. Can we go get lunch now? Stealing people's food from drive-thrus turns out to be just as much fun as Percy had described it, flying even more so. Annabeth has to keep a tight hold on Minerva, who keeps making impromptu dives and loops in midair, which Percy assures her is the Pegasus's way of showing off. Annabeth's sure they'll be spotted, but Percy assures her the mist will probably turn them into a skateboarding teenager with mad skills or something. Consider me impressed, Annabeth yelps as Minerva, who has really taken a shine to her and seems determined to prove that Annabeth's made the best choice in Pegasi, puts on a sudden burst of speed. But it's getting really hard to keep a hold of my burrito, so could you slow down for a minute? They part ways with Piper after lunch. Percy assures Piper that Guido will figure out where they need to go. Pegasi have the same magical senses that most demigods do, only theirs are far superior, he says, although he does caution Piper to keep a tight hold of the horse. Guido tends to get showboat-wise with new riders, and if Piper falls off it's not Percy's fault, because he's warned her okay. Thanks, idiot, Piper says, releasing Annabeth to give Percy a hug. Tell Jason to stay safe and to try frying off his eyebrows next, Percy says, hugging her back. Advanced training. Seeing them together makes Annabeth feel a little uneasy, and she doesn't know why. It's the same feeling she'd got when May Castellan had assumed Piper to be Percy's girlfriend, something that shouldn't have upset her as much as it did. Especially since it has nothing to do with how Percy had wrapped his arm around Piper's shoulders afterward, seemingly intent on keeping up with the act. Still, though, she scowls and looks away. She pushes the thought from her head as Percy signals for them to mount their steeds. Minerva whinnies lightly as Annabeth climbs on, and she winds both arms around the Pegasus's neck. Let's go, Percy says, and they rise into the sky. It's the perfect mixture of warm and cool. The combination of the sun beating down on her skin and the rush of icy breeze is Annabeth's favorite kind of weather. Percy leads their pack. Blackjack seems the most confident with a passenger on board by far, and she hears Percy communicating with the horse softly as they fly, asking him how he's been, if he's gotten a hold of any sugar cubes recently. Annabeth chances a glance downwards, trying to spot the park they'd lounged in during lunch or even May's house, but everything seems tiny from the height they're at, almost like they're children's toys. The sight before her is magnificent. All above and around them there is only the empty blue of the heavens, bigger and wider and more endless than she had ever imagined it to be from the ground. The horizon stretches into a thin, hazy divide between earth and sky, impossibly far. It's beautiful up here. She extends an arm upward as they fly higher, imagining touching the clouds. Minerva, who seems to understand, extends her wings to full capacity, slowing their pace into a seamless glide. Annabeth smiles openly, giddy, as Percy turns around to catch her gaze. "Isn't it incredible?" he calls. His black hair whips around in the wind and his eyes crinkle around the edges and his skin is warm and it really is a sight to behold. "It's amazing," Annabeth gushes back. Their Pegasi start a spontaneous race that has Annabeth and Grover shrieking, but when Blackjack has won, they all slow down again. "How'd you manage to meet a Pegasus?" Annabeth asks Percy, who grins, rubbing his thumb on Blackjack's head. "I just left New Rome," he says, and when he doesn't offer an explanation, Annabeth adds it to her list of shit she needs him to tell her, like stat. "I was taking up odd jobs, trying to earn whatever mortal money I could," he continues. "I worked on this farm for a while, which she recalls him mentioning to her on their first supply run together, and I asked the owner to let me take care of the horses. So I go to the stables, and there's Blackjack chillin' among all the real horses and stealing all the sugar cubes." He laughs. "I've never been more surprised in my life. The only Pegasus I'd seen before was Scipio, Reina's. But Blackjack and I got along great." "So he left when you did?" Grover asks. "Followed me when the monsters found me, as they always do," Percy responds, his eyes on the clouds. "I finally convinced him to go be with other Pegasi. I mean, traveling with a giant black-winged horse attracts all the wrong kind of attention. But he still comes when I call him. We've had some insane, escapades together." Blackjack neighs in agreement. "That means you've stolen a lot of shit and nearly been caught," Annabeth interprets and Percy grins. "Guilty," he says. "We mostly got fast food, though there was a really close shave with another demigod." "Do I want to know?" Annabeth asks, rolling her eyes. "Probably not," Percy chuckles. She drops it, diverting her attention again to her surroundings. She gazes below, the drop frightening in how tangible it feels, and once the ground turns into nothing more than a canvas of brown and green, she settles back down against Minerva and thinks back to May Castellan and Luke. She thinks of the vision May had forced her into, and her eyes almost prickle with tears again, but she holds them back lest Percy sees. She knows that a lot of what May Castellan had said was damning evidence that Luke had definitely not been telling her everything. He'd even met Hermes the night he'd brought Annabeth and Thalia home, and that was the least of her worries. Luke had visited May twice, once before the bolt had been stolen and once after, and Annabeth remembers now with a grim kind of certainty that he'd been in New York too. During the time the bolt had been stolen, he'd been on a supposed scouting mission that had ended in the demigod's death, or so he'd said. He'd returned back to the bunker before Annabeth, Thalia and Grover had come back from their failed quest, and he'd looked so downcast and angry that Annabeth hadn't even thought to question his story. But now there's so much that doesn't make sense. Prometheus, the slimy titan himself, had come to get something from him. Why, and what was the helmet Luke had given him? A spoil of war or something more? Something in her cracks painfully at the thought of Luke as a traitor, because in spite of everything he is still her family, the boy who'd taken her in when her own father had turned his back on her, the boy who'd given her her first weapon, then taught her to use it. Everything she knows today as a demigod, a warrior, a survivor, they are all the direct results of Luke's teachings. He has made her who she is today. When Luke had disappeared during the war, Annabeth had still held on to the slimmest thread of hope, perhaps largely against her better judgment, that maybe he had been kidnapped or taken by the enemy, possibly to be used later as bait of some sort. But today's revelations paint an entirely different picture. The portrait isn't even complete yet, and Annabeth isn't sure she wants to see the finished image. She's terrified of what it might show. The very thought that Luke might have been working for the enemy, the evil, vile monsters that caused Thalia's death, it breaks her heart. Worry and despair overtakes her until she finds herself sniveling quietly into Minerva's neck. The Pegasus, probably sensing her emotions, slows even further so that Grover and Porkpie overtake her, and Annabeth has the chance to mourn in peace, alone. "Thank you," she tells Minerva. The Pegasus snorts in response. Turns out a good cry had been just what Annabeth had needed. She lets her tears leak down along the side of Minerva's mane, and she shakes silently as she watches them drop, one by one, down to earth. Offhandedly, she wonders where they'll land, maybe on a tree or even a person. She imagines her teardrops falling on someone's head, imagines them looking up at the sunny sky, bemused, wondering if it might rain. She thinks more than ever about Luke and whether he had meant to betray them all along. Luke had been a brother to her, one of the only people she'd trusted for years. He'd promised her that he'd be her family, and he'd saved her life on many, many occasions. The fact that he'd been keeping secrets as big as meeting his father from her, even a couple of years before the war had begun, it hurts her much more than she'll ever let on. When she's all cried out, Annabeth finds herself drained beyond belief. She struggles to keep her eyes open and barely manages to conceal a yawn. Grover's already fallen asleep, his arms circling Porkpie's neck, but Percy's eyes are wide open, if a little red around the rims. He slows Blackjack the slightest bit and draws level to her. "You can sleep," he says. "I'll catch you if you fall." "I won't fall," Annabeth murmurs, so softly that the wind nearly steals the reply, "and I won't sleep." "We'll stop at one of my old hideouts in the Tualatin Mountains," Percy says. He points, and there in the distance, rising from a patchwork of trees and fields, is a hillock that must really be a towering highland. "We should get there in a few hours. Do you think you can hang on till then?" "I can take anything," Annabeth boasts, rubbing at her eyes. She must fall asleep then, because the next thing she remembers is Percy's arms, strong and comforting, lifting her from Minerva and laying her gently on the ground. Annabeth tries to sit up, and her hands come into contact with something far softer than whatever she'd been expecting. It feels so comfortable that her resolve drains almost immediately. "You're safe," Percy assures her gently. "Sleep okay." "Okay," Annabeth agrees easily, and she's out like a light the minute her head touches the soft, slightly crunchy bed of leaves under her aching body. Piper spends the ride back to the bunker lost in thought. She thinks of Jason and Creos and her mother who had once told her that defeating Creos was to be her destiny. Those words hadn't come true back then, but maybe they weren't meant for that moment 5 years ago. Maybe they are meant for the war to come, and the thought of facing down the Titan again scares the pants off of her. She isn't quite strong enough yet, she knows. Her charm speak has become her most relied-upon weapon. Its strength has grown in leaps and bounds since the early days when she was living with her father, back when she just assumed she was persuasive when she tried. Tristan McLean had never been a bad father to her. He just never had the time to be one. And it sucks because Piper had loved and still loves her dad. He used to sing her to sleep, teach her about their shared Native American heritage. He taught her about the Cherokee gods and the tribes and the wonderful, rich culture, and he promised to take her to his old house in Tahlequah. Then a small indie film he'd starred in blew up. Tristan McLean began to get offers pouring in from Hollywood proper, from directors who wanted him for his roguish, youthful face and exotic skin tone. Even in his 40s, he looked as youthful as a 20-year-old, and he emitted a kind of magnetic radiance that Hollywood loved. He snagged the role as the protagonist in King of Sparta, and life would never be the same. Piper had grown up alone, pretty much. She'd had a nanny at some point who was kind of a pushover and had gotten her whatever she wanted if she asked nicely. Now, of course, she knows why. Her dad was never around. He was always off somewhere shooting for a movie, or a TV show, or a commercial, or a magazine cover. He gave her freedom and too much of it. It probably was not the best idea to leave a 7-year-old in charge of her own life, and so Piper spent her time getting out of school and roaming the city. When she was 10, she started shoplifting. She isn't proud of it. She had flat-out refused to go on supply runs when she'd first joined the bunkers, and it had taken a lot of convincing from Annabeth and Silena to make her realize that the demigods had to steal for their own survival, and they never stole any more than what they really needed. Piper still doesn't overly enjoy doing it and always tries to leave something behind as payment. It reminds her of her early teenage years where she stole, first for the thrill of it, then for attention, and finally, just for fun, really. She doesn't like to think of herself as someone so shallow and petty. She'd started small with items that could easily fit in her palms, erasers and scrunchies and little boxes of lip balm. She grew more confident with each theft, and she became almost cocky when she passed by the cash registers unnoticed, waving goodbye to the store staff with a little smile. She never did it because she was poor. In fact, her father was obscenely rich. They lived in a gigantic penthouse in Los Angeles, and she could summon a helper with a single call. And Piper never used what she stole. She just stashed the stuff away in a drawer. But stealing gave her a rush, and it was so much better than feeling empty, so much better than sitting pretty in their big empty house. and so Piper took more and more and more. Soon walking away red-handed began to annoy her. It wasn't quite as much fun when she got off scot-free, so she allowed herself to be caught once and then she talked her way out of it. Irate store managers who caught her taking ridiculous things like suitcases and cushions, and once an entire coffee machine, would stand down at a single word from her. It had been bizarre, but it had been thrilling. The real problems began when she got older. At age 10, she saw her first monster, a shop owner who was unfazed by her attempts at charming herself out of custody. The monster attacked Piper, who managed to run, leaving behind a wreckage of a shop and several eyewitnesses, who didn't hesitate to report her to the police. Her father paid the cops in exchange for silence, and that night he sat her down and had a long talk with her about why stealing was bad and why she should never do it again. He didn't believe her about the awful creature the shopkeeper had turned into, but it didn't matter. It wasn't like he turned his sunny smile on her, the smile that had charmed all of America. In fact, he made it a point to tell her how disappointed he was in her, but it didn't matter. It was the longest he'd talked to her in years, and she wanted more. She became daring. She stole expensive things she had no real use for, but they were things that made her father sit up and take notice. And the bigger the burglary, the more powerful her charm speak got, and after a while there was no denying that something in her voice was different, magical. She didn't even have to do the stealing herself. People would do it for her if she made sure to use her magic voice, and it thrilled her and terrified her in equal measure. During one of her father's lectures, she tried to tell him, but he brushed it off and told her to stop making excuses. When she was 12, Piper had her dad's agent steal her a car. It was a stunt big enough to bring her dad home from Mexico, where he was filming for the new James Bond film, but instead of giving her his usual talk, he snapped and sent her away to boarding school. And for some reason, no amount of pleading would talk him out of it, even when she used the magic voice. The only upside of going to the wilderness school was meeting Leo, who Piper literally noticed on day one. He set fire to Isabel's hair without matches, and when he noticed Piper noticing, he avoided her for a week straight. Piper had finally revealed her own magical powers to him to get him to stop running away, and they'd become friends. Leo had this insane idea that them stuck in the goddamn wilderness school, was somehow their superhero origin story, and before long he was dragging Piper out of her bed in the middle of the night for what he called a training montage. They didn't really end up doing much. Piper would make Leo do stupid shit like dance around in his underwear in the freezing cold, and Leo would try to set fire to some trees, but Piper had had fun. She'd loved being stupid with her best friend. Coming to 6 had been a whole adventure in itself. Finding two powerful, teenage demigods had caused quite a stir in the bunkers, and Piper still remembers catching sight of Thalia during their first meeting and having a minor crisis, because oh no, she's hot. She hadn't even known she was into girls at that point. Hell, she'd had zero sexual experience until then. She'd been too busy trying to get her father's attention to even attempt to hone in on a boy her age and her sexuality. Please. She just occasionally caught herself gazing nonchalantly at a cute boy and assumed she was straight. But apparently she was not. Apparently she was super bi. She'd had a minor freakout, of course, and it had been Lacey who had found her staring into the fire one night. One word from her younger sister had had Piper spilling the beans, and phew, she's glad she did. Lacey had explained that it was perfectly all right to be bi. The campers didn't really judge people, and besides, most of her half-siblings were out and proud about it. Lacey herself was pansexual, which Piper thought was really cool of her to say. It isn't about which gender you love, she'd told Piper wisely. It's just about love. Coming out hadn't been as momentous an event as she'd built it up to be in her head. Piper had told Leo first. He'd been overjoyed, because now I can talk to you about cute girls and you can agree with me instead of calling me a perv. It hadn't been much of a big deal really, but it had definitely felt good to come out and say it and have others nod like cool. She felt confident in herself and her sexuality. She felt good to be herself, even if she wasn't even fully aware that she had hidden a part of herself before, and by the time Jason arrived at camp, she had no qualms about saying the fact out loud. She's learned a lot since coming into her own as a demigod. She's the only one able to use charm speak in all of the bunkers, but her siblings, blessed naturally with a natural aversion to any form of seduction magic, while simultaneously being able to seduce effortlessly, had accepted her with open arms. They allowed her to practice on them, and later Piper trained with Annabeth and the rest of her siblings in Bunker 6, where she perfected her skills and learned how to really get into people's heads. Charm speaking, Annabeth told her, wasn't just making people do whatever she wanted. It's reaching into their hearts and their minds and bending them to her will. If Piper can train her voice enough, she can turn a foe to a friend if she so wishes, because it's one thing to be physically strong,
but having the prowess to ward against a mental attack is another thing entirely. Even strength can bow down to wisdom, and cleverness and charm sometimes, Annabeth had advised, and Piper had taken those words to heart. Now her charm speak is more powerful than it's ever been before. Piper can just about make anyone do anything for her at this point, but her charm speak had done nothing to Creos last time, and she'd crumbled in front of Prometheus and his silver tongue. The fight, ending with Jason bloody and unmoving on the ground, keeps her awake at night. She can't let Jason die. And now it's apparently her destiny to defeat the Titan, and Piper isn't even close enough to being ready. She's half afraid to tell Jason. Jason's still got a grudge against Creos, and she knows her boyfriend would like nothing more than to drive his sword through the Titan's heart. Piper would do it, but she isn't sure if she can, and she isn't sure if Jason will let her. They're at that place in their relationship where it feels so wonderful and special. They've been through so much, and Piper knows that both of them would rather die than see the other in danger. If she tells Jason about Creos and her prophecy, he will be sure to do everything he can to keep her safe, but it's Piper's duty now to face the Titan, just as it is Jason's to face Kronos. Her heart sinks. She'd be lying if she said she was glad to know about the changes in the prophecy. It puts Jason right in the middle of it, right where he doesn't want to be. His sister had died after all, and this will put him in her shoes. She isn't sure how she's going to break the news to him. Sighing, she leans on Guido's long neck. The Pegasus whinnies. Piper extracts Catoptris once more and gazes into the face of the blade. She thinks she spots the same mist as before, the same flash of blonde from Jason's hair as he fights Creos, but then she blinks and it's gone, and she is left staring at the shiny bronze. The dagger is really exquisite. Even Piper, who isn't a child of Hephaestus like Leo and who hasn't grown up around weaponry the way Annabeth and Jason have, can tell that Catoptris is one of a kind. It is smaller than the traditional Greek dagger, and the blade itself is flatter, with a wooden hilt that seems designed for her hand. The bronze is shaped like a long triangle and seems to emit a soft glow. It is so spotless, almost mirror-like, to the point where she wonders if the knife has ever seen battle. Piper can see her own eyes reflected in it, wide and confused and ringed with dark circles. More than anything else, it feels magical, the same way Jason had described Ivliv's. Piper had taken a risk and let it slip from her hands while she and Guido had been crossing some farmlands, but the knife had reappeared in his scabbard after a few minutes anyway. She supposes she ought to feel honored. Magical items choose their wearers, and once they find them, they will not work for nobody else until their wearer passes away or relinquishes their ownership willingly. Most magical items are hidden all over the world, lying dormant, waiting for their bearers to be born. Some go centuries without being found. Ivliv's accepting Jason, as far as she knows, had been nothing more than a stroke of luck. Still, though, Piper doesn't want to see the future. She's a firm follower of taking things as they come. Her time as a demigod has taught her that what will be, and this seems like an unfair, unwanted life hack that's given her nothing but an extra dose of stress. She wants Jason with her right now. She wants to hug him and make him laugh. She delights in making him smile, because it had taken her and Leo a long time to get him to loosen up a little. She wants to kiss him and lean into him and make best use of his neck, where she likes to hide her face when she's feeling overwhelmed. Ironically, Piper had never believed in love. She hadn't even had crushes before the moment of clarity with Thalia. She just appreciated attractive people. It's just that she'd seen her dad act in about half a dozen romantic comedies, spouting cliché dialogues and kissing his co-star thoroughly at the end of the movie, and that had ruined the entire concept of love for her. Love seemed like such a sham when she knew how detached her father had been behind the scenes, and she definitely hadn't expected to fall headfirst herself. All of that had flown right out of the window when Jason walked into the bunker, trying to hide himself behind Thalia even though he was way taller than her. She had taken one look at him with his long legs and sinuous arms, his pale skin and full pink lips and his sharp cheekbones, and fallen hard. He'd looked her way with the bluest eyes Piper had even seen, sharp and bright and deep. She still isn't quite sure how she managed to get by without making a complete fool of herself. She had barely been able to talk to him at first because she'd been so astonished at the fact that someone who embodied her exact type could even exist, a type that, until 2 minutes before, she hadn't even realized she had. But apparently Jason had been it. Despite looking like a jock, he looked like the kind of guy who dated the head cheerleader in high school, and besides, Piper had had the worst experience with the so-called jocks in the wilderness school. "Do you think he's a nice jock?" she'd whispered desperately in Leo's ear, and he'd laughed at her for hours. Luckily, Jason had been the nicest jock to ever exist. He had been so gentle even then,
so gentle and so kind and so lonely. More than anything, she'd wanted to be his friend, and now that they're dating, she often finds herself thinking, during their most stupid, mundane moments, I'm the luckiest girl in the world. Jason makes everything better. She can't let him face Krios, not again. She has to take control of her own destiny. She is going to face the Titan, and she has to be ready for it. Is this what May had felt like? If she'd foreseen the fall of the gods and the deaths of everyone she knew and loved, well, Piper can see clearly how she'd ended up going mad. She sheathes the dagger, feeling resolute as she spots the familiar rock formation in the distance and feels the wash of magic from the borders. Let's land, she tells Guido, petting his neck. Piper's writing her own future now, and at the end of her story, she's going to be a Titan killer. Jason wakes with a start. He scrubs his face with his hands, turning over in his bed. He doesn't have a shift until later today, so he really should be getting some rest while he can. He wants to sleep, is the thing, he just can't. Stupid demigod dreams. His blanket falls off of him, and Jason claws at it clumsily. It's a really cold night. The open roof is a blessing in the summer, but even with the extra layer of leaves the children of Demeter had grown over the ceiling, the cold air still manages to seep through, and the natural insulation that comes from the stone walls of the bunker never seems to help. The Hephaestus kids manage to sleep through it, born as they are with fire and oil in their veins, though maybe not as obviously as Leo, but the rest of them have to suffer through the winter, and it's not always pleasant. He looks quickly at Piper's empty bed next to his, and finds himself disappointed when he realizes she's still not back, and that there are still 4 days left for them to return, if not more. Piper's bed is usually pushed up right next to his, so they can cuddle without having to squish on either one of their cots, but Jason had moved her bed back to its original position after she'd left for the quest. He felt much too alone sleeping in a bed meant for two. He used to think missing Piper when she was away, off on a supply run or a monster raid or whatever, was a sign of weakness, but now he has no problem admitting it, whining about it even. He misses Piper's warm presence next to his, he misses her smiles, the light kisses she'd drop on his forehead absent-mindedly, and he misses the way she'd always just be there, a silent pillar of support for him to lean on should he need it. Piper and Jason hadn't been friends for a long time before she'd asked him out. Jason had come to the bunkers, after all, just to be with Thalia, and it had taken weeks for him to finally notice the people around his sister. Chief among them had been Annabeth, who he'd immediately butted heads with, but Piper had stuck out to him immediately, of course. Only a fool wouldn't fall for Piper in some fashion. She had a beauty that radiated power, and even though she was short, tiny, even she could command the attention of a room, albeit in a different manner compared to Thalia or Annabeth. Jason had only interacted with one other child of Aphrodite, Drew Tanaka, who had, almost within the second of meeting him, attempted to flirt her way into his pants. Needless to say, Jason had been wary when Piper had first approached him, but he'd never been more pleasantly surprised in his life. Piper had been easy to talk to, funny, insightful, and so emotionally mature Jason often felt like a bumbling cow in comparison. She'd introduced him to Leo, her oldest friend, and the three of them had become a trio of sorts, Jason's go-to people aside from Thalia. Jason had never really felt attraction to anyone. He'd liked Reyna a fair amount back in New Rome, but what he felt for Piper was so strong and so different and so new that he'd freaked out quite a bit, a but-ton, before Piper had decided to take matters into her own hands. She'd led him through a lesser-used passage to what she told him was her favorite spot at the top of the bunker, and after listing a surprisingly well-thought-out, he's still fairly sure Piper had been inventing most of her arguments on the spot, though she will forever deny otherwise. List of reasons why they should date, she'd thrown caution to the winds and kissed him right there, and Jason had responded eagerly. The breeze raising them a couple of feet above the mountaintop, and the stars twinkling above them like little diamonds. It had been his first kiss. He hadn't really had the time to go around finding a love interest before, but being with Piper felt right. He'd been honored, he still is honored, really. Piper is kind of the total package. She could very well have anyone, and still she chooses to be with Jason, who still second-guesses himself on a daily basis for the stupidest things, Jason, who is kind of a hot mess like all the time. Which leads right into these, frankly really terrifying dreams, which are dangerous because he keeps having them. He keeps having these stupid dreams with Krios and the fog, which is okay, it could mean anything, but Piper is having the same dream and he's not sure what that's supposed to mean. Sometimes it's him going through the fog, sometimes it's Piper, those dreams are worse. It's you or her, Krios' voice whispers through the mist, you or her. All Jason knows is that he's got to keep her safe. He should tell her about his dreams. He knows he should, but Piper will only worry, and Jason doesn't want that. He wants to be someone she can rely on, not someone who gives her even more stress. Even so, though, he misses her. He really, really does. Giving up on his sleep entirely, Jason sits up in his bunk and makes his way to the hearth, where Leo is sharpening a hammer. He barely looks up when Jason joins him. "Fancy seeing you here," he says in a strange tone of voice. "Is that an accent?" Jason asks, interested. "Yeah, dude, oh my god, it's British. Haven't you watched Harry Potter? Never mind," he says quickly, waving a hand. "I forgot that you're a poor sheltered child with no knowledge about pop culture." "I thought we agreed that that isn't my fault," Jason says weakly, because he knows just how bad his knowledge is at anything modern, really, and he doesn't need a reminder. He'd been able to manage in New Rome just fine, where they got in a lot of demigods really young, but when he'd first got to the bunkers, he'd had to deal with all these new teenagers who spoke incessantly of Star Wars and Star Trek and superheroes. Someone had called him Thor, which didn't even make sense, because Thor was a Norse god and Jason was Roman, and it had taken him months before he put it together that a Vulcan was an alien species of some sort, and not just the Roman form of Hephaestus. Leo had tried to educate him, but nothing really stuck in Jason's head, even though he can now recite a couple of spells from Harry Potter and some of Tristan McLean's most iconic dialogues, which he mostly uses to make Piper cringe. Leo sighs, abandoning the accent as well as his hammer, which he sets beside him on a clean cloth. Leo, Jason has learned, can be awfully tactless most of the time, and an even worse flirt like all the time, but damn, the boy can make a periscope from nothing but a tree branch and a pair of scissors. He's incredibly talented with his hands, and is gifted with a ridiculous sense of both situational awareness and adaptability, which makes him the best guy to get you out of a sticky situation. Annabeth had once commented that he is logical and solves problems in the way most kids of Athena would be envious of, and he's the bunker's best builder, even though Beckendorf has seniority. More than anything, though, Leo's a good friend. Jason had confided a lot of his doubts to Leo in those tense moments before the battles, and Leo had shared with him his own hesitations in using his fire, even though so many were counting on him. In those days, Leo hadn't had the control over his flames that he does now, and he'd been terrified of causing damage to their own people even as he'd boasted of his abilities. Hiding the fear behind a mask was something Jason had understood, even though his mask was one of calm self-assurance and Leo's was one of exaggerated swagger. Leo glances up at Jason and seems to understand him because he sticks his feet into the campfire and says, "She'll be okay." He's come a long way, Jason thinks. Leo had once admitted to him that machines were easier to understand than people, but he always seems to get what Jason's saying or not saying, as is usually the case with him. "I know," Jason replies, embarrassed. "Just." "She's with Annabeth," Leo says, which should be enough, but Jason can't shake the strange feeling from his chest. He gazes into the fire and thinks once again of his dream. If he looks hard enough, he can see himself running through the fog, fighting the Titan who still refuses to show himself. He shudders, breaking free from the hallucination and focusing on Leo, who seems similarly lost in thought. "If Percy's right about us having misinterpreted the prophecy," Leo says, "you know what it means." Jason's been avoiding thinking about it just to avoid this painful conversation, but he'd rather talk about it to Leo than anyone else. "I hope he's wrong," Jason admits in a small voice. He almost doesn't want to say it because it sounds treacherous. After all, it could be the break they'd been looking for all this time. However, it also puts Jason's head back on the chopping block, along with Percy's. And oh gods, with all his heart, Jason doesn't want to be the hero of the prophecy. He doesn't even want to be any kind of leader at all, as the son of Jupiter. The title of praetor had been as good as his the moment he'd been old enough to wield the power. Leadership has been thrust upon him far too often for his liking, and Jason doesn't have the head for it like Annabeth, or the confidence for it like Thalia. He just wants to be normal for once. Is that such a crime? He just wants to live a simple life with Piper, with Leo as their slightly eccentric neighbor who makes them tacos whenever he's in the mood. Leo shoots him a look of pity, which should aggravate Jason, but he's too tired to do anything more than sigh. The sympathy is nice, actually, he decides after a while, because he knows Leo really means it. Being a demigod means being ready for death, but it also means being ready to possibly see your friends and family die. Leo probably doesn't want him to be the hero of the prophecy any more than Jason does, and the thought gives him heart. "Gimme your sword," Leo says after a while, thrusting his hand out. Jason flips Ivliv's, which to his pleasure is really beginning to respond to him the way he's heard most magical items do, even returning to his pocket automatically, and hands it to Leo in spear form. It crackles with lightning, but Leo slips on a pair of rubber gloves and begins to polish it with a grubby little sponge. Jason wonders what it must be like to have such steady hands. His own are scarred from many battles and still fumble when he holds Piper's between them, but Leo's are solid, possibly due to the delicate nature of his work. Jason looks at him, impressed, as he wipes down the javelin, fearing neither the sharpness of the blade nor the electric currents running up and down the weapon. Leo himself has changed over the years. He used to resemble a shrimp, and he wouldn't shut up even if you paid him to. He'd sometimes even just switch to Spanish just to annoy people further. But now he's grown into his gangly frame. His cheekbones jut out of his face, giving him the impression of being far more mature than the total idiot Jason knows him to be sometimes, and if he tried, he could almost pass off as intimidating. Leo notices him staring and raises an eyebrow. "What?" "You've grown," Jason says simply. "The fuck," Leo says lightly, although his neck has turned scarlet. You inhaled some weird fumes in the bathhouse." "Fuck off," Jason says easily, leaning backward and hugging a pillow to his chest. Leo grins, brushing away the beads of sweat from his forehead, and hands Jason back his weapon. Jason flips it again so that it comes back as a sword, and Leo polishes that up too. A while later, Leo stands and yawns. "I'm going to sleep, you common or." "I'll stay up for a while," Jason says. "I could push my bed next to yours," Leo snarks, making a kissy face. "Tempting, but not a chance in hell," Jason grins back. "Good night, dipshit." "You know you want a piece of this." Leo smacks his own bony ass before walking off in the direction of the bunks. "Don't stay up too late." "Okay, Mom." Jason stays up far longer than he should, even offering to take Silena's spot during the night patrol. Silena thanks him profusely, telling him she owes him, and then goes right back to burying herself in Beckendorf's massive arms. The sight makes Jason feel sad and lonely, and then kinda stupid. He makes his way to the bunker gates, relieving Nissa, who looks dead on her feet. He hangs around the gates for a while, playing a tune on the metal bars, before deciding what the hell and making his way to the bunker entrance proper. He cuts into his finger and traces out the Ada, shivering from the cold when the rocks split open. He tries for a while to remain standing as a vigilant guard would before giving up entirely and sitting right there in the entryway, silently maneuvering the winds to skirt away from him, before he hears the sound. He's on his feet at once. The sounds get closer and Jason flips Ivliv's into his palm. He holds the spear out, heart pounding. "Who's there?" he asks, throwing all caution to the wind. Annabeth would kick his ass for being so thoughtless, but the presence Jason feels isn't one of malicious intent. "It's me, you big idiot," comes a disgruntled voice, and to Jason's complete shock, Piper appears from the trees, looking windswept and covered in large feathers. "What the hell, Pipes?" Jason says in wonder, even though his entire body has slumped with relief at the sight of her, and is already moving to gather her in his arms, weapon discarded on the ground. "You're a grade-A buffoon," Piper grunts into his chest. "Don't just leave your spear there, you dumbass. What if I was a monster just pretending to be me? I'd have killed you by now." "A monster would probably take one look at me and say, 'Oh Jason, you sexy beast, come here and give me a kiss,'" Jason says cockily, though he releases Piper from his hold and bends down to pick up Ivliv's. "Sexy beast," Piper laughs. "I'm glad that's the impression you have of me. Really sweet of you." Then she frowns, a little confused. "What are you even doing out here? It isn't your patrol night." "I took Silena's," Jason tells her. He isn't sure if he should add the part about him being unable to sleep without her, but she seems to get it anyway. "That's sweet," she smiles. "That's the second time you've said that," says Jason, amused. "Oh, I'm sorry, does the word sweet mess with your masculinity?" She rolls her eyes. "Let me switch to some more butch adjectives. That was very macho and badass of you, Jason." Then, finally she kisses him, and it's almost too good, the contrast of her soft lips and his rough evening stubble. Piper's kisses are always capable of doing this to him, of unwinding the tension that's been coiling through him ever since the dreams began. Together they walk back to the bunker doors, where Jason takes a seat against the wall. Piper bitches and moans about how she'd wanted to come back to her nice, warm bed, and her nice, warm boyfriend, Jason, come the fuck on. Why the hell is he taking other people's patrols? But she ends up snuggling close to him anyway. "I missed you," Jason says into her hair. "How'd the quest go?" He pulls back from her. "Actually, why the hell are you even here? Where are the others? Are they okay? Why are there feathers in your hair?" Piper raises an eyebrow and removes a feather from her head. "Damn, I just got back, chill with the questions." Jason merely raises an eyebrow right back and repeats them. She sighs. The quest isn't over yet. We met May Castellan and she told us pretty much what we'd been suspecting. I'm sorry, because of course she's guessed that Jason had been hoping otherwise. The prophecy was kind of lost in translation when it was adapted to modern Greek, so when Percy asked her to recite it in ancient Greek, she said the lines Percy told us and not the stuff about reaching 16 against all odds. The others are fine, they'll be back by Equinox Day for the meeting. I've got feathers in my hair because I asked Guido, Percy's Pegasus friend, which is a whole other story, by the way, to land us 2 miles away by mistake, and I'm here because, she flushes, pausing as though struggling with what to say. What is it? He asks, squeezing her hand. Is everything okay? She exhales through her nose, then takes 2 sure steps to stand right in front of him. She lifts her arms to circle his shoulders as she pulls him down to her, and he's waited too long, and Piper is kissing him like she is afraid Jason will slip away. What else can he do but kiss her back? She pulls back but still lingers. Jason can feel her trembling and he runs a hand through her hair, which he knows soothes her best. Pipes, he says quietly, the nickname is also another bad day treat, if you don't want to say anything if you're not ready. I had a vision about you in a magic dagger and I had to come and make sure you were okay, she says in a rush, biting her lip. What? Jason's heart warms at the thought of Piper ditching the quest just to come see him, but another part of him freezes. What vision? The dreams again, Piper says reluctantly, but this time it was you fighting Creos in the fog, not me. She pauses, then says quickly like the words are being forced out of her, May also told me something. She said it's you or him, meaning me or Creos. I think I'm supposed to face him this time maybe, since I failed so epically last time. She squeezes Jason's hand. Jace, promise me you won't go after him. If May is right, this is my fight. And here it is. This is the opening Jason's been waiting for. All he has to do is open his mouth. He should tell her everything about his dreams and his worries and his fears, but suddenly the words you or him is ringing in his head, and he thinks of his own dreams, the warning of it's you or her, and he understands now what Piper has no way of knowing. He knows it means Piper and Jason, not Piper and Creos. His head spins out of control, and every ounce of happiness he'd felt at seeing his girlfriend drains out of him. This is why Creos has been laughing in his dreams. He knows that he will only face one of them, and he knows that the one he ends up fighting will die. Piper has accepted the fight, maybe, but what she hasn't counted for is that Jason will die before he lets Piper go. He can't tell her he can't, she'll just stop him. She'll go herself and he can't afford to lose her. The future probably cannot be manipulated any more than it can be avoided. This fight is Jason's, and if he has to hide the truth from the person he loves most to keep her alive, then that's what he's going to do. Jason, Piper grasps his hand again, and oh, she is so beautiful and so soft and so full of love that it is oozing from her every pore, and Jason is so unworthy of her. Promise? Piper asks again, and Jason hugs her to his chest and mumbles out something that he hopes sounds like an affirmative, hoping beyond all hope that she won't see it for the lie it is. Oddly enough, Percy doesn't find it hard to stay awake. Grover and Annabeth are both passed out on the leaves behind him. Percy occasionally looks back to check on them, choosing to sit at the mouth of the cave, where he can both remain hidden and spot an intruder, should it come to that. Percy traces his fingers lightly over the words Percy was here, which he'd carved into the stone years ago, just after the war. Hideout is too strong a word for the little cave, near invisible to the untrained eye, but it had been his base for a long time, and he'd never been searched out by any monsters. He hears the soft trickling of a nearby stream and resolves to get them all some fresh water when the day breaks. He's too tired to summon any right now. Letting out a puff of air that fogs up from the cold, Percy observes the stars, trying to spot the ones his mom had taught him, and when that fails, the ones Lupa had pointed out to him all those years ago. He spies a dark shadow darting through the clouds, maybe a monster or maybe just blackjack, but nothing else bothers him out here. The icy breeze makes his teeth chatter, and Percy pulls his hoodie tighter around himself, grateful for the warmth. Annabeth had told him that Bunker 6 took care of most of their winter clothing needs, weaving extra layers of cloth, sometimes even wool if they could get their hands on it, into their jackets and such. Percy hadn't thought it was that big a deal at the time, but now he sends a silent thanks to Annabeth's siblings in 6 for their hand in keeping him warm. Annabeth makes a soft noise behind him in her sleep. Percy turns around, wondering if he should wake her, but she only sniffs and turns over, so he decides to stay put. She's probably had a rather emotionally taxing day, he reflects, what with hearing about Luke's whereabouts and such. Percy hadn't followed a lot of what May had said, but the reactions of his friends had told him most of what he needed to know, even though he hadn't been privy to some of the finer details. Piper had looked as though her suspicions had merely been confirmed. Grover had looked disappointed, but Annabeth had appeared shattered. The vision May had shown them had merely confirmed his doubts about Annabeth being, or at least having been, at one point, in love with Luke. He'd seen the hero worship in her eyes as a child, and the heartbroken expression she'd tried valiantly to hide as they left the place. He supposes her reactions were justifiable. The boy had taken care of her as a child, for God's sake, but there is no room in Percy's good books for defectors. He knows he has no right to worry about Annabeth, especially since he's only known her for about 3 months and she would probably kick his ass for it. And Percy is well aware that she's got a good head on her shoulders, but something about her reaction to Luke had seemed off to him. He's fairly sure that the loyalty that Annabeth felt towards her old friend Flame is on par with, if not greater, than her allegiance to the gods. Call it a gut feeling, call it a baseless hunch, but Percy feels as though Annabeth would throw all caution and logic aside if it meant getting Luke back, and since they don't really know what the fuck is up with the dude, that makes Annabeth dangerous. He watches her thoughtfully for a moment. Well, it might be too early to tell. Percy goes back to studying the trees. He's freezing and warming up a couple of water droplets in repetitive motions to keep his hands busy when Grover plops down next to him with a small yawn. "You don't need to stay up," Percy assures him. "I'm not sleepy at all, I don't mind keeping watch." "It's okay," Grover says, shoving his beanie, knitted by Annabeth, apparently, over his ears and hugging himself round the middle. "I'll probably go back to sleep again, don't worry. I just thought I'd give you some company, at least for a while." Percy thinks back to long nights on the run when he'd only had himself to rely on and feels touched. Thanks, man. They're silent for a time. Grover plays a soothing note on his pipes that Percy thinks makes the trees around them stop swaying in the wind, but he can't be sure in the darkness, and he doesn't want to interrupt the melody. Grover lowers the instrument from his lips. "By the way, you handled yourself really well today, with May." Oh, caught off guard by the compliment, Percy rubs the back of his neck, trying hard not to make his slowly growing smile too obvious. "Thanks, any of you guys would have done it if you were in that situation." "I mean, depends," Grover says thoughtfully. "You were really put on the spot and you did great, don't sell yourself short. I mean," and here he hesitates, glance flitting quickly from Percy's face to the forest. "Anyone could see that it was hard for you." So this is what he'd been aiming for. Percy picks at the grime on his jeans, trying not to give away too much from his expression. "Is this what you came to give me company for?" he accuses, though he can't quite muster up the bite in his words. Grover's been nothing but kind to him since Percy's met him, and somehow the thought of being mean to him makes Percy feel like the worst kind of bully. Grover has the decency to look sheepish. "I mean, no, but well, satyrs can sense emotions, and yours were all over the place, so I thought you might want to talk about it. Sometimes just airing out all your thoughts, good or bad, can do wonders for your stress levels." So, regardless of how hard Percy had been striving to keep his face blank, Grover would have figured it out anyway. Percy relents, sighs, and pinches the bridge of his nose. "It was hard," he admits lowly, hating how his eyes prickle with tears the moment he lets his carefully constructed mask fall. "It was hard to act like she was my mother." Grover waits. Percy fixes his gaze on a tuft of weeds growing at his feet, watching as they flutter in the wind. "I don't really talk about my mom," Percy finally chokes out because he doesn't. He had allowed himself about 10 minutes to cry his eyes out before he'd had to pick himself back up and continue away from his home. The events leading up to his mother's death and her death itself, these are things he doesn't even think about, even though they are frequently featured in his dreams. Grover touches his arm, and he doesn't know if it's some sadder emotional magic or whatever, but Percy bursts as quietly as he can. He doesn't want Annabeth to see him like this, too, after all. He sobs into his knees, tears seeping through the fabric, through the many rips in it, and running down his calves. Somehow his tears are dredging up old memories that Percy had pushed from his head for years and years. He and his mom packing up their suitcases for a rare weekend trip to Montauk. His mother had been dating someone, a nice man called Paul, for about a year. And now that she was pregnant with Percy's new half-sibling, it was rare for just her and Percy to take a trip, especially with her wedding on the horizon. Percy had been really looking forward to going. He loved Montauk, he loved the beach, and he loved the little cabin where his mom had met his dad for the first time. She'd made her special 7-layer dip and had even packed some of their favorite blue candy. She'd kissed Percy goodnight, told him she wanted to tell him something important once they got to the beach, which only could have been about Percy being a demigod. She'd promised she had something amazing to show him there, and she was just leaving the room when the monsters burst in through the front door. Sally had shoved Percy down the fire escape first. They'd made it down 2 floors hand in hand when the Minotaur had grabbed his mother by the neck. Percy had been lifted up too, but Sally had dug her fingernails into his palm so tightly he'd been forced to let go of her hand, crying and screaming. He'd looked just in time to watch the Minotaur rip Sally Jackson apart and toss her broken body aside like his mother was nothing more than a rag doll. And Percy had run as fast as his legs could carry him, replaying the scene in his mind again and again and again, her face as she died, her last scream echoing in his ears, her eyes bulging as she mouthed a single word to him. Go, she'd rasped. He'd been 12 years old. He'd been a coward. It had occurred to him much, much later that he hadn't even been able to bury her. He doesn't say any of this. He can't, so he just cries quietly into his own arms and feels Grover's warm fingers rub soothing patterns into his back. It had hurt, he realizes. It had hurt to act like the strange lady's son, and it had hurt to see her in such a neglected state. No parent who loved their kids so much deserved to be just left like that. It made him angrier at Luke, who he doesn't even know, for God's sake, although he does understand why Luke had been terrified of his mother as a child. Her sudden seizures would have terrified any child. It had hurt to call May Castellan his mother. It had hurt to have her hug him and ruffle his hair and call him all those endearments. It had hurt because, in her more lucid moments, May had reminded Percy very much of his own mom. PB&J sandwiches had been his favorite. After all, seeing May struggling with her crusty jar of peanut butter and the old bread had touched his heartstrings, had filled him with a sudden desire to protect the poor woman. He isn't hurting only because of the facade he'd had to put up for May's benefit, he realizes. He's also hurting because he'd liked doing it. He'd missed having a mother who loved him. And even if his encounter with Luke's mom had all been an act to get information, even though he's rapidly figuring out that very little of that had been an act from his side, he'd missed it, he really had. Percy's been alone for a long, long while. He'd had Bianca and Nico for a time, but he'd gone and fucked that up too. Either way, he hasn't had anyone to talk to about this kind of stuff. He's probably been bottling up a lot of shit up, and even though he feels a bit like a washcloth now that he's done crying, he has to admit he is lighter than he's ever been. Grover is smiling when Percy finally lifts his head. I feel like you've cleared up a lot of stuff, he says, proud. Your emotions feel a lot more settled. What they feel like before, Percy wipes at his face with the sleeves of his hoodie. Swirling and cloudy and generally a mess, Grover says, but do you feel better now? Much, Percy admits. I hadn't realized how much this stuff builds up. Nobody does, Grover says. I've seen it often. His eyes dart quickly to Annabeth's prone figure before fixing back on Percy. Often with demigods. So many half-bloods experience some kind of emotional trauma at such a young age, and during times of war like these, they're rarely allowed to really feel, It's like you guys are so busy trying to stay alive you don't get the liberty to do things like get angry or hurt or sad the way normal humans do. And so it just piles up over time, one on top of the other, and one day it just explodes, Percy asks, and Grover smiles a little, nodding in agreement. It's important to let yourself indulge in your own emotions once in a while, Grover advises. Trust me, bottling it up is the wrong way to go. Percy considers this and chuckles. I think I have a lot of indulging left to do, to be honest. He just might continue now, get it all off his chest at once. It's tempting. He feels as though he'd been sealing a lot of his more painful experiences away, somewhere deep inside him, obsessed as he'd been with survival. Now it's like the seal has melted away, filling his entire being with every possible emotion known to him. Sadness and shame for losing his mother. Anger at himself for letting so many people down. Guilt, harsh and acidic, for allowing Bianca to die, and then for losing Nico even though she'd told him with her dying breath to take care of her little brother. Joy at his newfound friendships with Grover and Annabeth and Jason and Piper and the rest of Bunker 9. Fear for his own future, fear of what they've found out about the prophecy and what it could mean for him. Fear that he might have the world shoved onto his shoulders, fear that he might have to face a destiny he's been actively trying to avoid all these years. Are you having second thoughts about the prophecy? Annabeth's voice cuts in as though she's read his mind, and Percy and Grover turn to find her sitting up and rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Percy hopes she hadn't seen him cry. He knows there's nothing wrong with crying, of course. It had just been kind of embarrassing for him, even though he knows for a fact Annabeth had cried on her Pegasus on the way here. Annabeth fishes a pack of Oreos from her bag. Percy and Grover stare. Where'd you get that? Grover asks finally, as she hands them each a cookie. You think Percy's the only one who can steal? I got this off some random lady's shopping cart when you guys were arguing about which drive-thru to attack, Annabeth says casually, getting out her Yankees cap and slapping it lightly against her thigh, and Percy has to remind himself that Annabeth's probably a shoplifting pro with that thing. It strikes him as being kind of funny, because Annabeth seems very much like the kind of person who'd be a stickler for the rules. Percy nibbles at his cookie as Annabeth settles down on his other side. Her shoulder bumps his, maybe an accident, maybe her way of showing companionship, but either way it warms him up to have two people on either side of him, willing to listen to stories about his miserable life. So Grover prompts, the prophecy. I dunno, Percy says. It's kind of a bummer, to be honest. When I got to New Rome and Raina told me Thalia was the hero of the prophecy, you don't even know how relieved I was. It was bad enough that Lupa kept hinting at this important destiny I had to fulfill. First I thought my destiny was getting to New Rome in one piece, and that ended up being hard enough. At that point, if I'd been hailed as the chosen one or whatever, I think I might have lost my last few brain cells and given up entirely. He sighs. When I killed Apetus, which really was more of a fluke than actual skill, I thought, okay, that's it. There's my destiny fulfilled. And then Thalia died, Annabeth says quietly. I honestly thought there was another great prophecy out there, same as you. Percy reaches out to pluck a leaf that had been caught in the laces of his shoe. He lets it go and it flies off into the gloom, knowing that this prophecy hasn't even come about yet. You don't know that you're the hero of the prophecy, though, says Grover, with the kind of desperate, blind optimism Percy wishes he would muster. Could easily be Jason. Or it could be another child of the big three, Annabeth throws in casually, shooting him a sharp look. Percy stiffens and stays silent. Percy, who is Bianca? Annabeth questions, and he almost laughs, because of course she'd put it together even with the minimal evidence he'd let slip. Of course she had, even though he'd tried his hardest to keep it guarded, out of respect to them. A traveling companion of mine, he says evasively. Annabeth plants her arms behind her and leans back, looking up at the sky. I mean, I'm going to figure it out eventually, so you don't really need to tell me, she allows, and to her credit she does sound willing and ready to drop the subject, but Percy exhales in exasperation. I think you've pretty much figured it out already, he tells her, and she grins slowly. I have a hunch, she says, and my hunches are usually spot on, not to brag, of course. Oh, of course, who would say you were bragging? You two are going to give me a migraine, Grover complains, and Annabeth laughs, bright and happy and intoxicating. Percy grabs another Oreo before speaking. Bianca was a daughter of Hades. Grover lets out a satisfying gasp, but Annabeth just nods like she'd expected it. It wasn't just her, Percy continues. I found her and her brother Nico on the roads just outside of Las Vegas. He breaks his Oreo in half. Okay, I dunno if you'll believe me about this. It took me long enough to wrap my head around, but Bianca and Nico, they aren't from our time. Annabeth cocks her head at him, meaning. They were born in the 1930s, Percy explains, wrapping an arm around his knees. What the fuck, Grover says. The 1930s, Annabeth's curls fly out of its ponytail from the force of the winds. Percy notices a few leaves stuck in her hair and suppresses the sudden urge to pick them out. That was around the time the Titans began to gain power, right? They used World War II to gain power in a lot of European countries. The Great Prophecy suddenly became relevant again after the Second World War, Grover tells Percy. The big three, probably wanting to get the war done with quickly, sired a bunch of kids, but they were all killed really young, and over the years the gods kept losing their strength. The breaking point was when monsters finally broke their way through the main Greek demigod camp in Long Island Sound. We call it the demigod purge, and forced most of our predecessors to retreat to the bunkers. The big three didn't have any kids for a while after that, but apparently around the time Jason and Thalia were sired, nobody knew about you yet, of course, there was a plan to remove them both to safety, he continues. But Jason and Thalia's mom didn't allow it. She was, let's say, crazy, and she refused to give her kids back to Zeus unless he promised to marry her for real. Hera loved that, Annabeth mutters darkly. Anyway, the monsters came after Jason and Thalia. Jason was found by Lupa, and Thalia eventually made her way to the bunkers. You know the gist of that story, Grover says. My point here is that your friends Nico and Bianca were probably born right before shit hit the fan hard. How the hell did Hades manage to freeze them in time? Percy shrugs. They said that once their mother died, Hades had them taken to some random hotel in Vegas, and that's all they remember before being escorted out. I didn't want to go check it out, I was too freaked out. Wait, Annabeth says, sitting up straight. The Lotus Hotel. That's the one, Percy replies, surprised. You know it. I told you I felt something strong in there, Grover gasps. To Percy he winces. We're familiar with that place. We wasted a week in there, Annabeth groans. During our quest to get back Zeus Bolt, I told you about that, remember? It felt only like a few hours, Grover recalls, but before you know it, he shudders. Annabeth curses under her breath. I hate to admit it, but that was well played by Hades. Stowing not just one, but two of his kids in there for more than 70 years, slowing their aging, and the Lotus Hotel is close enough to the underworld entrance for him to keep a special eye on them, even though he had lost his power in the mortal world. How old was Bianca when she got out, Percy? Grover asks, leaning forward. Older than me by several months, Percy says. Annabeth and Grover exchange incredulous looks. Close to Thalia's age, then, Annabeth whistles. Damn, Hades isn't my favorite god, but he's got balls. Yeah, Grover agrees fervently. I don't get it, Percy says, confused. Percy, you gotta understand that the successful completion of this prophecy would bring about a new age of peace and prosperity for another century, or even more, Annabeth replies patiently. And none of the fake new golden age the Titans bullshit about constantly. Titans aren't regular monsters. If defeated, it would take them centuries to regenerate in Tartarus. The demigod responsible for vanquishing them would not only bring about an era of harmony, they would also bring glory to the gods and, most importantly, their godly parent. The big three have been competitive enough over the eons, comparing air disasters to sea disasters and whatnot, Grover grunts. The prophecy just made it worse. Imagine being the god who sired the demigod who brought peace for 100 years. Percy holds up a hand, processing all this. He swallows, trying to feel anything other than disappointment. Annabeth takes pity on him. The gods have always had, rather skewed priorities. They were never paragons of virtue or anything. So why are we fighting for them? Percy asks moodily, stabbing a blade of grass with a twig. Because the world was a far better place with them at the helm, Grover says simply. They might have seduced mortals left and right, but they never actively terrorized or enslaved them, nor did they stir unrest among them and pit them against each other as the Titans will no doubt do. In general, the gods promoted and appreciated art and culture and learning. And well, there's also the fact that they weren't trying to exterminate all of our kind. The gods need demigods if they want to survive. Why do you think they lost so much strength during the world wars? Demigods made up most of the armies, and if demigods die out, so will the gods. It's kind of a symbiotic thing. Percy runs a hand through his hair, possibly messing it up even more if Annabeth's smirk is anything to judge by. So what does all of this have to do with Bianca's age at the time? So after their many attempts to have kids after World War II, the big three stopped having kids for a while, Grover says. Maybe they were hoping for some kind of miracle, maybe they were waiting it out, but the fact of the matter was that the monsters were only growing in number, and the god's strength wasn't making a comeback. Piper and Jason told me that Zeus sired Thalia and Jason when it was clear there was no other choice, Percy says. They said Zeus must have been desperate. Exactly, Annabeth interjects. So my guess is that as soon as Hades learned Thalia's age, which might have been the minute we stepped foot into the underworld, Grover, he sent a servant to get Nico and Bianca out of the Lotus Hotel, so that they would start aging normally again. Percy says as the gravity of it all hits him. But how didn't he know about Thalia before? He could have easily let Bianca out when Thalia was a baby or something, given Bianca a good head start. Remember when I told you Thalia went to report to Zeus after our quest? Annabeth reminds him. It was because Zeus was so weak by that time that he was practically confined to Olympus. You know, the big three's spheres of control, the seas, the skies, and the underworld, right? Your dad must have been fighting his own battle in his palace in the ocean, and Hades was probably so feeble at that point that he didn't even know about Thalia's existence until she stepped foot into his domain during our quest. And besides, is the secrecy of her birth that hard to believe? Grover asks Percy, raising an eyebrow. I mean, we didn't even know you existed until you showed up near Bunker 9. We might have heard that you killed a Titan, but we definitely didn't know you were a son of Poseidon, and you would have been able to keep it a secret even longer if Annabeth hadn't, exposed you. Annabeth grimaces, sorry for that, again. So, Percy summarizes, Hades figured out Thalia and Bianca were probably around the same age, and so he let Nico and Bianca out of the Lotus Hotel. It would give Bianca a chance to become the hero of the prophecy, Grover finishes.
All Hades had to do was pray, kind of ironic, haha, that Bianca would stay alive long enough. Percy swallows down the lump in his throat. Well, obviously that didn't happen. Annabeth shoots him a sympathetic look. No, I guess it didn't. If there's one thing we've learned, Grover murmurs, is that things will happen when they're supposed to happen. If Bianca was meant to be the hero of the prophecy, she would have been. If Thalia was the real hero of the prophecy, we would have won the war. You can't force these things to happen. You can't force fate. If something is meant to happen, it will, but only at the right moment and no sooner. Percy is suddenly hit with the fear of Nico being the true child of the prophecy, and he blanches. Could you guys keep Nico and Bianca a secret for a little while? Percy says quickly, suddenly afraid for the son of Hades. Nico's younger than me, so he's safe from the prophecy for now. I ruined that kid's life. The least I could do is leave him alone. Like he wanted me to, he doesn't say, though the memory stings. Annabeth looks like she wants to say something, but she's quelled by a look from Grover. They both nod, and Percy breathes out with relief. Thank you, he whispers. Luckily, they don't ask for the gory details of Bianca's death. Percy's too worn out to wade through those memories, and he's already reeling under the onslaught of new data Annabeth and Grover have piled upon him. After a while, Grover falls asleep right there, his head leaning against the cave wall, but Annabeth stays awake next to him, pinching her brows together as though she's thinking hard. She traces over the Percy was here sign on the wall distractedly. You okay? He finally asks, if only just to break the silence. Annabeth had looked lost in her own dark thoughts, and for some unknown reason he hadn't liked seeing her that way. She smiles at him. I dunno, honestly, there's a lot to consider. No shit. Percy takes Grover's uneaten cookie and shoves it into his mouth with so little finesse that Annabeth looks disgusted. I've never been more confused in my life. She laughs. I don't even know what to digest first. The prophecy, Luke, your friend Nico, it's too much for one night, even for me, and that's saying something. Focus on the quest, he suggests. Let's just go to Portland, grab Ella, take her to your fancy meeting. It's not fancy. And once we have everyone convinced about the prophecy, then we focus on Luke and Nico and whatever. Percy tries really hard not to think of Nico and the way he'd glared at Percy, the harsh tone of his voice, the missing gold from New Rome, and how he'd faded into the shadows right before Percy's eyes. He doesn't even know where the poor kid is now, but he knows that the last thing Nico wants is to be found, least of all by Percy. He doesn't want to barge into Nico's life again. The son of Hades had made it very clear that he'd never wanted to see Percy's face again, that he'd never forgive Percy for letting his sister die. Percy's terrified of the thought that Nico might have been taken down by a monster, but he's even more scared at the possibility of facing him again, because Nico di Angelo will always remind Percy what a huge, colossal failure he is. Percy slants a glance at Annabeth through his lashes, who has grabbed her pencil to sketch a rough outline of a building, which he's noticed she does whenever she's built up too much nervous energy in her body. They sit for a while in comfortable silence, and Percy thinks of Luke and Nico and Jason and Thalia and Annabeth and Bianca, and loses track of the plot so quickly his head spins. Prophecy first, he thinks, deciding to take his own advice. Prophecy first, everything else later. Did you hear me before, he asks, mostly because he knows she must have, about my mom. A little, she admits, sorry. It's okay, he scuffs the ground with his shoe, saves me another explanation at the very least. You would have told me, she sounds surprised. If you'd asked, he shrugs, and you seem like the kind of person who would ask. His tone must reek of bitterness because she winces at it. Slowly, carefully, she places her hand over his fists, not holding, just letting him know she's there. I really am sorry, she repeats. About Bianca and asking about her. It wasn't my place. I shouldn't have put you on the spot like that. Maybe it's for the best, he says. I trust you too. I might have told you both anyway in time. Plus, maybe with the three of us keeping an eye out for Nico, I dunno. Maybe it's better this way. It's really okay, he assures her, catching sight of her shamefaced expression. He can't help the burst of fondness that shoots through him. Annabeth's forlorn, sheepish mien makes him ache the same way he had when he'd heard her crying softly on her Pegasus. I don't blame you for wanting to know more. It's in your blood. I don't want to make excuses for myself, but it really is, Annabeth agrees. All my siblings are like this. We get it from our mom. Have you ever met her? No, she says quietly, disappointed. Thalia saw her on Olympus, said she was beautiful gray eyes like all of us Athena demigods and dark hair. Percy tries to conjure an image of the goddess, but comes up with a brunette Annabeth instead. Somehow she looks weird with dark hair, so Percy pushes the picture from his head. And your dad, he asks, genuinely curious.
She fixes him with a look of disbelief. Hey, I think that after all that, I get to ask some questions, too, he complains, watching her mull over likely endlessly clever escape routes. Nothing seems to throw you, and I think I've discovered that I have around 50 mental complexes that I didn't even know about. I need a break. At the very least, he makes her laugh, although the sound dies quickly. He never wanted me, Annabeth whispers. When I was born, Athena left me on his doorstep and fucked right off, as the gods do. My dad, he was a college professor, didn't have time for kids. I had to raise myself pretty much, but when I got to age 7, these huge spiders started attacking my house. My dad and his new wife blamed me. I ran. I think I did them a huge favor by it. She chuckles sourly. Percy can tell she's abridged the story for his sake, but she's also obviously still pained at the thought of her father, and so he keeps his mouth shut. He's still alive as far as I know, Annabeth murmurs, which makes me feel all the worse for your mom, really. She must have been a great mother if you miss her so much. He nods mutely, and mostly because he doesn't have any tears left in him. Anger, hot and mortifying, bubbles up in his stomach, the likes of which he hasn't felt since Bianca's death. He hates that Sally Jackson is dead. He hates that he'd left her. He hates that he'd lived instead of the best person on the planet. God knows he's caused enough pain for the people who had trusted him, and God knows how much more he'll cause before all this is over and done with. Thanks, Annabeth says suddenly. He blinks at her. What for? May's house, she says abruptly. Towards the end, you really covered our asses by asking May not to tell anyone that we'd stopped by. The scarred man she mentioned, I'm not sure he's who I think he is, but if I'm right, he's bad news. Her eyes soften and her tone is one of respect when she continues. That was some quick thinking. I owe you one. Oh, he says, embarrassed. I just felt like, you all seemed pretty out of it, you know. I didn't know what was going on, so anything I can do to help. I'll explain it to you once we get the quest out of the way, Annabeth assures him, but I'm just saying it was a smart decision, one I should have taken. So, I just wanted to help, you know. She studies him for a long moment, even halting the scratching of her pencil. Her face is grimy, but Percy can spot, even in the low light, what looks to be freckles spanning from one cheek to another. Her hair falls to her shoulders, tangled and curling in a way that reminds him of Bianca's when she woke from a nightmare. Her gray eyes turn liquid silver and the split ends of her hair shine gold, and Percy blinks at the sight. She looks like someone touched by Midas, before it hits him that the sky is brightening. They've been talking all night. I was wrong about you, she says then, plainly, so matter-of-factly that Percy finds himself blushing all over, because he can tell that Annabeth is rarely wrong about anything, and it shows real strength of character to admit her shortcomings so easily. You're a good guy, Percy, and you'll be a good hero one day too, she grins. If you do everything I tell you to, of course. Percy, abashed, scratches his nose and avoids her gaze. What's brought this on? I'm glad you don't hate me anymore, but what happened to Athena versus Poseidon? She chuckles lightly, a sound more air than laughter. That was before we were friends, seaweed brain, she says in a tone almost affectionate. Keep up. We're friends, he asks dumbly, even though his body tingles with pleasure at the sound of it. Annabeth looks up at the ceiling of the cave as though willing her problems away. Percy copies her in case it works. Well, what? Percy demands when she doesn't answer. You can be incredibly dumb sometimes, she declares, going back to her drawing. Yes, we're friends, you twit. Any more stupid questions? She adds for good measure. Percy, already shaking his head no, grins and bumps her shoulder. She laughs shortly and splits the last Oreo, and they tap their respective halves together in a silent cheers as the sun rises over the treetops. The library is beautiful. Annabeth's a big fan of structures. Skyscrapers and temples and churches and arches. She loves anything that is built beautifully, with a bit of history behind its flair. She likes the fact that architectural wonders are permanent in a way most things aren't. They withstand the onslaught of time, carrying with them tales of beauty and wonder and splendor and glory of the people living there at the time, and the empires those people had been a part of. Monuments like the Parthenon, like the Taj Mahal, like the Great Pyramids, they're not just old temples or palaces or tombs. They're works of art that tell a story of the history and culture of the period in which they had been built. In her opinion, the only thing that can be done to improve upon an already beautiful building is to fill it up with books. Which is why she loves libraries. Her first week when she'd left home, she camped out in the alleyway behind her local library during the nights and ventured inside the establishment itself in the daytime. The librarian, a rather perky middle-aged lady called Mrs. Care, had always welcomed Annabeth with a smile and helped her get the books she wanted. Back then, of course, Annabeth had stuck to Roald Dahl and Enid Blyton because the stories were fun and the vocabulary not too intense. Mrs. Care must have figured out Annabeth had run from home, given that Annabeth had showed up in the same, increasingly grimy clothes every day, but she never said anything after the first day, especially when she spotted the scratches on her arms, which Annabeth had acquired whilst fighting the spiders. She just helped Annabeth read the words Annabeth couldn't, the dyslexia had been a bitch to overcome, and explained the meanings in great detail. From the second day onward, she started bringing extra lunch to share with Annabeth. She even offered her a place to stay, but Annabeth refused every single time. After that, Annabeth had become a voracious reader. She devoured all the old books stored in Bunker 6. The first thing she'd successfully managed to read in Greek was a faded inscription on the bunker wall that read Plan 23, pored over every ancient scroll on the art of automaton making in Bunker 9. And on her very first supply run, she'd nearly jeopardized the entire mission by robbing a bookstore and stealing a copy of The Eyes of the Skin, a book that is tucked under her pillow in Bunker 9 at this very minute. The Pegasi dropped them on the rooftop of the building where Percy says the harpy lives, even though Annabeth doesn't see any sign of it anywhere. She's about to ask Percy if she can possibly visit a lower floor when there's a flutter of feathers from above, and a wisp of a girl with auburn hair and matching wings drops down a short distance from them, clutching a paper bag in its claws. The harpy hasn't noticed them. It's muttering to itself rapidly, ruffling its feathers and making small cawing noises. It's only when Percy steps forward that it seems to become aware of them, and it cries out in fear, scrambling backward and behind a dilapidated pile of bricks that barely covers half of its body. Annabeth is stunned. Percy had mentioned the harpy being distinctly unmonster-like, but to be honest, she hadn't entirely believed him. After all, the harpy is just that, a harpy with sharp talons that could rip her skin from head to toe. She'd resolved to remain on her guard, but seeing Ella tremble on the ground before them makes her feel almost compassionate for the creature, something she'd never thought she could feel for a monster. Drawing a weapon would seem cruel. Percy is approaching the harpy as though it is a wounded animal, making soothing comments and dangling the fish he'd caught from a stream in the forest in front of him like bait. Slowly, the harpy pokes its head from above its arms and trembles a little less alarmingly. "It's me, Ella," Percy says. "Percy, I visited you a couple of years ago, remember?" "Percy," says Ella, recognition dawning in bright brown eyes. Then in ancient Greek, "A half-blood of the eldest gods shall come of age." "Yes, we got that." Percy's smile grows strained. "Listen, I've brought some friends. They're really nice, they won't hurt you. They just need to ask you some questions. Is that okay?" Ella hesitates before taking the fish and nodding. It sits cross-legged in front of Percy, who sits down as well and casts his sword aside. He shoots Annabeth and Grover a look. Grover shrugs. They both make their way over to the harpy carefully so as not to startle it, and Annabeth drops her own dagger next to Percy's. Ella nibbles the tail of the raw fish. Percy looks pained. Apparently he avoids catching fish as much as possible, because he can hear them crying out in agony, and looks around them nervously as though expecting to be attacked. "Nobody'll hurt you when we're around," Percy assures it. Ella sniffles and runs a talon down its leg, which is covered in soft-looking feathers but does not hide the long scar running from the top of its thigh to the knee. "Other harpies did this to you?" Grover asks, frowning. "Ella is weak," Ella says, forlorn. "Other harpies take my food, hurt me. Ella is fast, but the others are too many to hide from." Percy shoots Ella a sympathetic look. "We're sorry, Ella. Is there anything we can do to help?" "No," the harpy shakes its head, expression brightening. "Tyson takes care of Ella. He got her bread, see?" It gestures at the brown bag in its lap. "Tyson gets Ella food when Ella doesn't have any. Tyson fights off the other monsters to keep Ella safe." "Oh, Tyson's still around then," Percy smiles. "That's good, that's really good actually." "Tyson takes care of Ella," Ella repeats. Percy glances at Annabeth in a go-ahead kind of way. They'd decided that she'd take the lead in the questioning because her knowledge of the ancient texts was second to none. Annabeth clears her throat lightly, and Ella snaps its gaze her way, stricken. "I have a few questions I want to ask you, Ella," she says, in what she hopes is an encouraging voice. It must work to some extent because Percy nods in approval and Ella relaxes. "You know about the great prophecy?" "Yes," Ella says at once. "A half-blood of the eldest gods shall come of age against all odds, and see the world in endless sleep. The hero's soul, cursed blade shall reap. A single choice shall end his days, Olympus to preserve or raise." "You know ancient Greek," Annabeth observes. "Ella taught herself to read long ago," Ella says. "And you read this prophecy from a book?" Annabeth asks delicately. "It was an old book," the harpy recalls. "Smelled nice. Smelled musty, Annabeth says despite herself, almost smiling because everyone knows old books are the best books. Give her a second hand over a new one any day. It is Ella's favorite smell, Ella says, and the harpy actually smiles back at her. Annabeth feels a rush of sudden warmth for the creature. What was the book like, Ella? Old, Ella repeats, Latin, but some of the verses were in ancient Greek. It took Ella a long time to read. It fixes large beady eyes on Grover. Beneath the earth his spirit wanes, the key to all of nature's pain. What? Grover questions, troubled. May mentioned that too. Is it really Pan who's waiting for me underground? Why would he be underground? I hate the underground, too many monsters. He waits anxiously, but Ella only scrapes the ground with a talon, already distracted. Ella, when is the last time you read these books? Annabeth asks. This morning, Ella replies casually, and Annabeth's stomach bottoms out. What? She rasps. Ella keeps all her books safe, Ella nods. Ella doesn't mind if the other harpies come and take her food, but she doesn't let them take her books. The harpy pauses, tilting her head at Annabeth questioningly. Would the daughter of Athena like to see them? Yes, please, Annabeth whispers, her heart in her throat. If this isn't a trap or some colossal joke, this could be it, she thinks, suddenly feeling feverish. This could be all the proof they've needed and more. Ella scrambles away, gesturing for Annabeth to follow, and reveals a well-hidden, rather flammable-looking nest hidden away in the corner of the roof, shielded well by a half-built wall of bricks and placed right behind a large water tank. The nest isn't very impressive in itself, put together with bits of cloth, a great many twigs, and several torn sheets of paper, cushioned in the middle by a pile of leaves. Ella looks at Annabeth, then removes several bricks just under the nest. Good job, Percy raises, and Ella flushes at the praise as she removes several more loose bricks from the floor before finding what she'd been looking for, several large books barely held together by well-worn golden thread. The paper, Annabeth can tell, isn't the commercial variety made today, no. This is thick papyrus made from the plant of the same name back in the old days, and the sight of it, the sight of the tiny Greek characters inked into the sheets, makes her heart race. She holds out her hand. Can I see them? She asks, her voice catching, but Ella hands over the book without argument. Calling it a book is a bit much. It's clearly many pieces of many books stuck clumsily together. The overall result is somewhat book-like, even though it looks like it might fall apart with the slightest touch or perhaps a light breeze. The first page details some kind of document about plumbing, which on further detail greatly resembles the system that the bunkers use. The rest of it shows notes on the casting of widespread magic that might be useful for the Hecate demigods, and there's a large portion dedicated automaton construction which Annabeth resolves to study with Leo, who might find it useful. She even catches an intricate diagram of a sphere that catches her attention, but she keeps flipping the pages. There are a lot of loose papers, half-burned pieces of parchment that look older than the rest of the book. These pages are in Latin, and Annabeth's eyes linger on the text, unable to believe what they are seeing. These are excerpts from the Sibylline books, she says in awe. They were said to have been burned up when the Roman Empire fell. Percy lets out a cackle, and he swiftly covers his mouth with his hand. Sorry, it's just that, in New Rome, Octavian, the augur or whatever, would keep pestering Raina to send him on a quest to find them, but she kept telling him they didn't exist. I can't believe that Nutjob was right, oh my gods. There are Greek translations, Annabeth crows, poring over the next page. Here it is in black and white, shall come of age against all odds. She looks up at Percy and Grover. It really just must have gotten lost in translation from ancient Greek to modern, from modern to English. She snaps the book shut. This has everything we need, guys. Why the hell would people translate it differently? Percy groans, closing his eyes. I mean, did they just figure it rolls off the tongue better? A half-blood of the eldest gods shall reach 16 against all odds, shall come of age against all odds. What's the difference? He pauses. Actually, shall reach 16 sounds kinda better. Grover looks at Ella uncertainly. Will she let us take the book, though? I mean, she said that her books were very precious to her. I'm not opposed to taking her back to Bunker 1, but you know, Clarice, there's no guarantee that she won't just kill her on sight, you know. There's no real need for us to bring Ella back now that we have the written prophecy, Annabeth agrees. But suddenly she remembers Ella saying Ella keeps all her books safe in that plaintive voice, and her heart scrunches up with guilt. She doesn't want to take these precious treasures from the harpy, especially since they're all the poor girl's got. Annabeth had to leave behind a lot of her favorite books when she'd run from her home. Granted, they had been only battered copies of Nancy Drew, but it had hurt nonetheless. She doesn't want to do the same to Ella, but they don't have another choice. It's not like they can just steal a smartphone and snap some pictures, you know. Ella, Percy crouches down to Ella's level. These books you've got, they're really important. We might have to borrow them for a bit. Is that okay? He flinches when Ella makes a small whining noise, her eyes fill with tears. It's just for a while, Annabeth soothes at once. Or would you like to come with us to a new home where you can be safe? Does it have books? Ella asks hopefully. Maybe around 10, Annabeth admits. Ella sniffles a clear no. I don't want to drag her from here, Percy says uncomfortably. I mean, it's not the best life or the safest, but it is her home. How about this? Grover cuts in, kneeling down. We'll keep the books for 10 days, I swear, and I'll come back and return them to you myself. Is that okay? You can trust Grover, Percy seconds at once, placing a hand on Grover's shoulder. He always keeps his word. Ella sniffles again, looking between the three of them. 10 days. I swear it, Grover says again. You trust me, don't you, Ella? Percy looks at her imploringly. Last time I met you, I promised you I'd get you a friend, and I found Tyson, didn't I? Ella nods, her expression clearing. Annabeth wonders who Tyson is, and she vaguely thinks that Percy really has had the wildest of adventures during his travels. Ella likes Tyson, Ella says, her face bright, and Tyson likes Percy, so I will trust you. Not the best occasion to apply the transitive rule, but Annabeth will take it. She beams at the harpy. Ella, you're the best. We really owe you one. We'll buy you all the bread you want. A sandwich, Ella says quietly, but no cheese. Ella doesn't like cheese. Percy, who hadn't known this apparently, jumps into a spiel about the merits of cheeseburgers as Annabeth takes off her hoodie and wraps the book in it. She doesn't mind freezing if it means the book will be safe. She stores it carefully in her backpack, her mind still racing at the possibilities at their luck. They've found a book, or at least several pages, of real prophecy. None of them have ever really seen a prophecy before. The great prophecy itself had been passed down by word of mouth over the centuries, after all. Nobody really knew for sure what had happened to the oracle other than the fact that she was out of commission. May Castellan seems to be all they have for the foreseeable future, and she isn't the most trustworthy, especially in the state she's in. Quests which, once upon a time, had involved a sacred ritual and used to have special prophecies issued by the oracle before being embarked upon, are now just kind of thrown together by each bunker when the need arises. Annabeth wonders if there are more prophecies in the book that can be pieced together by the children of Apollo. She'll have to remember to ask them what May might have meant about her final statement, that eerie order to look for the next one. A sudden thought occurs to her. Percy, what if the Titans find out we have the books? What if they find out about the change prophecy? She doesn't say, what if we have spies in our camp? Because even though she doesn't really know if they have a snake in their midst, she has a bad feeling there might still be double agents in their bunkers, and there's no way they can keep the matter of the prophecy a secret for long. It's bound to spread throughout their ranks, which means that if there is a spy amongst them, they will be sure to relay the information to Kronos. Surely their victory at finally being ahead of the Titans will be short-lived, and they have to be ready for it. Percy considers this. I have an idea. He whistles once, a piercing sound to summon the Pegasi. We'll make a stop on the way back. Thanks for everything, Ella, Grover says, patting the harpy gingerly on the arm. I'll get you the books back in 10 days, along with a really great sandwich. No cheese, Ella reminds him, but she sweeps her hair from her face and shoots him a genuine smile. No cheese, Grover says. Annabeth shoulders her back and in a fit of both gratitude and pity gives Ella a quick hug that has Ella blushing and Percy beaming. Ella feels painfully thin, and Annabeth suddenly wishes they'd brought her more fish, even though, by the way Percy had described the experience, involving an insane koi that thwacked him in the nose when he'd managed to catch it, getting the one had been hard enough. Stay safe, she says, and thank you. We'll see you soon, Ella, Percy says, as Blackjack lands dramatically on the rooftop and lets out a loud neigh as if to announce his presence. Percy has the Pegasi drop them into an alleyway behind a restaurant next, where Percy says Tyson usually hangs about, where everything smells like curry. Annabeth's stomach grumbles, but even she's above dumpster diving, unlike Grover, who spots a pile of empty soda cans and goes to grab a bite. Okay, so, Percy says, I should warn you about Tyson. He's big, but he's harmless. Just promise me that you won't freak out or draw your weapons. Why would we do that? Annabeth asks, bemused, if he's your friend. Didn't I mention, Percy replies, slapping his head like he's playing a ditz, Tyson's A large figure appears at the end of the alley. Brother, booms a voice, and the ground actually shakes when the person runs towards them, wasting no time in gathering Percy in his large, hairy arms and squeezing the breath out of them. Percy chokes, gasping for air. A can drops from Grover's hand, but he scrambles to pick it up at once, holding it aloft like it's a weapon, even though he's shaking so hard that he probably won't even be able to walk. Nonplussed, Annabeth stares back at the big dude. He's larger than Clarice, larger than Beckendorf, even, but he doesn't seem to be actually hurting Percy. Percy, in fact, is smiling even as he begs to be let go. Annabeth smiles. The newcomer must really be happy to see Percy. His eyes are welling up. Eyes. Annabeth gasps, drawing her weapon at once. Get away from him, she commands in her most authoritative voice. Get away from Percy now. The big guy, no, the normal-sized monster, drops Percy, eye wide at the sight of the celestial bronze. And then, questionably, somewhat hilariously and quite unsuccessfully, he attempts to hide behind Percy, whimpering and sniveling, even though Percy is less than half his size and makes a supremely ineffective shield. Percy groans, I told you not to draw your weapon. Percy, Annabeth says slowly, for surely this boy must be crazy, that is a Cyclops. He's harmless. He's still a Cyclops, Percy. He could squash me flat in 2 seconds, Grover whimpers, and a nervous bleat escapes him. The sound makes Annabeth realize she hasn't heard one of those in a while, and it occurs to her how much braver the satyr has become. Still, though, she understands his sentiments, his fear in this moment. She's never quite gotten over her hatred for Cyclopes, and Percy had been there during her last encounter with one. He'd seen the moment she'd frozen, he'd seen her nearly die at the hands of a Cyclops, and suddenly she feels irrationally angry at him. Percy seems to have followed her train of thought, but his chin juts out in defiance. Annabeth put down the weapon. She tightens her grip, Percy's eyes flash. He turns to Grover. Look, do you trust me? He asks. I mean, yeah, Grover says nervously, but... I don't trust you, Annabeth growls, which is a lie. Something deeply caring in her had stirred last night when she'd heard Percy cry, and whatever barrier she'd built up in an effort to keep him at arm's length had promptly crumbled away. She knows now that someone who'd lost all he ever loved to the monsters would never be tempted by the enemy and the darkness, but in her defense, her emotions are running rather high at the moment. Look, you trusted me about Ella, Percy continues as though she hadn't spoken. Can't you trust me about this? I mean, for God's sake, look at him. He turns slightly sideways to look at Tyson, who does cut a kind of pathetic figure in the rags covering its body and a worn tool belt circled around its wrist like a bracelet. The Cyclops mimics Percy's movement, as though scared he'll get hit if Percy isn't there to shield him. He's harmless, Percy stresses again. He's good. Didn't you hear Ella? Tyson's been taking on the other harpies single-handedly just to get Ella some food. He gazes back at her unflinchingly. Put your knife back. You're scaring him. Annabeth wants to argue that the Cyclops is scaring her, but something hard and cold in Percy's eyes makes her hold her tongue. Neither of them break eye contact. Annabeth doesn't like the situation they're in. Every instinct she'd built over the years has taught her to never trust a monster, but Percy's gaze is icy and unrelenting, and so unlike anything he's ever shown her before, and she doesn't like it. She sheathes her dagger, telling herself that she's not yielding, she's just choosing the path that will not lead to her gutting Percy like a fish. Grover follows, dropping the can, though he still trembles. Annabeth moves closer to him and holds his hand. You better have a plan, Jackson, she says harshly. Percy glares at her again, but his face softens when he looks back at Tyson, who seems to have relaxed some, even though his one large eye is still full of tears. This is Tyson, Percy introduces. I met him a couple of years ago in this same alley. He was holding off 3 larger harpies to protect Ella. I helped him, and now, well, he's kind of adopted me. He called you brother, Grover says in horror. Is he really? I don't know. Percy runs a hand through his hair, turning it into something attractively mussed, and Annabeth has to look away. There's no way of knowing, but maybe. Percy is good, Tyson says in the tiniest voice, and Percy smiles up at him. Tyson is good too, Percy says with conviction. He's never killed a demigod, kept the monsters off of me while I was here, even, and he's still here, helping Ella. That should tell you enough about him, really. Tyson nudges him. Percy rolls his eyes. Tyson is also a big fan of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, he adds. Tyson smiles wide and toothy, and it throws Annabeth so off guard she actually feels her head spinning. She's never seen a monster smile, she thinks, unless you count the wide, mad grins during battles where they knew they were winning. Tyson smiles differently, innocently, like a little kid. His arms are strong enough to squeeze the breath from her, but he'd use them to give Percy a hug of all things. He's been gathering food for Ella, real food, not demigod food, if Percy's telling the truth about that, and he's still hiding from them from Annabeth. He's scared of her, she realizes, but oddly enough, it doesn't give her the same heady rush of pride she usually feels when she's gained the upper hand in a fight against a monster. It makes her feel small. Between Tyson and Ella, Annabeth's going to have a brain aneurysm. She knows that some of the gods had used monsters, the Cyclopes and Telekines in particular, in their armies, and to build weapons, but seeing a good monster these days is like finding a diamond in a pile of shit. It just doesn't happen. Tyson can help us, Percy says confidently, making eye contact with her, and Annabeth is relieved to see that most of the anger has seeped away. How? Grover asks. He still seems distrustful of the Cyclops, possibly because he can actually smell the monster, and Annabeth squeezes his hand. Well, Tyson blends in, Percy says, smirking almost evilly, his green eyes glinting. He can keep an eye out in case the Titans send anyone after Ella or after information in general. He turns to Tyson. Could you do that for us, big guy? Tyson nods. I will keep Ella safe, he says with determination. I need you to get all the information you can if you get any news about a prophecy, Percy explains. Don't be too obvious about it, just keep an ear out. Find out who wants it, what the reward is, stuff like that. I will do that, brother. Tyson's eye crinkles as he smiles. And also let us know if you see a demigod around, Percy says in a rush, looking Annabeth's way guiltily. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Scar down the side of his face, Grover says, running a finger down his cheek. Annabeth flinches violently. It's a smart decision, she has to admit, and one that she currently doesn't have the heart to take. Keeping tabs on Luke is their best plan of action right now, but she's not sure whether to feel annoyed or relieved that Percy seems to have already branded him as the enemy. She's always got the feeling he was much, much smarter than he let on. His quick thinking at May's place, the presence of mind he's displayed just now, Percy Jackson is clearly not just the happy-go-lucky, human contact-starved demigod he's been demonstrating without a hitch at the bunker. He's a puzzle with about 50 missing pieces, and Annabeth loves a good riddle. Either way, she's indebted to Percy once again. The fact makes her uneasy, though the feeling probably stems from the pool of gratitude settling in her chest. Annabeth isn't used to relying on others in matters of plans and the like. Thanks, Tyson, Percy continues with obvious relief. Grover will be back here in a week or so. I'll send some peanut butter sandwiches with him. How's that sound? Tyson claps and the sound echoes through the narrow lane. Thank you, brother. I will not let you down. Grover looks ill at the thought of having to meet Tyson again, and alone, too, but he doesn't argue. Tyson gives Percy another bone-crushing hug before they leave, and Percy does seem genuinely distressed at having to go. He's silent as they rise back into the skies on the Pegasi, and Annabeth is hit with the thought that with his mother dead, Tyson is really the only family he has. You're insane, Grover says after a while in a voice half terrorized, half impressed. I can't believe you actually have friends who are monsters. They're not all bad, Percy says, frowning. I mean, I've killed enough monsters, but everyone deserves to be given a fair chance, I think. I mean, Tyson got beat up so much for trying to keep Ella alive, and he looked at me like some kind of hero when I helped him, kept following me afterwards and leaving me stale naan from the restaurant. I was like you when I met him. I was prepared to have no sympathy for him and Ella, but they're just trying to do what they can to survive. Made me realize we've all got it rough, even monsters. He pauses. But if the bad ones come to kill me, I'm not going to ask them for their life story, you know. Annabeth huffs out a laugh. Percy brings Blackjack closer to Minerva. The two's wings nearly collide, and Minerva lets out an angry snort. Thanks for keeping an open mind, Percy says. I could tell that was tough for you, just thanks. You're welcome, Annabeth replies, shocked, unable to tell him that Annabeth's mind hadn't really opened because of her benevolent nature. No, Percy had opened her mind, introduced her to a sideways world where even monsters could be good. He's changing her, she realizes, trying to muster up displeasure but finding only intrigue. He's changing her, and the weirdest thing is that she's not totally against it. They touch down near the main entrance to 9 the evening before the equinox. With the sun falling beneath the horizon, the stone of the bunker is cool, and by the time they enter through the doors, Percy is cold. Piper, Leo, and Jason haven't left yet. They inform Annabeth that Travis had left 2 days ago to spread news of the meeting, and Beckendorf and Silena had left only a few hours prior. Percy's glad to see the son of Jupiter. He really had been worried about him, but Jason's smile is a little strained, his expression slightly withdrawn. Percy figures it's because Piper had told him about May and the prophecy. News like that would make anyone, well, any child of the big three at least, want to run for the hills. So, Piper asks, did you find any proof of anything? Annabeth pats her backpack, where he knows the book is carefully tucked away. Yep. And Leo asks. It's true, Annabeth confirms, and Percy notices Jason's face fall. We've been interpreting the prophecy wrong ever since only the gods know when, since the first time the ancient Greek was translated into the modern. What do you mean? Grover asks, because although Annabeth had mentioned nursing a theory, she hadn't shared it with them. She laughs, kind of ironic, really. The coming-of-age part was understood and assumed to be age 16. She looks around at the rest of them as though shocked they haven't put it together yet. Think about it. In ancient Greece, girls came of age at 15, which is when they were considered fit to be wed. She pauses, silently disapproving before carrying on. Boys in ancient Greece came of age at 17, which is when they were old enough to enroll in the army. She spreads her arms out. What's the average? 16, Piper says, wondrous. Exactly, Annabeth slaps her hands together. But that was ancient Greece, and we're in America. Something heavy settles in Percy's gut as it hits him, and here. Children can be considered to come of age at 18, Annabeth says, and her voice is hushed as she looks between Percy and Jason. But obviously, both of you are over 18, and then it hit me. 18 is the age where most minors are considered to be adults. It's the voting age, but it varies from state to state anyway. She lets this sink in. There's another official coming of age for minors in the US, the age where a person is really considered an adult. You can buy alcohol, drink it. You are no longer considered to be dependent on your parents when you hit age 21. Percy had known it was coming, but hearing it said aloud makes the entire situation feel real and concrete, and it feels like a horrible blow to his abdomen. He steadies himself against the wall and tries to breathe normally out of the corner of his eye. He sees Jason cover his face with his hands, Piper rubbing her hands over his back. Knowing that soon every Titan in the universe will be out to kill his ass, it's not a nice feeling. Percy fixes his eyes on the campfire and watches the flames, purple tonight, lick at the night air. Annabeth won't meet his eyes. Grover lets out a low moan and grasps Percy's shoulder, and it is nice to have something solid holding on to him, keeping him from falling to the floor. Another horrible thought occurs to him. I turned 20 in August. July for me, Jason says, his blue eyes traumatized. Great, Annabeth says, gritting her teeth. Great, this means that her voice cracks and she has to clear her throat. She finally fixes her gaze on Percy, and a shiver runs through him at the deep sorrow concealed behind her carefully emotionless face. This means that in just about a year and a half, one of you will have to make a decision that could save or destroy our world. She hesitates. Again. Hello. Chapter 2, and Over the Walls I Have Wended 1. Notes. Before you start reading, you poor thing, why are you reading this? I would like to clarify that this fic is set in the canon universe. But a lot of little things aren't the same. Percy is younger than Jason. Hazel's been aged up, etc. Any all changes to canon in this fic is done very, very intentionally. Just go with it. And I apologize about the word count. Like, really, I am so sorry, OMG. We could walk straight through hell with a smile. Roman 2 I. And Over the Walls I Have Wended. Leo's always rather enjoyed these little get-togethers, even though they are becoming less and less of the let's gather round the fireplace and reminisce the tales of our youth, and more of the what's our plan to not die this time kind of meetings. Bunker 1 never fails to make him gawk. Leo always tries for a dramatic gasp whenever they enter, half of which is for show, which Annabeth seems to pick up on at once, and she makes sure to roll her eyes at him every time. But the other half of it really is born out of the sense of pure respect that the bunker tends to inspire in all that dare to step inside it. King of the bunkers, one can probably fit the entirety of Bunker 9 and then some. Everything about the place screams royalty, right down to the high ceiling and the white gold braziers mounted on the wall. They're stuck there, Leo's checked. It really is a beautiful place, though slightly musty, since it's the closest bunker to New York and nobody really uses it anymore. In the months leading to the war, Bunker 1 had reminded Leo or an airport, bustling with activity, constantly admitting and bidding goodbye to members of their alliance, but now it acts as their headquarters, a meeting place for all the bunker seniors whenever they need to get shit done. Leo, Jason, Piper, Annabeth, Grover, and Percy arrive right in the middle of everyone else, which is perfect, because it falls in the safe zone of Annabeth wanting to be abnormally early and Leo wanting to be fashionably late. The early birds, the other Athena seniors obviously, plus a few others like Beckendorf, Silena, Travis, and Connor, have already gathered by the fire pit and have taken the best cushions, fucking cheaters. Jake, who's been helping out at Bunker 7, walks in with Will Salas, who still looks annoyingly radiant, and Michael Yu, who still does not. Jake grins and waves at Leo, leaving Will in the middle of a sentence in favor of jogging up to him and giving him a big hug. Leo stumbles backward under the force of it, laughing. He's missed his brother. Jake claps him on the shoulder when he finally lets go. He grins around at them all, nodding at their hellos and sticking a hand out to Percy, who, though visibly surprised, shakes it. "New face, that's rare these days," Jake says, smiling. "What's your name?" "Percy," says Percy, relaxing. He'd probably been expecting a who's your godly parent type question, but Jake had probably sensed his discomfort. He's nice that way. He's always been far more attuned to people's state of mind. He gets humans far more than Leo does, which makes him such a good mechanic. When he got to Bunker 9, Leo had first been wary of all these kids of different races and ethnicities and ages and genders who claimed to be his half-siblings. But Jake was the first one whom Leo began to really see as a brother. He had mentored Leo for several months after his initiation into the bunkers, and Leo will forever be grateful for how well he'd handled him. He'd been indulgent of Leo's shitty jokes. They'd only been shitty back then, mind you. They're way better now and firm when he needed to be. Leo's since been assigned to guide some of the younger kids, and he'd flopped at it completely. The experience had taught him that he was not meant to be a teacher in any manner, shape, or form, but it had given him a whole new appreciation for Jake Mason. Jake throws an arm around Leo's shoulders and drags him into a conversation about a flying drone he's been thinking about building, shaped like the USS Enterprise, as they make their way to the rest of the demigods. Malcolm throws himself onto Annabeth at once, and some of the Bunker 10 kids who have just arrived shriek when they spot Piper. Leo's just glad Drew hasn't made an appearance. She really gives the rest of her siblings a bad name by living up to the whole "I'm pretty, so I don't need to be smart" stereotype. For God's sake, the girl had once called the swan Aphrodite's sacred fucking animal, an albino duck. Caught up in the middle of a massive reunion, Percy looks uncomfortable, obviously not knowing anyone, but Jason takes pity on him and drags him away to talk to Travis and Connor. The two big three kids look like death. They'd been silent the entire journey here, meaning a couple of hours, and Jason still looks somewhat sick to his stomach. Percy merely looks like he's swallowed something bitter, but maybe he's just better at hiding his emotions. Leo feels bad for them. He's been very much coasting by all these years, and he's glad for it. He can't even begin to think about how he'd deal if he was the hero meant to save their world. He would probably just make a run for it, to be honest. Still, though, Percy and Jason radiate this silent power even by just standing there. Jason laughs lightly at something Percy says. Percy smiles and twirls his sword absent-mindedly in his hand. They both look effortlessly good-looking and strong and reliable, and it pisses Leo off. Jake follows his line of sight, the new kid a good sort. "He's cool," Leo says truthfully, because Percy really does seem like a cool guy, despite the whole wet crotch prank. He doesn't know much about the dude, of course, but both Annabeth and Jason vouch for him, and that automatically enters the son of Poseidon into his good books. Maya, one of the senior demigods of Hecate, struts past him to hail Annabeth, dark hair flicking behind her, and Leo momentarily loses track of what he'd been thinking. Jake rolls his eyes, and Piper, who's finally managed to shake off Lacey and her incessant questions about Percy, sidles up to his side, only to flick him in the forehead. "What the hell?" Leo exclaims, rubbing the sore spot and pushing Piper away to make sure she knows that her action had been extremely unwarranted. "I didn't even hit on her this time. Can't I just appreciate the aesthetic of the human form?" "Cute way of saying you were ogling her ass," Piper says. "Like you weren't," Leo shoots back. Piper only grins, shameless. "I have a boyfriend," she says, mock-affronted. "I would never." "Leo, last time Maya caught you doing that, she enchanted your hair and turned it bubblegum pink," Jake reminds him. "I rocked that," Leo says defiantly, even as Piper says, "You looked like a tool." "Oh, remember that girl in our class, Tammy or some shit?" Leo heaves a longing sigh just because he knows the girl had been Piper's sworn enemy. Piper growls, "Tammy was a bitch." "She was exactly your type," Leo says. "Blonde hair, blue eyes, hello, ring any bells?" "Too bad she was a bitch," Piper scoffs and crosses her arms. "She was the prettiest girl in class, it was distracting," Leo informs Jake. "I almost failed like 3 subjects because of her." "No, you almost failed because you're just stupid," Jake responds dryly, and they all laugh. Jason and Percy join them. Percy asks, looking nervous, "Can we start now?" As if it's a talent show. He has a point, though. The meeting should have been underway by now. Annabeth likes to keep their talk short and sweet. possibly because the very idea of a short and sweet meeting is the stuff of her wildest dreams. Every single conference, as far as Leo remembers, has ended up with someone or the other fighting about something or the other, and everyone else having to play mediator. Leo quickly runs through everyone there. There's Grover, Percy, and Jason, of course. Jake, Leo, and Beckendorf from Bunker 9. Annabeth B. and Malcolm from 6. Piper, Silena, Lacey, and Mitchell from 10. Katie and Miranda Gardner from 4. Travis and Connor Stoll from 11. Will and Michael from 7. Castor and Pollux from 12. There's Maya, of course, representing Hecate, along with her half-brother Harry. No, not the Potter, though Leo still doesn't believe it's a coincidence. Holly, daughter of Nike. Clovis and Damien, sons of Hypnos. Butch and Cassidy, children of Iris. Chiara, daughter of Titch, and Paolo, son of Hebe. Leo wishes Hedge had decided to come, although he knows the old satyr has his hands full helping out at Bunker 12. He's barely seen Hedge after the war, and Hedge had seemed a shell of his former self every time they'd met since, still devastated at the loss of his wind nymph wife Melly. Leo doesn't blame him, but Hedge always did know how to liven up a boring meeting, using a couple of choice swear words that always managed to leave Annabeth spluttering. "We're waiting on the Ares demigods," he tells Percy, though privately he'd much rather start the meeting without them. Percy nods vaguely, gazing around at everyone. "So how does this work? Are there bunkers for every god?" "No, not exactly," Leo admits, feeling, as always, a little guilty about it. "There are 12 total, one for each of the 12 Olympians, though we don't really use bunkers 2 and 3. Those for Hera and Poseidon. You should actually go and check bunker 3 out. Maybe there's some shit there that only a child of Poseidon can unlock." "Like what?" Percy asks, interested. "A trident or something, who knows?" Leo begins excitedly, but Piper elbows him. "Anyway," she says pointedly, "there are 12 bunkers. Bunker 12 is for Dionysus, and there are only 2 real sons of the wine god, Castor and Pollux, over there. So a lot of Hecate and Hermes kids, plus a lot of our satyrs live there too, but like it's really a mishmash of people in every bunker. We try to usually have some satyrs, Demeter kids, Hermes kids, and Hephaestus kids in every bunker. Demigods from Hermes are useful mostly when we're scouting and stuff, and Hephaestus demigods are usually around to take care of the weapon stock, repairs, and stuff like that. But we rotate a lot based on need, like sometimes you might need some extra hands in 6, and their messenger will spread the word, you know. Everyone has a role to play." She points at Lacey. "See her there, that's Lacey, she's my half-sister. She's not the fiercest warrior, but she can alter her appearance with like 1 stick of eyeliner. She's super useful on supply runs because she can enter a store as one person, take whatever she wants, and then just turn into someone else. She's never been caught on a run." Piper smiles with pride. "Mitchell can't charm speak, but he can brew any kind of potion you like. A potion to make you taller, smaller, anything, you name it. He can also tell your sexuality just by reading your palm," Leo offers, wanting to contribute to the conversation. Piper wrinkles her nose at him. "Half-bloods from Hecate can use magic," she goes on. "They're in charge of keeping up our defenses and figuring out if any monsters are close. Ares have our best fighters, Athena our strategists. Demeter keeps us alive, not even gonna lie, we'd have been dead long ago if it wasn't for them. Butch over there, he's our best communicator. After the Titans corrupted Iris messages, we can't send them anymore without our location being tracked. Iris's kids became our best bet. They can communicate with each other with their minds. It's really handy in an SOS situation. An Iris kid being attacked by a monster on the outside can call for reinforcements without even having to say it aloud." "So where do me and Jason fit in?" Percy asks. "You just sit tight, pretty boy," Piper smirks. "You're great at laundry," Leo allows. "Us Niners have all made a pact to not ever tell anyone about your skills, because then every bunker will want you, and we had first dibs." "Glad to be of service," Percy grouses. "So wait, there isn't a bunker for Hades and the other minor gods?" "The demigods of the minor gods aren't that many in number, so they're spread across different bunkers, and Hades was never officially an Olympian," Piper shrugs. "And besides, he didn't have any children that we know of." "Oh yeah," Percy says, nodding vigorously. "Yeah, of course." "Well, why are you asking then?" Can Claris just show up?" Leo complains, cutting off Percy's stuttered reply, already sick of waiting. His leg is jumping up and down, and it's barely been half an hour. "Annabeth, let's just start," Piper agrees, sitting down in front of the fire, which is a bright, happy yellow, rising higher by the minute. "Claris was probably busy, maybe that's why she's a little late," Selena says diplomatically, and literally everyone else rolls their eyes because Selena is the only one in their entire camp who can stand Claris. Their friendship is so weird, mostly because it makes no sense at all. Selena is saccharine, practically a walking ray of sunshine, and Claris is a son of a bitch. She bulldozes down everyone in her bath and screams constantly, and is generally a pain in the ass. Piper says it's an opposites attract kind of situation. but Leo isn't really sure how they became friends in the first place. Piper says Silena helped the daughter of Ares out in controlling her panic after nightmares, which affected her more after her kinda-sorta-maybe boyfriend disappeared, or how Silena hasn't yet clubbed Clarice around the head with a baseball bat. It's a general rule that nobody can deal with the Ares demigods, which works just fine, because Leo's pretty sure they can't deal with each other either. Clarice chooses that moment to burst into the bunker like it's her own damn house or something. She bulldozes her way over to them, her second-in-command, Sherman, in tow. "What are you waiting for, noobs?" she thunders, and Piper winces. "You, actually," Annabeth says calmly, sitting down on a cushion and shooting Clarice an unimpressed look, and Leo wonders belatedly how Annabeth can turn even the simplest actions into something full of disappointment and disdain. Clarice only grunts. Her eyes pass over all of them before landing on Percy, which makes sense because he's new. Everyone braces for her to spew some crappy insult at him. But Clarice sniffs condescendingly, moving her gaze away, before she does a frankly hilarious double take that makes Leo smother a chuckle into his open fist when the daughter of Ares' eyes widen and she slams her spear into the ground, points at Percy and yells, "You." Her voice echoes all throughout the bunker. Lacey, who is closest to her and rather meek by nature, actually has her hands over her ears. Everyone else looks somewhere between stricken and harangued, except for Percy, who, Leo is interested to note, is looking at his shoes almost guiltily. "What now, Clarice?" Annabeth says, with the air of a mother who's been dealing with her 5 rowdy children all day. "What now, what now, what's now is that you let that stealing swine into our camp?" Clarice screams, drops of spit flying from her mouth like rain. Lacey has to remove her arms from her ears to shield her head, and it would be so funny if only Clarice weren't so fucking terrifying. Built like a linebacker, with arms thick enough to crush a watermelon with a single flex, she's got these tiny, mean, beady eyes that would be comical on literally any other human in the world, but somehow they give Clarice the look of a very hungry bulldog. "Stealing swine," Annabeth asks. "What?" "He took all our weapons," Clarice rages, without context. "And then when we chased him, he lured us into a public bathroom, and then he did something to the pipes. I don't know, shit was flying everywhere." Around them, everyone is hiding laughs into their pillows. Leo accidentally makes eye contact with Michael, who turns his own face into something remarkably like Clarice's, right down to the bull-like flare of her nostrils. Leo looks away at once, mouth twitching. "Percy wouldn't do that," Jason is quick to defend. Percy coughs, turning the shade of a ripe apple. "Are you sure it was him?" Annabeth asks Clarice. "He was off on his flying horse and waving goodbye by the time we got out," Clarice rages. "He put our knives between his fingers and acted like he was Wolverine." Travis barks out a laugh that he tries desperately to turn into a sneeze at the last minute. Clarice rounds on him with a hiss of, "You wanna fight, runt." "Oh, that's definitely Percy," Annabeth mutters. Jason turns to look at Percy. Actually, everyone turns to look at Percy. Identical grins begin to unfurl on Travis and Connor's faces at exactly the same time. Their twintuition is creepy, and Connor says, way too gleefully, "No way." Leo is torn between laughing and crying. He's very appreciative of the fact that Percy had managed to spray Clarice and her gang of bullies with toilet goo, but that had meant Leo had had to remake all the lost weapons, and he distinctly remembers that hadn't been exactly fun. "Wolverine?" Jason asks the poor, sheltered baby boy. Leo places an arm on his and says, "Later, young grasshopper." Percy is attempting to blend into Piper, who is sat closest to him, and fails spectacularly. Annabeth levels him with a look that would make a Titan freeze and then stab himself. It works because Percy stops squirming and fixes her with a look that screams, "Don't make me fight the big mean girl." "Care to explain?" she asks frostily. Percy shifts back and forth. "Well, remember I told you about stealing from a bunch of campers." "Oh my gods, Percy," Annabeth groans, "you didn't say they were Greek." "Yes, because I'd hoped to avoid this very situation," Percy defends as his voice takes on a frantic note. "And can you blame me? I was all alone and weaponless, and then one day I was wandering the forest and I saw all these knives right there. I couldn't help myself. It seemed like a better option than tracking a monster." He shoots a look of utmost despair around the ring of demigods that has Silena and Lacey cooing softly in sympathy. Everyone else, possibly remembering all the shit Clarice has said to them over the years, seems to come to the conclusion that yes, of course, poor Percy, he was just trying to stay alive. Leo marvels. "Why are you acting like that's all you took?" Clarice demands, her nose wrinkled upward in an extremely pig-like fashion. If only she snorted, the transformation would be complete. "Here we go," Sherman says in a low voice. "This little cockroach," Clara says with passion, "took all the food, all the blankets, he even tried to take the tent." "Didn't quite manage with the last one," Percy admits, with a sudden, rather disarming grin that makes his green eyes sparkle. "It's hard to run with a tent around you, I couldn't see a thing." Leo has to suddenly choke back a laugh at the thought of Percy running through the forest with a tent covering his entire body, tripping over brambles and roots. To his right, Travis and Connor are wheezing. "And the food," Clarice growls. "I was hungry." Annabeth smacks her hand into her face. "It was 3 years ago," Percy says plaintively. "Why can't we bury the hatchet, forgive and forget?" "Ares never forgets," Clarice roars, and the force of it makes even the magic fire tremble and go a little dimmer. "And the only hatchet I will be burying is the one in your skull, you corpse breath worm." Percy must really have a death wish because he's smiling almost nostalgically. "Hey, that's what you called me back then." "I know," Clarice snaps. "Only this time I can finally rip your head off." "Is violence really necessary?" Silena asks, shaking her head sadly, the thick curtain of her hair swishing prettily about her. She places a hand on Clarice's shoulder and her charm bracelet makes a soothing tinkly noise, almost like a tiny wind chime. "Calm down, Clarice," Silena urges, in a soothing voice that might as well be charm speak, but everyone knows Silena doesn't have the ability. Even so, her words are so comforting that Leo feels calmed down, but Clarice only shoves her hand away, shaking her head as though dazed. "You can take her, Percy," Michael Yu calls. He's always hated Clarice, ever since the great Apollo Ares chariot showdown before the war, and apparently her declaration of war against the son of Poseidon has fixed his place firmly at Percy's side. "Throw shit in her face again." "I will squash you under my foot, bug," Clarice spits at him. She's like twice his size and wears Doc Martens with spikes embedded into the soles, pointy parts face down, which, to date, is the most Ares thing Leo's ever seen. She could really step on Michael with no regrets. Annabeth massages the area between her eyes. "Can't you guys just make up?" "Yes, please," Percy says at once. "Not a bloody chance in the deepest pit in all of Tartarus," Clarice shoots back with venom. Her tiny eyes are full of loathing. "Annabeth, why the fuck is this rat here, on my turf?" "Our," mumbles Katie. "Do you even know if he's on our side?" Clarice asks, going around the circle and advancing on Percy, who gulps at the sight of her very, very sharp spear. "What if he's a monster? What if he's—" "I think I would have noticed if he was a monster," Annabeth says acidly. She cuts a non-threatening figure at the moment, sitting cross-legged on the floor, but her gray eyes suddenly flash and her fingers are on her dagger hilt, and with a painful jolt Leo is reminded that Athena, too, is a goddess of battle, and Annabeth is more than skilled with her weapon. He's seen her throwing knives. She's fast as hell and she never misses. Clarice hesitates. She knows, too. "He's on our side," Annabeth insists. By the way Clarice glares at her, you'd never know they were kinda friends. "Maybe he used the mist on you," Clarice argues. "Percy saved my life, Clarice," Annabeth snaps back, finally losing her temper. Something in her expression makes Clarice step back, and even Malcolm, who looked to be on the verge of protesting, shrinks back subdued. Piper looks smug and proud as she watches her friend, and Leo is reminded of why Annabeth had been the unanimous choice for their leader during their first meeting after the war. "Now shut up and sit down." Clarice seems to be at war, ahahaha, with herself, but finally she flings away her weapon in a fit of rage, as if she hadn't displayed it enough already, and throws herself onto the ground as far away from Percy as possible. "So he is a demigod?" Malcolm questions, scanning Percy like he's trying to get a good read on him, the way Leo's figured most children of Athena are inclined to doing. They're like human lie detectors in themselves. "What else would I be?" Percy mutters. "He is," Annabeth responds. "And what's his godly parentage?" Malcolm asks, and everyone else makes noises of agreement. Annabeth glances at Percy. "Well," she says, "this is the interesting part." She looks around at everyone. No freakouts, and this information does not leave this room. Glancing sideways at Percy, she picks up the water bottle next to her. Oh, they'd planned this, hadn't they? And uncaps it. Then, without any warning, just like the first night when Percy arrived at Bunker 9, she flings the water in his direction. And like before, Percy stops the spray just by raising his hand. He lets it hover in the air for a moment, letting the drops catch the light from the now blue fire, as though allowing everyone to get a good look, before slowly directing the stream back into the bottle. He doesn't spill a drop. The water trickles prettily into the water bottle, rolling dangerously close to the mouth of it, and when Percy's done, he casts Annabeth a look that proclaims, "Did you see that? Did you? I am the most skilled son of Poseidon in all the land." Annabeth rolls her eyes. Leo looks around, anticipating the reaction. Almost directly against Annabeth's directions, everyone freaks the fuck out. "The fuck?" Clara screams, pointing a shaking finger at Percy. "You're telling me Percy's a son of fucking Poseidon?" "How old are you?" Bea asks, her gray eyes gleaming in a very Annabeth-like fashion. "Can you stop rain?" Connor yelps. "Can you make rain?" Miranda gasps. "How long would it take you to water a crop, say, 20 feet by 25 feet? Katie asks. "Or screw that, how much do you know about drip irrigation?" "Are we sure he's a son of Poseidon for real?" Malcolm says doubtfully. "I mean, he could just be a son of Hecate who's really good at elemental magic." "No," Maya says, shaking her head. "He's the real thing. His eyes didn't glow gold the way ours do." To demonstrate, she lifts the forgotten water bottle several feet off the ground, and damn, her eyes really are gold. "That's hot," Leo says. "I will pour this water on you," says Maya, letting the bottle drop again. "If he's a son of Poseidon, that makes him even more suspicious," Malcolm argues. "How did he stay alive for so long? His scent is probably strong enough to attract monsters wherever he goes. It doesn't add up. How do we know he isn't a spy for the Titans?" Everyone falls silent, nodding in agreement at this. Leo figures it's a fair question to ask, but they don't have all the details, like the fact that "I killed Iapetus," Percy says casually, like he's announcing the weather, and everyone promptly loses their shit all over again. "No way that beanpole is the Titan killer," Clarice booms, far brasher than the rest of them, who are talking over themselves and creating a cacophony similar to the kind you'd see in a very rowdy debate session. It takes Annabeth having to stand up. Travis quickly switches her good cushion with the flat one he'd been sitting on, and claps several times before everyone begins to quiet down again. "The Titans were at the Roman front," pronounces Mitchell, but he sobers when Percy flashes them all his SPQR tattoo. Leo reclines against his cushion and wishes he had popcorn. "So you're a son of Neptune?" Miranda Gardner asks, frowning. "Lupa always said I was a son of Poseidon," Percy replies, shrugging, "so I guess I'm Greek, but I dunno." "If you're Greek, why were you at the Roman camp?" Pollux asks at once. Percy throws his arms in the air, exasperated. "You want the whole backstory? Fine." He glares at the fire, which has turned purple. "I was chased from my home, and I met Lupa in the woods near Bunker 9. She taught me about the gods and the Titans and stuff." "And stuff," Malcolm grumbles under his breath. "Years of culture and history is not stuff." "And then she pointed me in the direction of New Rome. Don't ask me why, because I don't know," he says in a rush, probably noticing several others open their mouths and poise themselves to speak. "I fought with the Romans during the war, and then when we lost, I left New Rome. I've been traveling alone ever since, until Piper and Leo and Grover and Butch," he nods to them in turn, "found me near their bunker. That's it." Leo digests this. Percy's story is sound, albeit with holes large enough for giants like Clarice or Beckendorf to slip through, but that's fair enough. They're all demigods, for fuck's sake. They know tragic backstories even more than reality TV show contestants do. Besides, he's been questioned by Annabeth, which is a detail everyone seems to be overlooking. If Annabeth has managed to go on a monster raid and a quest with him and has found no reason to distrust him, well, that's more than good enough for Leo. "Iapetus killed one of my good friends," Percy continues, and his voice, which so far had been hardened with frustration and defiance, softens into something shattered and sad and so genuine that it brings up memories of Leo's own rather miserable past. "So I fought him. It was hell, but I won, if you don't believe me." He yanks back the neckline of his shirt to reveal a jagged scar that disappears somewhere around his torso. Leo winces. He's got his own fair share of scars and bruises and still purple wounds, but Percy's scar looks like someone had lodged a knife into his shoulder and then just dragged it through the rest of him. Nobody speaks for the next few minutes. Percy, eyes dark, sits back down, Piper pats his knee in sympathy, and Jason offers him a fist bump, which he returns. Leo shoots him what he hopes is a heartening smile. It can't have been easy to stand his ground against 20 or so demigods who seem determined to prove him an enemy. And though Leo knows that they've all been betrayed by friends, comrades, family during the war, and that is reason enough for their misgivings, he still does remember what it's like to be the new kid, and so feels sympathetic towards Percy. The smile must work, because Percy grins back and tilts his head like it happens. Annabeth, who also seems to have been stunned into speechlessness by the sight of Percy's scar, jars herself back to attention. I hope the interrogation session is done with, she says dryly, glaring pointedly at Clarice, because we've got far more important shit to talk about. She takes a breath, closing her eyes for a moment as she gathers her thoughts. Almost simultaneously, most of the circle leans forward slightly in anticipation, even Leo, who knows what she's going to say. Even the fire at the center of them goes quiet, flickering softly and sparking different colors. Annabeth just has that way about her. She really knows how to work a crowd even if she doesn't mean to, and she gives off the impression that she's always in control, that she knows what she's doing, which in a group as diverse as theirs is rare. Even in the times when technically Thalia had been their head, Annabeth had been the one most people turned to if they wanted to really know what was up, because she never minced her words, even in those times of conflict. It's her straightforwardness and simple, strong honesty that works as effectively as charm speak in matters of riling people up or calming them down, that draw people in, and although there might be a few warriors on her level in camp, nobody can boast of being as influential. So, she says, her voice is lower than normal, so everyone shifts towards her almost unconsciously, everyone except Clovis, who is already beginning to nod off, the great sloth. You know our theory after the prophecy failed us, about possibly there being another great prophecy that would signal our comeback. She looks around at them all, gray eyes grim. We were wrong. Holding a placating hand in Malcolm's direction, as her half-brother seems on the border of interrupting, Annabeth nods at Percy, who clears his throat and then explains quickly about Lupa and the prophecy she'd told him. A half-blood of the eldest gods, he says in ancient Greek, and his voice sounds deep and impressive, the way his tongue rolls over the words. Annabeth, who probably hadn't been expecting that, blinks in surprise but permits him to continue with a little gesture of her hand. Shall come of age against all odds, Percy says, and see the world in endless sleep. The hero's soul cursed blade shall reap, a single choice shall end his days, Olympus to preserve or raise. He stops. So you all heard the difference, Annabeth says. It's a minor one most likely interpreted wrong long ago and then taken to be the law sometime during all these years since the fall of the oracle. After all, in ancient Greece, the average coming of age for young people was 16. Here in America, though, it's 21. Malcolm raises his hand, right on cue. How are you so sure it's real? Annabeth smiles haughtily at him, and the rest of the Bunker 9 occupants exchange knowing grins as she reaches into her pack and unwraps her hoodie from what looks like a sheaf of old parchment bound carelessly together. They don't look impressive in the least, but Leo's learned that in their world, old is gold, unless it comes to monsters, in which case old is infinitely more terrifying and really, really sucks. She holds the papers up for everyone to see. These, she says in a hushed voice, or at least some of these, are original pages from the Sibylline books. Will and Michael gasp in tandem. You're fucking shitting me, says Will, clapping his hands over his mouth. Give it here, Michael says, springing to his feet before Annabeth can even have the chance to hand it over. Let me see. He touches the page Annabeth proffers and visibly blanches. Oh my gods, it's the real shit. Oh my gods. He back-sits down right there. Oh my gods. How do you know? Sherman asks, glaring at Michael as though he's just putting on a show. I can feel it, Michael says simply, and he usually sounds like an idiot, but his face is grim now and somehow Leo finds himself believing him. Apollo is the god of prophecy. That thing is right from the time of the original Roman Empire. He points at the sheet in Annabeth's grasp. We can sense this stuff, it's in our bones. Why didn't you sense that the old prophecy was fake then? Clarice jeers, wiggling her fingers to highlight his sensing abilities. Your ass is fake, you freak. Michael returns with spectacularly childlike glee, wearing a smile as though he's been waiting for this showdown to happen. Will looks ashamed, Selina disappointed. Everyone else does not seem surprised in the least. Michael has always had a knack for driving Clarice over the edge, and he takes a particular pleasure in trying to get a rise out of her every time they come face to face. Piper and Lacey exchange looks like. It's happening again, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. Sherman petitions Ares' name. Percy looks interested and amused, probably glad it's not him on the chopping block this time. Jason looks bored. Leo again really wishes he'd bring some kind of snack with him, and wonders emphatically which is more pathetic, Michael's immature insults or the fact that Clarice loses her shit at them every single time. Annabeth intervenes at lightning speed, shoving Clarice backward even as the other girl makes to stand. Michael, shut the fuck up, Clarice, put away the spear, for God's sake, you're both idiots. Idiots. No, Clarice, sit down, fucking hell, Michael, really? Sticking your tongue out at her, really? It takes her a while to get everyone back on track, and by the time that's happened, she looks tired and frazzled and very much done with the entire situation. Leo doesn't blame her. He imagines that putting up with Clarice is like trying to stuff a raging elephant into a dollhouse without breaking anything. It's just not advisable because the elephant will get mad and start stomping around, trampling everything in its path. Michael, on the other hand, is like that rat that comes and fucks up everything in your house, artfully dodging all the traps you've laid out for it. Slimy motherfucker, but Leo's got to admit the dude has balls of steel. Nobody would dare stand up to Clarice the way he does. Anyway, Annabeth says, sounding irritated, blowing away a curl that's fallen into her eyes. The prophecy, we have proof that it says come of age, nothing about age 16. If we go by today's laws in America, coming of age would be age 21. Jason and Percy hear obediently. The two of them smile fakely and wave. Percy, in a fit of what must be pure shamelessness, even blows a kiss, prompting laughs from the group. Turn 21 next year. We've got to be ready. Her announcement is met with a mixture of enthusiasm from Clarice and Sherman, the warmongers, and gloom from everyone else. This prophecy is legit, Will confirms, having taken the yellowest page in the book. He's poring over it even as he speaks. It's the most legit shit I've ever seen. Annabeth hands Leo the rest of the book. There's stuff in there that you might find interesting, and some for Hecate as well. She beckons Maya and Harry over. Annabeth, if it's Jason or Percy, Katie cuts in. I mean, what do you mean we should get ready? There aren't any more demigods out there for us to recruit. We don't know where the Romans are based, not exactly. Most of our quests from before the war to get magical items and whatnot, they all failed. We can train, says Clarice excitedly, smashing her gigantic fist into her palm, if we have every bunker trained like ours. We can't all be you, Clarice, Katie replies kindly. Yeah, we can't all be meatheads, Michael scoffs. Annabeth says something in reply, but Leo doesn't hear her. In fact, he doesn't hear anyone because he's stumbled on something insane. Annabeth, he calls, and the room falls silent. Oddly, when he speaks, maybe they sense something urgent in his voice. Leo holds up the page. Annabeth, this is the recipe for Greek fire. Mitchell and Maya trip over themselves trying to get to him. Oh my gods, Maya says, 2 spots of pink appearing on her cheeks as she takes in the words on the page. Mitchell is looking at the sheet as though committing it to memory. Annabeth, this is crazy, Maya says finally, if this works. It's huge, Mitchell agrees, still scanning the parchment. The recipe is insane, though, super complex. One drop wrong and it goes kaboom. Annabeth leans forward. Can you do it? Of course I can, Mitchell says dismissively, flipping a lock of sleek hair from his forehead. But these ingredients, though, he lists off a bunch of obscure items, more than half of which Leo is pretty sure he's making up. But when he voices his doubts aloud, the son of Aphrodite just shoots him a dirty look. Nectar, Travis says, where are we supposed to get that? The gods are gone. Grover speaks up. I got a prophecy. Apparently I'm destined to go find Pan. Katie's eyes widen. Pan is still alive. Apparently so, Grover says uncertainly. Maybe he has an idea about the nectar. It's a start, Mitchell admits. The rest of the stuff, some of it we can get on supply runs, others we need quests for. This is some magical shit. Beckendorf looks like every holiday known to mankind has arrived early. The things we could do with Greek fire, we could rig bombs. Sounds lit, says Michael, looking around immediately as he says it as thought waiting for a round of applause for the pun. Leo gives him a thumbs up. Maya, whose attention has been captured by another section of the book, looks up. Leo's never really understood magic. It's all twisty and defies all laws of everything and isn't straightforward the way simple mechanics and physics is. But Maya looks thrilled, her dark eyes shining. There are notes on widespread magic. It's super interesting. If we could teach this to every kid from Hecate, we could enchant armies of monsters at a time. Jason's eyes widen. You could make them die. Possibly, mostly this is the kind of magic is harmless at heart, but it definitely could affect hundreds, thousands at once. We could make them all fight each other or knock themselves out or even dance maybe. Who knows? Maya grabs Clovis, who miraculously looks wide awake. Clovis, do you think? Will, I have a theory about the oracle, Annabeth is explaining enthusiastically. So, she was just a mortal, right? Round them, everyone seems to have broken up into their own little groups. Mitchell is telling Katie and Miranda about a certain kind of leaf he needs for Greek fire. Clarice is discussing battle formations with Sherman, Malcolm, B, Paolo, and Holly. Damien, Clovis, Maya, and Harry are still discussing how to cast magic, Selena listening on. Piper, Butch, Cassidy, Travis, Connor, and Lacey are talking supplies, setting up schedules, and discussing the rest of the ingredients on Mitchell's list. Percy and Michael are speculating the benefits of letting loose a Greek firecracker right at the base of Othrys. Chiara, Castor, and Pollux are asking Grover about Pan. It's a very different atmosphere compared to the one Leo remembers from before the war. Back then, everything had been more of a job, a duty, than anything. Quests were taken on only to retrieve some miraculous item that would help their chances, like the Golden Fleece, or an apple from the Garden of the Hesperides, or the Nemean lion's pelt. They'd all been disastrous. Leo's never thought about it before, but nobody ever going on a quest had really gone about it hopefully. Mostly they'd been glad enough to return with their lives, but maybe that's the difference. Maybe nobody had really, truly believed they'd succeed at a quest, or beat a titan, or win the war. Whatever's happening right now, people throwing out ideas, everyone else building upon them, their faces shine with confidence and anticipation. And this is way more fun in Leo's opinion. He prefers it greatly to all the somber assemblies of the past. Leo plants himself on a comfy cushion a little away from the action and grins around at everyone, light-headed and fond, remembering Christmases when his mom was alive, and she'd take him to visit his grandmother's house. Since her death, he's been mostly alone, and he'd thought he would never again feel the sense of community that only comes with being a part of a huge family. But surrounded by all these demigods, some spitting profanity at each other, Leo can't help but think that that's exactly what he's got. Still smiling, he turns another page of the book. He blinks. He calls Jake and Beckendorf with a wave of his hand, unable to speak. They all stare at the writing, then each other. Piper, Jason, and Percy, noticing the three of them standing, motionless, in a room full of action, peek around their shoulders curiously. Percy frowns. It's a ball. It's not just a ball, Jake whispers. It's a sphere. It's an Archimedes sphere, Leo says, hushed. I didn't know. I assumed they were blown up or something. It's beautiful, Beckendorf says, nearly choked up. I'm gonna cry. Leo is near tears himself. The plans are gorgeous, thin lines detailing every single wire, every piece of bronze. There are a couple of diagrams of the sphere, several depicting the outside shell, and many more describing the cross-section from various angles. Blocky handwriting alongside each figure, possibly written by Archimedes himself, and the thought thrills Leo down to his very core, labels in glorious, marvelous, stupendous detail every single piece they need to build one, and how to put them all together, physically and magically too. Leo's hands shake as he examines the document. He's never believed in destiny, really. Even after discovering his parentage, Leo's always been a firm believer in whatever happens, happens, rather than what is meant to happen will happen. It had only been when he'd found the plans for the bronze dragon in Bunker 9 that his entire body had tingled with this sense of purpose. This sense of, I have to be the one to find this damn thing. The fire burning up Leo's insides now is that feeling from back then, only tenfold, 20-fold. Every vein seems like it's filled with gasoline, not blood, trailing a scorching path up and down his entire body. Leo, you're smoking, Piper says tiredly. She's been dealing with this particular problem since their school days, and runs her hand through his curls, putting it out. Charlie, you okay? Silena calls. Beckendorf only lets out an almighty sniff in response. Jake just blinks at the sphere, his eyes glassy. Leo scrambles to his feet and raps smartly on the nearest tabletop with his hand. Only nobody hears him, so Beckendorf does it, which works a lot better, because the dude's hands are the size of baseball mitts. Leo fiddles in his bag for a piece of chalk. Gather round, kids, he says brightly. We've just found something insane, and now Uncle Leo's gonna teach you how we're going to own this war. Drawing on the uneven ground is a big of a task, but Leo recreates the illustration as best he can. His lines are nowhere near as clean as Archimedes, or even Annabeth's, but he tries anyway, while Beckendorf and Jake busy themselves with giving the rest of the demigods, who have circled around the fire again, the brief backstory. Archimedes was the most famous, the most celebrated son of Hephaestus to ever live, Beckendorf explains. Supposedly his knowledge and inventions were so renowned that even the Roman general wanted to keep him alive when they plundered his city, but he got killed anyway. His findings are still used today, Jake continues. He calculated the value of pi, his achievements in engineering unprecedented. He was an inventor, Beckendorf rattles off, a mathematician, an engineer, an astronomer, a physicist. He was a legend. I'm pretty sure the plumbing we use in the bunkers uses Archimedes' basic designs and principles, Leo adds. I'm pretty sure he invented this hydraulic screw. I don't care about some lame hydraulic screw, Clarice taunts. He invented a heat ray that could fry the hair off your head, Leo shoots back, affronted. Good enough for you. He also invented this giant claw that could dangle from a crane and pluck ships out of the water. Jake adds, crossing his arms and raising an eyebrow. Clarice raises her hands in defeat. The point we're trying to make here is, Leo says, pointing at the rather crude diagram of the sphere he's made, magnified from the parchment. Archimedes was the elite of the elite. He was a visionary, and he made these spheres. He traces the circle reverently. The Romans, for the life of them, couldn't figure out what they were for, whether they were supposed to map star paths or what, but everyone knew that they must have been some good shit. But the spheres were lost, and so were Archimedes' notes on them. Or so we thought. He grabs the papers and waves them in the air, but here they are. This is huge, Jake stresses. Even bigger than all the automaton models we found in Bunker 9. Even bigger than the plans you got from Daedalus' workshop, he says, with a significant look at Annabeth, who raises an eyebrow. So what can they do? Annabeth asks doubtfully. I know Archimedes was a big deal, of course, but these spheres, they just look like spheres. The possibilities are endless, Leo howls, breaking the piece of chalk in his excitement. Weapons, communication, he stops. Oh my God, communication. We could use it to send messages to the new Rome, Beckendorf says, running a hand through his buzz cut. Holy Hera. We could link two spheres together magically, send them messages, we could finally have contact with them, Leo enthuses. We could update them on the prophecy, we could tell them about quests, they can keep us informed about authorities. Chances a glance at Jason, who's gazing at the spheres with a new light in his eyes. Leo knows that while there hadn't been a doubt in his mind about choosing to be with Thalia over the Romans, he had still grown up there after all, and he'd had a lot of friends he'd had to leave behind, friends who might possibly be dead now. The new Rome base camp isn't split up into smaller groups like the Greeks, but the entrance is changed every few weeks or so it's impossible to find unless you have the know-how. Aside from the run-in Jason had had with Reyna on a quest a year or so after the war, they hadn't had news from the Romans at all. They didn't even know if they were alive, and Leo imagines the worry must have been nagging at the son of Zeus for a while. This at least has made everyone sit up and take notice. Annabeth appraises the sphere with a whole new respect. We couldn't do that soon enough, she admits. Especially with the new stuff about the prophecy, we have to let them know, and it'll probably take months and months for us to even begin to locate their base. The spheres are our best shot. How long will they take to construct? Piper questions. It can't be easy, right? It's going to be the hardest shit we've ever attempted, Leo agrees. We'll need materials, Beckendorf pipes up, frowning. He points at the book. This says we'll need nothing short of the purest metals there are. Isn't celestial bronze pure enough? Travis asks. We could all just raid monsters for a month or something. Leo shakes his head. That wouldn't work. The celestial bronze we use is enchanted, yes, but not exactly pure. Same with imperial gold. With the gods gone, we're technically facing a shortage, right? That's why we go on raids, because there's no way for us to mine the metals ourselves. Celestial bronze and imperial gold comes from deep, deep beneath the earth, and I don't even know how you go about making Stygian iron. So we're technically using secondhand weapons, forged and reforged, but the purest form of the metals comes straight from the forges of Hephaestus. They can be polluted even by the touch of demigods. He pauses halfway through the lecture to take a breath. I don't know how to explain it really, just imagine the cleanest form of metal you can get, straight from its ore, right from the earth. That's what we need, metal untouched by anyone, unpolluted by human or demigod or monster touch. What the hell do we have to do to get that? Malcolm wonders, sounding despondent. Dig. A child of Hades would be supremely useful right now, Miranda says. We'll send satyrs out, Grover cuts in, placing a hand on Percy's shoulder. Metals are a part of the earth I don't know. It's worth a shot. Leo, when you're on your quest to find the bronze dragon, you might want to keep an eye out too, Annabeth says, letting out a sigh that makes her look mildly crazed. Dragon, Percy says, sounding horrified. Bronze. That's another thing about the spheres, Jake crows loudly. If we get them right, we could fit miniature ones into automatons and stuff. You know how the automatons we made for the last war usually just malfunctioned. Leo winces at this. Their machines had been good and useful for a time, but each of them had eventually gone berserk and attacked without discernment between friend or foe, and they'd had to be put down eventually, an act that still causes him pain. With the spheres, they wouldn't at all. If we could build enough. A robot army, Connor says, sitting up. Robot army, Leo punches the air, grinning. Sounds badass, Sherman admits, with a sideways glance at his sister, but astonishingly, Clarice nods in agreement. Annabeth nods, determined. Sounds like a plan. Annabeth, even if we can build 5 spheres, it's make a huge difference, I swear it, Leo promises. She nods. I'm deferring to your knowledge on this one, which means everything we've planned from today is on priority, guys. That means we get the ingredients we need for Greek fire, the metals for the spheres, and Maya, Clovis, get all your siblings working on these new spells. Meanwhile, the rest of us need to train Jason, Percy. Don't give me that look, you guys too. Will, I told you my hunch about the oracle. Clear-sighted mortals, got it, Will salutes. Every bunker goes on monster raids, Annabeth orders, furrowing her brows. We might need pure metals for the construction of the spheres, but we could do with more weapons, and we'll need weapons for automatons as well. Are we allowed to tell the rest of the campers about the prophecy? Silena asks, wiggling her fingers in Leo's general direction. Leo hands her the book. Annabeth hesitates. This is the part I'm not sure about. I trust you guys, of course, but if we still have spies in our bunkers, her lips pull into a frown. Let's keep it vague. Don't actually say we've got proof that the prophecy's changed. Just say we heard some monsters mentioning an attack or something. She clasps her hands together. Guys, I can't stress this enough. The fact that the prophecy wasn't what we thought it wasn't meant for back then. This must be kept secret. She looks around at them solemnly. I trust you guys, but if this information gets into Titan hands, even by accident, Percy and Jason will be targeted, and we can't afford that. We don't need to worry about Jason. Every Titan and their mom knows he exists, says B offhandedly. Exactly, what about Percy then? Malcolm pipes up, pointing unnecessarily at Percy. If the Titans know about him. Percy shrugs. The only Titan who knew about my powers was Ipetus, and I killed him. I didn't use my powers much during the war either. Show off, Claris grunts. What about after that? Annabeth asks. Though I think we can assume the enemy doesn't know about you yet since you're alive. Again, I don't really use my powers where there's more than one monster around, Percy says, and when I do, I try not to leave any survivors. Which, damn, Leo thinks, nearly swooning, that's so badass. Stick to that, Annabeth orders. She looks around at the rest of them, grim. As far as anyone knows, Percy's just another unclaimed. We don't want word spreading around about a son of Poseidon. This stays between everyone here and nobody else. I get that we'll have to tell everyone at some point, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We'll tell everyone at 9 not to spread it around either. Got it. Without even waiting for a response, she glances at Leo. Grab the oldest, dirtiest scrolls you can find back at 9. I need these pages copied before Grover leaves to Portland. We made a promise to return them to Ella. Keep the originals, we'll give her the copies. She won't mind if the content is the same. Grover and Percy frown at the same time, but she only shoots them a slightly helpless look in apology. I know, but we can't afford for these to get into the wrong hands. She gazes at the books, which Silena is studying. Leo recognizes the page about the fancy magic with great interest. If Ella is attacked and the book taken, I would never forgive myself. These are the Sibylline books. They belong with us, Will agrees. Well, technically they belong in New Rome, but let's ignore that for now. Percy doesn't look too pleased about it, but he waves his hand in a go-ahead motion. Annabeth relaxes before turning back to the circle. Everyone okay with our current plan of action? She asks the group at large. I understand if it's not much, but I just think it's best to be prepared. In a rare show of vulnerability, her voice cracks, and when she raises her head, her eyes look sorrowful. We can't afford to lose again. We won't, Claris says, standing, and somehow, even though she is a brute 99% of the time, she looks like an army general or something now, all broad shoulders and resolute expression. Leo is reminded of the last war, watching Claris driving a chariot pulled by skeletal horses, screaming profanity like she was a modern-day barbarian, her entire body surrounded by a pulsing aura of red proof that she was Ares' chosen, Ares' champion, and despite his indifference towards the daughter of Ares, he feels a little heartened by her words. We'll do it right this time, Malcolm says, gray eyes glinting. This is a second chance gifted to us by the gods. One by one, everyone stands, gripping their weapons, almost angry expressions etched clear across their faces. Leo grabs Jason's hand and stands too, though he can't help but notice that his friend looks resigned and weary rather than pumped up like the rest. Annabeth looks like she's fighting some kind of deep emotion. Her face, all screwed up at first, finally settles into something resembling relief, something like hope. Let's go, she says finally. We've got work to do. As everyone is dispersing via their respective passages, Leo slings an arm around Jason's shoulder. So, he says flippantly, grinning, deep shit, huh? But there was one thing that horrified me most of all. And what would that be? Jason plays along, rolling his eyes. His face relaxes, which had been Leo's intention all along, he's pleased to announce, and he shoves at Leo lightly. The fact that I haven't introduced you to X-Men, Leo says, and ignores how everyone around them groans and bitches, like, oh my gods, Leo, aren't you ever serious about anything? What kind of teacher am I if I haven't taught you about Wolverine, Storm, fucking Magneto? Leo, you've got to learn to prioritize, Annabeth says with feeling, though there's a hint of a smile in her voice. He flips her off and focuses on what's important. So mutants, he says, rubbing his hands together, let's talk about Professor X. Piper and Annabeth's collide when they both reach out to thwack his head. Leo just laughs. Percy wishes he was the one to go on the quest. I don't see why I can't, he complains to Annabeth, who looks tired at being asked this, which Percy thinks is quite unfair actually, because he's only been whining about it for 4 days as opposed to, say, a month. Leo doesn't want you to go, Annabeth says rudely, with zero remorse whatsoever. After the first few times he'd asked, after which she'd kindly and patiently explained to him that Percy, sending 2 big 3 kids on a quest is like holding up a sign for the monsters to come and eat you, she's gotten rather inventive and mean with her answers. Any self-respecting human would have stopped asking by that point, but Percy can't really help it. Lies, Percy responds with some amount of vigor, because Leo had been extremely thankful to hear all about Percy's tryst with the bronze dragon, and Percy's sure Leo will let him come on the quest if he asks. He doesn't want to be stuck on eternal laundry duty. He wants to be out there, doing something. He can't be cooped up in the bunker while everyone else is contributing in some way. Even Piper's heading off on her own quest at the same time Jason is. She's heading off to Bunker 10 to get some Greek fire stuff for Mitchell, and she hadn't invited Percy along, and so Percy's not talking to her. Annabeth's staying, Piper had said, with the kind of suggestive leer that had made Percy blush right down to his fingertips, but he'd reminded himself that he was mad at her and so hadn't responded. What Piper had not said, however, that Annabeth had become so obsessed with sticking her head into various ancient scrolls that she didn't have time for Percy anymore. He is well aware that he sounds like a brat, yes, but Percy is bored in all this being around people business, it's spoiled him. He has lived many years mostly alone, and conversing with blackjack and various fish hadn't been the same as talking to actual humans. Now that he's got a taste of it, he doesn't appreciate being ditched by all his new friends and left to do the laundry, which has quickly become his least favorite task of all time. In the time Percy's taken to formulate a response, Annabeth's busied herself with another old book about automatons or statues or whatever, so Percy, kinda bitter and kinda neglected, leaves her to it. He finds Grover sitting in the shade of a tree, curling a vine around his fingers, and he looks strangely lost in thought, so Percy's about to move on when Grover looks up and spots him. He smiles and beckons him over. Percy settles down next to him. It's a few hours post-lunch and the farmlands are empty, freshly watered. Percy closes his eyes and breathes in the smell of the plants and the wetness of the tilled soil, and for a minute imagines he's still on the run, hiding in some forest somewhere, all alone. Grover laughs lightly as though he's read his mind. It takes Percy a second for him to realize that the satyr had probably done just that. Do you miss it? He asks gently. Being on the run, he gestures around him. It must be quite the change. Percy blinks, startled and feeling somehow called out, though he's not entirely sure why. It's just that nobody's really commented on his sudden and pretty drastic shift in lifestyles until now, other than Annabeth, of course. He thinks about it. It's true that he did control over his own schedule when he'd been on his own. He doesn't ever think he'll get used to Annabeth shaking him awake at some ungodly hour 2 nights a week for patrol. But Percy's only now comprehending fully just how isolated from everything he'd been before. Ever since leaving New Rome, where, despite being hailed as a hero, he'd never really fit in, Percy's never been around demigods much at all, unless you count the encounter with Clarice. Being a part of the bunker of something larger than himself is a welcome and refreshing change. And even though there's a lot of dirty work to do, and sometimes tempers run high, Percy can tell everyone in the bunker is genuinely fond of each other. The older demigods dote on Harley, Gus, and Victoria, who are the youngest in their camp, like they're their younger siblings, and there are just these little things people do, you know. Like when Percy's returning from a night patrol, Leo always heats some water in a flask for him. And like when someone is very visibly tired, there are people to pick up their slack in whatever job they're doing, even taking their place for patrols. Percy's seen Silena comforting Christopher after he's had a nightmare, seen Piper slip some extra chips into Nissa's plate when the other girl looked away. Bunker 9 seems more like a large family than a regiment of an army, and Percy's glad to have experienced the feeling at least once. I like it, he says honestly, which might be the biggest understatement ever, but Grover nods like he understands. You fit in, he says seriously. I don't know if you'll believe me, but I really do think you belong here. Percy bobs his head in response. It's nothing like New Rome. The Romans had been much more of a military force than anything, and though Percy had met people he liked and respected, like Reyna, he hadn't really felt like a proper member of the group. He respects them, though their way of doing things is different, but it works for them. Reyna in particular had been a capable leader, the kind who wasn't ever above asking for help from more experienced demigods and legacies. She reminds him, oddly enough, of Annabeth. Even though they couldn't be further apart in appearance, there's just something similarly sharp and steely about the two girls. He wonders how Reyna's doing now. Thinking about New Rome makes him remember, inevitably, the battles he'd fought there, which, by extension, leads him right to thoughts of Nico and Bianca. He misses them like hell misses when it had just been the three of them, stealing shit and camping out in the woods afterwards, when times had been simpler. "Tell me about Pan," he says, mostly to pull his mind from the dark spiral it is heading down, but also because he's pretty sure the god is all Grover's been thinking about since meeting May. He awaits you or whatever. Grover hums and the flowers growing around him bloom. Percy watches, transfixed, as a blossom nearly commits suicide trying to stretch its petals closer to Grover's hooves. Pan was or is the god of the wild, Grover says reverent. His mission was to protect wildlife in any and all forms. Satyrs all over the world live every day trying to uphold his ideals. He pauses to detangle a particularly daring vine snaking up his arm. We do everything we can planting trees, strengthening their roots. We might not make a huge difference, but a little goes a long way in the web of nature. One sapling planted means more nature magic for us to tap into. In the times before the war, we used the trees to communicate. The dryads were good as passing messages under the monster's radar. What happened? Percy asks curiously, because he remembers seeing far more nature spirits during his travels with Lupa, chlorophyll-skinned dryads who would vanish into the trees as he blundered his way past, naiads who would treat Percy's wounds with a gentle, healing touch. The Titans happened, Grover gets out through gritted teeth, and Percy stares. He's never seen the satyr angry before. Grover seems very much a peaceful spirit, more of a moderator than a fighter. On more than one occasion he's broken up a fight, and he seems to be a constant calming presence for Annabeth, who, Percy has noticed, is prone to occasional moments of diving too deep into her own head. After the war or during, the time is a little weird. We're not sure when it started happening for sure. The Titans had pretty much every tree infected. We're not sure how they did it. My best bet is they took the help of Gaia, their mother. Maybe she spread the sickness through the earth itself. So although the physical forms of nature remain, the trees, the rivers, their magic has been corrupted. Haven't you noticed? He has, as a matter of fact. He hasn't seen a naiad in years, and the water hasn't been healing me the way it used to. It still responds to his will, of course, but Grover's right. The little mountain streams Percy's always used feel less welcoming, almost as though they've been tainted somehow. We figured it out after the battle. Grover's head hangs. Dryads started growing weaker before disappearing entirely into their trees. No amount of calling would bring them out. It was like they were trapped in there. He touches a wild dandelion gingerly. I had a girlfriend, Juniper. Her tree is in New York. Oh shit, Percy says, and then he winces at how insensitive he sounds. I haven't seen her in 5 years, Grover says, sniffling and rubbing at his eyes. I don't even know if she's alive. I haven't felt the presence of a dryad since the war. I'm so sorry, Percy says stupidly, at a loss for what to say. Grover shrugs. There are a bunch of satyrs left, a couple in each bunker, he says. They're all young, eager, but there's not much to do when nature's aura is so weak. No amount of our healing magic seems to work to get the nature spirits back. He purses his lips. If Pan were really alive, we could finally have a purpose again. Percy places a hand on Grover's knee. You'll find him. I really hope I do, Grover admits. I want to bring nature's life force back, and there's still so much I want to know, you know. His eyes are alight with the excitement of the unknown, and his face is so full of innocent hope and purity that Percy finds himself reflecting the emotion. I'll miss you, Percy says truthfully. I mean, you might be gone for months, right? Probably, Grover replies. He turns to face Percy. Actually, I had an idea about that. A way for us to talk, transfer important information when I'm gone. It's called an empathy link. Sounds, Percy can't find the word, so he settles for interesting. Grover snorts. Satyrs can form a link between themselves and another person if they wish. It's a foolproof method of communication. That's useful, Percy says. Why haven't all you satyrs done it? Because it's a little risky, Grover admits. Do it wrong and you might just subject yourself and your linked partner to horrible, horrible headaches. Or, brain damage, maybe. Ah, Percy swallows, so you've done it before then. Nope, Grover says brightly. Percy forces himself to stay calm. Grover. I'm fairly confident, though, Grover assures him. Percy takes a deep breath, so it's like mind reading. Kinda, he answers, more like we can talk telepathically. And since I'm a satyr, I will probably feel what you're feeling when the link is open, and you might experience mine. What if I die? Percy asks bluntly. I'll probably go into a coma or something, Grover says casually, and Percy chokes. But don't worry, he is quick to reassure him. The key is cutting off the link in time, otherwise it's perfectly safe. I'll just be able to talk to you in your mind. Percy must look stricken at this. Isn't having Grover sense his emotions enough? Does he really have to get into his head? But Grover laughs. His smile turns wicked. Just make sure you're not thinking anything dirty and we should be good. What? Percy asks, mortified. What? You can close the link if that happens, Grover grins. You are horrible, Percy declares, trying not to smile when Grover bursts into laughter. You are the worst and I hate you. You'll do it then. He shrugs. I'm in, but why me? Wouldn't you be better off linking with Annabeth? Grover cocks his head slightly at him, his eyes so open and warm that it makes Percy flush. Annabeth has enough going on in her head without me screaming shit at her, he says bluntly. And besides, I dunno, I feel a kind of bond with you, I guess. I like you, Percy. I trust you. I think you're going to be a great hero one day. Percy knows he's gone red all the way to his hairline. Grover. Oh my God, don't cry, Grover says quickly, aghast, and Percy wipes the tears immediately, embarrassed. But Grover's gaze says he understands just how much it means to Percy to be accepted and trusted again, and how much it matters that Grover said it out loud. So do we do this now? Percy says, crossing his legs beneath him. Do I have to meditate or something? I'll open it when I'm gone, Grover responds. There's no use in opening the link now. I'll just get an insight into your dirty dreams. I hate you, I'm leaving. Percy stands and makes for the tunnel entrance. Go find another link key. Thanks, Percy, Grover calls, waving. Percy ends up taking a wrong turn on his way back to the bunker. He's still getting used to all the twists and turns and side passages of the labyrinth. Luckily for him, though, he bumps into Jason on his way back from the bathroom, who soon takes pity on Percy's utter incompetence at navigating the tunnels. He looks bored enough to suggest making a detour too, wherever honestly, leading Percy to a narrower path that soon veers dangerously upward. Percy is embarrassingly close to gasping. Where are we going? A special place, Jason says quietly. He tries to smile, but he seems lost in his head, eyes unfocused. The passage opens up too. Wow, he gasps. It's the mountaintop, kind of, maybe. It doesn't quite look high enough. The height they're at is only slightly above the treetops, but it's still beautiful. Reminds Percy of all the little alcoves he's hidden in over the years, including the one he, Grover, and Annabeth had taken shelter in the Tualatin Mountains, all rocky terrain and vast expanse of sky. It's evening time and the sun is setting, turning the sky all kind of shades of blues and oranges and magentas. Percy thinks if he were a painter, he would surely be scrambling to capture the magnificence of it all, the flock of birds darting in and out of sight, the puffy clouds looking as soft as wads of cotton, smudged across the canvas, the final rays of yellow hitting several far-off trees like a spotlight. He breathes in the cold breeze, and it smells faintly of spring. Percy and Jason lean against the still warm rocks and gaze upward. At least, Percy gazes upward, trying to spot the first stars, while Jason closes his eyes, his mouth pulling into a tiny frown. The son of Jupiter's been looking worried these days, and he's shit at hiding it, too. Percy's seen him agitated before, and usually it makes for pretty adequate entertainment, because watching Jason attempt to be rude is hilarious, but not this time. He looks exhausted. Percy supposes it comes with the trade. Jason, being a month older than him, now has to bear the burden of the prophecy, just as his sister had died doing, which Percy supposes can't be even remotely fun. It's a weight Percy had carried in the year or so after Lupa had told him the prophecy, before he met Bianca, before he heard about Thalia. Jason had once told him he hadn't wanted to even be a leader back in New Rome, much less the hero of the prophecy, and well. This is just an all-round shitty situation, isn't it? Percy isn't sure what to feel about it himself. On the one hand, with Jason around, that means Percy's free from the responsibility, but he's not entirely sure how it works. There's been a weird thought floating around his head, that maybe it's really him who's the hero after all, but Percy's not sure how Jason will fit into that particular narrative, and he doesn't want to think about it, because he genuinely likes Jason. Feels a sense of companionship and brotherhood and shared baggage, cheesy as it might sound. You okay? Percy finally asks into the silence, and a sideways glance at Jason reveals his eyes open again, dim and troubled, and Percy wants to help, but he doesn't know how. Fine, Jason sighs, I guess. The wind slows down almost imperceptibly. Jason must be manipulating it, because he plucks a leaf from the air and worries it between his fingers. This fucking sucks, he confesses quietly, and the look on his face scares Percy, because for a split second there, he looks like a man with nothing left to lose. Sparks dance on the tips of his fingers, and the leaf he'd been holding so delicately turns to ash. He scowls. Percy isn't sure what Jason means, the prophecy or the quest or just everything in general, but he understands, empathizes, even. It's all well and good and easy for everyone else to just assume they're the hero or whatever and run with it, but it's a whole different feeling when there's a real chance it really might be you. From there, well, you can choose to ignore the fact that the very existence of everything and everyone you love rests on your shoulders. Or you can deal with the stress by convincing yourself of your skill and bravery, or you can run. Percy's sick of running. He's sick of running and he's sick of losing, and more than anything he wants a home, something to come back to, something to hold on to. Jason seems undecided. You think it's too late for a child of Hades to pop up out of the ground and take my place? Jason asks ruefully, and Percy laughs, but then remembers Nico and stops abruptly. Probably, he says vaguely. I hope so, Jason says. They both exhale, and their breaths mingle to form a single cloud that dissipates in seconds. What do we do now? Jason asks with a sardonic twist to his voice. I mean, I'm going on this quest, but now there's this extra pressure of everything. He bits his lip, and his voice shakes when he says, if I die. Man, don't think like that, Percy admonishes. You're not going to die, what the fuck? Jason only shrugs. Percy's rattled at how casually he said it. It's not a new thought by any means, but something about the certainty of his friend's voice alarms him. And it's weird more than anything else to see Jason worry about dying so vocally. Jason, the pride of New Rome, Jason who has the power to flatten the mountain they're sitting on. Jason is broader than Percy, and he looks like your typical hero, with his light hair and blue eyes and respectful smile. If Jason were in a regular high school, girls would probably be throwing themselves at him, and their parents would approve because Jason looks genuinely like a good guy. He looks the kind of guy who's made to punch bad guys and walk the damsels in distress back home without making a move on them. He's just solid, if that makes sense. Responsible, reliable, strong, a good friend, a good boyfriend, a good person to have at your side. Jason is the hero that kills all the monsters and stands above their corpses, victorious, his blonde hair flowing in the wind. Jason isn't supposed to die. He knows the life he's living. He knows the situation they're in. He knows demigods die at an almost ridiculous rate. Beckendorf and Silena, as far as he knows, are the eldest of all the demigods in the bunkers at age 21, and there hadn't been any demigods older than 20 in New Rome either. The legacies had lived longer because they had less godly DNA than demigods. Some had even had families and children on the outside. The eve of the battle, Percy recalls many of them praying for their kids. He remembers Commander Zhang kissing a passport-sized picture of her son before stowing it carefully in her pocket and hefting her spear. Percy remembers seeing them all and knowing for a fact that he would never be able to have that kind of life. It's just a fact. Demigods don't live long. Percy's been close to death many times himself, and there have been times where he's distinctly thought, cold as ice, I'm going to die. There had been the night he'd run from the Minotaur, his first solo battle since leaving Lupa, the fight versus Epetus, but somehow he survived it all and made his way here. And Jason's been through some crazy fights too. He's fought a titan and lived, so why is he suddenly hopeless now? Something about Jason's words is rubbing Percy the wrong way. Something about Jason feels off, something he can't place. The way he's sitting, hunched in over himself, the way his eyes are searching constantly, the way his hands, clasped together, are shaking slightly. Percy suddenly wants to bundle the poor guy up in a blanket, but he settles for placing a hand on his shoulder. Jason jolts at the touch, but then relaxes, and he even smiles, though Percy can tell it's forced. Is something up? Percy asks quietly. Are you having bad dreams or something about the quest? Jason keeps his eyes on the horizon when he answers. Not exactly. He doesn't elaborate, and Percy doesn't feel like pushing it. He just bumps him lightly in the shoulder. Whatever it is, it'll be okay, he promises. You're Jason, son of Jupiter extraordinaire. If anyone's guaranteed to make it out of this alive, it's you. Jason chuckles lightly. Extraordinaire. Master of the winds, Percy bellows. Bringer of lightning storms. Shut up, Jason laughs. Only if you chill, Percy grins back. Jason smiles, but it fades quickly. Yeah, okay. The skies turned a rich, dark blue. From where they are, Percy can see all the stars. It's breathtaking, like a million fireflies twinkling at them, brightly and endlessly.
Percy, Jason says.
Yes. I have to say it, he says in a rush. And I'm not saying something will happen, but if something does happen to me, will you take care of Piper? Percy stiffens, transported to another time, another child of the Big Three, another peaceful night under the stars like this. Bianca had been shy, reluctant to take the lead even they'd figured out she was older than Percy, who was all too eager to shirk any and all responsibilities in favor of stealing a few extra cans of soda. She'd been sweet, caring, always insisting on cleaning Percy's wounds and stuff like that. She'd been a fast learner, and fiercely dedicated to helping Percy protect her brother. "Promise me you'll protect him," she told him one night when Nico had been curled up in Percy's oversized sweater, snoring into his sister's lap. "If something happens to me, will you protect him, keep him safe?" And then there had been Nico, cornering him shortly before the battle, eyes dark and scared as their army filed into formation beyond them. "Please, Percy," he'd whispered, shaking in his too big armor, "promise you'll take care of Bianca. Promise me you'll keep her alive." 2 promises, and he hadn't even kept one. Percy feels a lump in his throat that clenches painfully when he looks into Jason's eyes and sees desperation there, and his heart stutters because he's not good at this stuff. In fact, he's horrible at it. Percy hates when people rely on him like this because his biggest fear is of letting them down. If Jason had any idea of how shit Percy is at keeping promises of this kind, he wouldn't be asking him in the first place. But he looks at his friend and he can't say no, he can't. He swallows. "You're going to be fine." "Percy, please, just in case," Jason pleads, eyes glassy and blue. Percy wants to choke and cry and beg for Jason to ask him something else as a favor, anything else really, but he still nods, pushes down the urge to throw up or refuse or run away, says, "Of course, dude," and acts like it isn't killing him inside to say the words. Hazel is getting the slightest bit weary. Portland is quite a nice city, she supposes. It's a bit cold when they arrive at the city limits, but Frank insists they keep moving. Chasing a minor god is not exactly what Hazel had expected she'd end up doing when she and Nico had parted ways, but well, as Frank had once told her, shit happens. She's still getting used to that phrase, to be honest. Hazel bites back a yawn and then does it again when it sneaks back up on her. The previous night had been a sleepless one, spent on the banks of the stream where Frank had spotted the god a few days prior. Hazel had been caught in a flashback when Frank shook her awake, saying something about having a dream of seeing the minor god in Portland, which, okay, why would a minor god hang out in Portland of all places? But Hazel had agreed to get moving anyway. Frank had spotted the god for the first time years ago on his way to Camp Jupiter, apparently healing his wounds by a stream. He'd never really paid much notice back then, but a week or so ago he'd seen the god again, this time using his water powers to catch some fish. Frank had disguised himself as a koi and tried to get closer, only he'd ended up nearly getting caught himself. He'd had to hit the god across the face to get away, and then he'd swum to their little camp downstream to relay the news to her. "He's a minor god," he had reported earnestly, eyes gleaming. "Some offspring of Poseidon, I'm sure of it. He was doing magic-y stuff with the water." "All right," Hazel had said sleepily. "That's good. We have to go back and find him," Frank had said next, which had then proved to be an impossible task. They'd combed the woods for days until Hazel could recognize each tree, at which point she'd respectfully suggested they give up and get some sleep, which had worked for the most part, at least until this morning. So here they are, roaming the city like a pair of lost children, which they practically are, although she doesn't feel much like a child anymore, looking for the bricked building Frank remembers from his dream. "Are you sure it was Portland?" Hazel asks for what feels to be the millionth time, attempting to push her curls out of her eyes. The rubber band she'd, borrowed from another girl in the ladies' washroom back in Sacramento has all but lost its elasticity and barely manages to keep her voluminous locks in place. Hazel would steal another one, given that she doesn't have the money to buy another, but she's never liked the idea of shoplifting, and maybe that's been reflected on her expression because every shopkeeper she makes eye contact gives her the evil eye. She'll have to ask Frank to get her another one. He's mastered the knack of transforming into a goose and scaring all the patrons from a store, returning with several knickknacks and baubles, and once a whole box of cereal. Frank, frowning at the skyline, merely grunts in response. Hazel zones out, biting her bottom lip beneath her teeth, hoping that the pain it brings will be enough to prevent a flashback. They don't happen often, but she tends to slip into one when she relaxes even the slightest bit, which makes her life very difficult. She doesn't know why the flashbacks are happening exactly. She'll never say it aloud, but she suspects something went wrong when Nico accidentally brought her back. He'd been only 13 or 14 at the time, and the magic to bring back the dead isn't the kind to be messed with. Perhaps he'd made a mistake somewhere and succeeded in pulling Hazel from the underworld only about 90% of the way through. At least, that's what it feels like to Hazel sometimes. She feels caught. Caught between the past and the present, between the underworld and the real world, between life and death. It's been around 5 years since coming back, she recalls, which would make her 18 years old. And yet she's still not used to being alive, and alive in this strange new world that looks and feels nothing like the one she'd left behind 70 or so years ago. The buildings are taller, the technology far more advanced, and the people wear shorter clothes. They speak in a brash, aggressive manner, dye their hair all kinds of insane colors, stick metal accessories through their noses and lips and tongues and eyebrows, and display their affection for each other loudly and publicly. Hazel's seen far too many couples engaging in all kinds of passionate activities in the ladies' washroom. Frank says it's normal these days, but Hazel doesn't think she'll ever get used to it. She doesn't ever think she'll grow accustomed to these strange new times. Hazel speaks differently, dresses differently. She feels like a grandmother compared to half of the kids she sees walking down the street. Everyone she's had a conversation with seems lovely, but she finds herself still wondering if she'll ever belong here. Frank grabs her hand as they start walking again, and this is something she needs to get used to too. Frank is smart and cute, and he's been wonderful to her, grasping her hand to keep her grounded during the flashbacks and teaching her everything about the past decade. She likes him, she does, in a way she hasn't felt about anyone since Sammy, but Hazel's face still goes warm like an oven when Frank so much it smiles at her, and it's getting to be a real problem. Frank's been a sweetheart about everything, though learning that Hazel's been brought back from the dead had to have been a shock, after all, and he'd told her kindly that he liked her a lot and he would like to date her, but that they could take things slow while she got adjusted. They've only kissed the one time, when Hazel had rescued Frank from some annoying little grain monsters. She had been the one to initiate it, largely out of relief to see him alive, planting a tiny peck to his lips and surprising him as much as it did her, and then he'd held her by the shoulders and pulled her to him, and Hazel had nearly combusted on the spot. The kiss had made her feel like she was soaring. It had been sweet and warm, with her hands twisted into his shirt, and his hands on either side of her like he was preventing an escape. Not that she intended to, not like she could even walk afterwards, but it had been nice to know he wanted to keep her there. Afterwards, she'd leaned her head on his shoulder and tried to hide the fact that her face was so hot it could have boiled water. She still squeaks every time she replays the scene in her mind's eye, which is, admittedly, pretty often. Hazel she has not had a lot of people who love her, and the fact that Frank does so openly and tenderly makes her entire heart warm. She would like to grow accustomed to this new life soon, if only to gain the confidence to kiss him more often. Hand in hand they navigate through the streets of the city, and Hazel even finds a $5 note caught between the cement of the sidewalk. She uses her powers to get the ground to loosen up a little. Frank grabs the money, and they use it to buy 2 hot dogs, which taste delicious. There aren't too many monsters around, given that it's daytime, but they avoid the darker alleyways anyway, sticking to the main roads. They get a few looks from passersby, which Hazel is used to at this point, but she still wipes at her face self-consciously, aware of the griminess of it. It's been almost a full day since she'd last bathed, patted her body down with a damp cloth in the forest stream, and she's pretty sure there are still twigs in her hair. The two of them probably look like vagrants, but the dirt helps hide their scent, and as long as they don't get stopped by the police, it's fine. The search continues. Frank actually risks asking a traffic policeman about what he describes as big and kinda red building, who points them in the direction of the Multnomah County Library, which is further from the city than they'd expected. It takes them an hour or so to walk there, which is fine with Hazel, because she likes spending time with Frank that doesn't involve running from monsters or him helping her recover from a flashback. With the sun shining in earnest now, Hazel begins to grow tired from all the hiking. Frank, too, is sweating rather profusely, so she hands him her handkerchief. Frank's smile looks even prettier in the daytime, and his eyes glitter. He's so cute that it honestly makes her wonder why the hell he likes her. Of all people, Hazel isn't smiley in the least, and she is well aware that she looks like a trash can most of the time. Whatever the reason, though, she is grateful, Nico and Sammy excluded. Frank is the most important person in her life, both her lives. That's it, Frank says excitedly as the building comes into view. It is in fact big and kinda red, as he'd so eloquently defined it being. Long and wide, with a set of majestic broad stairs leading to the entrance, the library is surrounded by trees just beginning to grow fresh leaves. It looks old and beautiful, and Hazel, who is learning to appreciate anything and everything with a little history in this tech-y new world, likes it immediately. They make their way round to the back of the library where they're unlikely to be spotted. They duck behind a thicket of trees as Frank says he was up on the rooftop, and transforms into an eagle perching on her arm. "Don't be long," Hazel says, and the eagle nods once before launching into the air. She watches him go, smiling, hoping for his sake they find the minor god. She would have suggested giving up ages ago had it not been for the reason Frank had told her for his obsession with the god. A legacy of Poseidon as well as a son of Mars, Frank just wants to know more about the Poseidon blood in him that allows him to change form, and what the piece of firewood tucked safely into her pocket means. Hazel forces down the pull she feels from the earth. The gemstones buried deep within the ground seem to always want to pop up around her, and it's harder to control when she's standing on soil rather than on asphalt. She closes her eyes and forces the treasures back down. She's about to settle down behind a bush when she feels the presence. She draws her sword immediately, gazing further into the little woodland. Her heart beats quickly. The assailant must know what they are doing if they'd waited for Frank to leave her. She glares into the trees and yells out, "Come out, I know you're there." Rustles reach her ears from all directions. Hazel whips her head around to the right, where a large figure comes into view. He's tall, handsome, with blonde hair and icy eyes. He holds a lance crackling with electricity, and he looks so grim and menacing that Hazel wonders if he is the minor god they'd been tracking. From her left emerges another boy, who has brown hair with horns sticking out of it. What? He isn't armed, but he lifts a set of wooden pipes to his lips, and suddenly the bush behind her decides she's its worst enemy. It reaches out with thorny branches, winding around her legs and forcing her to cry out, though she somehow manages to keep a hold of her weapon. "What are you doing here?" the blonde boy asks, brandishing his weapon. "Who are you looking for?" Hazel glares at him and keeps her mouth shut even as the brambles cut into her skin. "Look, if she's a demigod, maybe we should let her go," comes a voice, and this one sounds so heart-wrenchingly familiar that it makes her entire body thrum. Another boy steps into her line of sight, brown skin, curly dark hair, a smile that screams of mischief. Hazel's heart stops. "Sammy," she finds it difficult to speak in anything louder than a whisper, and her voice cracks embarrassingly. The guy frowns. "What? No, I'm Leo." "We're not letting her go," says the blonde guy to Leo, who Hazel can't stop staring at. He looks exactly as Sammy had, albeit taller and leaner. If Hazel had lived long enough to see Sammy grow up into a man, he would have looked exactly like Leo, and it makes her want to weep. Leo is gazing at her as though he's in a trance, but if she's a demigod. "Stop thinking with your dick," blonde hair reprimands, and both Leo and Hazel color, Hazel because of the crass language, and Leo for reasons unknown. The horned boy steps up. "Why are you here?" Frank chooses this moment to make an appearance. He must have seen everything from the sky. He barrels into Leo, turning back into a human, smashing a fist into his gut and drawing his bow, swiping it low so that the boy with horns falls to the ground with a yelp. Knocking an arrow as he rolls out of range of blonde hair's spear, he aims the point right at the third demigod's forehead, bringing them both to a standstill. "Hazel," Frank says, breathing hard, "you okay?" "Fine," Hazel says, gritting her teeth and trying to free herself. Leo sits up, groaning but holding his hands up in surrender. "Dude, you have no chill." "You hid in the woods and attacked Hazel," Frank growls in a voice she's never heard before. He sounds furious. "And then I'm the one with no chill." "Put down the bow," says blonde hair. "Put down your spear," Frank shoots back at once. The boy with the horns shoots Hazel a look. "Jason, do it, they're demigods," and she's really confused. "I am fairly confused," Hazel agrees. "How do we know that they're half-bloods?" Jason demands. Sighing, the horned boy waves a hand and the thorns retreat. Hazel drops to her knees, wincing. "We are demigods," she says. "Grover, we don't know what look. They could be enemy demigods, here to spy on us and grab the book," Jason grunts. Though his resolve is already wavering, she can tell by the way he struggles to hold onto his severe expression. "Maybe you're the enemy demigods," Hazel says stupidly. Leo gazes at her curiously, making her drop her gaze at once. Hazel senses Frank glancing her way and feels the tips of her ears go warm. "She doesn't seem evil," Leo tells Jason, who scoffs. "Leo, be smart about this," he says severely. "You're supposed to be supporting me, not flirting with her." Frank frowns as Hazel chokes on her own spit. Leo turns an interesting shade of red and mutters something about nonsense and not doing anything like that. "Jason, shut the hell up. You don't know what you're saying, but the mournful look on his face when he gazes across at her shows his real feelings about it. Jason, chill, someone has to take the first step, he says quietly, and Jason sighs and drops the spear. Frank reluctantly lowers his bow. He and Jason study each other suspiciously, and Hazel manages to get to her feet and make her way to Frank's side. She places her hand on his arm comfortingly, but he still doesn't relax. Jason really does look like a minor god. He's good-looking in a kind of solemn way, and even with his weapon at his feet, something about him makes her uneasy, although maybe that's just the power she feels emanating from his every pore. Her first thought about Grover is that he looks kind. He has a soft smile and wide brown eyes that give him the overall appearance of someone innocent and calm, although can't be human with horns like those. He mouths a quick sorry at her that really does come off as genuine, and Hazel finds she can't hate him for long, as she'd been determined to do. That bush had been really prickly after all. Leo is. He looks so much like Sammy she can't keep looking at him, for fear that she might burst into tears. Jason and Frank continue sizing each other up, at least until Jason gazes at Frank's arm. His eyes widen. "You're from New Rome?" he asks in a hushed voice. Frank scowls. "Yeah, what's it to you?" Jason rolls up the sleeve of his hoodie to reveal an SQPR brand exactly like Frank's. Frank splutters. Jason wonders aloud, "What are you doing here? Are you on a quest?" "No," Frank says shortly. "Well, yes, I was, but I got separated from the others. I ran into Hazel later and well, here we are." He's omitting a lot of the story, but Hazel nods to back him up because it's not entirely false. "Why are you here?" Jason stresses. "At this library, why'd you go check the roof? And don't deny it, we heard you." Frank relents. "I've been having dreams of this. Well, he must be a minor god. I saw him in the Tualatin forests like a little less than 2 weeks ago," Hazel supplies. "He must be a minor god," Frank says somewhat desperately. "A god of the river or something. I've seen him before, too, on my way to New Rome the first time. That first time he was healing himself, and this time he looked like he was catching fish, I dunno. I hope that if we found him we could find somewhere to go, get some guidance." The three of them share a glance. 2 weeks ago," says Grover, biting his lip, "catching fish. And how did you get a look at him exactly?" Hazel can't help hiding a laugh at this. Frank goes pink and glares at her mildly. "I turned into a fish," he admits, turning red. "Swam up to him. He almost caught me too, but—" "You hit him across the face and escaped," Grover finishes. Frank and Hazel stare. "How'd you know?" "I was there," Grover says. "Or at least I was close by. You hit our friend. He was complaining about the rude koi for hours after." He cracks a sudden grin. "This is hilarious. He's going to flip." "I'm going to flip," Leo moans, with a roll of his eyes that makes her heart jump uncomfortably. "You guys thought he was a minor god." "He's our friend," Jason says, with an air of amused exasperation. "He's a son of Poseidon, not a river god. The first time I saw him, he was healing his wounds just by running water over them," Frank protests, though his ears have gone the same shade as a cherry. "How was I supposed to know?" "Gods, even minor gods, have ichor, not blood," Grover points out, though his lips still twitch. "My bad," Frank grumbles, "not like I had anyone to compare him against." "Fair enough," allows Jason, though his lips still twitch. "So you saw him here in a dream and decided to come investigate." "Yeah," Hazel says, "seemed as good a shot as any." Jason frowns. "Was there anyone on the rooftop just now, Frank?" "No," Frank answers, "it was empty." Grover frowns. "That's not good." "What's not good?" Hazel asks, determinedly avoiding looking at Leo. Jason shoots her a grim look. "It's a long story," he hesitates. "Come with us for a while, we'll tell you everything." Annabeth is stressed, and Percy isn't helping. The supply run they were supposed to get done within the hour has now taken about a day, all because Percy had killed a monster in the middle of the store, the cashier in fact, and although he hadn't really had much of a choice, they had been seen by about a dozen or so mortals and so forced to run. "We're still." "Percy, what's the 20th letter of the alphabet?" Annabeth asks sweetly as she checks the contents of her bag. T, Percy asks, suddenly looking like that one petrified kid in class who hasn't done any studying and dreads being called on by the teacher. "Yes, but you didn't get the tea, you got coffee," she snaps, holding up the box. "Damn it, Percy, you know we don't keep any milk at 9 and only psychos like Leo drink black coffee." I only grabbed the wrong box because you were on my ass to go faster, Percy. You're slower than a snail moving backwards, he mimics. Annabeth shoots him a glare. Luckily, right after, they stumble right into an unattended fruit stall and grab an entire watermelon for literally no reason, which Percy insists must be fate. I think I could live off of just fruits for the rest of my life, he says sagely, tossing her an apple and shoving the fruit into her bag hole. That is a blatant lie, Annabeth returns, grinning. You wouldn't last a week without a cheeseburger. Now en route from a town further away from the bunker, rucksacks filled with toiletries and the like, Percy had suddenly stopped his narration of the harrowing tale of defeating a sea serpent that she's only half sure is true, before turning to her and announcing, Ella is gone. She turns to look at him in disbelief. It's near sunset, and the soft orange rays cast an impressive light over his face, turning him bronzed and statuesque. There is still monster dust scattered across the front of his black sweatshirt, and his gaze is sure and calm. Annabeth loses her train of thought. Somehow, she finds herself wondering how she allowed Percy to become a permanent fixture in her life, because the unsettling fact remains that Percy, still, even after all these months, remains something of a mystery to her. He's revealed precious little about himself following the conversation with Grover in the lonely little cave in the Tualatin Mountains. Annabeth doesn't want to prod him. Okay, she kinda does, but it doesn't stop her from thinking about what he'd said back then. Percy's obviously been through a lot of trauma, and she doesn't want to discount any of his experiences, but suffering is common for demigods, and it doesn't quite explain why he's persisted so long in wandering around alone. More importantly, it doesn't explain why someone who's been fighting solo for years is suddenly throwing in his lot with their group of demigods. Piper and Jason and the rest might be satisfied after a surface-level investigation, but it's in Annabeth's nature to figure out what makes people tick, what motivates them, what drives them, and Percy is a 5,000-piece puzzle, the kind where all the pieces are the same color that makes solving it ridiculously difficult. And yet these days, her daily patrols are accompanied by Percy's familiar presence, and he always ropes in for a race back to their beds. Winner gets first dibs on Leo's mini tacos, which they end up sharing anyway on the next patrol, which they spend distracting themselves by telling each other horror stories that end up being more funny than scary, which is okay, because they get enough of scary in their real lives. They spar a lot, and their sessions are a blur of punches and kicks and dodges and impressive maneuvers that are laced with electricity. Neither of them hold back against in a fight, and she thinks it's a testament to how much they respect each other, even though Percy sometimes pulls dirty tricks like freezing puddles in the ground to make her slip. Once she'd ended up kicking him so hard she'd had to hold his arm around her shoulders while she dragged him to the infirmary. Likewise, Percy's made it a habit to bring some balm for her to rub on her knuckles when they get too bruised. With Percy around, her days are filled with green eyes that positively crackle and crooked smiles that wake her up much better than her alarm does and twinkling laughter that makes her cheeks redden and bad puns that they all groan at, and sleepy sighs on late nights on patrol shifts, and this sense of companionship and partnership and friendship that she hadn't realized she'd been missing. Somehow, without her noticing, Percy has weaved himself in between all her usual moments and settled comfortably in the spaces of his life that had once been empty without her even noticing it. It's nice to feel like this. And she finds she likes everything much better this way. But there's a far more pressing matter at hand. First of all, how do you know this? She asks contemptuously. Ella is in Portland. You, she gestures to him, are here. She spreads her arms around to indicate the glade of the woods they're currently traipsing through, unless you and Ella have some kind of telepathic connection. Of course I don't have a telepathic connection with Ella, Percy responds with equal verve. I have it with Grover. Annabeth rounds on him. What? I thought he told you, Percy yelps, and he at least has the decency to shrug a little guiltily. He did this empathy link thing. Annabeth doesn't reduce the intensity of her glare, although she does vaguely remember Grover saying something about an empathy link before he'd left on his quest. She had been reading up on more of Archimedes' inventions at the time, though, so maybe she hadn't noticed. Actually, she's fairly sure she hadn't listened to a single word Grover had said. She's just responded with a generic, great, and gone right back to reading. Percy fixes her with an unimpressed look. He did tell you, didn't he? Shut up, she grouses, and when Percy laughs, she feels the corners of her own mouth beginning to tug upwards, too. She twists it a little to avoid smiling. She wonders offhandedly if she ought to feel jealous that Grover's chosen Percy to share an empathy link, but in truth she feels nothing but relief. She's far too caught up in researching the spheres, the oracle, the prophecy, and besides, she's got to worry about the spies in the bunkers, and then, of course, there's Luke. Grover relaying messages in her head. No, thank you. Plus, Grover and Percy get along well. Annabeth had caught most of their little heart-to-heart during the quest, when they'd thought she'd been sleeping. She's happy they trust each other, and more than anything seeing Grover offer his friendship and faith to another child of the Big Three makes her happy beyond anything else. Grover had been the one to first find her, the first to find Thalia, and although it's more of an unspoken bond than anything, she knows he feels responsibility for the demigods he discovers. Grover cares for Annabeth the way an older brother would, and although he had never voiced his thoughts aloud, she can tell he blames himself for not being a good keeper, for not protecting Thalia. She suspects he feels the same kind of emotions for Percy. She hadn't really asked about the details of the mission that had brought Percy to Bunker 9, but she has a suspicion that Grover had been the one to catch Percy's scent first. And if that's true, then Grover had probably chosen Percy out of everyone to form an empathy link with in order to keep tabs on him, the way he hadn't been able to do for Thalia. Percy, on the other hand, had opened up far more to Grover than anyone else. Seeing him cry so openly and brokenly had shaken her far more than she'd like to admit, and she'd found herself almost jealous as she'd wondered what it must have been like for him to have someone like his mother, someone he loved with all his heart, and who had loved him dearly enough to sacrifice themselves for him. Annabeth has never felt that kind of love before. Love from a parent, that is. She and Thalia had loved each other the ways sisters do, and she'd loved Luke in her own fierce way. If you'd asked her before the war if he loved her too, Annabeth would have responded with a resounding yes, because she truly had believed Luke loved her like family. Now, though, she's not so sure. Her father had never loved her. He had merely tolerated her for a time until he found love in another woman. Annabeth had been basically shunned since birth, and when the monsters began to attack, she was treated as more of a pariah than anything else. Movement from Percy brings her back to the present. The corners of his mouth pull into a deep, unconscious frown as he concentrates, and he then places 2 fingers at either side of his head and narrows his eyes like he's trying to levitate a stone in their path. Annabeth rolls her eyes at him. Grover says they found 2 new demigods, Percy reports, eyes wide. One is a son of Mars who can apparently shapeshift. Wait, now he's laughing. He wrinkles his nose. He says he has a funny story for me. Okay, and, Annabeth prompts, where exactly are all these new demigods coming from again? Grover says he's with a daughter of Pluto, Percy yells excitedly, and Annabeth claps her hand over his mouth at once, even though they're almost to the labyrinth entrance and there's nobody close by. Keep it down, she says firmly, as Percy's expression clears and he nods. Annabeth drops her hands. He said he'll update me if he finds Ella, Percy tells her. They're gonna go look for Tyson now. Annabeth sets down her rucksack and leans against a tree. Percy, if Ella really is missing, that's bad. I hope she's okay, Percy says, biting his lower lip distractedly, his green eyes clouded with apprehension. Percy, if monsters came for her, that means, most likely, that there's a traitor in our core group, Annabeth murmurs, and a cold chill runs through her even as she voices the thought. Shit, I was stupid. I think I mentioned Portland. She digs the heel of her palm into her forehead, going back to the assembly at Bunker 1. Annabeth, Percy, Grover, Malcolm, B, Leo, Beckendorf, Jake, Piper, Jason, Mitchell, Lacey, Silena, Katie, Miranda, Clarice, Sherman, Travis, Connor, Castor, Pollux, Maya, Harry, Holly, Clovis, Damien, Butch, Cassidy, Chiara, Paolo, Will, Michael. She can't imagine any of them secretly consorting with the Titans. They're her friends. Wasn't your fault, Percy replies, although he hesitates before he says it. Look, maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe we were tracked during the quest, but either way, we're keeping whatever we find to ourselves going forward. Annabeth finishes firmly, and Percy nods stiffly. We won't even tell anyone about these attacks. We'll keep it between us and maybe Piper. She runs a hand down her dagger, and the feel of the soothing metal calms her down. We need to be sure who else we can trust before we tell them anything. She closes her eyes, wincing. Oh God, and we revealed so much during the meeting. Let's not jump to conclusions either, Percy says, bending down to rub at his leg. A couple of tampons spill out of his bag as he does so, and he catches them before they fall. But you're right, we'll be careful. Tell Grover to be on his guard, she says, suddenly worried, if they're attacked or followed. He knows, Percy guarantees. Annabeth rolls her shoulders and picks the bag up again. It's heavy, full of tools and metal bits from the hardware store. Percy's carrying a much lighter bag, full of soap and shampoo and other essentials, as a reward for winning a game of Find the Invisible Annabeth. He's made several jibes about the lightness of his load without once offering to help her, and she's not sure whether to be frustrated at his teasing, or flattered that he seems to think she can handle her own weight. Which she can, of course, but her back is beginning to hurt. They continue through the woods until Percy grabs her arm. "You hear that?" he says, hushed. She strains her ears, and upon hearing nothing but the soft crunch of the leaves in the evening breeze, she's about to tell Percy off when she hears it, too. A voice, screaming, it sounds human. "Could be a monster trying to lure us," she says doubtfully, but the screams grow louder and she shudders. "We'll check it out," Percy says. "If something weird is up, we'll come back." "Fair enough," she agrees. They store their packs in a bush and draw their weapons, sprinting ahead in the direction of the voice. Annabeth occasionally slashes through the tree trunks they pass to mark them for the journey back, and Percy stays behind her, moving quietly and surely, poised for a fight. The screams grow louder when they're close enough. Annabeth signals for Percy to stop. Then she puts on her cap and steals forward alone. Her eyes scan, passing over the monster and the other figure to rest on the unconscious form. It's a gruesome sight. The demigod is on the ground, writhing and bleeding, as his companion attempts to fight off a telekine. However, he doesn't seem all that experienced with a sword, and he's only succeeding in pushing the monster back rather than actually getting a few hits in. Annabeth takes off her cap and beckons for Percy to come forward just as the demigod on the ground screams again. The poor guy's face is covered in blood. Percy and Annabeth look at each other and nod. She's not sure when and how they got so used to communicating non-verbally during a fight, but it's definitely an asset. She's glad to have him, really. She's grown to like him in a completely different way compared to how she feels about her other friends. Percy seems to think like her in a lot of ways the rest don't, and she likes the fact that she's slowly beginning to earn his loyalty. Percy sneaks behind the monster as Annabeth circles around to the wounded demigod, who seems to be caught in his own head. He doesn't even seem to notice her kneeling next to him. The other demigod startles when Percy appears with a roar and a slash of his sword, cleaving the monster cleanly in half. Annabeth places a hand on the shoulder of the injured guy, but retracts it quickly when he screams again, bringing up both hands to cover his ears. She squints at him. He looks vaguely familiar, through all the blood and dirt caked on his face. The other demigod drops to his knees at her side. Is he okay?" "I don't know," Annabeth says truthfully. "What are you doing here?" Percy asks, wiping his sword down on his jeans. "How'd your friend get like this?" The boy hesitates. We were traveling from New Jersey, and these things attacked us in New York. I don't know, something was telling me to get here." "You don't know anything?" Annabeth asks, suddenly suspicious. The boy shakes his head, frowning in a particularly pitiful manner. "How'd you get the sword?" "Found it lying in a ditch somewhere in these forests, and it seemed like the only thing that worked against whatever these things are," the boy says, which is just vague enough to be true, but Annabeth's guard goes right up. She studies him. He looks around their age with black hair and a narrow face, but there's something about him that makes her uneasy. Maybe it's his eyes, she decides, which are black like Percy's hair and gleam with a strange intelligence. "What's your name?" she asks casually, anything to keep him talking. "Ethan," says the boy. "And you came all the way from New Jersey?" Percy asks doubtfully. "Yeah," Ethan says, "but as soon as we got here, we got attacked. That telekine hit my friend on the head and he started having these fits." Something feels off about him, and Annabeth hesitates for a split second before it hits her. "How did you know that was a telekine?" she asks, placing a hand on her dagger, "if you're so new to our world." Percy's sword is at Ethan's neck in a flash. "You just called that monster whatever these things are a second ago." Ethan stills as Percy's blade touches his neck. He stammers. Annabeth takes a closer look at the shaking demigod on the ground and pales when she recognizes him. Blonde hair matted with blood and dirt, he is covered in splinters and fine lines of crimson, the blood quickly soaked up in the dust. He looks like he's their age, if not a little older. "This is Chris Rodriguez," she says, stunned. "He was one of the ones who went missing during the war." She looks at Percy sharply, her voice frozen. "Search him." Percy pats Ethan down, removing a sleek dagger strapped to his calf. He glances at him, eyebrows raised. "What's this? Where'd you get it? And why weren't you using it if you were fighting a monster?" Ethan's teeth click as he shuts his mouth. His eyes are wide. He glances downwards quickly as though bewildered by the weapon. He shrugs as though he'd been expecting something far more profound, and then turns back to Percy as though baffled by the mundane question. "What?" Percy's gaze hardens as he then reaches into Ethan's pockets and pulls out a compass similar to Annabeth's own and small black pouch. He tosses both to Annabeth. The compass has gone haywire luckily, with the point leading away from Bunker 9, but the sight of it makes her shiver with dread. Chris had been a senior demigod during the war, and even if he hadn't been allotted a compass to lead him back to any nearby bunker, he could have easily stolen Claris's. If he's been working for the Titans all along, that means the locations of their home has possibly been exposed. Feeling sick to her stomach, she stamps on it with a vengeance. She looks at the fabric of the little pouch, noting the crude sewing that's holding it together, bemused, and then sticks her finger through the opening at the top and withdraws a silver chain with a single charm attached to it. Dropping the cloth, she takes a hard look at the necklace, examining it closely, and she looks up, horrified, when recognition clenches her heart. A scythe, she hisses at Ethan, getting in his face, and the ridges on Percy's forehead smooth and understanding, followed shortly by horror. You work for Kronos? What the fuck are you doing here? You trying to get into our camp? Giving up on his pretense all at once, Ethan sneers at her. Well, we must be close if you're here, Annabeth, and she must startle at her name because he snorts. Yeah, we know you. We remember you from the war. One of us has very fond memories of you even. She bristles, even though her heart stutters a bit at that last part. Very fond memories could only be Luke, she thinks with a horrible pang, and at once a man with sandy blonde hair and blue eyes comes to her traitorous mind. Annabeth exhales slowly, trying to calm her heart, and she forces the image of him away with some difficulty. She takes another breath and tries to focus on the matter at hand, even though her racing mind doesn't seem capable of rational thought just yet. When she meets Percy's eyes, she can tell that he's come to the same conclusion as she, and he looks far more unforgiving than she feels. You can tell them to shove it, she says, harshly and untruthfully. How did you find us? Percy asks roughly, shaking Ethan. Saw you in the town, it wasn't planned, Ethan says reluctantly, eyeing Percy's sword with disdain. Annabeth curses, and I suppose you set us up. She doesn't wait for an answer, she knows it's true, and you can tell your friend to stop putting up an act now, she glances downwards at Chris. Percy's sword presses further in and Ethan grunts, glaring at him. He's not putting on an act. He spent too long looking for your stupid base in the labyrinth and something's happened. I thought you were supposed to be smart. Somehow the kid is getting on every single one of her nerves, and it's a real effort to not cut his head off right here and now. Only the possibility of charm-speaking information out of him keeps her sword where it is. We'll take him to Piper, she tells Percy, who understands at once. Annabeth lifts Chris from the ground, who goes even more hyper at the contact. It's a pain to keep him in place, and while she's trying to hold him up, Ethan sees his chance and begins to struggle too. By what must be the worst stroke of luck in the world, Chris flails so hard he hits Percy's sword out of his hand, hurting his own arm, which immediately begins to pour blood. He screams even more at the sight of it, elbowing Annabeth in the chin, and Percy steps forward at once, the noble fool. Ethan moves faster than she ever could have imagined. Percy, caught unawares, doesn't manage to guard against his kick in time. Ethan lands a solid blow to Percy's head, and Percy crumples at once. Ethan reaches for Percy's sword, but Annabeth drops Chris like a sack of potatoes and slashes out with her own knife in warning, slamming herself on top of Percy with a bit more force than what was probably advisable for someone in his likely half-concussed state, but she refuses to feel guilty about that. Ethan darts away with a hiss, and Annabeth uses the extra distance between them to haul Chris up again and sticks the weapon at his throat. I'll kill him, she warns him, though her heart is pounding as she says it because she knows Chris, or at least she'd known him at one point. He'd been an acquaintance, and more importantly, he'd been Claris's childhood friend. How would Annabeth be able to face the daughter of Ares if she killed her friend in cold blood? Ethan laughs coldly. Keep him, he grins. He's useless anyway. Annabeth's mouth drops open in her disgust and shock. You're honorless. Better to be honorless than to die for a madman, Ethan says, eyeing her closely. Besides, he's messed up in the head now. Annabeth stares him down without fear. He's disarmed, after all, and Annabeth is willing to take the bet that she's faster. No, Ethan would be stupid to fight her. His best option would be to run. They both must come to the same realization, because Ethan's gaze shifts from her to the trees around them. It's already growing dark, and Annabeth is not in the best position to be following him, what with Percy drooling on the ground. She would be risking 3 of their lives, her own, Chris's, and Percy's, if she chose to give chase, and there's no guarantee that Ethan is alone. Possibly he has allies waiting for him close by, and he could lead her into a trap. Ethan salutes her snottily and turns to go, but Annabeth, in a fit of rage at the hopeless situation she's in, unclasps one of her smaller daggers from underneath her sleeves and lobs it at him in an effort to get the last blow in. By the shriek of pain that follows, she knows she's hit her mark. Ethan's hands, cradling the side of his face, come away, slick with blood. "You bitch," he growls, advancing on her, but Annabeth throws another dagger, and he only barely manages to dodge this one. "You gonna fight?" she taunts, drawing Luke's knife, hoping he'll take the bait. Ethan's face is coated in red, and the drops trickle over his lips when he bares his teeth in an eerie grin. "I don't take revenge lightly," he warns, before hightailing it away from her, away from the bunker entrance. She's pleased to notice, and besides, he'd look too injured to be in any state to follow her. Suddenly furious at herself for not knocking him out immediately, she compensates for it by punching Chris in the jaw, so hard that he hits the ground with a loud thump and goes limp immediately. Seeing how pathetic he looks, knocked out cold, makes it easy to take pity on him. She groans loudly, burying her face in her hands. The necklace with the scythe on it glints not too far away, and Annabeth crawls over to it, running the cool metal between her fingers. A communication device, she wonders, or is it just a token of identification for the enemy demigods? Maybe they show it to monsters to tell them that they're on the same side. That could be useful if true, but Annabeth pockets it, wary. She'll have to keep an eye out for a similar charm at the bunkers. Slowly, she gets to her feet and makes her way to Percy. The sight of his prone figure slumped over in the dirt makes her shiver a little as she sees her own mortality in his stillness. Up close, he looks peaceful enough to be sleeping, breathing softly into the ground, and she almost doesn't want him to wake up, because when he does, he will probably look all kinds of soft and muddled that will make her want to scowl at him furiously. There's a large bump on his head where he got hit, and she smooths his hair back almost unconsciously. It's far softer than she had expected, and his skin is warm. He sighs under her touch, and she retracts her hand, blushing heatedly, but when he doesn't show any signs of consciousness, she lets the soft pads of her fingers press lightly against the cut of his jaw. She wants to smile for literally no reason at all, and Annabeth can almost feel her heart slowly begin to bleed into her head. It's dangerous, she thinks. Very dangerous. Very dangerous how ridiculously attached she's grown to the son of Poseidon, who seems to have made it his personal mission to deconstruct years' worth of carefully constructed mental and emotional blocks. "You owe me for this," she grumbles softly. Then she hauls both Percy and Chris up onto her shoulders and begins the long trek back home. Leo's kind of feeling not so hot right now. It's not because Ella is missing. It's not because he has no clue where to start looking for the dragon. It's because Hazel, who had shown extreme interest in him at first, is now ostracizing him entirely. She ignores all his meager attempts at small conversations, and she doesn't even react to his jokes. She won't even meet his eyes, for God's sake. Leo feels like an exile on his own damn quest. Plus, Leo can tell by the way she and the Asian dude, Frank, are interacting, that they're together, or at least on their way to getting there. Which sucks even more, because if Leo had a type, well, really, his type is anyone cute and interesting who shows the least bit of interest. But anyway, if he had a type, Hazel would definitely be it. It hadn't exactly helped that right after she'd introduced herself and proved her parentage. He'd taken one good look at her and blurted out, "You seem down to earth," which he's still trying to convince himself he'd said in an effort to break the ice. Anything to kill the tension hanging around them. He'd attempted to meet her gaze, but she seemed determined to study every inch of her shoes. Hazel is beautiful, dark skin the color of the freshly tilled soil from the farms out back, and insanely curly hair that frames her face in a fluffy afro style, which Leo thinks makes her look sunny. She's shorter than him, which is a relief, because Leo has always been insecure about being a tiny little gremlin, as Piper puts it. Her eyes, though, they're like liquid gold when they catch the light just right, swirly and mysterious. Almost like Maya's when she's doing magic, but Hazel's are like that, like all the time. It doesn't make sense to Leo that a daughter of Pluto would have eyes so full of life. Her eyes only serve to remind Leo about the pure metals he needs for the spheres, and that makes Leo even more depressed. He's got so much to do and so little time to do it, and besides, now they've got the harpy to worry about. Leo isn't an idiot. He knows that if Ella or whatever had really been attacked, her location had to have been disclosed by someone from the bunkers, which means someone he knows is a traitor for the enemy. Leo hates even thinking about it. Thank the gods for Grover, honestly. Thanks to his weird new mind connection to Percy, he'd gotten the message across to him and Annabeth quickly. Annabeth is no doubt taking very possible measure to find the mole, which makes Leo feel a teeny bit better at least, but it still worries him. Next on Leo's list of things to worry about is Jason, who isn't himself, hasn't been himself for a while, really. The prophecy must be really taking a toll on him. He hasn't slept much, and Leo has heard him crying out softly as he breaks out of the nightmares. Leo, who's been sleeping next to him, usually awake after his own nightmares, wishes he knew how to help him, but he's never been good with people, and he really doesn't have a single idea of what to say to his friend, so he ends just faking a snore or something, waiting until Jason settles down again. These are the times he really feels like a shitty friend, but he just doesn't know what to say. Leo's own dreams have turned from visions of the bronze dragon to just these flashes of fire that leave him gasping for breath every time. Fire has never scared him before, he was born with it. It runs in his veins, it cannot burn him, but the flames of his dreams are wild and sinister, and for the first time, Leo understands why so many people fear the element. "I'm tired," Leo complains without preamble, if only just to break the silence between them and maybe engage the two newbies in some friendly conversation. Gods, it feels like this week has gone on forever. Hazel and Frank only look at each other, as though regretting their decision to join them. "It's Monday," Jason says. "Don't remind me," Leo groans. The afternoon quickly dims into the evening, and when Grover finally locates the alleyway where he'd first found Tyson, it is nighttime and the streets are lit up with neon. Cars travel up and down the roads and the sidewalks are packed with people, talking and laughing and leading their normal lives. The alley is right behind an Indian restaurant that smells like heaven. It's taking every ounce of Leo's strength to not drool on the spot, but at least everyone else seems equally affected. Hazel's throat bobs as she swallows and Frank looks dazed as the smell of the spices overtake their senses. Jason inhales deeply, his face relaxing for the time in days. They wander deeper into the lane and the noise and lights from the main road fade away into a dull buzz. Grover leads the way, sniffing audibly, and after tripping over something, Leo gives up on their cover and conjures a small flame in his palm. A sharp gasp from behind him reminds him of their newcomers, and Leo turns around sheepishly. Frank and Hazel's eyes are wide, Hazel's turn to a worn copper color from the orange of the fire, and they both take a step back when Leo faces them properly, bringing the fire in front of him to see them better. "Oops," he says, pointing to himself with his free hand. "Son of Hephaestus, fire user, we're a rare breed." "Oh," says Frank in a small voice, "so you do that often then?" "I mean, I ain't too good with a sword," Leo admits, "and the fire comes in handy most of the time. We spend a lot of time in caves and stuff, but I have good control, promise." He squints at their nervous faces. Are you guys okay?" There's silence for a while, during which Leo tries to decode their expressions in the dim, flickering light. He comes up empty and wills the spark in his hand to shrink a little, unsure of what else to do. Their blatant discomfort is obvious enough, even though it puzzles him. Everyone he's come across has always been in awe of his gift, jealous even. Nobody, at least none of the demigods in Bunker 9, have looked at him with such blatant fear before, and Leo finds he doesn't like it. "It's fine," Frank chokes out after a painfully awkward silence. "It's just, I'm a little afraid of fire," Hazel cuts in, shooting Frank a look that Leo can't decipher. It's okay, really, but could you just warn me when you use your fire next time?" She shoves her hands into her pockets like she's afraid of getting whatever parts of exposed skin burnt and gives Leo a sheepish little smile. It's the first time she's really, voluntarily interacted with him, but Leo isn't sure what to feel about it. "Sure thing," he says quickly, even though his heart sinks. He's a fire user. It's who he is. Leo had never really put that much effort into learning swordplay, and his aim with a bow and arrow is appalling. The fire is what sets him apart, makes him special. It's a blessing from his dad, a super rare ability that apparently no child of Hephaestus has had the pleasure of wielding in nearly a century. Leo's proud of his powers, and he covets it like a private treasure. He knows fire can be hot and scary and destructive. He's known ever since he was 6, and his powers started coming in, first in the form of little embers flying from his fingertips, and later as tongues of flames themselves, curling around his palm like some kind of sizzling snake. Leo's fires have burned pretty much every bit of childhood memorabilia over the years: teddy bears gone up in flames, books turning to ash, the house he had lived in rising in an inferno that had killed his mother but left him untouched. Leo had thought himself a freak for a long time, a secret mutant like the X-Men until meeting Piper, but even her charm speak isn't close to being as flashy as Leo's fire. Only after joining the bunker did Leo begin to really feel proud of his gifts. He began to learn to use and control it instead of treating it like a curse. He'd learned that using magic was like playing an instrument, in that it takes a lot of practice and a lot of focus. And like most fields of study and expertise, some are more talented than others, but regardless, Leo had realized that using his powers without anything to hold him back was like belting out a high note in an empty concert hall or playing a powerful song on the guitar. It gave him a thrill that lingered in his chest for days on end. It had helped, too, that everyone in the bunkers were readily accepting of him and his fire and all the quirks because of it, including his hair smoking when Leo got worked up. Besides, Leo is far from the weirdest kid at camp.
If they could accept the children of Hypnos, who literally sleepwalk everywhere, and the children of Demeter, who spent most of their time talking to plants, it made sense that they would take in Leo as one of their own too. Frank and Hazel might hide their emotions well, or perhaps Leo's just bad at reading them, but the look that had flashed across their faces felt an awful lot like rejection. Silently, he turns back to the front and waves for Grover to move on. Jason slides up to his side, not close enough to touch, but his solid aura calms Leo down a little. Jason meets his eyes and shrugs in a very can't-please-em-all kind of way, and Leo feels a little better. Grover holds up a hand and brings their little party to a halt. I smell something. Slowly he steps forward. Tyson, is that you? There's a sniffling from up ahead, and a voice says, maybe. Leo snorts. Jason elbows him. It's, Grover. Grover clears his throat to hide the very evident tremble in his voice. Percy's friend. Percy, says the voice, and the Cyclops emerges from behind a large dumpster. Even though Percy, Annabeth, and Grover had all warned Leo about Tyson, he still feels a shudder run through him at the sight of the monster. Percy had drilled it into him that Tyson is friendly, he's like a child in monster age, but still Leo has to push down the urge to run. Next to him, Jason's wrapped his fingers so tight around the coin Ivlivs that his knuckles have gone white. Frank and Hazel shift closer together. Leo chances a glance at them and notices they're holding hands, which, Grover, the only one of them who has actually met Tyson before, strangely seems the most terrified of the group. He lets out a nervous little bleat. Hello there, do you remember me? Yes, Tyson confirms, and his voice is soft. It is so weird hearing a monster sound as scared as Leo feels. Is Percy here? He couldn't come, Grover replies. He waves a hand at the rest of them, and Leo makes his fire a little brighter so they can all see better. Tyson gasps and points at Jason, who jumps. Blonde hair and blue eyes, I must tell Percy. No, not him, Grover's voice sounds strangled. The guy you're supposed to look out for has blonde hair, blue eyes, and a scar down the side of his face. Leo blinks for a solid 30 seconds before he gets it. Luke, he's supposed to keep an eye out for Luke. Good plan, Jason murmurs. He is a monster, nobody would suspect a thing. Who's Luke? Frank asks curiously. Long story, Leo admits, maybe later. Tyson is now assessing Leo's flaming palm with a kind of childlike wonder that immediately warms him to the big guy. He doesn't look scared at all, he looks excited, and Leo grins because of course. Cyclopes are born for the forges just as children of Hephaestus are. Fire is second nature to them. At least some people like his fire around here, he thinks smugly. He addresses the Cyclops. Hey Tyson, I'm Leo, Percy's friend. We came here to see you. I hear you're a fan of peanut butter and jelly. It is my favorite, Tyson says happily, clapping his two ginormous hands together. We were planning on getting some, Grover says, shooting Leo a grateful look. We were wondering if Ella wanted to come too. I will ask her, Tyson says agreeably. Grover sighs in relief. You know where she is. I will bring her, Tyson booms, and then runs further into the alley and out of sight. Well, that was easy, Jason says, sounding surprised. I like him, Leo decides. Grover mutters a soft prayer under his breath. I'm not surprised. I can't believe you have friends who know monsters, Frank chimes in, letting go of Hazel's hand and stepping forward. This is the same friend you wanted to meet so bad, Leo points out pettily. Frank blushes and he looks Leo a half-hearted glare. Even so, says Hazel in that quiet voice of hers, exchanging a loaded look with Frank, how can we be sure we can trust him? What if he just comes back with a whole horse of monsters? Her voice trails off into nothing as Tyson returns, his footsteps making the earth quake. Behind him shuffles another figure, a thin harpy with reddish hair who must be Ella. Grover sighs noisily at the sight of her. Thank the gods, he says. Tyson, why is she here with you? Tyson shuffles, fixing his single eye on the harpy, who looks uncomfortable under the spotlight of their inquiring gazes. Heard monsters looking for a harpy in Portland, he says plainly, and Leo sucks in a breath, so I thought it would be good to hide her. Tyson takes care of Ella, says Ella in a small voice, and she looks up at the Cyclops and smiles tremulously. Leo's opened his mouth to say something to lighten the mood. Jason and Grover look grave at the implications of what Tyson's just said, and Frank and Hazel look apprehensive of the entire situation altogether, but Ella saves him the trouble. She glances at Grover and a flash of recognition passes through her eyes. Beneath the earth his spirit wanes.
Yes, about Pan I know, Grover says, pained. I'll be on my way soon. But the harpy isn't done, she stares right at Leo. To rout the storm the fire must fall. Storm, Leo instinctively looks at Jason, who meets his eyes, stunned and horrified. What did you say? Can you repeat it? I gotta write it down so I don't forget. Are those prophecies? Frank chimes in from behind them, sounding equal amounts terrified and curious. Where is she even getting them from? When we said she was important, we weren't lying, Grover murmurs under his breath, taking off his cap to ruffle his hair. There's a reason the monsters are after her. Ella cranes her neck to find Hazel. What comes from the earth will always return to it, she says in a monotone, and Hazel makes a tiny choking noise. Frank steps forward at once, shielding the tiny girl with his entire body. Look, how about we just stop? You must raise the fifth, Ella informs him, from the depths where they are waiting and from the cocoon of their shelter. What? Frank demands, sounding troubled. What depths? Let's all calm down. Jason steps in front of Ella, frowning. Tyson, could you get her to stop? She's upsetting some of our friends. Clearly he means Hazel, who stands aghast and unmoving, her palms pressed tightly over her mouth as if preventing a scream. Leo's a bit stunned himself. Percy hadn't mentioned his harpy friend was prophetic, but he can barely remember what Ella had told him, let alone the others. Child of lightning, Ella interrupts, gaze fixed upon Jason, who has turned a sickly white. The choice is yours. We should go, Jason cuts in loudly, the longer we stay here. Tyson steps forward, shushing Ella, running a massive hand down her wings gently. Everyone stares with the air of people trying not to. Good job, Tyson, Grover says, running a hand down his reed pipes thoughtfully. He turns back to look at the rest of them. We can't stay here, if the monsters are after her. Where do we take her? Jason crosses his arms, frowning. 9. 9, Frank asks, looking lost. Bunker 9, Leo tells him. Huh? Oh right, you're Roman, Leo remembers. My bad, Frank scowls at him. We need to get out of here, Jason says, shooting Leo a look. Like right now. I spotted a park on the way here, Grover suggests. Let's go. The park gates are closed, which Hazel supposes is just their luck. Well, this is great, says Leo, too brightly, with a grin so like Sammy's it makes something deep within her hurt. The resemblance is unnatural, eerie. Hazel wants to look at him all the time, map out the similarities and the differences, and she does not want to look at him at all. She's doing a rather poor job of both, she thinks, ignoring him entirely for a while and then overcompensating for her rudeness by staring at him fervently for several minutes at a time. She's well aware she's acting like a crazy person. Leo seems to have picked up on it, too. She's caught him looking at her confusedly once or twice, which is honestly just peachy. Now he thinks she's insane or bipolar at the very least. It doesn't help that Leo looks insanely like Sammy, albeit older. He's the endearing kind of cute, the type of person who can never get their clothes to fit him properly, and he reminds Hazel of a younger boy, all knobbly knees and pointy elbows and gangly gait. The air about him is very reminiscent of the schoolboys from her generation, the ones from St. Agnes, even though Leo isn't that young. He also has this slightly manic-looking but very open, friendly grin that you can't help but respond to in some way. Hazel can even tell that Frank, though extremely off-put by the other boy's powers, is drawn to Leo despite all his attempts to act aloof. Something about Leo is captivating, and if even though he seems to have an awful case of foot-and-mouth disease whenever they lapse into an uncomfortable silence, he's still managing to camouflage his awkwardness quite nicely. She could just ask for his last name, the last iota of the sane part of her urges. But then again, when they first did their introductions, none of them had used their last names, so asking him would be rude. She shakes her head subtly, scared of getting lost in her own head. It's a bad habit of hers and almost always leads to a flashback, which she honestly a part of her that she really doesn't want to expose to their new allies, however nice they might seem. Because they do seem nice. Grover, a satyr, he'd explained to them, had healed the cuts from before with a simple poultice he kept in his pack, and Jason's slightly chilly exterior had melted away as the hours went by. Leo, of course, is overfamiliar and loud and full of bad jokes, half of which she doesn't even get, but she does have to admit she enjoys the comical groans Jason lets out in response to them. The three of them are close, she can tell. Jason and Leo seem to trust Grover's tracking skills enough not to even think of questioning him. Leo and Grover automatically look to Jason when they're making a decision, and Grover and Jason don't even flinch when Leo creates flames from nothing, dancing on his fingertips. The orange and yellow casted across his face in the darkness had made him appear deadly and magical, and Hazel had been captivated. Frank, she knows, is still wary of Leo, as Hazel should be too. She's got Frank's piece of firewood bundled carefully in her pockets, but with Leo right next to her, she might as well be standing in a fireplace. Her fake proclamation regarding being afraid of fire, Hazel isn't proud of herself for it, because there had been a selfish reason behind the lie. Frank, who had squeezed her hand tightly in thanks after she'd said it, clearly hadn't suspected a thing, but how could he? How could he even begin to think that Hazel had covered for him not only to keep his secret, but also in the hope that Leo might avoid her if he thought she was scared of fire? She glances quickly at him now to where he's draped casually over a pensive Jason. He notices her looking and smiles, and Hazel immediately fixes her gaze onto the pavement. When she looks back up again, Leo's focused on the locks on the gate, a slight frown on his lips, and Jason is staring between them with a curious expression. "I could shapeshift into something small enough to slip through the bars," Frank says, frowning. "What about the rest of us, though?" Jason points out. "I can break it," Tyson offers from right behind her, and Hazel has to suppress a shudder. She doesn't know much about the mysterious demigod who Frank had mistaken for a minor god, which makes her feel incredibly stupid for all their months tracking him, but someone who makes friends with monsters cannot be right in the head. Even though Tyson and Ella seem to be fairly harmless so far, she keeps one hand on her spatha. No need for that," Grover butts in at once, sounding at once annoyed and terrified. Snapping herself into attention, Hazel steps in front of them. "Let me handle this," she says, examining the chains. They're iron, harder for her to manipulate, but she's done it before. "Hazel," says Frank, sounding that way he does when his forehead gets all wrinkly in his worry. "What?" says Jason. "Metals are easy for me," Hazel says, narrowing her eyes. She focuses on the lock, which opens by itself when she glares at it hard enough, and the chains fall away. Hazel grins proudly at everyone's stunned reactions. Jason shoots her a half-smile as though welcoming her to the elite Big Three club or something, and it makes her feel quite happy if she's being honest. Hazel had been dead set on introducing herself as a daughter of Ceres or something with a specialty in soil, but then Jason had stepped up and said he was a son of Jupiter, and Hazel had been so shocked she'd revealed her true parentage. With the exception of Nico, she's never met another child of the Big Three before. Nico had been around her age when he'd brought her back from the underworld, and he disappeared shortly after. She supposes Jason is something like her cousin, given their parentage, and he does seem older brother-esque, tall and strong and solid and reassuring, but he looks just about as unrelated to her as Nico had. The bottom line is both boys are white, Nico almost unhealthily so, and Hazel can't really see herself coming to terms with the fact that these boys are the last family she has left. "Thank the gods for you, Hazel," Grover says. He pushes through the gates, letting Tyson and Ella walk in front of them. When everyone's passed through, Hazel makes the chains wind themselves around the gates again, just to ensure their privacy. Leo's mouth has dropped open. "You're a metal bender." "Eh, what?" she asks, curious. Frank, who's placed a hot, lingering touch on her lower back, shoots Leo a puzzled look. "From Avatar," Leo says, as though it should be obvious. "What?" "You're one of those, huh?" Leo shakes his head at Jason. "Well, Jace, you've got company at least." "You told me about Avatar," Jason snaps his fingers. "That's about the kid who can control all the elements. Everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked." Hazel understands none of it, but she files it away for future reference just in case. "It did," Leo agrees, lighting his fingers up and cackling loudly, probably just to get in the mood, but then Frank, and by extension, Hazel flinches and he winces, putting it out at once. "Oops, sorry." "I still don't get it," Hazel says, just to change the subject. "What is this Avatar?" "You must be an old soul," Leo says with a kind of knowing air about him, and Hazel recoils at the words. "But don't worry, young grasshopper, I will teach you all you need to know." "Grasshopper?" Hazel asks, leaning away from him slightly, because Leo looks a tad crazy. "Don't get him started," Jason pleads, though his eyes are twinkling. "He'll never stop." Frank looks somewhere between anxiety and laughter. Weren't we supposed to come up with a plan? Grover stops under a tree and places a hand on its trunk. "Okay, here's a plan. I think Tyson and Ella should come with me." Jason considers this. "That's viable. You guys can keep each other safe, and you can update Annabeth and Percy too." "Percy?" Hazel says suddenly, stepping forward. The name strikes a random chord in her memory, and it takes some searching to remember that it had been Nico who had said it, and then he'd scowled as though regretting saying anything at all. He'd only used it once when Hazel has asked him why he was so keen on getting to the underworld. Nico had said, Percy won't follow me there. Yeah, Leo replies, confused. Didn't we mention that was the name of your minor god? He snorts again, and Frank goes red around the ears. Oh, says Hazel in a small voice. You know him, Jason squints at her. No, she says quickly and unconvincingly. Frank glances quickly at her. She hadn't mentioned this particular detail to him, and Jason's eyes narrow. Just, the name sounded familiar, that's all. Leo's about to reply when he notices something sparkling at Hazel's feet. What's that? He points. Hazel's eyes go wide and she snatches the thing up, but not before Leo manages to identify it. He squeaks. Is that a diamond? He demands. Hazel pockets it. She said uncertainly, feeling awkward. She'd focused all her attentions on not giving anything about herself away, on not slipping into a flashback, that she'd forgotten that with her feet on soil rather than the tarmac, precious gemstones would pop up around her like flowers. Oh my God, Jason says with dawning recognition. Pluto's sphere of control isn't just the dead, it's also wealth. Hazel, is that why you can control metals? Hazel hangs her head and her frizzy hair bounces. She pushes several strands out of her face, trying to draw some strength from Frank's encouraging expression. Yes, it's easy for me to manipulate them, she admits. When I don't concentrate hard enough, sometimes they just show up around me like this. She sighs, dejected, as a green gem, a damn emerald, grows from the ground by her shoe. Can we sell them? Leo asks at once. If we got our hands on mortal money, we'd never have to steal again. She has to give it to Leo. The thought is tempting, but Hazel is reminded of her mother selling her gemstones to keep them afloat and the hardships that had followed. Besides, ever since she'd been raised from the dead, the gemstones have a weird, almost sinister quality to them. They don't feel anything like they used to. They don't listen to her, and it takes far too much energy to keep them from breaking through the soil. Hazel would be terrified of, once again, accidentally raising the golden coffin she died trying to bury. Only, according to Frank, who had stayed at some kind of secret Roman camp for a time, Hazel's efforts had only delayed Chrono's rising, not stopped it altogether. Grover and Jason, who are looking expectantly at Hazel, slump in disappointment when she shakes her head frantically. I'd rather not, she says. Ever since, a couple of years ago they feel off somehow. I don't think it's a good idea. What happened a couple of years ago? Leo asks curiously, but Frank interrupts him swiftly, stepping closer to Hazel, and she gazes up at him, thankful beyond belief. So if Grover is taking Tyson and Ella, he inclines his head at the two of them, what about the rest of us? With me and Hazel around, we won't be able to get anything done, Jason groans. We'll be attacked by monsters every 2 feet. Leo appears to be off on his own tangent. Hazel, he says slowly, would you be able to summon, say, celestial bronze or imperial gold with your powers? Hazel nods uncertainly, patting her sword. I summon myself this, but like I said. Pure metal, Leo cuts in. She nods, I can do it. Leo turns to Jason. I need her, he says in a tone so well frank that it makes her cheeks heat. Frank steps forward. Look. God's not like that, man, chill, Leo says quickly, though his face goes pink too. It's just I need metal, for a thing we have going on at camp. He gives Grover and Jason a significant look. Remember. Oh shit, Jason says. Yeah. But that would be half of it. I still need to find the dragon, Leo says, biting his lip and thinking hard. Hazel, do you feel anything close by? It doesn't matter, Hazel says, blinking confusedly. It might take me some time, but I can bring you whatever. How much of it? Leo spreads his arms wide in an action more amateur than he'd like, but he can't really speak in terms of diameter and kilograms, can he? This much. She looks at him, but she's crazy, but nods slowly. Yeah, she says, mimicking him, that much. She shoots Frank an odd look. Might be a little useless after that, though, summoning things that dense drains me. Okay, and then what? Jason says. We'll take it to camp, Leo decides, beginning to pace. We need to make sure we get the materials to Jake and Beckendorf as soon as possible. I'll stick around for a while too, and maybe after we get some work done, I'll set out again to find the dragon. It sucks to admit. Leo's been dreaming of that damn dragon for months now, but he knows assembling the Archimedes sphere is vital. Hazel raises her hand. When you say dragon, do you mean it is bronze by any chance? Yeah, Leo stares at her so hard she feels herself going red. You've seen it. It chased me, Hazel shrugs. When I was traveling with a friend, I assumed it sensed us, or perhaps just me. I mean, I could feel all that metal from miles away. Could you still do it? Leo asks fervently. Could you sense it? Not from here, she says apologetically. But if we go looking. She casts a look Frank's way, I suppose. Okay, so Grover and gang leave now, Jason summarizes. Hazel gets us the metal we need. We go back to 9, Leo gets started on the spheres, and then we can set off again to find the dragon. Yep, Leo says. Sounds fine, Grover shrugs. Do we get a say? Frank asks. Well, your cooperation would really help, Grover says brightly. Hazel remembers how he'd controlled the plants earlier and stifles a groan when she sees that they're knee-deep in grass and surrounded by trees. We'll go with you, she says, before Frank can say anything. Leo perks up, so you'll summon the metals. Hazel closes her eyes and searches the earth, feeling around for the pull of enchanted metal. She opens her eyes when she gets a reading strong enough and nods. Yeah, she says, but not here. I'll show you where we have to go. Percy hears Grover's voice in his head, which is how he knows he's still knocked out. Are you asleep? Grover asks incredulously. It can't even be 9 p.m. your time. The empathy link is still new and still tingles from being open. It feels rather like having a passage into Grover's head. Percy can't see through his eyes, but it's like hovering around his general vicinity. Percy can hear talking in the background and the unmistakable sound of Leo's cackle. I got hit in the head by a flailing traitor, Percy explains. It's the last thing he remembers. A flailing what? Traitor, Annabeth and I were on our way back from a supply run and we ran into some rogue demigods. I'm knocked out. I hope Annabeth took care of that guy. Percy, this is bad. Yeah, no shit, Percy despairs. I have no idea what's happened. I could wake up in Chrono's evil lair and die. It's bad because they ran into you so close to 9. Grover yells into his skull, and Percy's head begins to throb again. Grover, please, my head hurts, Percy complains. I need sleep. How do you close this link again? Okay, fine, Grover says. You'll update me later when you're awake. Yeah, sure, Percy grumbles. Did you have something to say? Yeah, we're getting the gold, Grover says, or the bronze. Either way, we're getting the pure metals Leo needs for the Archimedes spheres. That's good. We struck gold, literally, with this girl, Grover says gratefully. Anyway, the new plan is that Leo, Frank, Hazel, and Jason are gonna come back to 9 with the metals. I'm taking Tyson and Ella with me to find Pan. You sure about that? Percy asks, remembering just how uncomfortable Grover had been during their last encounter with the Cyclops. I think so, Grover admits hesitantly. Tyson will be good to help me blend in. Fair enough, keep me posted. You too, hope your head's okay. Thanks, Percy says, and then he wakes up. To his great relief, the walls of the room he's in are ones he recognizes. He's back in the infirmary at Bunker 9, and there's a thin piece of fabric wrapped around where he'd hit his head. The fabric of his t-shirt is dyed red near the neckline, in the shape of an oval no wider or longer than his thumb finger. He reaches across with his right arm and pokes the blood stain, wincing lightly at the ache in his shoulder at the movement, but his finger comes away dry. He's been the one to opt against wearing armor, thinking it cumbersome for just a supply run. He hadn't expected a physical confrontation, but now he wishes he'd been more cautious. He sits up, groaning when his head protests, and glances around him. Chris or whatever, the mad demigod they'd found, is passed out 2 beds away, and there are chains wound around his arms and legs, tying him to the metal bed frame. It's kind of a sad sight, but Percy's seen the dude's flailing limbs up close and personal. Restraining him is a good idea. There's no sign of the other demigod, though. Ethan, he frowns. It's dinner hours, so when Percy emerges into the bunker, there aren't many people around. Just Travis, who claps him on the shoulder and says, "Welcome back to the world of the living," and Beckendorf, who grins and waves him over. Where's Annabeth? Percy asks when he's close enough. Beckendorf is settled on a comfortable-looking cushion, fiddling with a large shield that Selena occasionally uses as a personal mirror. Was she knocked out too? She said she needed time to think, Beckendorf says, nodding towards a side tunnel. She brought you 2 back all by herself, gave us all a fright. He purses his lips. You weren't around back then, but the other demigod, that's Chris Rodriguez. He's an old friend to Clarice, disappeared during the war. We all assumed he died. Oh no, Percy feels a chill run through him, but he's defected. Looks like it, Beckendorf sighs. Silena's in a state too. She's Clarice's closest friend now, had to bring her back after Chris left. Now, I don't know what we're gonna do with him. Percy gulps. Are we going to kill him? Dunno, Beckendorf says lowly. It's Annabeth's call in the end. Honestly, killing him would be safest. He woke up in hysterics, there's no getting any information out of him. I doubt even Clovis could manage it. But he's one of our own, or at least he used to be. He shrugs. I don't envy Annabeth right now, it's a tough decision. Percy glances at the tunnel Beckendorf had pointed out. I think I'm gonna go find her. Beckendorf nods. I think you should. Percy finds that his feet lead him up to the mountaintops without him even fully conscious of where he's going. It registers, too late, that it's dark outside, and Percy isn't blessed with pyrokinesis like Leo. He stumbles more than once, which isn't good for his aching head, before finally feeling his way up to the top of the passage. Luckily enough, it's a calm, windless night, and Annabeth's only a few long paces away from the entrance, sketching on a scrap parchment, body angled slightly towards the lamp she's got at her side. The flickering of the flame turns her skin to something cool and bronze, and maybe it's because of the low light, but her eyes have deep shadows underneath them, and there's a hard edge to her jaw that indicated that she's clenched it. Percy traces the outline of her profile with his eyes, going over the contours of her body, the worn paper in her lap, the curl of her fingers around the pencil. It's one from he said he stole for her. He smiles. When he looks to her face again, she's looking at him silently, her other hand on the stone in a silent invitation that Percy takes at once, making his way over to her and settling next to her, making sure not to block the light. Annabeth sets aside her pencil and cards her fingers through her hair. Percy spreads his legs and stifles a yawn. How are you feeling? She asks, looking as though she's suppressing a smile. You went down pretty hard back there. I have a headache, says Percy miserably. We had Nissa check you out, Annabeth proclaims. She said no brain damage. She coughs pointedly, not that we'd be able to tell. Don't you know it's rude to insult the weak and injured? Percy demands as Annabeth snorts. She sighs, stretching her arms above her head and tilting her head backward to gaze at the clouds. I didn't kill Ethan, Annabeth says, exhaling long and deep. I tried. Percy has to stop himself from asking did you really want to kill him, because it's something of a sore subject. Percy kills monsters because he has to, not because he wants to necessarily. Meeting Tyson and Ella had put a lot of things in perspective for him, that monsters were just following orders, that not all of them were bad. During the times of the war, Percy, though still new to feeling part of something larger than himself, Bianca and Nico, had found it hard to digest that some demigods were fighting alongside the Titans. For someone like Annabeth, who's been part of a community of half-bloods since she was a kid, the thought of hurting, let alone killing, another demigod must be near unthinkable. It's not that he thinks less of her because of it. He understands her predicament exactly and respects her even more for knowing how to hold back. You had to haul my sorry ass back here, Percy says, and Chris's too. It's not your fault. Nobody will think any less of you for it. Yeah, but he knows he's close to the bunker now, Annabeth says, frustrated. I've sent for a couple of Hecate demigods to strengthen the borders, add a couple of layers of magic. I wanted to see if it was possible to create some kind of omnidirectional influence that could redirect. She notices the look on Percy's face and takes pity on him. Basically, if anyone who isn't permitted tries to come close, the magic will lead them further away. It's like a mental nudge, kind of their mind will lead them elsewhere. The spell kind of pushes them away in a different direction. That's about all we can do right now, Percy agrees, but that's not all that's bothering you, is it? Annabeth fishes a necklace from her pocket, the scythe charm dangling from the end. There's this too. I feel like it must be some kind of communication device, but it isn't responding to me. She places it back, face disturbed. The spy, because I don't think I can deny their existence for any longer. They must have one too. We can't just frisk every demigod until we find a scythe charm. I know, she squeezes her eyes shut like she's fighting off a headache, but we'll keep any eye out of anything suspicious, just us for now and maybe the others when they're back. It's not like I don't trust everyone here, she trails off. I hate this. It's got to be someone who was at the meeting the other day, Percy reasons, troubled. That's worrisome. That's the worst part, Annabeth says, gazing at him sadly. Those demigods are veterans, the ones who survived the war despite everything. I've trusted them for years, Percy. If the spy really is one of them, they've been privy to information only available to the inner circle, which is so dangerous. But also, Ethan said Chris had lost his mind wandering the labyrinth, meaning he didn't have the password, meaning the spy didn't have it either. She shakes her head in jerky movements as though trying to clear it of an annoying noise. That makes no sense. Maybe Ethan lied, Percy suggests. She huffs, I doubt it, we'd outnumbered him after all, and she laughs bitterly. There's the fact that he's probably out for my blood now. I caught him off guard this time and wounded him, but before he ran, he said something about getting revenge. She twirls the pencil, winds it through her fingers absent-mindedly. I think he's a son of Nemesis. The goddess of revenge, Percy recalls his lessons with Lupa with some difficulty. Is she still around? Annabeth snorts. I dunno, I assumed so, but now. You think the minor gods are fighting for Kronos? Percy scratches his knee for want of something to do. I do, Annabeth says, grim. Her mouth is pressed into a straight line. It would explain a lot. A lot of the demigods that defected were unclaimed, you know. If they found out their parents were fighting for the Titans with the promise of a better future, she shakes her head forlornly. It's no wonder. Percy notes silently that Annabeth's resolutely not mentioning the possibility that the enemy demigods were recruited by an insider, possibly Luke, but he decides to save that for another conversation, even though he does think it's a truth she needs to face sooner rather than later. Annabeth's clearly got an enormous soft spot for Luke, and she needs to come to terms with the fact that his ideals have changed, especially if she's intent on finding him. Unclaimed, he asks, even though his mind is still fixated on Annabeth and Luke. She hums, lost in thought. How do I put it well? When the gods were still around, new demigods who didn't know their parentage would get some kind of sign from their godly parent. I've heard it used to be that god symbol showing up above them in a flash of light, very public, very flashy, very dramatic in typical godly fashion. By the time I joined Bunker 6, I'd gotten dreams about my mother, and my appearance matched the rest of Athena's other kids. She pauses, her words skidding to a stop. It's easy enough for demigods like you, your powers make it obvious. For others, it's harder. They may not have any noticeable powers, and not everyone is lucky enough to get a personal memo from the gods. That's not fair, Percy murmurs. He can kind of relate. It's not like Poseidon's ever tried to communicate with him, but he differs from the unclaimed largely because he's grounded firmly in his sense of self. Percy's mom has always told him he was born with salt water in his veins, and he's known how to swim just as long as he's been walking. It's been a long time since he's been to the ocean, but he remembers the cabin at Montauk he and his mom used to spend weekends at, and he feels a strong connect to the sea, even so far away that he can't truly explain. Poseidon might not be around to claim him as his son with a grand gesture like a trident swirling about his head, but Percy feels claimed, feels it in the ease with which he can bend water to his will, feels it in the way the water heals his bruises, bringing him back to something as good as new. Percy's always been a son of Poseidon, even when he'd been too young to know it. The ocean is a part of him just as much as Sally's blood is. He tries to imagine what it must be like to not have that feeling, to not be sure of who you are and how exactly you fit into this crazy made-up world, to watch everyone else get claimed and discover facets of themselves they hadn't been able to unlock before. Very quickly Percy understands the bitterness those demigods must have felt towards everyone, the world, their fellow demigods, and the gods themselves most of all. Why wouldn't they join a power who promised them recognition, who promised to bring their own parents, the minor gods, to the forefront? Do you think they'd feel the same if there were separate bunkers for them too? He questions, already half sure of the answer. Maybe it would have helped if there were a place they really belonged, a place to call theirs. It can't have been nice to have just been grouped with everyone else. I know, Annabeth presses her palms into her cheeks. I know it's something I've always wanted to do, expand the bunker system, build a couple of smaller ones for the minor gods. I mean, obviously I wasn't around when the bunkers were first set up, but it's pretty obvious that they made bunkers only for the main 12 Olympians, the ones who have thrones. She curses. I should have pushed harder. I just thought after the war. Annabeth, Percy says, placing a hand on her shoulder gingerly, this isn't your fault. It might not be solely my fault, but I sat by and did nothing, which doesn't make me completely innocent either. Annabeth's eyes are dark and unforgiving, but at least she isn't shrugging his hand away. Gods, Percy, I didn't even know they were feeling this way. She winces. And I can't really blame them, can you? I can't, he says honestly. I mean, that asshole Ethan did kick me in the head and he pisses me off, but he's just fighting for his parents, just like we are. She sniffs, angling her chin upwards to stare at the cloudy night sky. Exactly. I can't fault him for his choices when life's just dealt him a bad hand the same way I got lucky enough to be claimed. It just sucks that we'll have to fight one day. I hate that I hurt him, even though he would have hurt me otherwise. I hope things change if we win the war this time, Percy finds himself voicing. I don't want other demigods to feel that way. Yeah, she agrees. Gods, it's just Chris, you know. I knew him, or I thought I did. He was a son of Hermes. We figured it out mostly because of his physical traits, and his abilities matched too. But I doubt he got a confirmation from the god. He must have been so angry at Hermes at us, and he was right under all our noses too. She gazes hopelessly at the dark shapes of the trees, letting out a resigned huff, and Percy wonders if she's thinking of Luke. Clarice trusted him with her life. She was a mess for a long time after he left. She still won't accept that he left out of his own accord. She'll argue that he was kidnapped. "What are you gonna do?" Percy asks her. "Gods, I don't know. I don't want to kill him, that's for sure. I mean, you've seen Clarice," she whispers. "She's a hardess. When she first joined up, a year or so after I did, she came in with Chris. They were neighbors, their families were having a dinner party before the monsters attacked. They'd been together ever since." She takes a breath. Clarice was claimed in grand fashion, glowing red aura around her, the works. Chris must have expected something similar. Only he didn't get it. She shakes her head. "I can only imagine how angry he felt if he chose to leave Clarice. If there's one thing I know about him, it's that he loved her. He cared about her more than anything." She crosses her arms. "I can't kill him." "You're going to take him to Clarice?" Percy's suddenly very glad he isn't stationed in Bunker 5. "Yeah, and I'll send Piper and Clovis to try and get some information out of him. Maybe even some of the healers from Apollo, and maybe Castor and Pollux could help too. Their dad does specialize in madness." Annabeth wrinkles her nose. "What do you think?" "I think it's the best option you have," Percy agrees. "How do you feel about it?" There's a pause as Annabeth weighs his words. "I think I'm okay with it." "Then you can go downstairs and tell everyone the verdict without feeling any guilt about it," Percy says. "Everyone trusts you to take the best decision." She smiles a little. "I think I'll save that for tomorrow. I need to get some sleep." She grins at him widely, sudden and disarming. "I had to drag your fat ass home. I'm tired." "This is fat-shaming and I will not stand for it." Percy accepts the hand she offers him, standing up and rubbing the gravel off of his jeans. They make their way down the tunnel in silence. Annabeth stops outside the bathroom and shoves her stationery and the now extinguished lamp into his hands. "You can go eat dinner," she says. "I told Jake to save some for me, but you can have it. I just want to go get some rest." "Sure," he says. "You sure?" "Sure." She studies him for a long moment, during which Percy colors and tries not to look into her eyes. "Thanks," she says. "I needed that talk today, even if you didn't really tell me anything I didn't already know." "Hey," he protests, jabbing at her with the pencil. "I said you helped." Yeah, Percy sticks his tongue out at her. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to finish off your dinner, and I'm not even gonna feel bad about it." Annabeth laughs loud and clear, and something in his chest stutters embarrassingly. "Good night," he says huffily. "Also, Percy," she calls out, just as Percy's turned away. He spins around to face her again and finds her standing in the same position, looking oddly awkward. "You said before that my decision was the best I could have made." She pauses. "It's we." "We what?" Percy asks, flummoxed. "It's the best decision we could have made," she says, exasperated and rolling her eyes, though the pink highlighting her cheekbones suggests she cares more than she's letting on. "You're one of us now, Percy, like it or not. We're a team now." "A team," Percy says numbly, like he's never heard the words before. "You are an idiot," Annabeth grumbles, flouncing into the girls' bathroom without another word. Coming from her, it's practically a declaration of undying love. Percy smirks. Later, after he's polished off a fairly satisfying meal of stew and fruit salad with a side of the chocolates he'd stolen that day, Percy lies in his bed with his arms crossed behind his head and thinks about it. Another conversation rises to the top of his mind. "So I guess I get why you didn't accept me, Annabeth." "It'll happen," she'd assured him, smiling. Then she'd added, "It's happening." He turns around to gaze at her. He can't see much of her face, given that her back is to him and that she sleeps with her blanket pulled right up to her nose, but he finds the mess of blonde hair easily enough, even in the dim lights of the braziers nearby, and thinks that maybe she's finally learned to accept him, maybe even trust him. He smiles. It's finally happened. Leo stops stealing phones after an hour or so. He tells Jason, who seems to be holding on to the last thread of sanity he has left, that he's doing it because he's a responsible demigod who knows that demigods are tracked if they use modern technology, but really it's because he thinks he's finally all caught up on the memes of the month. Having joined the bunkers when he was 14, Leo hadn't taken the sudden loss of technology too well. As a child, he'd been notorious for taking apart his mother's phone and putting it back together again. He'd done it to laptops too and TVs, and when he turned 9, his mother had finally let him assist her in the car shop. He hadn't adjusted well to the demigods at first. He tired quickly of making weapons, and soon began to devise his own shit, tiny cameras that would alert the wearer of danger, drones that could scope through the forests. He'd raided mortal electronic stores to complete these projects, not fully knowing the consequences. Every single one of his hybrid inventions had worked, of course, but they'd attracted monsters in 10s and 20s, as though they were being drawn to the spot. Beckendorf had explained why. Demigods and mortal devices never mix too well, he'd said. Without celestial bronze to block the signals, monsters could track them easily, and so Beckendorf had cautioned Leo against using smartphones. But Leo hadn't been able to help himself. If he couldn't make use of mortal works, he could at least borrow them for a minute or two to keep up with the latest trends. Leo doesn't want to flirt with a cute mortal girl and have her tell him he's so last year. Needless to say, Leo knows what's up. He knows all the spoilers from all the shows, the tunes to all the popular songs, the tea on every Hollywood star out there, the memes of the month, and he's waiting for Avengers Endgame just like the rest of the world. He's done it so often on supply runs that Jason doesn't even bat an eyelid anymore, but apparently, in the presence of the two newbies, Fun Jason has flown right out of the window. If we're tracked here, it's your fault, Jason grouses as they scale the mountain. Have I ever led us astray? Leo pants, leaning against a tree. Seriously, can we stop now? Nothing's followed us here, and I'm sure that when Frank comes back down, he'll agree with me. A few minutes later, Frank swoops down in front of Grover and turns back into a human. That will never get old, Leo says admiringly. It's like you're an animagus with every single animal form ever. That's so cool. What's an animagus? Hazel asks, turning around to stare at him. Never mind, Leo sighs. Frank clears his throat. I spotted a Dracaena a couple miles away. He jabs his thumb in the direction. I took it out. I think we're safe now. Told you we'd be fine, Leo mutters to Jason, who glares. Frank looks distressed to have accidentally been on Leo's side. Hazel is here okay? Grover asks, waving for Tyson to come back. Ella is perched in a tree above them, ruffling her feathers. Please let us be close enough, Leo moans. Then, struck with a brainwave, he straightens. Jason. No, says Jason at once. I didn't even say anything yet, Leo whines. You didn't have to. Jason does the I'm watching you gesture. I can see what you want in your evil little eyes. You want me to piggyback you up the mountain. Impressive work, detective, Leo allows. Does this mean you'll piggy me on your back? If you really think I'm lugging your fat ass up the mountain, you're sorely mistaken, Jason says. Leo squawks and looks at his butt at once, but it is still far from a Kardashian's. Take that back, he orders, but Jason only smirks. And really, Jason should know better. It isn't like this is the first time Leo is asking him for something nonsensical. They have known each other long enough now, and Jason should really be expecting Leo to drag him into some kind of ridiculous scheme or the other, which usually ends up Jason giving in to the inevitable and Leo fucking up on a colossal scale. It's a prerequisite for being his friend. Here is fine, Hazel says, thank the gods. She frowns, kneeling and placing her palm on the ground like she's a human metal detector, which Leo figures she actually is. She gazes around at them all nervously. This might take a while. You might want to think of other details, like how we're going to get to this base of yours. She has a point, Jason agrees, as Hazel places her other hand on the ground and closes her eyes. I wish I could summon Tempest, Frank. I don't suppose you can transform into a Pegasus. I've done a giant eagle before, Frank says, with the most confidence Leo's seen from him thus far. I can carry Hazel that way. So cool, Leo thinks, just as Frank turns his gaze on him. What about you, he says sarcastically. Can you use your powers to fly, too, Fire Lord Ozai style? You have watched Avatar, Leo says excitedly, expecting some kind of acknowledgement for it. This must make them bros, right? But Frank only raises an eyebrow. Leo deflates. Well, no, I've been trying the Human Torch gig for years. Doesn't work. Maybe you could set yourself on fire and jump from the mountaintop, says Frank hopefully. Don't tempt me, Leo returns at once, thinking that he really will do it if it'll make Frank uncomfortable. Leo doesn't know what the guy has against him. Sure, he'd acted fairly casually with his girlfriend, but he hadn't meant to hit on her, and he's been keeping his distance ever since. Even though Hazel is kind of stunning and it has been hard. Better yet, she seems curious about him. Her eyes go all distant with wistfulness whenever she looks his way, which Leo has decided to take as a win. It's better than outright disgust, after all. Other than that, he hasn't stepped a toe out of line. So how has Frank developed such a harsh grudge against him in the few hours since meeting him? Jason shoots Leo a look like I get that you didn't start it, but stand down, and Leo glares at him. He could take Frank in a fight, he thinks bitterly. he could fry the hair right off his head. That mental image calms him immensely for the time being, so he decides to be the bigger person, figuratively, and not push the fight. He picks a fairly comfortable-looking tree and settles against it, yawning. He stares at his hands, ashamed at how quickly he'd gotten riled up at Frank's petty comments. Leo prides himself on being clever, on often using his mind over his body, even though the years have changed him. He'd always been on the scrawny side, but now his arms, though thin, are lined with muscle. His hands are like his mom's mechanic's hands, she would tell him, rubbing all the oil from her hands onto his just to make him giggle. Leo has the hands of a worker, with broad palms and long fingers. There are calluses on them from all kinds of labor. He used to hate his hands. They aren't beautiful by any means. They aren't the kind of hands you'd want to hold, but he'd been terrified of the destruction he could cause. But he's made peace with himself, and he isn't going to let stupid all Frank ruin that for him. After that nice little self-introspection session, Leo imagines Frank turning into a bug and Leo squishing him, which lifts his spirits far better than the deep thinking had. He grins. "What are you smirking at?" Frank asks suspiciously. "My own thoughts," Leo says, because honesty is the best policy, being completely honest. "You had a thought," Jason interjects, hand over his heart because he is pure evil. "And I was here for it. Leo, I'm so proud." Leo flips him off, grinning. He stretches, taking in his surroundings properly for the first time. It's a beautiful forest, he has to admit, with trees painted fresh green in the pleasant spring day. Leo imagines the dragon from his dreams skulking around here, just waiting for Leo to find it, but there's no way he's that lucky. Percy, who had been left behind to nurse his wounded pride at not being allowed to accompany them, had mentioned, in the midst of his complaining, that he'd run into a big bronze dragon shortly after leaving New Rome. "Colorado," he'd said with conviction. "I'm telling you, your dragon is in Colorado." Leo yawns and wonders if he can convince the others to take a detour. He pulls a watch from his backpack. It's a simple digital one that doesn't tell time anymore, but Leo's obsessed with the idea of it turning into a shield if you press its front. So far, he's failing at it miserably. He'd gotten Llewellyn to enchant the watch's now-emptied cavity to be able to hold a shield, but beyond that, Leo's stumped. He grabs the smallest screwdriver he has and tinkers with the side buttons a little, mostly because he's bored and has nothing else to do. Above them, Ella's fallen asleep with her head tucked underneath her wing. Jason is conversing silently with Grover, while Frank's standing vigil behind Hazel, gazing down at her intently. Tyson lumbers up to Leo and gazes at the watch curiously. "Are you building?" "Trying," Leo says grumpily. He gazes up into Tyson's lone brown eye and figures that if Percy trusts him, Leo ought to give him a chance. "Wanna help?" he asks, and Tyson nods so vigorously his entire body shakes with the force of it. Leo shifts a little and the Cyclops plops down beside him, taking the proffered watch with a touch so gentle and inquisitive it surprises him. He is suddenly hit with the realization that as a Cyclops, Tyson's got the genes of a mechanic too, just like Leo. "I'm trying to make it so that a shield comes out of it if you hit it on the front," Leo explains, slapping his palm over the watch's display. He pries off the top of it and shows Tyson the celestial bronze he's layered inside, so it should kind of spiral outward, but it's not working. Tyson examines it with the eye of a mechanic, and Leo feels the familiar thrill of finding one of his people. He'd felt the same way when he'd seen his half-siblings working on weaponry in Bunker 9 for the first time. "You must activate it from here," Tyson indicates the detached display. "If you touched here," with an enormous nail, he pokes at one of the side buttons. "If you use this as the trigger, you could use a spring." He pauses as if searching for the right word, to push the bronze inside. "Like a domino effect," Leo enthuses. "Each piece could push the other outwards and upwards. It could definitely work." Tyson nods, grinning, and Leo punches him in the arm. "Where's Percy been hiding you all this time? You're a genius, dude. We need you at 9. Tyson blushes. Tyson was protecting Ella. "Well, you both should come to 9 after you finish helping Grover." Leo nods at him. "We'll need you for weapons development. Dude, if everyone had these," he trails off. "I really owe you one, man." "I am happy," Tyson says in a voice so genuinely joyful and pleased to have helped out that Leo laughs. He's about to suggest making a prototype together, but right about then the ground rumbles. Hazel gasps, her eyes flying open, and shoots Frank a grim look. "Catch me," she tells Frank, getting to her feet. To Leo she says, "Get ready." She bends over, grabbing what looks to be a handful of earth and pulling. She pulls and pulls and pulls, yanking a large yellowish boulder out of the ground like a magician pulling lengths of handkerchiefs from their sleeves. Celestial bronze ore, Leo says in dumbfounded amazement, as Hazel lifts it higher and higher. There are tiny beads of sweat dotted across her forehead. That's about it, she wheezes as the drags the last of it out. She heaves a mighty sigh and falls into Frank's arms. Grover and Jason move forward, looking enamored. Their hands are raised as though about to touch it, but Leo calls out, "No, stop." They listen, though they look a little disappointed. Why? "It needs to be as pure as we can manage," Leo says in what he hopes is an intelligent tone of voice. "That means as little contact with humans as possible. Hazel is one. I guess you and I," he nods to Jason, "will have to carry it back to 9. Beckendorf and I will work on it then." He nods, pleased. 4 people, that's it. Nobody else touches it. Grover puts both hands in his pockets. Good catch. Jason stares at the boulder with apprehension. It's just shorter than him height and just as wide. "You sure we can carry this?" "It's celestial bronze, so it should be light-ish." Leo brushes a beetle from his sleeve. "At any rate, it probably isn't as heavy as it looks." "Great," Jason says dryly. "Is Hazel in any state to travel?" Grover asks, gazing worriedly at her. Leo realizes too late that he hadn't even acknowledged her and yells out a thanks at once. She looks tired, the way Jason does when he uses too much of his powers at once, but she offers a feeble thumbs up. "Peachy," she says. "I'll make sure she's okay," Frank assures, with a triumphant little smirk directed Leo's way. "I'll summon a Pegasus then. Percy taught me how," Grover says, closing his eyes and concentrating. "Grover, I was also thinking," Leo says quickly, before they leave and he forgets, "we shouldn't tell anyone that Hazel's a daughter of Pluto, if the bunker's got a mole." "A mole?" Frank exclaims, gazing at Leo up and down like he's the traitor, which is honestly just unfair. "They'll fill you in on the way," Grover says to Frank before nodding at Leo. "That's our best bet. I'll tell Percy and Annabeth to expect you guys soon." "We could say she's a daughter of Demeter or something," Leo adds. "Ceres," says Frank, Jason, and Hazel at once, and they all shoot each other amused looks. Leo rolls his eyes. "Romans." Jason walks around the bronze in a circle as the sound of great wings flapping sounds from above, and a large Pegasus barrels towards them from between several large tree branches, landing near Grover and neighing proudly. The Pegasus is a sight to behold. Leo's never been this close to one, and he makes an impressed sound that the Pegasus snorts at him for. Jason laughs, possibly remembering Tempest, his own storm spirit that he used to ride before the Titans ruined all nature ever, and begins to coo endearments. "Behold the mighty son of Zeus," Leo teases. "What is that?" Hazel asks dazedly, staring at the horse with an expression of pure, wretched longing written plainly across her face. "One of Percy's Pegasi, his name is Porkpie." Grover catches the look on her face. "It's a long story." "Gods, you guys are weird," says Frank with feeling. He sets Hazel down gently on the ground and transforms into a giant eagle, lowering himself so Hazel can climb on without too much effort. "Yeah, we're the weird ones," Leo grunts. Eagle Frank gives him a look that clearly means "I will peck your eyeballs out." While Jason plays with Porkpie, Leo approaches Tyson and offers his hand, which Tyson bypasses entirely as he envelops Leo in a bone-crushing hug. "I like you," he declares. "I like you too," Leo says, oddly touched. "I wish we could have made the watches together." "Me too," Tyson agrees. "Building is fun." "I wish I had the right tools," he moans. "I don't have a screwdriver small enough to fix the spring," he pauses, flabbergasted, as Tyson hands him an instrument of just the right size. Leo blinks, Tyson beams. "Where'd you get that?" Leo demands, already unscrewing the watch's tiny side button from the inside. "This is perfect." From here, Tyson pats what Leo had assumed to be some kind of weird cloth tied around his wrist, but turns out it's an old tool belt that looks like it's one touch from falling apart entirely. "It looks empty." "Could you get me a hammer?" Leo tests out, and the words have only just left his mouth when Tyson pulls a standard hammer from the belt from what must be the smallest pouch attached to it. "Oh my gods," says Leo hoarsely. Tyson stares at the hammer forlornly. "I stole this from another Cyclops. Big one, mean one, didn't use it to build anything." He frowns. "Belt was good when I was small, but now the hammer is too small for me." Suddenly he smiles. "You are a builder." To Leo's utter astonishment, Tyson shakes the belt from his overlarge wrist and pushes it into Leo's lap. You can use it. You are a builder, and you are the right size for the tools. Leo's too shaken to point out that the tools are the right size for him, not the other way round. Tyson, this is valuable, he stresses, as Grover, Jason, and Frank come to investigate. It's a magical item, I can't just take it from you. No way, really, Jason says, eyes wide. Magical items are rare, Leo tells Tyson, who seems to not be giving a single fuck. And it may not even work for me, his words falter as he digs into the belt and pulls out a handful of nails. Yay, Tyson claps, it works. Tyson, are you sure? Leo says, although he's already fastening the belt around his waist. It hangs off him at just the perfect weight, enough for him to know it's there and not enough to hinder his movements. Leo pulls out another hammer just to experiment. Then he pulls out a couple of nuts, some bolts, a variety of screwdrivers, a wrench, an electric circular saw, a roll of duct tape, a bottle of glue, and a vial of gasoline. He whoops, elated. Maybe you should stop, Grover says, as the pile at his feet grows larger. I have to test its limits, Leo argues, but he stops anyway because his arms are beginning to hurt. I think it can give me about anything I ask for as long as it can be found in a regular tool store. He shrugs. It isn't giving me a stepladder, though, or anything else big. Fair enough, Jason looks impressed. It suits you anyhow. Tyson, I don't know how to thank you, Leo says. This is perfect. You are a builder, Tyson says again, and Leo almost tears up, because the Cyclops must be some kind of guardian angel sent by the gods to give Leo cool things. You will use it. I will, Leo says. I'll use it all the time. He'd like to cry about it a little more, but behind him, Jason is struggling with the bronze, so Leo goes to assist. Grover, clearly itching to help, gets some vines to steady it. Oh my gods, I was wrong, Leo gasps. This thing is bloody heavy. Somehow they load themselves, with the help of Tyson and Grover, who take extra care to not even graze the bronze, onto the Pegasus, who grunts angrily at the sudden load. Leo sighs and rests the half he's holding onto his thigh. I guess this is it, Grover says amicably, giving Jason and Leo half hugs. He hands Hazel a small vial of medicine to restore your strength, he says. See you, Grover, Jason says. He can't wave because his arms are wrapped around the bronze, but he jiggles his leg at the satyr. Good luck on your quest. I'll keep in touch through Percy, Grover promises. You guys stay safe. He steps backwards as Frank extends his wings and screeches. Leo waves as best he can, grinning and winking at Tyson, who is waving both arms around like a windmill. He's creating quite the breeze. Let's go, Jason tells Porkpie, who whinnies agreeably. Next to them, Frank the Eagle pushes off the ground, Hazel clinging to his neck. Take care, Grover calls. See you, Leo yells back. He waves until his arm hurts and the bronze slips a little on his thigh, before fixing his eyes ahead of him, grinning. Jason doesn't even turn around, he probably can sense it. You excited? Hella, Leo laughs. I'm telling you, Jason, it's only good things that are coming. He's too excited to notice how Jason's smile slides away. Annabeth feels sufficiently well-rested when she wakes up, which is rare for her. She doesn't even remember if she'd had a dream during the night, which makes her hopeful that she might not have even had one at all. She savors her last few minutes in bed, pressing her face into her pillow and listening to the clang of metal hitting metal from the forges, before sighing deeply and swinging her legs to the ground. Percy's bed is empty when Annabeth crosses it on the way to the bathrooms, but one quick scan of the bunker reveals that he's helping a group of demigods out in the forges, cooling a barrel of water rapidly just before Nyssa immerses a glowing, white-hot dagger into the liquid, releasing a great deal of hissing noises and steam. Annabeth quickly brushes her teeth and surveys herself in the makeshift mirror, really a polished rectangle of steel that's leaned up against the rock wall. She looks gaunt and thin, and her hair could house a living creature, but the dark circles under her eyes seem to have eased slightly, so she counts it as a win. She calls Percy over with a shout and a wave as she makes her way to the infirmary, where Travis, Silena, and Beckendorf join her. They gather around Chris's bedside. He is fast asleep, sedated heavily with a dose of the sleep potion they usually use when the nightmares get too bad, or when someone needs to be knocked out for their wounds to be treated. Asleep, he looks sane and peaceful, far from the writhing, crying boy they'd encountered in the woods. She looks around to find her own expression of mingled sadness and pity reflected clear as day on the others' faces. Silena looks especially distressed. Out of them all, she'd probably known him the best thanks to her friendship with Clarice. Clarice, she's going to be broken. We can't kill him, Annabeth says heavily, leaning against the wall. I know we probably should, he's definitely not one of us anymore. She nods at the scythe charm they'd pried off his person the day before that now rests innocently on a stone ledge near his bed, and he doesn't seem to be mentally stable. But I can't do that to Clarice. I agree, Silena pipes up at once, and Annabeth is relieved to see Travis and Beckendorf nodding, too. Friend or enemy, the thought of killing another demigod makes her sick, even if they, like Ethan, have no problems with it themselves. Are we so sure that he's useless? Beckendorf asks, scratching absent-mindedly at an oil stain on his shirt. Maybe there's a way to get some information out of him still. I was thinking that too, Annabeth agrees. Piper could try her hand at Charmspeak answers from him, and I was thinking we could get Castor and Pollux to try something too. Do we call Clarice here? Travis asks. I could go and get her. No, I don't want to keep her from managing 5, and if we keep Chris here, she'll be forced to split her time between here and there, Annabeth says. I thought we could take him there instead. Silence follows her words. Beckendorf frowns. So you want 1 or 2 of us to escort him to Bunker 5? Annabeth nods her affirmative. Travis, you'll have to go get Piper. Tell her to go to 5 and come back here when she's done. Which of your siblings are in 10? Alice, Travis answers. When you get to 10, send Alice to 12. Tell Castor or Pollux that they're needed in 5. Annabeth crosses her arms. Sound good? Sounds fine, but who's going to escort Chris to 5? Beckendorf looks at her nervously. I don't want to risk any of the kids. She bites her lip. Nissa. She wouldn't mind, but she's doing good work here, and I don't want to slow it down, Beckendorf says. Annabeth swears, I'd go, but Grover told Percy that Leo's already on his way back, which means I should probably stay here. She glances at Beckendorf. And you probably should too. Percy steps up, his hand raised. I'll go. She hesitates, suddenly overwhelmed by just the thought of Percy out of her sight, because, for some reason, it is unthinkable. You don't know the way. He shrugs. Well, I won't be going alone, right? It'll be fine. She nods slowly, trying to figure out a reason to refuse him and coming up empty. Okay, so you and Silena. Actually, Annabeth, the daughter of Aphrodite, cuts in smoothly, stepping forward. I think I should do this alone. What? Annabeth responds, drawing back in surprise. Silena raises a perfectly sculpted brow in her direction. I know Clarice best. I care about her more than anything. I should be the one to deliver Chris to her. Beckendorf frowns, placing a hand at his girlfriend's elbow. Yeah, babe, but Percy'd be along for your own safety. Chris isn't in his right mind. What if he tries to attack you on the way? I can handle myself, Silena protests, drawing herself up to her full height and squaring her shoulders. We'll give Chris another dose of the sleep medicine before we leave. I know the way to 5 well. It'll take me an hour, 2 at the most. I'll be fine. Percy frowns. Silena, if this is about your friendship with Clarice, I promise not to get in the way or anything. Well, Clarice might just kill you on sight if Annabeth isn't around, Silena smirks. But I dunno, what if Grover sends you some important information for Annabeth? You'll be much more useful here. At this point, she stares straight at Annabeth with a slight smile, and Annabeth wants to melt into the floor because Silena's always been able to know Annabeth's true intentions. This just feels like something I have to do, you know, she looks around at them. You can trust me. Annabeth gazes at Chris's sleeping face. I don't know, Silena, it's not that we don't trust you. But Chris, he could wake up, decide you're an enemy, he could run away or something. I just think you'd be better off with someone to help you out should it come to that. Is this about yesterday? Silena asks. Because he just caught me off guard, that's all. Chris had woken up when Silena had been trying to feed him the potion the day before and proceeded to throw a total fit. Annabeth, who had been reading in bed at the time, had run to Silena's aid at once to find Chris screaming his head off and trying to tear away his bonds. She'd been forced to knock him out with an expert swing of the book in her arms. What is that? Silena had yelled hysterically. The Bible. No, Annabeth said very calmly. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. Well, Annabeth admits. Please, Annabeth, Silena beseeches, her eyes wide. She places both hands on Annabeth's shoulders, and somehow the gentleness of her touch in combination with the open, pleading look on her face makes all the fight drain out of Annabeth. Okay, she relents, even though the other 3 look worried at the announcement, but they shouldn't even have a reason to fear. She grins at Silena, who smiles back at her confidently, and suddenly Annabeth can't remember the reason she doubted Silena at all. Silena's proven her loyalty to them over and over, and she can handle a sword just as well as the rest of them. Everything's going to be fine. You won't regret this, Selena says elatedly, crushing Annabeth into a quick hug. She gives the rest of them hugs, too, and they all relax into her embrace, even Beckendorf, who had been wearing a mulish expression that suggested he was about to offer his services to his girlfriend. Now, though, he only sighs into her shoulder and whispers a "be safe" into her ear. Annabeth sags, relieved, because she really does need him there for when Leo returns. Selena nods and turns around in his arms. I'll leave at dusk, she says. That's long enough for Chris to wake up so we can administer the potion again. Okay, Annabeth nods. That means Travis will have to leave around 2 hours before you do, right? Travis nods. Fine, she says. I'll see you then. You guys should go get ready. They file out of the room one by one, except for Percy, who falls into step beside her. Annabeth lets out a long sigh. Percy shoots her an amused look, and then there's a warm hand on her back. Percy's hand that is large and rough and resting between her shoulder blades. Percy is saying something as he steers her out of the room, but Annabeth doesn't hear a goddamn word because she's too busy freaking the fuck out. The heat from his hand is bleeding through her shirt and seeping right into her spinal cord. She feels as though the bottom of her stomach has given out entirely. Every muscle in her is tensed, and he must be able to tell, because he rubs his thumb in a soothing circle. It feels really nice. You handled that well, he is saying, and she tries to concentrate on the conversation like a functioning adult, instead of focusing on how big Percy's palms feel when he splays his fingers over her back like that. She massages her forehead. I hope so. If you need me to go with Selena. No, I think she was right about you being more useful here, Annabeth says, refusing to meet his eyes. I mean, if Grover contacts you. Yeah, Percy says smugly, and she doesn't need to look at him to know he's grinning. She bumps his shoulder, he bumps it back. What's the plan now? I don't want to work today, Annabeth admits. Wanna spar? His eyes light up, only if you're ready to lose. Woe be still my heart, Annabeth laughs as she opens the bunker doors for them. Leo, is that tool belt new? Magical item, Leo pants, heaving under the weight of the metal. Behind him, Jason's faring no better. He grits out, why are these doors so slow? They're off like a shot towards the workshop as soon as the gap in the door is wide enough, leaving Annabeth to greet Frank and Hazel and give them brief tour as they follow behind, Annabeth still laughing. Leo and Jason grunt their way past Beckendorf, who bursts into throaty laughter at the sight of them, and push the hunk of bronze onto the biggest free slab of stone they can find. I just realized I could have levitated it, Hazel says, sounding guilty. She winces as Leo whirls on her, breathing hard. You what? He says. Sorry, she says. Leo's back is hurting too much to forgive her, but Frank crosses his arms in a very bodyguard-like manner, so Leo grumbles out it's okay. Annabeth walks up behind them, stopping to give a quick hug to Jason, who lumbers away towards the beds with Beckendorf in tow. His eyes are red and his hands look raw from what Leo bets is an entire day of metalwork. He feels a pang of guilt for not being around to help and places his hand on Beckendorf's extremely large and muscly shoulder. Thanks for holding down the fort, man. Beckendorf's laugh comes out as a tired chuckle. Don't worry about it, he says. I had a lot of help. He gestures to the sleeping figures around the workstations, Leo's siblings, who must have worked well into the night. But you're back sooner than we expected. He nods at the bronze. This for the spheres. We found these two on their way to deliver this to New Rome, but we convinced them to give it to us instead, Leo says as he gestures at the two Romans, repeating the lie they'd rehearsed on the way back. Leo doesn't like lying to Beckendorf, who is really a large teddy bear underneath all the muscle, but they'd all agreed that keeping Hazel's identity secret was far more important, especially if there really were traitors in the bunkers. Behind Beckendorf, Annabeth gives an approving little nod. Hello, Beckendorf asks, now honed in on a startled Hazel. I'm Frank, son of Mars, Frank says, shaking Beckendorf's hand. Hazel, daughter of Ceres, Hazel says, waving shyly and smiling, really smiling for the first time. Leo almost knocks over a candle in his shock. Hazel's eyes shine as she gingerly shakes his hand, as though afraid he might pull her into a crushing embrace. Leo sees Beckendorf's eyes soften as he takes in just how small she is compared to him. He always gets a soft spot for the littler ones. Next to each other, he notices that they both have similar dark skin tones and look almost like siblings. Nice to meet you, Beckendorf says kindly. He nods at Leo again. So this pure. She made the soil spit it up, Leo says vaguely, hoping he's not giving too much away. The only people who have touched it are me, her, and Jace. He nods at Beckendorf. And now you. Beckendorf takes his cue to run his hands lightly over the oar. For someone who looks like he can break apart a building with his bare hands, Leo knows firsthand just how delicate his fingers can be. He whistles. This is high quality, and you want just us two to take care of it. Leo nods. I thought we'd keep it at a minimum to ensure the purity of the metal. Jake can take over for you in the weapons department. Plus, we're the best in Bunker 9. We can get it done. Beckendorf nods at this. He'd be the first to call Leo out on baseless confidence, but everyone in all the bunkers know that what Leo said is true. Too many cooks spoil the broth. Two's company, three's a crowd, Leo responds. Beckendorf nods at Leo's tool belt. New. Magical item, you said, Annabeth says, uncrossing her arms and walking close enough to tweak Leo's belt with her fingers. Hazel's eyes go wide, and even Frank falls back as though recognizing the unmistakable aura of leadership that Annabeth carries. Leo unhooks the belt and hands it to her. It can give me pretty much any tool I need, he says smugly, pulling a screwdriver from one of the pouches. Beckendorf raises his eyebrows and Annabeth hands it back and teases. It looks great. You'll get all the ladies with this, panty dropper. Hazel lets out a tiny squeak. Leo makes a big show of pretending to be struck in the heart, which makes Annabeth grin and Beckendorf sigh. Hazel looks mortified at the display, so Leo stops quickly enough, even though he loves it when Annabeth stops being everyone's demanding big sister and plays along with his jokes. Hazel gulps, pointing between Annabeth and Leo. Are you two? She raises her eyebrows. Annabeth bursts into laughter so fast it would honestly be hurtful if Leo wasn't also laughing at the thought of Annabeth and him being an actual thing. He flirts with her, sure, but mostly just to piss her off. It's not that Annabeth isn't gorgeous, she really is. She could probably have been a model if she'd wanted to, the kind that wear weird clothes and pose in Vogue, but she's also kind of terrifying. And besides, only an idiot would get in between whatever the hell kind of unresolved sexual tension she and Percy have going on right now. Leo's like my little brother, Annabeth says fondly, ruffling his hair. I love him, but I also want to kill him most of the time. Leo bats her hand away. No spheres for you with that attitude, woman, he says lightly, and Annabeth laughs again. She looks happy and hopeful if a little sleepy, and Leo realizes it must be because they're not one step closer to getting the spheres made. Building the spheres isn't her responsibility, not her area of expertise, but he figures that a lot is riding on how well and how fast he can get this project afloat. As leader of the camp, Annabeth is probably shouldering a lot of that weight. He watches her stare at the boulder behind him with large eyes and resolves to try and get working as soon as he can, if only just to ease her burden a little. Jason walks over to their little group, a yawning Percy in tow. Here's your minor god, he tells Frank, smirking. Leo's been so obsessed with the bronze he'd forgotten about that little detail, and he begins to snicker behind his fist as Percy looks between them all confusedly and Frank turns a remarkable shade of magenta. What? Annabeth asks, moving almost unconsciously to stand next to Percy, who loosens his shoulders almost imperceptibly when she reaches him. It's simultaneously both cute and nauseating, especially since he doubts they're both fully aware of how in tune with each other they are. Hazel, he notices, looks between Percy and Annabeth and seems to put two and two together. Leo snorts quietly to himself. He'll correct her later. It's a long story, Frank says uncomfortably, looking up at the leafy roof of the bunker as though wondering what he can possibly shapeshift into to make a quick escape. I've got time, it's my patrol anyway, Percy says huskily, blinking rapidly to wake himself up. What's this about a minor god? He glances at Leo. Is this what Grover meant when he said it would be funny when we met? It's both funny and kind of sad, Leo allows, and Frank shoots him a glare. Okay, he says, a couple of weeks ago in the Tualatans. We were there, Annabeth nods. She and Percy share a loaded look. You went fishing, Frank says. Yeah, I did. Were you watching me? Percy asks, eyes wide. Where were you? Grover said we were alone. You caught me, Frank desperately, forgetting to make sense in his rush to get the story out as painlessly as possible. I hit you across the face. I'm so sorry. I thought you were a minor god. You were the koi, Percy blusters at the same time Annabeth howls. You thought he was a minor god. Lead us well, your excellency, Jason says, turning to Percy dropping into a clumsy bow. Beckendorf and Hazel are both stifling giggles into their hands, and Frank, although blushing a shade of traffic light red, still manages to manage a faint laugh. Leo smirks as Annabeth, who still looks oddly as though she's been clubbed over the head. She gives Percy a quick once-over and promptly turns pink. Choke and die, Percy tells Jason, although he's laughing the hardest out of them all. He shakes Frank's hand. I'm flattered, but I'm just a regular son of Poseidon. Regular, he says, grunts Beckendorf, glancing sideways at Hazel, who giggles cutely behind her hands, as though there are a dozen other children of Poseidon running around. Percy huffs, I thought that introducing myself as Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon, one of a kind, would come off a little arrogant, he says, extending a hand to Hazel. You must be Hazel then, thanks for letting us borrow your gold. Hazel hesitates for a split second before shaking his hand, though she still can't maintain eye contact with him for longer than a few seconds. Leo had noticed fairly quickly that Hazel didn't seem like a tactile person, even with Frank. She seemed content enough to be holding his hand, and the only kisses Leo'd spotted between them was the one she'd planted on Frank's cheek a day or so before. There's such a contrast to Jason and Piper it's almost funny. Leo has half a mind to tell Jason to take notes on respectful PDA. Percy smiles at her and takes his place next to Annabeth again. He nods at the boulder of bronze. Looks like shit. I hate you, Leo complains. Do you know just how important that is? No, don't touch it. He scolds, and Percy withdraws his hand at once, looking like a petulant child. From now on, only Beckendorf and I are allowed to touch it. We need to keep it as pure as possible before extracting the bronze. Percy steps back, saluting. Sir, yes, sir. He glances quickly at the clock. Okay, I have a 3-hour shift to cover, so I'll see you guys later. He waves and drags Annabeth with him, who goes without argument. 3-hour shift. Leo dreads his turn, but Beckendorf is already shaking his head. Hephaestus is on weapons duty. Well, we'll be on sphere duty exclusively. Everyone else has taken 2-hour shifts to compensate. He glances at the boulder. We'll get started on the spheres tomorrow. Frank stifles a yawn behind them. Leo smiles. We'll get some beds out for you guys, too. Thanks, Frank says, who is so sleepy he's forgotten how much he hates Leo. Coming, Beckendorf asks. You go on ahead, Leo says, already reaching out to grab the notes of the spheres. I'll go to bed in a while. Beckendorf nods and gestures for Frank and Hazel to follow him. Leo turns to his notes, humming. He jumps when Hazel clears her throat behind him and spins to face her. Yeah, Hazel. He can't help wondering if this is the first time they've been alone together. Frank's really acted like her handler thus far, rarely allowing her out of his sight, and he seems to have some personal grudge against Leo, who after a while had given up on trying to talk to Hazel altogether. Up close her skin looks smooth, like melted chocolate, and her eyes turn to liquid amber in the dim light from a nearby brazier. Leo gulps. I just wanted to say thank you, she says quietly, flicking her chin upwards so that their eyes meet. For keeping my identity a secret and stuff. I mean, it was your idea, so thank you. He blinks at her. She really could be a daughter of Ceres, he thinks. She's got a soft, earthy kind of beauty that Leo finds he prefers over all of the flashy daughters of Aphrodite from Bunker 10. He realizes too late he's been staring, and Hazel's looking awfully uncomfortable. He lets out a chuckle that he'd meant to sound suave but really comes out sounding constipated. It was nothing. Still thanks, she whispers and shoots him a tiny smile. Quickly, as though scared of second-guessing herself, she reaches out to squeeze his hand. It lasts about 2 glorious seconds before she drops it like a hot potato, squeaks out a good night, and scurries away like a frightened rabbit. Leo turns back to his notes, trying to focus. He studiously adds instructions to extract the bronze from the ore and labels the more time-consuming procedures, but his hand still tingles where she'd made contact. He drops his head onto the desk. When he closes his eyes, he feels the warmth from her smile spread all through his body. Shit, he thinks, this can only mean trouble. Percy's fighting a losing battle against the overflowing tampon cupboard. If you already have so many, why the hell did you make me steal more? He asks Annabeth, who is sat cross-legged against the map wall, studying a worn scroll. You live in a bunker with a lot of girls who are probably all synced up. We can never have too many tampons, Annabeth says, frowning at the document. Frank walks in as Percy just as Percy gives up on closing the door, letting the tampons fall into and out of his outstretched arms, raining down to the ground like stringy, tubular snow. Says Frank, why are you hoarding tampons? They're not for me, Percy groans. I have a lot of friends who menstruate, okay? Some of my closest friends happen to menstruate, Annabeth snorts. Okay, Frank mutters. Anyway, I was wondering, Percy, if I could talk to you for a while. Sure, Percy says easily. He'd been expecting this ever since Frank's arrival into 5 days ago now. I'll take you to my secret spot. I hope you know your secret spot is where Jason and Piper go for some alone time, Annabeth says tartly. Frank looks disgusted. Fuck you, Annabeth, Percy hisses. To Frank he says over the sound of her raucous laughter, don't worry, Piper isn't even here. She's in Bunker 10 with her siblings, or maybe she's in Bunker 5 now. Anyway, don't listen to Annabeth, she just wants to rain on my parade. Frank laughs quietly as Percy leads him through the closest tunnel. You two make a cute couple. Percy nearly trips over his own damn feet. What no, he says. Annabeth and I know, no, I haven't been here for long. It's the worst possible excuse for not dating someone, and Percy's aware of what a transparent fool he sounds like even as he says it. He's also aware that he spends the most time with Annabeth out of anyone else in the bunker. His body seems to gravitate towards her in his off time, and he ends up snoozing next to her as she studies. They also spar together in the evenings, although Jason and a couple of others join those sessions, too, and they eat together and have most of their patrols together, too. It's a good thing her bed is a few away from his. Percy can honestly say he doesn't spend his entire day with her. That would just make him pathetic. You and Hazel, though, he says, changing tack at top speed. You guys are really cute. Oh, Frank rubs his arm, turning pink. Thanks. Percy can't help smiling as he leads him up to the path to the cliff, where Jason had taken him before going on the quest, because Frank genuinely seems like a good person. Percy had never thought it possible to call someone of Frank's stature cute, but Frank's got shiny eyes that curve into crescents when he smiles, and a round, innocent face that makes him seem younger than he really is. He and Hazel go well together. He can see that they're new in their relationship, still navigating how to act around each other and how to act together as a couple around everyone else. They really are sweet in a completely different way from Beckendorf and Silena and Piper and Jason. They're cute in the way that reminds Percy of little kids in the playground that propose to each other, too young to know what marriage means. They give Percy hope for himself. The clifftop is free, thankfully, from Piper, Jason, and any other couples getting some alone time. Percy sits down close to the edge, and Frank, after a moment's hesitation, follows suit, sitting down cross-legged next to him. What you want to know? Percy asks, swinging his feet and breathing in the breeze. Frank huffs out a laugh. I don't know really, it's a lot. You could start with why the hell you thought I was a minor god, Percy offers, grinning when Frank groans and buries his head in his hands. Not my fault, Frank defends, endearingly pink-cheeked. The first time was a long time ago. I was on a quest from New Rome. He holds up his tattooed arm, and Percy nods, having noticed it the minute they shook hands. I was lost. They shift the entrances to the camp every few weeks. I was a new initiate. I was on a quest with a few veterans, but we were attacked and I was separated from them. I must have spent 2 days looking for them, but then one day I came across you. Percy frowns. When was this? Frank scrunches up his nose as he searches his head. 4-ish years ago, maybe. You looked, no offense, but you looked like you'd been sleeping in the woods for weeks. I had been, Percy recalls with a quirk of a smile. 4 years ago I was on the run. Looking for Nico, he doesn't say. He's still not sure about who else other than Annabeth and Grover, whom he trusts with his life about Nico. Hazel certainly does at any rate. He's caught her staring at him thoughtfully several times, but she clams up every time he tries to make casual conversation, and it's killing him. More than anything, he wants to know if Nico is alive and well. He can't break his promise to Bianca, too. 4 years ago would make it around the time Percy had met Tyson and Ella for the first time, too. He wonders where Frank had seen him. You were cleaning your wounds, Frank says thoughtfully. Like you were using the water to heal yourself. I turned into fish and watched you, but you left before I could approach. He shrugs. I'd never seen anything like it. Your cuts were closing up by themselves. I thought for sure that you had to be a minor god. It didn't even register that you didn't have ichor and all that. I just thought. He takes a long, shaky breath and fixes his eyes on the horizon. I thought you might be able to help me. About what? Percy questions. He waves his hand in the air, and a sheen of water vapor sparkles to life in front of them like a watery mirror. I may not know a lot about the gods, Annabeth's your girl for that stuff, but this is about your powers. I can definitely help you out. He lets the water evaporate again. I've been practicing for years. Frank bites his lip for a minute. It's about my powers, he says carefully, like he's afraid of giving something away, but they're nothing like yours. Have you heard of paraclymnus? He looks so hopeful that Percy feels horrible as he shakes his head no. Frank deflates. Damn. You really should ask Annabeth, Percy offers. She knows everything there is to know about everything. Maybe I will, Frank says, considering. I only know what my mom and grandmother told me, and that isn't much. He chuckles a little. My grandmom always used to say, do not ask a Zhang woman her secrets, or something like that. It definitely had something to do with not liking her answer. Words piercing like arrows, something like that. Percy's mind has halted at Zhang. That's your family name. Frank must sense something in his voice because his little ramble ends abruptly. Yeah, he says suspiciously. Why? Percy runs a hand through his hair. Do you know an Emily Zhang? Frank stills, Percy waits and watches with a feeling of dread in his stomach as the pallor of his skin goes white. She was my mother, Frank says, hushed. Did you know her? Percy inhales sharply. I wasn't at New Rome long enough, but he gulps and faces Frank. I was with her for the final battle with all the legacies when he can't say it, Frank bows his head. She was commander, he continues. It was her call that saved New Rome, she's a hero. She was a hero, Frank corrects. His eyes are misty, but he smiles. I know what she did. Raina filled me when I told her my last name, that's why I got my tattoo so early. It was a respect thing for what my mother did for them. He laughs hollowly. I think the day she left, part of me knew how grave the situation was. I knew she wouldn't come back. Percy doesn't quite know what to say, so he settles on, she looked at your picture before the final battle. He swallows. She loved you very much. Frank nods. She did it to save me, my grandmother said. He sighs. I thought I made peace with her death, but it doesn't get easier, dealing with it. Yeah, Percy agrees fervently. I've lost my mom too. I know exactly what you mean. Thanks, man. They sit in a comfortable silence for a while, watching a flock of birds rise from the trees. This is a nice place to get some alone time, Frank says. I like the bunker, don't get me wrong, but... No privacy, Percy agrees. I mean, I spent years on the run, and then all of a sudden I can't go 2 minutes without someone begging me to do their laundry. Frank drums a pattern on his knee. New Rome is kind of the same. Raina's trying to keep everyone organized into the cohorts still, but yeah, no privacy. How's New Rome? Percy asks. Raina doing okay. He'd liked New Rome after all, even if he hadn't stayed long. The Romans had been the first people to accept Percy for his demigod blood, and he remembers getting drunk off of shitty wine with Dakota and Gwen and a bunch of others the day before the battle was to begin. New Rome had been beautiful, nestled in a ring of mountains, the little Tiber curling around the encampment like a moat. All that beauty had been destroyed the moment the monsters came close. The forests were burned down, the buildings and temples set on fire. Percy hadn't stuck around long enough to join the other demigods in their underground camp, but he doesn't suppose it would ever compare. Raina's good, Frank says. She's praetor now. Alone? Percy asks, worried. Praetors usually come in pairs. Jason had told him he'd turned down Raina's offer, but there had been a lot of good demigods at New Rome. Octavian, says Frank with distaste. Oh no, Percy says in horror. The only thing he remembers about Octavian is the augur trying to weed out Nico and Bianca's parentage by asking them all kinds of confusing questions. Percy doesn't even remember him actually taking part in the fight. He's the worst. He is, says Frank fervently. I think Raina's hoping he has a really bad vision and dies or something. Percy laughs and Frank looks pleased. Then Percy remembers, your mom was a legacy. Frank nods, yeah. But you're a demigod. Yeah, and a legacy, Frank shrugs. My family is descended from Periclymnus, who was a legacy of Poseidon. That's why I can shapeshift. Something clicks in his head. That's why you were stalking me. You thought I was some minor godly Poseidon god. I did not stalk you, Frank cuts in, affronted. I only tried to track you from a safe distance, and kinda badly too. I lose you within 5 minutes. Percy bumps his shoulder. Don't be ashamed, stalker. It's a good thing I didn't get a restraining order, though, huh? You're never going to drop this, are you? Frank complains, though he's smiling. See, you know me so well already, Percy crows. We really are related. I could turn into a bird and fly away right now, Frank shrugs. You wouldn't leave Hazel, Percy points out. But speaking of shapeshifting, you totally owe me for hitting me across the face. Which reminds me, we need to check if I can still talk to you when you're in fish mode. It's been bugging him ever since he found out Frank could turn into animals. I regret every single second I spent stalking you, Frank says. Percy grins, knew you were a stalker. Despite it being something of a culture shock, Hazel grows to like Bunker 9. It's a blur at first. Her head is a whirlwind of names and parentages, and one-line backgrounds as everyone makes their way to her to shake her hand and welcome her to the bunker.
She quickly gets the feeling that everyone in the bunker is an equal member no matter their age or heritage, even if the older demigods carry an aura that suggests many, many years of hardship. She can tell Frank's having a bit of a harder time settling in. He keeps grumbling about how things were different in New Rome, making references to all these routines that only Jason seems to understand. But after a few days of bumbling around, trying to get used to how the little camp runs, Hazel decides she loves the place. For one thing, it's built in the rocks. Hazel feels right at home navigating the tunnels. She learns them all within her first day and even discovers a few secret ones that nobody seems to know about. Annabeth is extremely appreciative of the fact when Hazel tells her she'd love to go exploring one day when she's not busy. She introduces Hazel to her fake half-siblings, the sons and daughters of Demeter, who take her under their wing immediately and teach her everything there is to know about their farmlands nestled deep in the mountains. They are so easily accepting and nice to her that Hazel begins to feel like a tool for lying to them. But Annabeth had told her to maintain her cover for as long as possible, and so Hazel keeps up the sham, sensing the minerals in the soil and offering suggestions whenever she can. Beckendorf proves to be an unexpected friend. Although he never says it, he seems to have guessed something about her parentage, and soon he's calling her over to the forges where he works with Leo on the bronze she'd brought them, asking her to double-check their purification methods. Hazel, even though risking the exposure of her true identity, obliges at once every time because she likes Beckendorf's company. He feels safe in the way Frank does, and oh, why not admit it? He's black just like her. Hazel's never met someone like her before. Frank, being half Chinese and half Canadian, is just about her polar opposite in race, and Beckendorf looks like he could be her family. He reminds her of her mother, and he feels very much like an older brother, and she likes it very, very much. He promises her an ear if she ever wants to talk, and even though he doesn't say about what, she understands. And her cheeks warm and a tight, prickling sensation builds at the corner of her eyes as she nods at him gratefully, because it feels extremely wonderful to be understood. Hazel marks Annabeth as a force to be reckoned with about 5 seconds into their first real conversation. The daughter of Athena is tall and beautiful and sharp. She exudes an air that is impossible to ignore. When she speaks, everyone shuts up and listens. During her tour of the bunker, Hazel gets the impression that Annabeth runs a highly efficient camp, and she leads as though born for the role. Every single one of the 60-odd demigods who reside in Bunker 9 seem to come to Annabeth when they need help, from Beckendorf, who towers over them all like a small giant, to Victoria, a tiny daughter of Apollo who comes to the daughter of Athena and requests a bedtime story. Annabeth indulges everyone with open arms and a clear judgment, and she still finds time for herself. Annabeth's got a soft spot for studying architecture and hoards books like squirrels store acorns in the winter. Leo informs her gleefully, and sure enough, Hazel, woken by a flashback in the middle of the night, sits up in her bed to find Annabeth bent over a stone table some distance away, sketching furiously, bathed in candlelight. Another one of Annabeth's weaknesses seems to be Percy himself, and Hazel hadn't known what to expect after hearing so much about the son of Poseidon, especially after remembering his name from Nico, but Percy seems almost hilariously regular in his behavior. He is, of course, unfairly attractive. On this account, she does not blame Frank in the slightest for believing he was a minor god, because Percy has a sharp, almost fey-like beauty that leaves Hazel breathless most of the time. He fights like a demon, if demons could make you stop and stare at just how beautifully they fought, and his control over water is stunning to watch. As one of the Big Three's children, Hazel can appreciate Percy's abilities for what they are, the result of years of practice. She's finally gotten a hold on her own powers. She can create and collapse tunnels at will now, but she'd had to put in months of non-stop work to get where she is today, and every second of it had been bitter. Percy is far more ordinary in his character than anything else. Annabeth, who is one of the most calm, fair, and composed people Hazel has ever met, seems to lose her head entirely anytime Percy is in the vicinity. He can be forgetful. Hazel's had to rescue him from going down the wrong passage 3 times already, and he has a terrible fondness for puns. He and Leo tend to go back and forth during dinner time, armed with an arsenal of jokes that are only slightly funny, really, making Jason and Annabeth groan every time. Percy and Leo are also engaged in some kind of prank war dating back to the week Percy had joined the bunkers, which results in far more collateral damage than actual victories for either side. In fact, Leo had spent a solid hour running away from a ball of water hovering above his head and gathering more moisture that Percy was controlling. It had been hilarious to watch Leo sprinting around the bunker as Percy cackled from the sidelines, at least until Leo had crashed into Hazel, who had stumbled into Annabeth, sending all 3 of them to the ground just as the huge bubble of water burst above them, giving them all an impromptu shower. "I don't deserve this," Leo had muttered under his breath. "I'm going to set his pants on fire." "I'm so sorry, Annabeth," Hazel had told Annabeth miserably.
Don't worry about it, Hazel, Annabeth smiled, then her voice sharpened. Leo, Percy, I'm going to knock the living daylights out of you. This is Percy's fault, Leo had yelped. Percy, you'd better watch your back, Annabeth threatened. What tea, this is a clear, unfair bias, Percy screeched, ducking as Annabeth sent her knife flying at him. Then he'd walked right into Shane, who was carrying a load of swords and nearly got himself impaled. That had been when Hazel had realized, with something like awe, oh, he's an idiot. Because Percy falls asleep when he's on guard duty almost every night, and he begs Leo for seconds at mealtimes, and he's great with the kids, pretending to get stabbed by Gus during sword training, going down with an overdramatic wail that makes Annabeth yell at him to get serious. He's nothing like the enigma Nico had made him out to be, and yet he still lives up to every bit of the minor god persona Frank had described, all the while reeking this aura of disheveled college student. He's got secrets, she knows, secrets Hazel can tell he wants to discuss with her, judging by the way he nods at her slightly every time they cross paths, like they're both part of the same underground crime ring. She would avoid him forever if not for the fact that he can be impossibly charming when he wants to be. Hazel has a sneaking suspicion that he wants to talk to her about Nico, and the thought both enthuses and terrifies her, because if Percy knows about Nico's past, maybe he's guessed hers. She's fairly sure Annabeth must already suspect something. The daughter of Athena always looks strangely lost in thought every time Hazel opens her mouth. But Hazel can't just not speak at all, what with everyone being so nice so as to come and talk to her as often as they can, as though they're afraid she won't like living in their home. Hazel's been trying to mimic the slang Leo uses in effort to appear more modern, but the phrases sound unfamiliar and awkward coming from her mouth, so she gives it up in frustration. A few days after their arrival at Bunker 9, two of the prettiest girls Hazel has ever seen in her life walk in, and she is immediately uncomfortable. They are so beautiful they could be supermodels or actresses in the mortal world, and Hazel's heart sinks at once, recalling years and years of the rich girls in her old town flipping their perfectly styled hair and making fun of her shabby clothes. These two girls are wearing the same rags as everyone else, but they seem to glow brighter, and it makes her feel hopelessly inferior. They soon shatter all her expectations by proving to be extremely nice. Both daughters of Aphrodite, they hug her as soon as Annabeth calls her over, even though Hazel is sweaty from working in the fields outside, and they seem excited to see her. Percy wasn't exactly what we wanted in a new initiate. He made everything worse, says one of the girls, who introduces herself as Piper. Piper isn't much taller than she is, and her skin is a warm tone of bronze. Her eyes shine in the dappled light and turn different colors like a kaleidoscope, and Hazel can hardly imagine her to be the warrior that her toned, scarred arms suggest. Piper gives Leo a big hug as he wanders over, his head buried in a piece of parchment. Leo responds with equal enthusiasm, even permitting Piper to kiss his cheek. "Oh," says Hazel, feeling relieved for reasons she doesn't even want to begin to explain, "are you two in a relationship, then?" This gives them both a good laugh. Piper releases Leo, who wipes at his cheek at once where she'd touched it with her lips, though he is still grinning. Piper ruffles his hair, sending it into even more of a mess, and says, "Leo's like family at this point. He's my oldest friend. How could I ever kiss those lips when I've known all the places they've been?" Hazel must look questioning. Truthfully, she has no inclination of ever learning all the girls Leo has probably kissed, and Piper grins. "He kissed a cockroach." "It was a cricket," Leo screams, looking betrayed. "And you shoved it into my mouth, you heathen." Piper only cackles in response. The other girl, Silena, is tall and willowy and stunning. She throws herself into Beckendorf's arms and kisses him soundly on the lips and smiles at him so brightly it makes Hazel's teeth ache. From that interaction, she surmises that this must be the girlfriend on the important mission Beckendorf had been missing so sorely. She notes with surprise that most of the older demigods seem to be paired up, Piper and Jason, Beckendorf and Silena, Percy and Annabeth. Though she isn't fully sure of the last one, because Piper hoots loudly when Hazel voices her thoughts out loud. Silena is perfect for Beckendorf. With a personality as charming as her good looks, she immediately compliments Hazel's hair and moans about how pretty and clear her skin is. She gives off an older sister aura that Hazel finds herself leaning into unconsciously, and when she musters up the courage to ask for some hair ties, Silena gives her a whole box full of rubber bands of different sizes and colors, and begins to chatter about how pretty her hair will look in a ponytail puff. Hazel nods along, more out of shock than anything, as Silena fusses over her in a very mother hen-esque manner, clucking her tongue and petting her head and offering her different kinds of clips and hairpins too. By the time she's finished with her initial examination of her, Hazel feels a bit as though she's been stampeded with words. From a few meters away, Beckendorf catches her eye, tips his head towards Silena, and rolls his eyes exaggeratedly, making Hazel smile. Still, though, she takes the clips that Silena suggests, and the other girl beams and presses a kiss to her cheek that makes Hazel warm up. Your hair is so pretty, though, Hazel says a little enviously. Selena has real movie star hair, the kind she hadn't believed existed in real life. Her own curls are unruly as all hell and feel like straw after so many years of neglect. She doesn't hate them by any means, of course. They suit her skin and face shape, and she's proud of how unique they are to her. But she can't deny that they are a little tough to manage, especially in a fight. She uses a special shampoo, Piper says confidentially, grinning when Selena turns bright red. It's the fancy shit that costs $1 million, the kind only celebrities use. Annabeth goes batshit every time Selena asks her to get it on a run. Selena squeals and covers her face. Is it a crime to want my hair looking nice? Selena, Piper says, rolling her eyes, there's no crime in that, but your hair looks the same whether you use the shampoo or not. No, it doesn't, she turns to Hazel with shining eyes. Oh my gods, Hazel, you have got to try it. I'm telling you, you'll come out of the bath feeling like you're floating on clouds, and it'll literally feel like your hair has been given another chance at life. She sighs overdramatically. Last time I was on a quest, I couldn't use it for weeks, and my hair looked like burned grass. She wrinkles her nose. I wish the brand did travel-size bottles. You look the same, Piper protests. I come back from the baths looking worse than I did before. I do need to wash my hair, Hazel tells Selena. It has been months since I got to do it. Yes, I'll give you the shampoo. You're the cutest, Hazel. Selena grabs Annabeth, who is passing by, fixes her with a pointed look, and says, Annabeth, you could really stand to learn to follow the exemplary example Hazel's setting, and let me at least comb your hair once in a while. My hair is fine, Annabeth protests, patting the top of her own head in a gesture shockingly innocent, even as Hazel smiles shyly at Selena's praise. Annabeth's hair is wavy and curls at the ends, not the way Hazel's does though, and it's in worse shape than hers, probably because she doesn't care about hair maintenance. She stuck it up in a bun today. There are strands falling over her forehead, and she must have been outside because there are several leaves stuck in the back. We were just in Bunker 10, Piper divulges to Hazel, smirking. They give us makeovers every time we go there. She nods at her own hair, which has been braided with flowers and lends quite subtly to Piper's whole naturally beautiful look. Annabeth hasn't been there in years. My siblings will rip her apart. They might even wash her hair with shampoo and make her use conditioner. I use shampoo, Annabeth protests, turning pink, just because I try to ration the amounts. I will bathe you in it, Selena threatens, waggling her finger at the daughter of Athena, who sighs in exasperation. Come on, I needed a bath anyway. I'll show you the real way to wash your hair. She drags Annabeth away. Annabeth turns around to shoot a pleading glance at Piper, who only giggles and waves. It is much later that night when Hazel finally realizes she'd just been treated to her first experience of girl talk, and the thought makes her grin madly into her pillows. It is a week before Percy and Jason invite her to what they call their special sparring sessions. They invite Frank, too, and Annabeth and Piper and Leo, and a few others, but they don't join as often as Hazel is forced to. Percy and Jason seem unwilling to take no as an answer when it's Hazel who is saying it. They drag her outside every single day, even rousing her early in the mornings on some days. They prefer to spar in the great outdoors, Percy says, to make best use of their elemental powers, and this way Hazel can get some practice in, too. It's fun, it's so much fun. Percy and Jason teach her new sword techniques, which is something she really needs, and they correct her stances. They teach her some hand-to-hand combat, and they never go easy on her, and they give as good as they get. Hazel hasn't felt this free in using her powers in a long, long time. She enjoys watching them fight, too. Percy moves like the water he controls, with a kind of beautiful, fluid grace, and Jason alternates frustratingly between solid stances and a kind of bouncy, airy technique that drives Percy insane. Jason commands the winds the same way Percy can stop a river, the same way Hazel can create a chasm if she stomps hard on the ground. He creates walls of air that can deflect a blow from Percy's weapon, can send Hazel sprawling with a strong gust. He's apparently learning to work with lightning, and he's good at it, too. He almost singes Percy's eyebrows off once, which sends Hazel into fits of laughter. Frank joins them on most days. Percy sets him on his idea of transforming different parts of his body into different animals, and watching her boyfriend slowly being to experiment and test the limits of his abilities makes her warm all over her body. Frank's been terrified, she knows, of what he can do, and he spends most of his time trying not to think of the extent of it. He's worried for himself, he knows, and for her, too, but now that they're safe for the time being, he deserves these small moments of freedom. Piper is deadly with her dagger, but her real strength lies in her voice. Charm Speak is a special ability to children of Aphrodite. Jason explains to Hazel in a tone straining with pride, and Piper's the only one in all the bunkers who is gifted with it. It makes her very valuable and very dangerous. Hazel likes watching Piper distract her opponents with the weirdest of commands that never fail to leave the rest of them in splits. On one memorable occasion, she makes Leo do this weird dance. Leo calls it the Macarena in the middle of their sparring session, and Hazel laughs until her cheeks hurt. It is lucky that Leo is too busy making the special spheres, because Frank still tenses up when the son of Hephaestus is around. Leo is careless with his fire, even though he does tone it down when she and Frank are around and almost always ends up setting something on fire. Percy is on permanent fireman duty, and he carries out his duties with diligence, although when Leo sets Annabeth's sleeve on fire, Percy just shrugs and tells her to stop, drop, and roll like everyone else. Annabeth repays the favor by absolutely demolishing Percy during their next sparring match, kicking his forgive her language, but so thoroughly he ends up disarmed and stretched flat over the ground. Annabeth is possibly the most tactical and skilled out of them all, only Jason is more experienced than she, and the best part about watching Annabeth is that Hazel almost always ends up learning something from it. Annabeth's fighting style is looser in stance than Jason's, but not nearly as unrestrained as Percy's, and she is insanely fast, moving in precise, clean steps. There is a certain clarity to her movements that makes them appear easy to follow but are actually supremely difficult in practice. When Annabeth catches Hazel trying to practice one of her moves, some kind of complicated spinning kick, she doesn't hesitate to teach her. It's hard to believe sometimes that they're gearing up for war. Annabeth sits her down one day and explains what they know about the new prophecy, and it makes her blood run cold. It had terrified her way back when Frank had told her about Kronos overthrowing the gods, meaning none of what Hazel had died for had ended up mattering at all. But to hear that as a child of the big three, she was at risk again. It made her want to break down, and she did too, privately in her bed that night. Frank worries for New Rome, but Annabeth gives her word that they're on it. According to her, Leo is working on some kind of technology that could keep them in touch with New Rome, and when the time comes, they would be informed of everything. She sees signs of what's to come in the grim expressions of the demigods around her, in the way the children of Hephaestus turn into machines, churning out innumerable weapons, spears and shields and swords and knives and arrows that are distributed all through their network of bunkers. She sees it in the way loads and loads of sleeping potions are brought in from Bunker 10, because the threat of another war has only intensified the nightmares. And somehow, at the same time, when Hazel spent time with her new friends, it was as though the group was sitting in a cafe in the city, cheering each other and talking dirty the way any other group would. She enjoys the moments it is just a handful of them gathered around the hearth, enjoying the warmth and talking about anything and everything under the sun. On most days, though, it is Percy and Jason and Hazel, going absolutely mental with the surroundings as their only resources. She knows they're doing this for her benefit as fellow children of the big three, and they don't have to do it, but Hazel is thankful for them anyway, and she begins to think of them as older brothers despite the color of their skin. Sometimes families can include pasty white boys, too. She is thankful for everyone in the bunkers, really. She likes everyone, and even though there are some traditions she has to get used to, such as sacrificing part of their meal to the gods, which she laments as a waste of food, and the only thing holding her back from joining in wholeheartedly is her own past, hanging over her like a storm cloud, which really does stink, because she feels at home in 9, and she feels a part of something for the first time in her life. Hazel hasn't had many friends. Save for Sammy, she hadn't had any at all, really. Having all these kind people around her makes her heart ache for something she'd never experienced, and she's terrified that they'll turn their backs on her once they find out she is lying to them, which is why. "I have to tell them," Hazel says to Frank, who stops midway through trying to turn his hand into a bear's claw. "Are you sure?" Frank asks, staring at her, utterly bamboozled. "I mean, I'm for it if you are, but are you sure?" "Just to Annabeth and the rest," Hazel decides, placing her chin atop her open palms. "Honestly, I'd tell just Annabeth since she suspects something anyway, but I'm sure she'll tell Percy anyway. Percy will probably tell Jason or Piper, who will tell their other half, and then Leo, so I might as well tell them all at once." She pauses, pulling at a loose string on her jeans, which are clearly second-hand but fit her well. "I trust them." "I do too." Frank's easy admission eases the last of her nerves. If he hadn't liked being at Bunker 9, Hazel wouldn't have hesitated to leave. Frank's got great intuition, one might even be tempted to call it animal instinct, and if he has a bad feeling about someone, he's usually right, like that one time he'd gotten a bad vibe from a particularly benevolent cafe owner, who had then turned out to be an impulsa in disguise. "I want to talk to Percy too," Hazel murmurs, "about Nico." Frank scoots closer to her and places his hand gently on her knee, with just enough pressure to make her burn up. She's noticed Frank's been a lot more touchy with her these days, perhaps spurred on by Leo's very presence, though it could very well be the influence of the other couples around them. Hazel finds she quite likes the change. "You should," he says gently. "Percy seems like a good guy, even if he isn't what we expected." He smiles when she huffs out a laugh. "I just want to know what he knows. Maybe he knows why Nico brought me back."
She stares at Frank's hand. It's much larger than hers, and she can see the veins pop out when he flexes his fingers. It is the same color as Nico's, only her brother's hand had been bony and small, the bones jutting out. Hazel remembers distinctly wondering if he was a skeleton, a doubt she'd held back for fear of being rude. She slips into a flashback so smoothly she doesn't even notice when it happens. She doesn't see much this time, glimpses of asphodel and, terrifyingly, the cavern where she'd spent days on end lifting a golden coffin from the ground, but she's shaken awake by Frank with a different kind of urgency, and she comes to with a gasp, blinking away the bright lights. Annabeth's face swims into vision and she looks stricken. "Are you okay?" You were like twitching and mumbling. "Nightmares," Hazel says quickly, well aware that she's fooling nobody. "I must have fallen asleep." "Hazel, you were seizing," Annabeth says, horrified. "Or does this happen a lot? We have some potions you could try." "That would be great," Frank replies abruptly, "but it's just a nightmare." Annabeth frowns, evidently not believing it. Frank flushes a little, and Annabeth turns her clever eyes to Hazel and raises a single brow. "It's fine, Annabeth," Hazel adds quickly, recognizing the mulish look in the other girl's eyes all too well. Despite all attempts to remain blank, she can't quite stop herself from shrinking under her gaze. It was a pretty bad dream. Unable to form words any further, she simply stares up at her and hopes all his secrets will not reveal themselves on his face. Softening and recognizing the dismissal, Annabeth clamps her hand atop Hazel's shoulder and squeezes. "Tell me if you need anything," she says, but there's a speculative expression on her face, and Hazel knows that her flimsy excuses haven't worked even a little on the daughter of Athena. Frank turns to her when she's out of earshot. "What do you want to do?" Hazel shakes her head dismal. "I don't have a clue. All I know is I've got to find a way to tell Annabeth before she figures it out." He raises his brows. "How long do you think that'll be?" "Probably tomorrow," Hazel speculates with a grimace, but she smiles and allows herself to revel in his sound of his answering laugh. Annabeth prefers when she's assigned to other exits for patrol, because they're far more secluded than the main entrance. Today she's armed with her sketchbook, which is really a fancy name for a couple of pages of parchment tied together with a bit of string, several shading pencils, and a large lit candle, plus an extra one for when the first one melts. She sets everything down before lowering herself to the cool stone, stretching her legs out into the grass so that she sits half in the labyrinth and half out of it. It's a pleasant, starry night with a breeze calm enough for the candle to stay bright and burning. The tunnel she's guarding leads further, deeper into the mountains, where it is nothing but dense wood and flashes of sky only barely visible through the foliage. Monsters scarcely make their way this far into the forests, and there's an even lesser chance of it happening now that the barriers have been strengthened, so Annabeth pulls her jacket more securely around herself and gets ready for an uneventful night. Halfway through her first sketch, Annabeth startles at the sound of voices echoing through the tunnel behind her. Her hand, which had grasped her knife at once, relaxes when she recognizes the voices, and soon enough Jason, Percy, and Hazel round the corner, laughing. They grin when they notice her, and Annabeth waves, expecting them to pass her by. Jason casts her drawing an interested glance as he crosses her, and Hazel graces her with a tiny smile. Percy, though, stops next to her and motions for the other two to go without him. Hazel smiles a bit wider at this, but Jason shoots Annabeth a specific look that she knows to mean that Piper will be hearing about this. She doesn't want to deal with Piper's knowing looks, but she can't find it in herself to get mad at Percy. She enjoys his company. Annabeth isn't sure when she and Percy cross the line from being acquaintances that snarked at each other into actual friendship territory, but she's glad for it. She has never enjoyed the company of weak-willed people. She likes people with a bit of drive and spirit in them, people who can really push her to be better. Percy challenges her in every way, intellectually, morally, physically, and even though it had infuriated her during his first few weeks at the bunker, she has grown to appreciate it now. Percy is witty and genuinely a good person, the kind that just cares with his whole heart behind it, and he has a manner about him that immediately invites intimate friendship, the sort that usually takes years to develop. Ever since their quest, she's found herself seeking him out often just to talk, which is new for her. She isn't really big on sharing, but she'd found quickly that she was capable of spending hours laughing with Percy one day, and the next day having a sober debate with him, and the day after that speaking about personal matters. With astonishing speed, she's come to trust Percy absolutely, largely because she can tell he feels the same way, and because it is clear that Percy is fond of Annabeth for her merits and not for her position in the bunkers. He sits down cross-legged next to her, and his knees almost touch her thigh. He takes deep gulps from his water bottle and fixes his gaze on a distant tree. Annabeth goes back to drawing.
He is silent for a long time, which Annabeth appreciates, especially since she's determined to finish her design. She'd honestly been worried about Percy being one of those talkative types ever since their first raid together, but he's since proved that the non-stop chatter he'd exposed her to back then had been the result of nerves. Percy can be very quiet when he wants to be, and he somehow always knows when she needs some quiet too. When she's done with her drawing, which has turned into a small shrine to Artemis, the kind Annabeth can picture happening across in the middle of a dense jungle, she places her supplies at her other side and stretches her arms. "How was training?" she asks Percy, who snaps out his daze and turns to face her with a blinding smile. "Hazel turned the ground into something like quicksand and Jason sunk in till his knees," he says enthusiastically. "We had to pause sparring to pull him out." She snorts. "Fun," she says, a little regretful and a little jealous, but she is glad Jason and Percy and Hazel have found each other. Annabeth had watched Thalia for years, long enough for her to understand that even surrounded by other demigods, the daughter of Zeus had felt singled out from the rest of them. She'd been lonely, very few had the skill to match her in a sword fight, and fewer still could take her on when she used her powers. Annabeth had worked day and night to get herself to a level where she could withstand, and sometimes even defeat, Thalia at her full strength. But even then there had been times Thalia would need a release, one that Annabeth wouldn't be able to contain. Annabeth knows she will never really be able to understand what it feels like to have so much potential energy brimming under her skin at all times, something Jason, Percy, and Hazel all have in common. The three of them are nature itself, in the form of a lightning storm, a tsunami, and an earthquake. They're simultaneously awe-inspiring and utterly terrifying, and when she watches the three of them fight, she can't help but feel like they move on a plane completely different from hers. They're in a different world and she wants in, but the key to it is elusive. They need to let loose to stay sane, and she gets it, but she wishes she could be there with them sometimes. Annabeth doesn't have any special powers. Her cap of invisibility had been a gift, albeit a very useful one, and the rest of her skills she built up by herself. The one thing she was born with is her quick, curious mind, and it's handy in a fight, but it had been a long time before she'd come to appreciate it. After all, it's not something flashy she can show off, like creating a hurricane. "Hazel's improving fast," Percy says with glowing pride, which is another thing she's been thinking about. Hazel. Annabeth likes the daughter of Pluto, she really does. Hazel is small and quiet and sweet. She's humble, helpful, and so polite, but there's something off about her, and she can't quite put her finger on what it is. Annabeth knows everyone has their secrets. Hell, so does she. But Hazel seems more of the sinister kind rather than the personal kind, and Frank's in on it too. He's always hovering around her like he expects her to collapse or something, and the other day, Hazel had been having something like a fit in her sleep before Annabeth had intervened. That hadn't been an ordinary nightmare, even though both Hazel and Frank had tried to play it off as one. Her instincts are telling her they aren't spies, but there's still something there, something weird. None of her theories make sense, but she doesn't quite dare to simply ask Hazel about it just yet. They've been getting along well, slowly getting to know each other, and she is loath to do anything that might jeopardize that and scare her off. She'd ask Frank, but he seems fiercely devoted to Hazel for reasons unknown, and she doesn't want to disrespect Hazel by going behind her back. Of course, that doesn't mean she won't speculate to her heart's content, but it does mean that she will keep her nose where it belongs. She wants to tell Percy or Piper about her suspicions, but Percy is the kind of person who wears his heart on his sleeve and wouldn't be able to act natural around Hazel anymore if he knew. And Piper is the kind of person who believes that if everyone in the world just talked out every single little thing, everything would be fine and dandy and picture goddamn perfect. She's probably right, but it's easy for her to say. She isn't the one who actually has to talk to Hazel. So instead of asking Hazel about her secrets, Annabeth had decided to settle for observing her behavior unobtrusively. No, she isn't spying, but so far she's still clueless. God's not knowing is eating her up inside, but she doesn't know what to think about it. She doesn't want to make Hazel uncomfortable, not when she's finally opening up, approaching Annabeth of her own accord and asking all kinds of questions about their little world. Annabeth likes curious people, she's a curious person, and she knows how damaging it had been when her father shut her down time and time again. She isn't going to be mean to Hazel, even if she is kind of suspicious. Percy waves his hand in front of her face and she jumps. Annabeth. Yeah. You kinda zoned out, Percy says. You okay? Yeah, she says quickly, shaking her head and trying for an authentic grin. She must not succeed at it because Percy raises his eyebrows at her. I just thinking that if I joined your training sessions, I'd have you all beat in less than 5 minutes. You beat me once, says Percy, affronted. She doesn't even need to look up to know he's grinning. Don't get ahead of yourself. I did not beat you once, I beat you at least 7 times. Annabeth yelps, punching him in the shoulder. I've even written it down somewhere. You've beat me 5 times, I've beaten you 7 times, and we've drawn 5 times, and this is only after I started keeping track of our matches. I haven't counted the first few weeks, but I beat you then too. Percy grins. Everything's a competition with you, huh? Only with things I refuse to lose, Annabeth answers hotly, and Percy shakes his head as he lets the wind carry away his laugh. Annabeth rolls her eyes, circling her shoulders as she fights the urge to smile, as Percy hunches forward to catch his chin in his hands. She studies him, noting his stiff shoulders, and her eyes go to the scar Apetus had left him. She thinks she can almost see it through his shirt, which is when it hits her that Percy's wearing a thin t-shirt, the kind that doesn't leave much to the imagination. Plus, thanks to his training session, he's still sweating, leaving his shirt nearly soaking and clinging to his skin in a way that snaps her right out of any urge she'd had to laugh. Annabeth, Percy asks again, turning his head around to fix her with a confused look. You sure you're okay? You seem distracted. I am, Annabeth thinks viciously, desperately. Your shirt is very, very rude and you are very, very dense. I know what's up, Percy says knowingly, nodding at her. It's Hazel and Frank, isn't it? You're worried they're spies. She blinks, astounded by the certainty of his tone and the fact that he hadn't been wrong, exactly. It's one of her worries, if not the worry, but she's impressed nevertheless. How'd you know? She asks, a little peeved that he seems to have figured her out so quickly. He smirks, satisfied. You have a tell, a nervous habit kinda. Impossible, Annabeth says, victorious, because she doesn't have any nervous habits. You bite your nails. I do not, she cries out, slighted, but Percy only sighs, grabbing her hand and lifting it up, displaying the stubby evidence for all the world to see. His warm fingers curl around her for the briefest of moments, and Annabeth blinks at it for a few seconds before sliding it out of his grasp. You know, she says, I'm wondering if I should start worrying about how you know all this about me. You're like a stalker. Percy rolls his eyes. You're the one that calls me every 2 minutes when I'm out of your sight like you're afraid I'm going to fuck something up. She scoffs, unable to refute the statement, and Percy grins. So, he says, changing the subject back, you were saying you were scared about Frank and Hazel. Not entirely, she tries, but when Percy shoots her a look that indicates she isn't fooling anyone, she abandons the pretense at once. I like them, I dunno, they're hiding something, don't you think? Frank has some kind of issue with his powers. I told him to talk to you, Percy confides. He just wanted advice. And Hazel, well, I just assumed she knows Nico and was trying to hide it from me. Oh, Annabeth sits up straight. She'd been so consumed by Hazel's overly polite manner and possible night terrors that she'd forgotten the most obvious connection of all. I hadn't considered that. She definitely knows Nico, Percy says, and she knows I know too, but every time I try to get her alone she runs away. I've given up at this point, figured she'll come to me when she's ready. He stretches. You think that's it? Could be, she allows, unsure of whether to bring up Hazel's weird behavior during her nightmares. The moment had seemed personal, though, and maybe Annabeth's just being paranoid. I don't think they're spies, Percy says confidently. I mean, a child of the big three on the Titans' side. If the Titans found out about her, she'd be dead. Annabeth nods thoughtfully. That part she agrees with, but it only brings up more questions, such as how Hazel had survived after turning 12 and where she'd hidden. She doesn't have the Roman tattoo, so she couldn't have been at Camp Jupiter, and Frank had only found her after the war. It's a huge hole in their story, one she's skirting around out of respect for her privacy, but she can't deny that it's a huge red flag. She'd be stupid to ignore it. And if there's one thing she's learned since Luke, it's that red flags should not be ignored. You're thinking about Luke, Percy pipes up unexpectedly, and this time his nail-on-the-head guess makes her inhale sharply and demand, how are you doing that? You have a very specific Luke expression, Percy answers, tone somewhere between disappointed and smug. You get all squinty and you purse your lips and… Okay, I get it. Annabeth schools her expression back into one of normalcy. So, he says, trying for casual and missing it by miles, you want to talk about it. She chances a glance. Percy smiles back at her, all innocent, as if he's asking her something as simple as the weather. Annabeth finds Percy's smiles incredibly annoying, primarily because she has not yet found a defense against them. Not really, Annabeth says honestly, but Percy whacks her in the foot and she laughs. There's nothing to say. Tell me everything, Percy says with an evil glint in his eye. He isn't even attempting to hide how much he wants to know. You owe me this, shut up, I told you about Nico and Bianca. Not much. I told you enough, you shameless human, and I know you heard all about my mom, so don't even pretend you didn't. And you said you'd tell me about your dad, so you might as well tell me your whole life story. You've been hanging on to this for a while, she marvels. You have no idea, Percy groans. Nobody will tell me about Luke out of respect to you. Good job with that, by the way, and now that we're friends, I figured you won't gut me if I ask. He hesitates. Right. Annabeth hesitates, rubbing her hands over her jeans in slow back-and-forth motions. She doesn't really talk about Luke, even though she can tell her friends want to know. But she hadn't, because Piper had always disapproved of Luke. Jason had merely tolerated him, and Leo had been completely uncaring. Sometimes Annabeth thinks that Leo may be the only person in the bunkers who understands emotions less than she. They dropped the topic after Annabeth had refused to comment one too many times. It's too bad for her that Percy is a nosy little cretin who doesn't know to give up. This is the moment where she deflects and evades, applying one of the many tactics she's perfected over the years, so that she can keep the depressing memories to herself somewhere where they can't be poked at or discussed anymore. But she doesn't want to hide from Percy, not anymore. I don't gut my friends, she agrees, and he beams at her, and I guess I do owe you. Yes, Percy enthuses, swiveling around on his butt to look at her full in the face. I've been waiting for this moment. His face goes blank so fast it's almost comical. Unless you really don't want to tell me, and I'm forcing you to. I was going to tell you at some point, she tells him, shrugging. Might as well be now, right? Oh, thank the gods. Annabeth studies the flickering flame of the candle and then glances up at Percy, who looks beautiful and mysterious in its light. So my dad, she begins, in a quiet gust of breath that might as well have been a sigh. Yep. He's nothing like your mom, she warns, twisting her lips. He was cold. It's the only word she can think of to describe him. When I was born, he'd just become a college professor. He didn't have time for a kid, didn't want one. I think he asked my mom to take me back. She scoffs. Anyway, I kind of had to manage myself. He mostly left me alone, didn't care about me much. He hired a nanny who ended up teaching me how to read and write. She would take me to the local library. That's horrible of him, Percy says earnestly. I'm sorry if you don't want to remember all this stuff. It's fine, she says offhandedly. The less she thinks about her miserable childhood, the better it'll be. Anyway, my dad remarried when I was 5, 6 maybe. And his new wife was okay, I guess, but then I started having these nightmares. I started seeing these spiders all over the house, and I knew they were coming to get me. She shakes her head. My dad didn't see them, of course, because of the mist, but he and his wife kind of just ignored the problem after that. They had kids of their own. I got sidelined, but the nightmares just kept getting worse. I couldn't stand the way they would look at me, like I was endangering them, endangering their children. She shrugs. I ran away. She looks up to find Percy gazing at her intently, and his eyes are so full of pity that she finds herself having to look away. She doesn't want to cry. She can't cry, she's over this shit. She's released all her anger towards her dad. She's redirected it into years of training that has made her strong. She can't cry for this again. Her father isn't worth her tears. Remembering something suddenly, Annabeth reaches into the pocket of her hoodie and feels around for the button she'd stitched. She finds it and unclasps it with trembling fingers, extracting the faded gold ring from the hidden pocket and holding it in her palm. It's his college ring, she explains, staring at it. It is large and fairly ugly, but it had been important to her father, she knows. I took it when I left, I don't really know why. Maybe it was just me being petty at the end of the day, but I think there's some comfort in having a piece of him with me. She snorts bitterly. Pretty pathetic, huh? Shit, Percy says finally, and she chokes out a wet-sounding laugh. It's okay, she says, attempting to be blasé. Nobody in that house needed me. Your half-brothers. Bobby and Matthew, she remembers, thinking fondly of their tiny bodies swaddled in warm, pastel fabrics. They hadn't hated her, they'd liked her, even, holding only her little finger and gurgling with laughter when she cooed at them. She misses them, she realizes. She'd liked the kids, and now she's gone. They must be in school now. She wonders if they remember her. They'd been much too young when she'd left. Possibly they think of her as a fever dream or something. She begins against her own will, but then she chokes, and a warm arm circles her shoulders, resting heavily for a second, as if Percy understands what she hadn't meant to say. My mom was pregnant, he says quietly, heavily, and she looks at him in surprise. When she died, she was seeing this guy, Paul Blowfies. I called him Blowfish. That's such a Poseidon thing to do. He grins. He was a good dude, made my mom laugh. He was a teacher, taught me English. I was due to start at his school in the fall. What happened? She asks, hushed, because she'd heard him cry that night in the cave, but he hadn't gone into the details of it, and she hadn't thought to ask. His mother had died, that was certain. It seemed unnecessary and rude to push him further, even though there is a part of her that wants to bare herself to him, a part of her that wants to know everything there is to know about him, too, and it's not because she wants to figure out the puzzle that is Percy Jackson, not anymore. She really cares about him. Percy removes his arm from around her, depriving her of a warmth she hadn't even registered, and places them in his lap. He clenches his fists, then releases them. "We were supposed to go on this trip," he says gruffly, "to Montauk. There's this cabin by the beach we rented out once a year. It became kind of a tradition for us." He hesitates, then barrels on, "My mom never told me, but I think it's where she met my dad." Percy is silent for a while, a shadow crosses his face. "That place was special, you know." She nods. She doesn't have a lot of special places, but there's the rooftop on Bunker 6, and the library she used to camp out at as a kid, and well, here as in Bunker 9, but also here as in right here, in this lonely little tunnel in the middle of the mountains, where it's just her and Percy swapping stories. "It was the last time we'd have got to hang out before the wedding," he continues, lost in some sad world of memories. "And my mom, she said she had something important to tell me. I'm sure it was about who my dad really is, but then, right as she was leaving my room." "Monsters," she guesses, wincing at the hardness in his face. "The Minotaur," he confirms, and she gasps. "He killed her. She was trying to protect me." He exhales noisily. "She told me to run. I did, but then you'd be dead too." Annabeth cuts in at once, figuring it out right away. Percy's weighed down by a lot of unnecessary guilt for leaving his mother behind, but thinking objectively, the Minotaur would have killed Percy too if he'd stayed, and he needs to understand that. "You were only doing what she wanted, Percy. And look, obviously I never knew her, but it sounds like she loved you a lot, enough to die for you even. If you'd stayed, you would have died too, for sure, and I don't think that what she wanted for you." Percy blinks rapidly, looking uncertain, not necessarily in his expression, but more in the way his shoulders slouch, the way he drags his hand back through his hair, shifting his hips to sit more comfortably. Annabeth is quiet, and she wonders if she'd phrased it too harshly, but then he hangs his head, nodding slowly. "I think I needed to hear that," he admits after a long moment. "You're right, it's just hard to swallow. You're not going to get anywhere if you keep blaming yourself for things that aren't in your control." Throwing caution to the winds, she adds, "And I'm pretty sure that that's what happened with your friends, Bianca and Nico. You're probably blaming yourself what happened to them too." He doesn't respond immediately, but when he does, it's with some amount of hesitation. "Not really." She tilts her head in a silent gesture for him to go on, and he does. "More like promises I couldn't keep," he says, face scrunched in pain and shame. "Like I told you, I met Bianca and Nico when they were fleeing from Vegas. I saved them from some impulsi. They were alone, weaponless. We decided to travel together." He runs a hand up and down his calf. "They were good kids. Bianca was older than me, but she didn't have any experience being a demigod, so I felt like I had to protect them. And I did. I went on a raid to get us all weapons, and I taught them how to use them. I didn't know they were children of Hades then. I just wanted us to get to New Rome in one piece. And then one day we were cornered by some monsters, a bunch of cyclopes. When it got Nico and Bianca just roared. The ground just opened up and swallowed the monsters, but left Nico behind along with a black sword, a gift from her father. She was so scared of her own powers, and that was when I knew." He looks at his own hands. "I don't think she knew what she was doing. She just wanted to keep Nico safe." Annabeth nods. Percy buries his head in his hands, and she feels her hair quake ever so slightly at his self-reflection. He doesn't turn around, but Annabeth watches the lines of his next as he goes on talking. "I told her about the prophecy that night, said there might be a good chance of it being her." His voice is muffled, mortified. "She made me promise I'd keep Nico safe, no matter what happened to her." "Shit," Annabeth whispers, closing her eyes briefly, because she can sense where this is going. It has the same energy as doctors telling the close family of patients that they swear their loved ones will be okay. There's a reason they don't make promises when they put their lives on the line every day. "Well, Nico heard about the war and by extension the prophecy when we got to New Rome. He asked me to keep Bianca safe and I told him I would." Percy runs a hand through his hair. "And then, well, Bianca got caught up in fighting Apetus. I couldn't make it in time. I won the fight, but Bianca died and I don't think Nico will ever forgive me for it." Percy's eyes flicker dimly and his lips curve downwards. "He blames me for not telling him about the prophecy sooner, and he blames me for breaking his promise. He probably hates me and I don't even blame him. I ruined his life. I took away the only family he had." "That's why you left New Rome after the war," Annabeth realizes aloud. "You went after him. You were trying to keep your promise to Bianca." "Nico, he stole a lot of gold, the day before the final battle. I knew it was missing and I knew he'd taken it, but I didn't tell anyone. Percy's voice trembles and he fixes her with a panicked look. I confronted him, but he vanished, literally vanished through a shadow, taking all the gold with him. And there was very nearly a weapons shortage in our troops that night. And then we lost Annabeth. I'm the reason New Rome lost that day. If I'd just told Reyna, he opens his mouth to say something, anything, but little more than wordless sounds came out. Hey, calm down. Annabeth places her hand over his. Look, that night was when Thalia died. I hate to say it, but New Rome would have lost anyway. But I'm the reason so many legacies went into battle practically unarmed, Percy insists, a haunted look crossing his face. I hesitated, and I got good people killed. You tried to confront him, Annabeth reasons. Do you know why he took the gold? He shakes his head miserably. He didn't tell me when I asked, and I never managed to track him after that. I don't think he's been seen for a long time. That's initially why I needed Tyson to keep an eye out for Nico. But there aren't any monsters looking for him, so I think it's safe to assume the Titans don't know he exists. He drums his fingers against his knee. That means Hazel's the last person to see him. I just want to know if he's okay. And he sounds so small and miserable that Annabeth can't help pulling him in for a hug. I'm sorry, she says. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault, Percy says brokenly, wiping his tears with the back of his hand, and when they keep pouring down, he presses his face into her shoulder and makes a damp patch on her t-shirt. Look, you did everything you did with the best of intentions, Annabeth says quietly. Just because things didn't really work out, that doesn't make you a bad person. He sighs, breath tickling her neck. I just can't help thinking what would have happened if I'd done things differently. We'll never know, Annabeth says, but everything happens for a reason, you know. If things had happened differently, you wouldn't be here right now. He pulls back a little and stares at her. He's so close she can see his Adam's apple bob when he swallows. Everyone keeps saying that things were meant to happen this way. Because they are, she responds with conviction. Look, we'll never know what could have been, but we know that everything that's going on, even the both of us talking right now, she gestures between the two of them, they were all meant to happen. And they're meant to happen for a reason, so all we have to do is keep fighting. He laughs short and sad. You think? I have to think that way, she admits. I'd hate for all of us to survive this long if we were just meant to die, but I can't afford to think that way. These kids in the bunkers, they're just that. Kids. I need to do whatever I can to give them a good life. Percy jerks his head to look up at her in askance, and he nods, eyes clouded. You think Thalia was meant to die then? I guess, she says reluctantly, even though she senses in her heart of hearts that it's true. And maybe, along those lines, maybe Luke was meant to leave us. She looks up to find Percy looking at her with marked intent, all his focus on her, the way he gets when he's fighting, like nothing else matters and nothing could ever take his attention away. It's exhilarating. She swallows, looking away and trying to calm her heartbeat. She doesn't want Percy to notice her reaction to his mood, at least not until she's had the chance to detangle the emotions herself. She suspects she knows already what it means. She's never felt this pleased to have someone look at her like that, and something inside her is unfurling and making her far too happy given the atmosphere of the topic. She wants to tell Percy about Luke, she does, but she knows that in the story of her and Luke, she is the biggest loser, and she doesn't want Percy to pity her and hate Luke. She wants to stand tall and proud. She wants Percy to understand what she'd done to get where she is. Percy's approval certainly matters to her because it comes from a person whose judgment, values, and morals she respects. Still, though, she worries. She somehow doesn't want Percy to judge Luke too harshly. It's a very conflicting feeling, one that she shouldn't even be experiencing given how much Luke has screwed her over. Percy's brows furrow. He blinks and gives her a doubtful look, but he seems reluctant to elaborate on the matter further. You seriously think that? I don't know, she says, laughing a little. I mean, there's a part of me that's hoping it's all a colossal, godly joke, that maybe he's pretending to join the Titans. But the evidence goes too far back to suggest anything other than him being a traitor. He studies her closely. You love him. The bluntness of it takes her aback. He was my family, Percy, for years and years. Of course I do. She bites her lip and amends, did. I know, he says quietly. I saw the vision, remember. Yeah, she says a little wistfully. Those days when it was just the three of us versus the world, those were the happiest days of my life. She meets his puzzled and slightly judging gaze. It was the first time I had anyone that cared about me. And don't get me wrong, I love the bunkers, I love what we've built, and I love everyone here. But it's not the same. No, he agrees. It was bad enough that Thalia was gone, but to deal with Luke too. She inhales sharply through her nose. I was really depressed, Percy, for a long time, so was everyone. But it was the hardest thing I've ever had to do, be strong for everyone and try to keep us together. I thought a million times about running away. I had my bags packed. I had the perfect plan. Percy's eyes widen, and it must be unconscious, because he quickly schools his expression back into one of careful understanding. She can kind of get his shock. It isn't really like her to declare these feels so publicly. Annabeth hadn't even told Piper about her plans to flee, despite the other girl being her closest friend. She's always found it easy to talk to Piper, who, even though she doesn't quite have Annabeth's battle sense, is close to her in raw intellect and far surpasses her in matters requiring emotional maturity. She's always suspected Piper had known about her doubts anyway, somehow, in that way Piper does. Percy hasn't seen Annabeth at her lowest, and he's probably formed his opinions about her based on the outer confidence she's always careful to exude. That's the persona she'd wanted him to see her as before, but now it doesn't feel right to hide the part of her that's only helped her get stronger. But I couldn't do it. Of course you couldn't, he replies, his voice like smooth and sweet like honey. She tilts her head upwards, breathing deeply. Do you know that everything we do today, supply runs, patrols, passing messages to the other bunkers, I had to figure out the system myself. She swallows. I made the decision to have children of Athena, Hermes, Demeter, and Hephaestus in every bunker, so we would have easy access to information about the labyrinth, communication, food, and weapons. I was the one who suggested monster raids when we began to run out of bronze. I don't mean to brag. You have every right to. Everyone cooperated, of course, but it was a matter of survival, and it was just suddenly my responsibility to keep everyone alive and together, and I wasn't ready for it. She laughs hollowly. Sometimes I don't know why. Isn't it obvious why you stayed? Percy says gently. You care about everyone. I do, she whispers. She hugs her knees. Which is why I don't understand why Luke left, why he allowed the Titans to poison him, why he hated his dad, why he didn't tell us anything, why he was part of a plan to kill his best friend. She's breathing hard now, taking ragged gulps of air. Did I even know him? Did he really care about me at all? And out of nowhere, she begins to cry. Oddly enough, it's freeing. The tears don't make her weak. They make her feel relieved more than anything, and it feels good to talk about Luke to someone. Everyone else considers him a traitor now, but they don't know him, they never knew him. They don't know the kind boy who took Annabeth in as one of his own kin. They don't understand how it had broken her heart into tiny shards to know in her gut that he was a traitor. They don't know what it had been like to love him, in whatever simple way she had, with such reckless abandon, only for it to backfire on her, and pretty spectacularly, too. Percy allows her to sob into her own hands for a while, but slowly, like a stream of warmth, his body covers her like the calmest, most pleasant shield, his arms heavy around her shoulders but not unwelcome. She wonders if this is what he'd gone through, crying about his mother with Grover, and she hiccups into her hands because here they are, two idiots who have kept their problems bottled up inside them for years and years. They probably really need therapy. Slowly her tears subside and she wipes her face against the edge of his shirt. Percy looks amused at this, but he doesn't say anything. He looks at her with hooded eyes full of pride and sympathy, and when his fingers grip hers for a moment, it feels like some form of obeisance passes mutually through them. Two people who now have nothing left to hide from each other. I can't stand the thought of seeing him again, she says in a burst, sniffling. We're going to have to, Percy says uncomfortably. At some point or the other, I can feel it, can't you? I feel it too, I'll have to face him, I know, I just hate it. She coughs to hide another sob, staring up into his face and noting how grim and furious his eyes look. You probably really want to fight him now, huh? Yes, he says unabashedly. He hurt you, he betrayed everyone, and that's the lowest anyone can go. She flinches at the hard edge to his tone and he continues, and I know I can do it. And then he stares at her with an unflinching green gaze, so intense she has to suppress a shudder. But the question is, he says quietly, doubtfully, are you? Long after Annabeth has fallen asleep, her head tucked into the crook of his neck, Percy burns in silence. He hates Luke with an intensity that's surprising, even for him, because Percy doesn't really hate many people. But something about seeing Annabeth break down makes him angry, the same kind of blinding, overwhelming rage he feels only for the Minotaur. With all her confidence, it is easy to forget that Annabeth is only 19, and it makes him irrationally angry all over again because it's not fair. They're fucking children. Children with targets on their backs and bloodstains on their clothes. Percy is 19 and already he knows what agony feels like. He knows what it is like to fear pain and fear and fury, all the ugly emotions that should be locked up in the dark recesses of his mind. He's woken up screaming so loud that his lungs beg him to stop, and he's grown used to biting his lips to stop it from happening again. Annabeth falling apart had only confirmed it for him. However much they can try, they have all been broken. None of them are okay, and it's not fair. He sees it in the way Annabeth's shoulders tighten, in the way Piper's hands twitch whenever there's smoke, in the way Jason keeps his hands close to his pockets, ready to pull out Ivliv's. He sees it in the way Leo trembles when his fire gets too large, in the way Grover lays a hand on the tree trunks, in the way Beckendorf carries a spare flashlight wherever he goes, in the way Silena's eyes go sharp and sad when she thinks nobody's watching. Percy is no better. He is tired, he knows. He's so tired of running, from having to constantly look over his shoulder, from holding his breath as he waits for the other shoe to drop. He can't put himself through this for much longer. He traces the scars on his arms and tries to calm the pinpricks of anxiety traveling up his spine, and thinks that he hasn't been a child in a long, long time. Annabeth sighs a little, and he looks down at her. Nobody deserves to go through what she has, what any of them have. Percy hasn't had a moment of real peace since before his mom died, and it sucks, because he's only 19 and he's surrounded by kids in the middle of a bloodbath, and sometimes all he wants is to be able to walk away. Which is why he admires Annabeth all the more for staying in the bunkers after the war. Percy knows all too well the crushing feeling that had invaded his chest cavity when Reyna had sounded the retreat, but he hadn't stuck around for the aftermath. He can't even comprehend the strength it must have taken to not give in to depression at that crucial time that determined the survival of their kind. And according to everyone else, Annabeth had risen to the occasion spectacularly. She's built a system that isn't passive. Problems are not met with tears, but with action. It's a shit situation to be in, forced to lie in the shadows and wait for their time, but when it comes they will roar with fervor, their swords gleaming with their ideals. And they will show mercy too, the way they had done with Chris Rodriguez. Annabeth could have run, nobody would have blamed her for needing to get away, and yet she hadn't. She had chosen to put the needs of everyone else above her own, and she'd stood her ground and steeled her heart and stayed. Percy never could have done that. Running would have been the easy option. He knows that with unflinching certainty. Despite her telling him that the deaths of his mother and Bianca were not his fault, Percy knows they had been at least partially due to him. His mother had died to save him, and Bianca, he shouldn't have let her out of his sight that day. She wasn't meant to be on the battlefield, and even when he caught sight of her, he shouldn't have let the monsters separate them. He should have been quicker to notice she was heading towards the borders. He should have done something to stop Apeta's spear from cutting through her like she was made of butter. She had been kind to him, even in death, held his hand and told him that it would be okay, that she'd known it would happen. She told him to take care of her little brother, and Percy had cried into her gaping wound, asking her again and again why she was forgiving him for letting her die. Nico had been much less lenient. It had hurt to see the smile slide from his face. Nico had been a happy kid, even when they'd been cold and starving in the deepest parts of the wilderness. He'd prattle on and on about his fantasy game Mythomagic, comparing the characters' stats to Percy's, eventually falling asleep halfway through a sentence. And he'd loved Bianca, anyone could see that, and all he'd asked of Percy was to keep her alive. Percy still remembers the chill that had run through him as Nico's expression crumbled, then hardened into something tougher than iron. And then he'd said, in a monotone, "You promised." Those were the last words he'd spoken to him. Even when Percy had found him with the gold, he'd only shot him a look of the utmost detestation, before fading into the shadows like he'd turned into one. Percy hadn't known he'd been able to do that. To this day he wonders where Nico had gone. He hadn't found a single sign that the son of Hades was alive. Hazel is the first sign he's gotten, but with her avoiding a real conversation with him at every turn, there isn't much to really base his flimsy theory on. He wonders about the gold Nico had stolen, and he wonders if it had anything to do with Hazel. Most of all, he hopes the kid is doing okay. Exhaling as softly as he can so as to not wake Annabeth, who has clung to him like an extra appendage, Percy gazes into the forest and tries to calm down. Deep in his gut he feels that there are bigger forces at play here, forces bigger than he can comprehend. Percy is old enough now to know that nothing in their world fits into the black and white paradigm he was taught as a kid. Everything is complex, especially when it comes to Annabeth. There's Nico and Hazel and Frank, there's Jason and Piper and Leo, there's Percy and Annabeth, there's Luke. He doesn't understand Luke. He doesn't understand why someone would choose to give up all he has. After all, Luke's been lucky enough to meet his father, to have family and friends. Percy doesn't understand why someone in Luke's position would ever work for Kronos and cause so much pain to the very people he'd sworn to protect. For Percy, who values loyalty above all else, what Luke had done is unfathomable, unforgivable. He can't lie, a part of him had been disappointed in Annabeth when she'd admitted to loving him, even though she hadn't really specified in which way. But then again, he has never suffered the blow of betrayal, the pain that comes from being stabbed in the back and left in the lurch by someone you thought you'd known better that you knew yourself. Percy isn't an idiot, despite what everyone might think of him. He'll admit he's naive when it comes to certain things, and he's been known to handle delicate situations, like the whole thing with Jason making him promise to keep Piper safe with all the sensitivity of a flying brick. But just because he's inexperienced and largely ignorant about romantic love, it doesn't mean he's stupid. He's more observant than most people give him credit for. He's had to be. Lupa had taught him long ago to watch, listen, and calculate before making his next move. Annabeth might not have loved Luke in the romantic sense. Maybe she didn't know herself. Percy knows, though, he's seen the Luke that she loves so much, and he can understand why it must be so hard for her to separate the good memories of the old Luke from the rest. But he's also scared for her, because for all her talk of being logical, he can tell that Annabeth is driven largely by emotions. That's what makes her such a great leader, because she can be both clear-headed and sympathetic, and Percy envies her for it. But Annabeth needs to understand that Luke isn't on her side anymore and would probably not hesitate to kill her, too, and she needs to start letting him go. She needs to stop hoping that he'll come back to her. He's scared for her because Annabeth's love for Luke seems more deep-rooted than anything else she feels, and he doesn't want her to die because of it. At the same time, though, Percy can't help remembering Annabeth's smile from May Castellan's vision. Looking at the genuine and unrestrained happiness on her face in that moment made Percy realize how little Annabeth actually laughed these days. The realization made him sad and gave him a weird urge to try and keep that look on her face as often as he could. He can't help thinking how twisted it all is, how Luke can simultaneously have the capability to either break her or lift her up. And Luke must know, he must know how Annabeth feels, and that makes it all the worse. There is a part of him that wants to kill Luke for breaking Annabeth. There is also a part of him that understands his bitterness. Percy's never met his father. He's never even gotten a sign from him. He can't help getting angry at Poseidon sometimes for leaving him and his mother alone without any kind of protection. There are times when he's wondered if he's fighting a useless fight, but at Percy's core is this fierce desire to protect, and all he's ever wanted to do is keep everyone safe, and he can't do that if he just gives up, can he? The moon wanes among stars that don't shine as brightly anymore, but he can't sleep, and it is almost dawn when the sound of footsteps rouses him from his stupor. He blinks to find Silena standing there with a soft smile on her face. "It's my shift now," she says in a whisper so as not to wake Annabeth. "You guys can go back." Yeah, Percy doesn't know how to move without waking Annabeth, and Silena laughs cutely behind her palms. "It's good that she's getting sleep," she says quietly, crouching down to sit next to Percy. "She doesn't sleep a ton. Most days she's under so much pressure, I don't know how she does it." "I wish she would rely on us more," Percy says. "Me too," Silena smiles. "But you've got to admit she's great at the job, you know." She hesitates for a fraction of a second. "She's a great leader. It's kind of scary how she makes it seem like she doesn't have any weaknesses at all." "Oh, Annabeth has a weakness," Percy disagrees at once, and if there's a hint of bitterness in his voice, well, there's no way to prove it. Luke. Chapter 3, and over the walls I have wended too. Leo wakes up with the vague feeling that he'd had a nightmare, but he can't remember it anymore. He closes his eyes, but all his mind manages to conjure up is a roar of flames and what sounds like the crackle of a storm. It reminds him of what Ella had said about him, or regarding him, or whatever, and it makes him shiver. The combination of the two, it can't mean anything good. They take him back to the darkest day of his life, the day his mom had died in that freak storm that had destroyed their house, the storm that had caused the fire that Esperanza Valdez hadn't been able to escape. To rout the storm, the fire must fall, he remembers, frowning. What could it mean? What storm? Would Leo be losing his powers in the near future? It's 3 in the morning and most of the beds are occupied. Next to him, Jason and Piper are cuddled together under the blankets. Jason seems to be having a nightmare because his mouth is twitching slightly and his arm is curled protectively over Piper. It makes Leo smile. Only a few of his siblings are awake. Nyssa is working on the wristwatch shield that Tyson had helped Leo with. He constructed a prototype for it shortly after getting back to the bunkers, and much to his joy, it had actually worked. He'd set a couple of his siblings onto the task while he worked on the spheres. They've made enough now for everyone in 9, and the watches have been a resounding success so far.
Soon, Leo hopes, everyone in all the bunkers will be able to own one. Leo grabs a couple of wires from his workbench and hangs about by the hearth for a while, until, bored, he heads off to the main entrance to talk to Travis, who is usually on gate duty in the early hours of the morning. He slips through the doors and Hazel squeaks at the sight of him, taking a couple of hurried steps backwards and placing a hand over her heart. "Oh," he says, dumbfounded, "what are you doing here?" Leo tries to crack a smile, but her expression of despairing fury doesn't flicker. Finally, she stammers, I couldn't sleep. I thought I might as well relieve Travis of his duty. He did seem awfully tired today, and I have nothing to do but wait." "Wait?" he asks, but then he remembers that Frank is on a raid with Percy and Annabeth, and oh, maybe that's why Hazel hasn't been able to sleep. She and Frank are practically attached at the hip these days. They must be dating, Leo thinks, only he hasn't seen them kiss once. Not that he's watching out for it. Prolonged exposure to Jason and Piper has made Leo immune to all things romance, because those two are the kind of couple that can walk into a Starbucks and get free drinks for being so sickeningly adorable. They're the kind of couple who could be on the cover of a cheap romance novel, the covers where the hero is bare-chested and the heroine has flowing hair, her hand placed delicately on her lover's rippling, muscular torso, and they are just staring into each other's eyes with so much love that it makes you want to die. They're the kind of couple that hold hands and smile at each other and complete each other's sentences. They're the kind of couple that tourists take pictures of, the kind of couple that is so boring just because they're so stable and so bloody perfect for each other that Leo's gotten cavities just from watching them. They give off the vibe that they're going to be together until they're old and gray, walking through a park hand in hand and throwing breadcrumbs at the pigeons. Because really, all anyone really needs to do is watch Piper and Jason for about a minute to understand that they're one of those couples who loved each other since the beginning of time and always would. They're like the background couple in those movies that one of his foster mothers used to watch, the couple that serves as the foil for the main romantic leads, who would cry to them about how much they hate romance. And Piper and Jason would comfort the poor confused souls and snuggle like a pair of cats all the while, and offer advice, awful advice, like how once Piper decided to ask Mitchell to make Leo some secret love juice. But in the end, one couldn't help hoping they would find the love Piper and Jason shared. Beckendorf and Selina are similar. Selina wanders over to where they're working and props her chin on Beckendorf's shoulder to see what he's doing, and they cuddle at the hearth for hours, refusing to move and whispering quietly as Selina carefully rubs ointment into his burn marks. With Beckendorf so busy, Selina has made it a point to get him his favorite food every time she goes out on a supply run. Beckendorf's favorite drink is this disturbing mixture of Coke, Sprite, Red Bull, and Dr. Pepper. The rest of them all call it Beckendorf's radioactive juice, and it's common knowledge that Selina hates the damn thing. But still she makes it for him in the evenings with a look of disgust on her face, and every time she gives him a bottle of it whenever he makes the grabby hands, Leo ends up having to wait as they gaze at each other sappily like they're the only two people left on the planet. Plus they wear matching mismatched socks. Percy and Annabeth, they're a little weirder. They're very clearly on the way to a relationship if they stay their current path, but they're also the kind to deny that anything's happening at all. In fact, when Hazel had asked them if they were dating, they had both said no, so loudly and quickly that it had come out in one voice, and then they'd both screamed jinx and demanded the other buy them a cheeseburger on the next supply run. They're the kind that don't quite know how to deal with their very obvious feelings, and instead decide to try to shove their feet in the other's face if one sees the other lying down. It's all there, the staples of a good relationship. Percy makes Annabeth smile, really smile, the kind only Thalia and Luke used to bring out. Percy makes sure Annabeth's eating regularly by throwing apples at her face and forcing her to catch them, because she tends to skip meals when she's working, and Annabeth attempts to fix Percy's hair. Leo thinks of Annabeth as a sister and he wants her to be happy, and he's glad she finally seems to be getting over whatever heartbreak Luke had caused. It's kind of unbelievable that they go to sleep in separate beds at the end of each night, because they have the potential to be the most adorably boring couple ever invented, if only they were dating. Hazel and Frank, on the other hand, confuse him. They seem very much like a couple, but more than anything Hazel seems afraid to touch him, and Frank acts like her protector. They sleep next to each other, but their beds aren't pushed together the way Beckendorf and Selina's are, and the most he's seen them do is hold hands under the blanket, no less. He doesn't know if he's just overanalyzing their behavior, because he's got a little bit of a crush on Hazel. Whatever the case, it's none of his business. Hazel isn't his business. She and Frank have made that pretty clear over the past couple of weeks anyway. They fit into the bunker well enough. After the first few days of Hazel staring at everything with all the wide-eyed wonder of a 6-year-old, she'd been found begging Annabeth for patrol duty just so she could explore the labyrinth a little more.
Frank has found a friend in Kayla, their resident daughter of Apollo, and Leo's seen the two of them comparing notes on shooting stances and the like. Everyone seems to like Frank and Hazel. After all, they're guarded but friendly, careful but aware. Cautious yet kind. Leo had been surprised in particular by Frank, who turned out to be super helpful around the bunker and great with kids. At least, that's how they are with everyone else. Frank glares at him every time he's close, like Leo's going to burn the hair off Hazel's head, and she does everything but scream aloud and run in the opposite direction at the mere sight of him. Which, shockingly, she isn't doing now. She's avoiding his gaze, sure, but she isn't making a beeline away from him, and it's nice. He says hopefully, but by the way she flinches, he can tell that she's still uncomfortable around him. It makes his heart sink. I'm gonna go hang out at the cave entrance, he says with false confidence, patting his tool belt bracingly. Yell if you need me. She nods quickly, opening her mouth and then closing it quickly. She nods again. Leo walks to the cave entrance, pricking his pinky with a nail and tracing the Ada in the stones. He steps back as the rocks roll away to reveal the forest and ignites a steady flame in the palm of his left hand, sitting down heavily at the foot of the opening. Absent-mindedly, he fiddles with a wire with his free hand, studying the little fire and wondering why it is so fearsome to Hazel. He can't help thinking that if only she could get to see how beautiful and helpful fire can be, she would like him better, but he's beginning to accept that she is a lost cause. Leo's always felt this intense need to be liked. Ever since his mom died, ever since he'd been put in foster home after home, all he's ever wanted is love he'd never gotten from his foster parents. Leo had run from the first family, then the second, then the third, all because he'd never received the kind of love he wanted. The kind that made him feel safe and warm, the kind his mother had given him, freely and in copious amounts. He'd been stupid to think he'd get what he wanted back when he was 13. Now, at 19, well, he's still stupid. He's long suspected that deep, very, very deep down, he is a closet romantic, and somewhere in the dark recesses of his heart, he wants to believe that the out-of-the-blue, love-at-first-sight, hit-me-in-the-face romance novel bullshit could actually happen for him. It had happened to his mother, who had described her time with Hephaestus as something from a dream, and Leo wants to witness it for himself. He wants to be loved. He wants what Piper and Jason have. He remembers how insufferable they had been shortly after they'd first began their relationship. Jason was beaming almost constantly, completely head over heels, and Piper would spend most of her time smiling shyly back at him. They were always making the goo-goo eyes at each other, so often that it was enough to drown Leo's inner romantic, and soon he became tempted to get ordained as a minister, and marry the two of them just so they could skip the whole dating process in one swoop. Leo could clearly see where this was going, and he was not looking forward to sitting with them separately as they alternated between gushing about each other's so wonderful qualities and crying about not being good enough. They had been cute for the first month or so, but quickly Leo had turned their sappy smiles into fodder for endless teasing in the years that followed. And he had been happy for them, he really had, but he had also felt alone, more alone than he'd felt in a long time, maybe since his mother died. After all, he'd been the first to befriend the both of them, and now they'd gone and gotten together, and soon they'd went from Piper and Jason to Piper and Jason, and he couldn't help but feel like the third wheel. Maybe it had been the cynic in him that hadn't taken Piper and Jason seriously at first. Leo had seen bad relationships before, one of the girls in his foster home showing up from her boyfriend's house with a bruised lip and angry red marks around her wrist. He remembers thinking, why is she still with him? Love can't be real if you get hurt like this, and then he'd gone back to living vicariously through teen rom-coms. He watched men sweep women off their feet in their various romantic roles, and he watched their love blossom on screen, but he knew innately that similar scenes of love and courtship did not happen off the stage. If anything, when the curtain fell, the fantasy fairy tale love probably fizzled out spectacularly, and Leo began to think of himself as lucky for never having to deal with the fallout from a botched relationship. He swore to himself that he would never embroil himself in something like that, choosing instead to hide behind a persona of overconfidence bordering on arrogance, choosing instead to use pickup lines and flirty winks that would guarantee nobody ever taking him seriously. He told himself it was easier that way. So when Piper and Jason had started dating, Leo had assumed they'd be together for a few months, maybe even a year. He knew they wouldn't last. And even if they did, even if they got married and had kids, maybe they would have messy divorce and fight for the rest of their lives. And then Leo would step in as the best friend and comfort them and think, knew it all along. But beyond his expectations, Piper and Jason had turned every roadblock into a new strength. They fought, of course, fights that would make the air go heavy and vibrate just from the tension between them. Piper had cried for 3 nights straight and run off to Bunker 10 when Jason first told her about Raina, and Jason had once admitted to being afraid of being unable to live up to her standards as a boyfriend, but through every spat and disagreement, they inevitably found their way back to each other. "Aren't you tired?" Leo had asked Piper privately one day after she and Jason had made up after a particularly cold fight. "I mean, gods, it's like everything rational about you flies right out the window when it comes to Jason." Piper had laughed. "Well, that's true love maybe, I think." Leo remembers a moment between them, a moment so mundane in comparison to everything else in their relationship, but it had been then that Leo had finally understood that maybe, just maybe, the Aphrodite kids were right to defend love with such passion. Jason had just gotten back from a supply run. He was injured. Apparently he'd screwed up on the mission for going back to the store for something Jason admitted he hadn't even been able to retrieve. That night, as Leo was returning from patrol, he chanced upon them huddled together against the wall near their beds. Piper was unfolding a large piece of paper. She began to cry when it was fully opened up. It was a poster of Tristan McLean's new movie that Jason had risked injury to obtain, something everyone else surely would have deemed useless. But to Piper it was a sign that her father was still alive and well, and the gesture had made something sharp poke at Leo's heart. That was the moment he'd seen something real. He felt a flutter in his belly and an ache in his chest, and the emotion was fleeting, but it reminded him that he'd felt love, real and true, for his mother, and that he'd wanted romance for himself once, before his mother had been ripped away from him, and he'd thrown himself into a life where he refused to get attached for fear that he'd lose them too. He'd given up on love, he'd given up any chance of anything good ever happening to him altogether, and he'd satisfied any romantic cravings he'd ever had by flirting incessantly, and yet still dumping anyone who showed any interest back like a hot potato and moving on to the next. He'd been terrified of love, terrified of the attachment it brought, terrified of being alone, and he'd forgotten that love could be the biggest strength of all. Jason and Piper had survived through everything, and they're still going strong. They'd made Leo begin to believe in love again. He can act like a player and a sleazeball all he wants. Hey, Leo's a heartbreaker. You wouldn't think so, but it's always the innocent-looking scrawny ones you have to watch out for. But he knows now that deep inside he really wants the kind of love that will make him feel whole. He'd learned long ago that making the first move usually didn't work out for him. It never worked out for him, if he's being honest. The flirting habit was hard to shake, too, and nobody took him seriously, so Leo decided that he was perfectly content in waiting for something to happen. Of course, as soon as he came to that particular conclusion, everything went to hell. Hazel is the first girl he's had any kind of feelings for in a long time. She intrigues him, and she's beautiful, and she can summon magic metals for him to make cool stuff out of. If that doesn't sound like a power couple. There's the matter of Frank, of course, but Leo's a free man and he's allowed to hope. Sue him. And honestly, he would have given up on her a lot sooner if she hadn't shown any interest. But that's the thing. Leo's caught her staring at him, a gaze so keen it makes his entire body fill with sparks. She looks away as soon as their gazes meet, but she flushes prettily every time, and that has got to mean something, right? He sighs. He's getting ahead of himself. The sky outside flashes once, so fast he's left wondering if he'd imagined it. He isn't scared of storms, not exactly, but the thought of one always makes his mouth go dry, because he can't help remembering his mother. Every time he remembers his mom, he can't help recalling something Percy had said in passing when talking about his own mother during a shared patrol. Something along the lines of the best people having the worst fate, and Leo can't agree more. Esperanza Valdez hadn't deserved to die, and she hadn't deserved to die the way she had, swallowed by flames that only increased in intensity the more he beseeched for them to fall. He hates the storm for pushing that utility pole into their house. He hates the utility pole for bursting open in a shower of sparks and embers. He hates the embers for latching onto the barrels of oil and grease and kerosene and petroleum lined up in the workshop. He hates the workshop for catching fire, fire that spread quickly in the winds of the oncoming storm. He hates the winds for dissipating the smoke so quickly, ensuring that Leo and his mom wouldn't know about the fire until it had very nearly reached their bedroom. He hates himself for not being able to control the inferno. Go, his mother had told him, pushing him through the door, and her last word had been like the click of a lock. His world had risen up in flames, flames that melted the flashlight in his hand, flames that spat at him and unfurled at his feet, flames that ejected heat into his face like a smack, flames that did not hurt him. His body laced with fear, panic rising in his throat like bile, Leo reached out for his mother but grasped only air. The fire crackled in his ears, taking hold of the debris of his house and dancing about it, even though he can't see it, still blinded from the initial burst of flames in the night, white and hot and searing. There had been yells afterward, yells from the houses around theirs, and all Leo could imagine was the wood from their house scattered into the ground, and their mechanic's workshop being reduced to nothing more than a mess of black. The subsequent blast had thrown him backward, sending him flying into the tarmac of the road, nearly snapping his neck. The pain knocked him back to reality, and he'd staggered back to his feet, blinking furiously and crying, rubbing at his face to make the white recede, hoping beyond all hope that Esperanza Valdez would pop up from behind something and scoop him up in her arms as she so often did when they played hide-and-seek. As he took in the chaos around him, trying desperately to control the flames, to make them recede, Leo had vowed to never use fire again. That had been a long time and he has made peace with himself and his flames. It is a piece of him now, and he has learned to draw life and warmth and comfort from it, but sometimes he understands why Hazel hates fire so much. Sometimes he hates it too. He thinks he can spot the sun, pale in the early dawn. Fog curls around the trees, and he watches the wisps of his own breath twist and dissipate in the chilly air. He rubs his upper arms, so lost in his thoughts he doesn't notice the sound of soft footsteps coming up from behind him until a voice says timidly, "Can I join you?" Leo jumps, turning and gawping at Hazel, who looks a little surprised at herself. She's twisting her fingers into the hem of her shirt, and her lips are raised in a nervous smile. In the light, her eyes look like lanterns, the kind he and his mom used to use in their little shop. "Sure," he says before she can change her mind, scooting to the side. "Here, you can sit on the right, I'll keep my fire in my left hand. If you're uncomfortable, I can shut it off." "No, it's fine," she responds, sitting down as far away from him as she can in the space they have. It's the closest she's been since that first night in the bunkers when she'd held his hand and thanked him for only the gods know what really, but Leo isn't complaining. Now that she's here, though, really next to him, he hasn't the foggiest clue about what to say. "I can turn off the fire," he says again, stupid, if you're not cool with it, or I could leave. I am cool with it," she says awkwardly. "You needn't worry about me." "Okay," he replies, "cool." "Cool," she responds. "Cool." She huffs, and it might be a laugh. "I suppose I don't have to say it again, do I?" "Guess not," he says, and he feels himself smiling. He can't believe this is happening. He can't believe Hazel is still talking to him. Maybe it's because Frank isn't around to form the Great Wall of China around her before Leo can so much as look in her general direction. Hazel's eyes come up to meet his again, and the relieved look on her face, wary and vulnerable, hits Leo like a satisfying chord and sends shivers down his spine. "What is the usual duration for these monster raids?" Hazel questions. Percy was not very specific. "Monster raids aren't too long," Leo says. "They should be back by daylight." She makes a small noise, pleased, and shoots him a smile over her shoulder that makes him want to hide behind a goddamn mountain. That is not very far away. "Yeah, they should be back soon, unless they run into some complications on the way," Leo says thoughtlessly. Hazel turns to him with stricken eyes, and he immediately wants to knock his own teeth out. "But don't worry," he assures her. "Percy and Annabeth are pretty much pros now." "Frank can hold his own too," she says, quietly defensive, and Leo turns away to hide the sneer that emerges, unbidden, onto his face. "Yeah," he says, "of course. But Frank volunteered mainly to help cart the load back," she continues. She bites her lip, which is something Drew used to do whenever she tried hitting on Jason, but Hazel's gnawing on her bottom lip with such fervor Leo's kinda scared it'll start to bleed. He said it would be quite a lot. "Yeah," Leo agrees. "We're going to need a lot more bronze if we're making armor and weapons for our whole army. Raids are really important, because we melt the metals we get and use it to make more stuff." "That is interesting," she allows. "Are you sure I couldn't summon more for you?" Leo considers this. "Well, it seems like whatever you bring up is always pure," he says, nodding at the tiny cluster of rubies that have pooled around her feet. She quickly summons a layer of soil to cover it, blushing. "It's easier to just use the metals that have already been extracted and alloyed, saves us time in the long run. Plus, it's hugely satisfying to steal from monsters." "That I can understand," Hazel smiles. "When I was on the run, I always wondered how monsters always seemed to have armor. I had no idea they were stolen from demigods and used to make weapons for the enemy." "The Cyclopes and Telekines have forges of their own," Leo explains.
I'm sure they keep the Titans well stocked, though maybe the Titans have an endless supply of bronze now that they run the world. Until you came along, we've been forced to make do with whatever we can. Her hands tighten at her knees. You all have really suffered because of Kronos. Yeah, no shit, he looks at her. I mean, haven't you? She stiffens, then nods slowly. Yes, I have. Well, there you go. Leo leans back against the wall of the cave and stretches his legs, sighing. That's why we're still fighting. Survival. Yeah, survival, but also revenge, Leo corrects with a wag of his finger. Kronos ruined all our lives, so now we're going to fuck him up too. Hazel flinches slightly. Thalia got the ball rolling last war, now I guess it's on Jason. Suddenly, the gravity of the situation hits him. Jason is the hero of the prophecy now, and there's a good chance he might die. I thought of that before. My mother always used to say that when you go out for revenge, dig 2 graves. Hazel looks at him, and something her expression is melancholy and ancient, like she's seen too much. One for your enemy and one for yourself. Something about it makes him shiver. That's some deep stuff. I guess it is. Hazel seems lost in her own head, so Leo lets her be. He plays around with the fire, bouncing it from finger to finger. He's careful to keep the flame at a minimum in case it triggers Hazel's fears, but she doesn't even seem to notice him. He looks at her curiously, hoping he doesn't appear obsessed or anything. He's just a little bit in awe of how cool her expression is. Her eyes, though, sparkle with a hint of anticipation and something else he can't identify. Eyes, Leo thinks with astonishing depth, tell everything you need to know about a person's thoughts and intentions, if you learn to read them. The color from the mini blaze in his palm paints their skin red, casting a warmth onto his side. Leo gazes forward, watching as the gentle shades of the oncoming dawn turn the silence between them into something light and comfortable. He is holding back a yawn and promising himself a long nap once the sun has melted the mist again, when Hazel makes a small, choking sound. Leo turns to her. Hazel. She seems fine for a split second, but then her head crashes to the ground and she begins to convulse violently. Leo scrambles to her side, his flame extinguishing, his brain going off like a bloody siren. He shakes her shoulders, and then when he realizes he isn't helping, he presses 2 fingers to her neck, his shoulders sagging in relief when he feels her pulse. The cold in his chest eases somewhat enough to let him breathe freely, and he begins to scramble in his tool belt for something metallic. Doesn't metal help during a seizure? If this even is a seizure, but what else could it be? Hazel's eyes are rolled up into her head, and she's twitching at random intervals. Hazel, he says frantically. Hazel, are you okay? Wake up, wake up. With a single, forceful spasm, Hazel falls still. Leo checks her pulse, his own heart racing. He leans his ear against her heart. Her breathing is slowing, he doesn't know what to do. He does the only thing he can think of. He pinches her nose, tilts her head back, and presses his mouth to hers. A ginormous hand rips him away as their lips make contact. Leo's back hits the wall with a loud thump that has him gasping for breath, and suddenly Frank's face is a centimeter from his own. Leo gasps in pain. Frank's got him in what is probably some ancient Chinese death grip, and it fucking hurts. Frank's teeth are bared and he's breathing hard. I'm gone for a night and you assault her, how dare you? It takes Leo embarrassingly long to put together how he and Hazel must have looked in the moment. He tries to hold up his hands, wincing at the sting that runs through him. Dude, chill. She's totally out of it. I don't know what happened. She just, out of nowhere, Hazel in a flash, Frank's by her side, grasping her hand and squeezing so tight the veins in his arms pop. Hazel, shit, come back, you're okay, you're all right, it's me, Frank. Leo winces as he tries to stand as Percy and Annabeth crash through the foliage, their arms full of celestial bronze swords they must have stolen during the raid. A couple of feet away from Leo is a gigantic shield that Frank must have been carrying. What's going on? Percy wheezes, dropping his load to join Frank. What the hell, is she okay? Hazel, Annabeth asks, oh gods, what happened, Leo? I don't know, Leo says, irritated. Addressing Frank, he says shortly, she just slipped into this fit. I was trying to give her mouth to before you showed up. Will she be okay? Frank nods at him, his eyes narrowed, but Leo glares right back this time. He'd been trying to save her life and he isn't going to apologize. There's no pleasing Frank, it seems like, and so he's going to stop trying. Hazel finally stirs and Frank breathes a long sigh of relief. He squeezes her hand and says in a gentle voice, hey, Hazel, you back with us? You feeling okay? When am I? Hazel asks, trying to sit up, her eyes darting around frantically. Where am I?
Leo figures that it would be rude to correct her grammar at a time like this, but Annabeth lets out a tiny gasp, her body tensing like she's been electrocuted. "It's me," Frank says tenderly. "Frank." Frank, Hazel's eyes clear. "Oh, Frank, you're safe, thank the gods." "Me?" Frank chuckles softly and lifts her hand to his lips. It's a gesture so sweet and loving that Leo looks away, his heart burning. Percy shifts subtly to his side and places a hand on his shoulder. "You're the one who needs to be safe now," Frank continues, picking Hazel up in his arms. "Let's take you back to the bed, okay?" "Okay," Hazel whispers, resting her head against his chest and closing her eyes. "Frank," Annabeth says tersely, "is she?" "Not now," Frank says, his tone clipped. "She was going to tell you all anyway, but please, let her rest." Annabeth nods, biting her lip. Without another word, Frank walks off towards the gates. "Annabeth," Percy murmurs, "what?" She shakes her head, "Not now," and she follows Frank, her eyes stormy. Percy meets Leo's eyes. "Are you okay?" "I'll get someone to check my back. It's still smarting from earlier. What do you think is going on?" "No clue, man." Percy only shrugs and frowns before picking up his share of the loot and hurrying behind Annabeth, leaving Leo to grab the shield Frank had left behind and trail after him. The day after Hazel had woken the first time, swathed in a thin green blanket and lying in a bed far more comfortable than the one she remembers using at 9, shortly after her head knocking itself into oblivion and back, Hazel comes to for a second time. "Frank," she murmurs, seeing a round, pale face materialize above her, filling her vision. Words fly from his mouth too fast for her to process, and other voices join in that sound, annoying in her ears. She reaches an arm up to touch his face and then blinks, staring at her own outstretched fingers. She must fall then, because there's a shout that accompanies a burst of pain in her head. She loses track of what happens next and how it happens exactly, but there are hands that lift her and she's moving jerkily like she's a newborn deer, sprawled on the bed with her knees tingly and red from hitting the floor. Something damp is being gently dabbed on her forehead, and it feels very nice. Hazel lets her eyes shut, and she drowns in the night again. When Hazel's eyes open again, she's greeted by the ceiling. She inhales sharply, still extremely disoriented and momentarily unaware of where and when she is. For a scary moment, she has no recollection of what had happened until it swoops into her thoughts with the force of 1,000 men. Memories and her sense of perception fall back into place, and she closes her eyes again, pressing herself into the bed. Her heart pounds as she searches for something familiar. There's a brazier fixed to the wall, and she stares at the flame inside it, blinking slowly, dazed at the light flicking around this way and that again and again like it has a life of its own. She maps out the colors of the fire, the reds and oranges and yellows and whites, and it finally hits her that she isn't in Asphodel with its gray fields and gray grass and gray sky and gray rain. She's alive again. The sound of slow, easy chatter filters its way through to her ears, and Hazel recognizes Frank's voice. She strains for him, for his gentle touch, for the feeling of his hands around hers, and she must make some kind of sound, because the attention of the room swings to her at once, and she immediately feels herself warming around the neck. She pulls the bedsheets up to her chin as Frank, who had been sitting on the ground beside her cot, lifts himself up and turns to kneel at her side. Her face is only a few inches from his. It would be so easy to lean forward just a bit and press their lips together, but now's not the time. "Hey," he says quietly, "how are you feeling?" "Not very good," she admits. "What?" He grimaces at nothing in particular, and it's only then that Hazel remembers talking to Leo whilst waiting for Frank, losing herself in memories and succumbing to a flashback, no doubt terrifying Leo, whose eyes she's too scared even meet. Shame, thick and hot, seems to pass through her like slow-moving lava, and all she wants to do is hide. "Hazel," comes another voice, and Percy appears in the corner of her vision, producing a bottle of water. "Do you want to drink something?" She nods, still burning with embarrassment. Between Percy and Frank, who help her sit up, she feels like a dwarf. They both stand at least 2 heads taller and wider than her, and she knows the contrast must make her look as pathetic as she feels. A quick glance around the room reveals a concerned-looking Piper and a fidgeting Leo. Annabeth looks ready to declare her theories and call it a day. Only Percy's arm, placed lightly over Annabeth's shoulder, offers the slightest possibility of a reprieve. Frank squeezes her hand. His eyes say that he'll follow her lead, he'll defend her if she decides to tell them the truth, and he'll back her up if she decides to lie. Hazel is struck with the oddest urge to cry. She doesn't mind if she's prejudiced against. She's been dealing with it for most of her life. Being treated differently because of her skin is something she'd gotten used to, and Hazel knows now how to tune out the murmurs and avoid the stares. She's been lucky in this new world. The demigods in Bunker 9 come in all shapes and sizes and colors, as when they are being hunted for being sired of the gods, and Hazel's all but forgotten the cursed days of her old life, where she used to be pushed into the dirt and mocked for her hair and skin and clothes, where her mother was considered an outcast and found it hard to keep them afloat before Hazel's powers began to show. Hazel has spent an eternity in the underworld hating her mother's weakness and berating her silently for taking Chrono's extended hand, but truth be told, Hazel understands what it is like to be bitter. If her new friends treat her differently for being different for once being dead, she can stomach it. She will leave if she has to. She just doesn't want Frank to have to give up their new home for her. He will follow her, she's sure, if Hazel decides to go, but she doesn't want him to have to do that. She can tell he likes being around people, and he's starting to make some friends around the bunker. He's like that, he's a gentle giant kind of person that you can't help but like and want to get to know. Frank is everything to her. She can't drag his reputation down with her own. It is immensely difficult to mask her nerves and the sudden doubling of her heartbeat, but Hazel clenches her fists, taking a breath and lifting her head to meet Annabeth's eyes with every ounce of defiance she has. She has to lie, and she has to do it well if Annabeth's to believe it. To her surprise, Annabeth doesn't look like she's going to force anything out of Hazel. She surveys Hazel with a solemnity more due at a funeral, inclining her head slightly to the right, her eyes calm and assessing but not necessarily judging. Something in her expression is oddly like Frank's, and Hazel understands the subtle gesture to mean that Annabeth, like Frank, isn't going to expose her. She's guessed Hazel's secret, and they will definitely be having words about it later, but she isn't going to put Hazel in an impossible situation. She's accepting Hazel, however risky it might be, whatever it means for the demigods in the bunker, and it's the small smile it plays across her lips as she steps backward, standing down, that spurs Hazel into speaking. "That was a flashback," she says. "What does that mean?" Annabeth coaxes softly, her eyes sympathetic. Hazel bites her bottom lip, unsure of how to begin. She looks pleadingly at Frank, who nods and holds her hand. "It's just us here," he says quietly. "We're in the infirmary, and Annabeth told everyone else not to disturb you." Hazel sighs, nods, and addresses the room. There's no easy way to say this. Her voice takes on a pleading note. And I want you guys to know, it doesn't mean I'm the enemy, just I would be very grateful if you heard me out first. She inhales long and deep. "Hazel, if this is uncomfortable for you, you don't need to tell us anything," Piper says kindly, smiling. "We were all just worried about you." Everyone else nods their assent. Leo looks up from where he'd been twisting several wires over and over with his fingers to send her a smile. He looks wan and tired, but not scared of her, even though she'd basically enacted a real-life exorcism in front of him, and it's the fact that he looks concerned for her more than anything else that makes her heartened enough to speak again. "I was brought back," she says bluntly, finding no reason to mince words, from the dead. Her announcement begets silence. Piper's eyes go big and round, Jason audibly gasps, and Leo drops his wires. Annabeth only nods like she'd expected it, which she probably had, and Percy flinches violently and meets her eyes, his expression full of sorrow. If she'd ever needed confirmation that Percy knew Nico, this would have been more than enough proof. She lets it sink in for a bit. It is rather shocking news. After all, Frank had needed 2 whole days to recover. He hadn't talked to her for about 6 hours, but then he'd peppered her with non-stop questions, asking everything from how did you die to did you get to eat anything in the underworld, and making her almost feel cool for being formerly dead, which is, it's ridiculous to say the least. On an impulse, she places her left hand on top of where he's holding her right. Frank looks up, but he smiles, nods, and gestures sarcastically at the rest like he's saying, "They aren't taking it as well as I did." Hazel smiles and presses herself closer to him. Piper clears her throat, which is a relief, because Hazel had been growing restless under the stairs. Piper glances at Hazel quickly, then says delicately, "Are you sure?" Hazel almost laughs aloud. "Yeah, I am." "I'm sorry," Piper moans, covering her mouth with her hands. "That was so rude of me, it's just you look so alive." "What did you expect?" Leo rolls her eyes. "She said she was brought back. We know Thanatos defected, he probably bent a lot of the laws." "I don't know what I expected, okay, maybe a ghost." Piper winces again. "I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm saying." "It's fine," Hazel says, bemused and amused all at once. "I mean, I was a ghost for a long time. It's a pretty valid doubt to have." "How long were you dead?" Jason cuts in, leaning forward. "I mean, how long were you a ghost?" "I died in the late 1930s, Hazel says, looking at Percy as she says so. Percy blanches visibly, and Annabeth looks at him curiously. So I was in Asphodel for 70 years almost. Asphodel, says Annabeth in a measured tone. So. Hazel hangs her head. She remembers the cave in painstaking detail. The memories of her past life had returned in bits and pieces over the years, and the cave was one of the first to come back to her. She wishes it hadn't. It only reminds her that she doesn't deserve this second chance. She doesn't deserve to be alive. She doesn't deserve to be among these honest, good people who really are heroes. She should be dead for what she did. They may be taking the news of her being resurrected like Jesus pretty well so far, but there is no way they'll forgive her once they find out what she's really done. Single-handedly, she is probably responsible for the situation they're all in today. Frank presses her hand with this, and Hazel snaps out of her stupor, biting her tongue to prevent another flashback. She tries to smile at Annabeth. Yes, Asphodel, she says hesitantly. I didn't do anything noteworthy in my previous life. A blatant lie. Hazel's done enough. She's done noteworthy stuff, all right. Only it isn't of the good variety. It's a wonder she wasn't doomed to the fields of punishment. By the look on Annabeth's face, she can tell it's a lie too, but she only nods like she understands Hazel doesn't want to talk about this. Hazel meets her eyes and tries to convey later through just her gaze, but she isn't sure if it works. The rest of them seem to have mastered the art of reading thoughts. Apparently, Annabeth, Piper, Jason, and Leo are all scarily in sync with each other, and can understand what another means to say with no words needing to pass between them. Percy manages to get on the same level with Annabeth, even though he'd arrived at the bunkers only a few months before Hazel. She looks around at the five of them, her heart sinking, suddenly feeling horribly out of place among them. She'd been stupid to think she could ever be a part of a group. They're them and she's just her. Hazel, who is supposed to be dead. She's an intelligent Annabeth, steady Jason, vivacious Piper, comical Leo, or dynamic Percy. She isn't kind, solid, loving, reliable Frank, who would surely be accepted into their clique if he didn't stick by her side. After all, who would want her as a friend? She's just dead Hazel. Too late, she realizes her eyes are full of tears, and Frank's arm has shifted to rest on her shoulders. Nearly everyone else has stepped forward in worry. Leo is the closest, and his brows are raised in concern, his eyes lingering on the spot where her hands are pressed into the mattress. He looks so much like Sammy, and it brings up a whole new wave of regret in her. She sniffles and wipes her eyes with the bedsheet. Sorry. Don't be. Annabeth walks forward and kneels down in front of her, placing a hand on her knees. I'm sorry for asking that. I didn't mean that you hadn't lived a remarkable life. I was just surprised that you didn't make it to Elysium. Hazel's eyes pool up again. I didn't deserve Elysium. What? Annabeth's eyes glint. Elysium is for the brave, and well, I haven't known you long, but I know you're brave. Anyone would have to be to have survived so long in a completely different world all by themselves. You've been dealing with the flashbacks too. She smiles. And Hazel, you chose to tell us all this incredibly intimate truth about yourself. You could have taken the easy route and lied, but you chose to trust us, and I think that's incredibly brave of you. The judges of the underworld aren't doing a good enough job if they put you in Asphodel, Jason agrees, smiling softly at her in a way that makes her chest heat up. You deserve Elysium more than anyone. And don't worry about us, Piper adds, coming up to kneel beside Annabeth. We won't breathe a word of this to anyone. You can trust us, and I want you to know that we trust you too. Percy swallows and crosses his arms. You can count on us, Hazel. Leo seems to be struggling for words. Hazel, it doesn't matter to me, us, that you had a life before. We don't care about who were back then. We just care about who you are now. Hazel chokes on her own words because there really aren't any to describe how she feels right now. Everyone around her is stood up in a protective circle, gazes hard and resolute, but they don't hate her, she realizes, feeling faint at the thought of it. They don't hate her, they aren't going to abandon her. They're on her side. She's never had anyone on her side before. She's never really had a side at all. In fact, she's never been a part of anything before. She's never really had friends. The girls in her old Catholic school were mean, and all she'd ever had was Sammy. To have 5 new friends, it makes her giddy. A squeeze around her shoulders alerts her to Frank, who is smiling at her softly. Hazel hasn't told him about how badly she was bullied, and she certainly hasn't told him about Sammy, but something about the joy in his eyes makes her wonder if he'd guessed anyway that her childhood had been rather dismal. She looks at him and then turns to the rest of them, her gaze finally resting on Leo. Thank you, she says honestly, her eyes stinging. I can't tell you how much your kind words mean to me. Annabeth huffs out a small laugh at this. You know, I kind of noticed you speak a little more formally than the rest of us. Is that what tipped you off? Frank asks. One of the things, she admits. Piper nods. There's a lot that's making sense now that I know. Nothing bad, she assures Hazel quickly. It just helps now that I know where you're coming from. Hazel nods, unsure of how to respond. Her throat is all scratchy, which is a sure sign of incoming tears. After a few beats of silence, Annabeth claps her hands together. Okay, maybe we should give Hazel some space. Jason nods. Yeah, sorry for bothering you like this. We just wanted to make sure you were okay. Hazel nods, her throat choked. Is this what having friends is like? One by one, everyone filters out of the room, acting no different than usual. Piper stops to give her a hug and kiss on the cheek that makes her blush. The other girl laughs when she notices. This all makes so much more sense, she repeats, grinning, dragging Jason behind her. Leo stops in front of her and clears his throat. I'm glad you're okay, he says awkwardly. You really freaked me out back there. Oh, Hazel says uncertainly. She can't imagine what it must have been like for Leo to deal with her. It took Frank a long time to learn how to coax her out of a flashback. I'm sorry. No, not that you were freaky, Leo assures her at once, waving his hands frantically. I mean, you were, a little. His voice dies down a little when Frank glares at him. I'm glad it was nothing. Well, not nothing, but I'm glad you're okay. Thank you for being there, she says, and Frank's hand stiffens. I'm sorry for causing you this trouble. Leo's eyes quickly dart to Frank. I didn't do anything, it was all Frank. Hazel turns to look at Frank. He drops his gaze, flushed in the cheeks. Leo quickly excuses himself. I'm sorry, she says. I don't remember much, I thought I saw. It was me, Frank says, clearly hurt and trying to hide it. Hazel wants to hit herself. You thought it was Leo who helped you. No, Hazel says quickly. It's just, I was talking to him before the flashback, so I assumed. Oh, says Frank, relaxing. Well, okay then. Suddenly she feels the need to change the subject. Everyone seemed to take it pretty well. Yeah, he agrees, they're good people. Good friends, Hazel says, and she smiles a little at how does it sounds. Frank smiles too. Do you want to sleep some more? I can give you some time alone. She squeezes his hand. Could you stay? If it's okay with you, of course. I'd like you to stay, she amends, and she can see how pleased he is by her response. Hazel settles back into the bed and Frank grabs the chair Piper had been sitting on before. He turns it a little so he's facing her and reaches out to grab her hand, and Hazel revels in the feeling of his fingers winding through hers, so tightly that it makes her feel like they're one person. I'm so glad you're okay, he breathes, and he sounds so soft and tender and she wants to kiss him so badly. It's too bad she's still harboring a fair amount of guilt for lying to him, because she had seen someone in her flashback, someone she hasn't seen in a flashback since being reborn, someone she hasn't been able to stop thinking about for a long time, and hadn't been Frank she'd seen, it hadn't even been Leo. It was Sammy. It sucks that it's come to this, but Percy's grown to enjoy doing the laundry. He kind of likes using his powers for something as mundane as washing the clothes. It's easy work, so he's free to let his mind wander, and now that the novelty of watching him do it has worn off, Percy usually finds himself alone. It's late afternoon, with the sun beating down on him with enough intensity to make him sweat, even though he's barely doing anything at all. He senses and then separates the soap from the water and lets it splash into the bucket at his feet. He rises the clothes in the clean water for a bit without really thinking about what he's doing, at least until a voice calls his name. He turns, expecting Annabeth, so it's a surprise when he sees Hazel waving at him shyly from the tunnel entrance. Hey, he calls, watching her make her way to him across the green. She looks better than she has all week. Her smile looks genuine and the bags under her eyes have faded to some degree. Percy separates the water from the clothes, which fall to the ground in a heap, and directs the water into the freshly tilled crops. Hazel watches the drops rain down onto the soil and turns to him with glittering eyes. Wordlessly, she sits down in front of the pile of clothes and begins to fold, and after a brief second of hesitation, Percy sits down next to her and begins to sift through the mess. He can't say he hadn't been expecting this. Ever since admitting to them about her past, Hazel seemed lighter than ever. She smiles more readily and walks with a newfound confidence. Percy supposes letting go of a carefully guarded secret after so long will do that to you. He's happy for her, he's happy she'd decided to confide in them, but there's a lot that she'd left unanswered, and he has a feeling he knows what some of the answers are. Oh, says Hazel, holding up a bra by the clasp. She drops it quickly. Should I? Don't worry about it, he tells her, amused. We leave the underwear in its own pile for people to claim. How does one know what is theirs? She asks, horrified, fanning herself with her left hand. They're labeled with super permanent marker that the children of Hecate made. See. Percy grabs a random pair of boxers and shows her the name scrawled inside. These are Leo's. That only makes her more flustered. Percy, it's rude to look at other people's undergarments. It's not like I'm using them, he protests, laughing. Still, it's quiet for a while as they fold more clothes. Hazel is better at it than he is. Her hands work in crisp motions, and soon there's a neat stack of clothes growing in height next to her. So, he says, eyes on the green t-shirt in his hands that is labeled Jake. So, she repeats. You're gonna make me say it, aren't you? Percy places the shirt on top of his load. She huffs out a laugh, covering her mouth with a hand. Well, since you're too nervous, I'll bite. She places a black t-shirt that Percy recognizes as Annabeth's on top of her pile and folds her hands neatly in her lap. So, Nico. Hearing someone else say his name comes almost as a relief, but maybe it's because it's Hazel who's saying it that Percy feels his belly settle into something like calmness. It's Hazel, after all. Hazel, Nico's half-sibling, who definitely had met him. Hazel, who is from another time, just like Nico. Nico, he sighs, abandoning the pair of shorts he'd been folding. You know him. And so do you, she smiles a little ruefully. Does anyone else? Annabeth and Grover, he admits, but nobody else. He clearly didn't want me to find him, and I mean, it would only be more dangerous if word got out about a son of Hades, you know? He looks at her pointedly. Or a daughter of Pluto. She shrugs. I understand. I've told Frank about him, but that's it. How did you two meet? He brought me back, Hazel says, her expression clearing, but you knew that. Percy had guessed it. He'd guessed it the moment she'd said she'd been resurrected, in fact, but listening to her say it aloud still shocks him, and he takes a deep breath to calm himself. She tilts her head at him. Are you okay? He nods. Yeah, it's just hard. Hard to imagine the happy-go-lucky boy as someone who can pass through shadow and bring the dead to life. It makes him seem eerie, when all he had known Nico as was a little kid who had thrown himself into their world of gods and monsters with a kind of annoying cheer. All he'd ever wanted to do was shield him from the darkness of it all. Hazel nods, looking down at her shoes. You haven't seen him in a long time, have you? No, Percy exhales. I never found him. I haven't seen him in years, not since the war. I met him 5 years ago, Hazel says. I was around 13 when I, died. I guess that would make me 18 now. Man, imagine if you still aged in the underworld and you had to go through puberty, Percy says, momentarily going off track. Or even better, imagine if you got to skip puberty altogether. That would be great. Being a teenager is shit. You've got a big dude's voice in a kid's body. Your face is a minefield. This is exclusively for males, he explains in response to the confused eyebrows she raises at him. But you were saying about Nico. Her eyes go a little dim. I got the feeling we were running from something the entire time we were together. Where is he now? Percy asks, leaning forward. She gazes at him sadly. The underworld, and he expressly said you wouldn't be able to follow. That's the only time he ever said your name. She pauses for a second before continuing. That's how I knew you knew him. Percy stabs his jeans with a blade of grass, feeling his face twist into a scowl despite all efforts to remain stoic. I did know him. Did you know Bianca as well? He snaps his head up to stare at her. He talked about her. Not intentionally, she says, guilty. I heard him talking about her in his sleep and put it together. Something occurs to Percy then, something that should have occurred to him before. Nico brought you back. He did, Hazel agrees. But did he mean to? She doesn't meet his eyes. He never said it, but we both knew I wasn't the sister he wanted back. Gods, Percy runs a hand through his hair. How'd he learn to do that? There's no way he could have learned anything while with Percy. When Percy had discovered Nico and Bianca's heritage, he taught Bianca what he could about controlling her powers. Bianca had been good at getting the earth to swallow up monsters, but not much else. As for Nico, Percy had merely instructed him on the basics of sword fighting should he ever find himself without Percy or Bianca to protect him. He shouldn't know how to bring back the dead. It doesn't make sense. Nothing about what he'd thought he'd known about the kid makes sense anymore. Bringing someone back from the underworld is deep, dark, complex magic, Hazel says thoughtfully, and there's something odd in her demeanor that only brings up more questions, but he holds his tongue. There's a reason it was never allowed during the god's reign, but maybe, as Leo said before, things are different with Thanatos in charge. It isn't easy, and you need a sacrifice too. Sacrifice, Percy asks, a chill running up his spine. When you receive something from the earth, you have to give something in return, Hazel explains. It's the most basic law. She plucks a glittering ruby from the soil with no hesitation. That's why I don't touch these. Keeping something from Pluto's realm with ill intentions never bodes well for anyone, and if you do take something, you have to reciprocate somehow. So if I took one of those, Percy begins, nodding at the gemstone in her hand, meaning to sell it and get some cash, what would happen? She shakes her head. You would be cursed. Not fatally, probably, but nothing good would ever come to you. He nods slowly, taking it in. So what did you do? When you brought up the bronze for Leo's spheres, what did you give? My word, Hazel says simply, that one day it would return to Pluto again. And that's enough. I think so, she says, smiling a little. It's something Ella told me too, a prophecy of sorts, that everything that comes from the earth will return to it again. In my case, I can make requests. I mean, I am his daughter. So could you bring back the dead too? Percy speculates, but she's already shaking her head, dejected. Bringing back the dead is different, she says. It's more or less a life for a life. I don't know how Nico did it without killing himself in the process. Percy can't imagine it. He can't imagine Nico killing someone else, even if just to bring Bianca back. But maybe, since he's the son of Hades, there's less of a price to pay. I don't think so, Hazel says doubtfully. But even if that were the case, he'd still need a sacrifice, a pretty extravagant one at that. And you have no idea what it is, Percy asks. No, Hazel replies, frowning. We never really talked about it, since we both knew it was a mistake, and that would open up a whole new can of worms that neither of us wanted to delve into. Where would he get a sacrifice that big from? Percy wonders aloud, but then his stomach drops as he remembers their final moments together. Hazel, he says in a measured voice, would a lot of gold work. How much, she asks. Tons, Percy thinks back. Nico'd had enough gold to start his own Midas imitation exhibition. He stole it from New Rome before he left. I couldn't stop him, and I never found out what the gold was for. She bites her lip. I'm not sure, but it makes sense. He never had any gold around me. He never seemed to have the same talents as me with respect to metals, and I don't see him stealing for fun or for revenge, for that matter. That would explain a lot, Percy agrees, drumming his fingers against his knee, feeling a little gratified to have one question answered at the very least. Gods, I feel like the most selfish bastard on the planet. Oh, oops, sorry, for Hazel had winced at the curse, but I'm just glad he's alive. Bianca wouldn't have wanted him to die for her. Bianca, Hazel says in a strange little voice. Percy smiles. Bianca was cool, quiet but strong. He studies her face. You guys are kind of alike, actually. What was she like? Hazel asks in a small voice. What was Nico like when he was with you? Percy hesitates for a split second when it hits him that the Nico that had brought Hazel from the underworld is vastly different from the Nico he'd known. Percy can imagine the poor kid having to swallow his own disappointment at his mistake while simultaneously having to take care of his new sister, the wrong sister. He couldn't have been too pleasant to be around, and going by Hazel's own confusion at their situation, he hadn't told her much either. Percy can't blame Nico for it, any of it, but he can try to help Hazel. He asked if I knew to surf, he divulges, and delights in the short, surprised burst of giggles that erupts from Hazel. Seriously, that was the first question he asked me. What was the second? Hazel asks, grinning so wide he can see all her teeth. If I knew to play mythomagic, he admits, and she laughs again. What on earth is that? Oh man, he says, leaning back and trying to recall the many nights Nico had spent trying to explain the game to Percy. Get ready, because it's a lot. Hazel smiles, a little sad and a little hopeful. I'm ready, she says in a startling impression of Leo. Hit me. Leo wakes up the sound of a hand slamming on his workbench. He shoots up like prey, still half existing in the forest where he'd been chasing the dragon. The sharpness of his movement has popped something in his spine, and Leo howls, clutching clumsily at his back, looking up to find Piper standing over him wearing an expression of harsh concern. Go to sleep, she says. Wasn't awake, he says groggily, jerking upright and blinking the sleep out of his eyes. I mean, wasn't asleep, fuck. You were most definitely asleep, good sir, Piper says in a British accent, tweaking his ear. Some might say you were knocked out. I was merely getting a bit of shut-eye, lady, Leo responds in his best imitation of, well, anyone from the Harry Potter movies. He yawns, dropping the accent. Fuck, why couldn't you have just woken me up like a normal person? That's no fun, Piper places her hands on her hips. And why couldn't you have just slept like a normal person, in a bed? He makes a face at her, scrubbing a hand into his eyes. Not sleepy. More like he can't afford to be sleepy. Between spending endless on working on the spheres and brainstorming new tech for weapons, Leo is wiped out. And Piper, despite her endless winging about all the supply runs she's had to go on, is clearly getting enough sleep to be irritating him about his poor lifestyle well into the night. Wow, ease up there, sleeping beauty. Her voice takes on a softer note. Seriously, Leo, I think the last time I saw you sleep was like a week ago. That can't be healthy. You don't yell at Annabeth when she gets into one of her moods, Leo grumbles, rubbing his temples. Leave me alone, you harpy. Annabeth's asleep, Piper says, nodding over to the beds, and Leo glances over his shoulder at the map wall to find that it is indeed empty, which means Piper must be telling the truth, because Leo distinctly remembers catching a glimpse of Annabeth's face buried in a scroll before turning back to his own work. Wow, how'd you manage that? Leo asks, impressed, because when Annabeth sets her mind on something, not even sleep can distract her. She's been known to go days without a break. Percy did, Piper says with an air of satisfaction. Finally someone who cares about a decent sleep schedule around here. Leo hums in agreement, deciding not to mention all the nights Percy's woken up and given Leo company at the forges. He really owes Leo one now for keeping his reputation intact. Good for him, then. Good for Annabeth for getting some sleep, you mean, Piper corrects. And good for you, too, for listening to my stellar advice and sleeping for 8 hours straight, which doctors around the country will applaud you for. I'm not sleepy, Leo insists honestly, because he really isn't anymore. He likes to be awake when Beckendorf wakes up, because Beckendorf is a 6-foot-tall beefcake baby who hates getting ready early in the morning, and watching him potter around the forges, bumping into tables as he blinks the sleep from his eyes is currently Leo's only source of entertainment. And why are you awake anyway? He accuses Piper mildly. Couldn't sleep without Jason cuddling you and whispering sweet nothings in your ear. Fuck the shut up, Piper says breezily, and Leo huffs out a laugh. It's kind of an inside joke between the two of them from ages ago, back when Piper was still attempting to woo Jason without being too obvious about it. Leo had teased her nonstop about her crush, saying something about how she couldn't even manage to string a coherent sentence around Jason, and Piper had responded vehemently with a tirade of course I can, just because you can't flirt with a girl without sounding like a douchebag white boy. So why don't you? Only Jason had passed by at that exact moment and smiled at Piper, effectively cutting off her rant, and when she'd finally pulled herself together enough to continue. She'd completed the sentence with fuck the shut up instead of shut the fuck up, and Leo had laughed so hard he'd given himself a stitch in the side. So, he prompts, Jason's only on a supply run, he'll be back soon. She shrugs, suddenly sheepish. I dunno, I had a nightmare, couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd come and pester you instead. So you couldn't sleep either, Leo nods sagely. You know there's a saying something about the pot calling the kettle black. Choke, says Piper promptly, grabbing a stool from Beckendorf's bench and settling next to him. You want to tell me about your nightmare, he offers. She frowns at her own hands. It's the same one every time, me running through the fog chasing Creos. When I look into the knife, though, I somehow turn into Jason, which is so weird, some magical item I got, she sneers, glancing down at the dagger sheath to her belt. Creos, Leo abandons his parchment. Damn pipes, that's deep stuff. You sure you don't want to take a swig of some sleep potion? How will that help? Piper says moodily, swinging her legs beneath her. Dreams always come true, preventing them won't stop the future. A chill runs through him. You really think that's the future? What about your knife? 4 to 5.